Would you stop?
We've elected them based on policy. We've elected.
That just pissed.
Both to go to Iowa to stump for him leading into the.
I gotta remember that.
With the numbers. Numbers are numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles. Damn, what happened?
Now you got me like in my Ja Rule kind of mode, Jungle. Like let's talk about like rap music. One of my favorite songs of Ja Rule was "Put It On Me." I die if you ain't with me. So baby girl, put it on me. What would I do without you? I only think about you. I was tired of being lonely. So baby girl, put it on me, on me.
10 more seconds in, Ja Rule get a string for this. Keep going.
Who would I be without my baby? Without alone might break me. I don't wanna go crazy. So every thug needs a lady, lady.
I think Ja Rule just got paid for that one. Can't argue with the numbers. Numbers are numbers. Drake knows the business. It's all about the singles.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but haters is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, bread like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants. The tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy, I I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps, ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the T when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But God did it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Could you stop? Could you stop? Could you stop?
Oh, it's starting.
They can hear you now, guys.
So sorry about that.
Look at this guy. This guy looks like...
Hello. Welcome, everybody.
Oh, God.
You are on the White Dudes for Harris Zoom call that we've been pushing out. I want to start by saying, just thank you so much for being here. Before we launch into everything, I've got a couple of quick housekeeping things for folks. If you RSVP'd for the call,
hey, Porsha, widescreen it.
Box that tells you how to join. Please forward to any
widescreen,
friends that
Porsha.
You know who might have also signed up. We know
there we
there's
go.
a little bit of confusion about this before, so we just want to make sure everybody gets it. I also know that a bunch of folks might not have seen the emails, so if you can also tweet, text, send along a Facebook link. The URL for this is whitedudesforharris.com. Again, that's whitedudesforharris.com. I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to tune in. This has really, truly been a really humbling experience for me, especially when we first started thinking about doing this, which was actually Tuesday night. Our initial goal was going to be 10,000 RSVPs and about $500,000 raised for the campaign. As of right now, we're at about 140,000 people who have RSVP'd for this. And we're at over $1 million in donations to the Harris Republican. So it's just truly, truly humbling to see this. So just thank you
They're so gay.
Thank you to everyone that signed up. Thank you to everyone who's donated. Thank you to everyone who's going to donate. I really want to kick this off though by starting to thank
HBS he taking it up
organizers with the
come on, let me get Porsha out of here.
They organized the first of these calls. They had over 40,000 people on it and raised over $1 million to the campaign. They're the inspiration for what we're doing here right now. They deserve our thanks. They deserve our appreciation. They deserve our gratitude for leading the way with both grace and integrity.
That's a
and for those of you who don't know me,
that's a female to male.
Actually, most of you. My name is Ross Morales Arquetto. I've been working in politics now for about 20 years. I'm originally hail from the great state of Texas.
This is not John.
Hey. He didn't
I
say
think
that.
my
Ignore
parents
it,
are
y'all.
actually watching with friends. So first, I do want to say hi to mom and dad.
He's from the great state of
over
hell.
the last few years, you know, I've been thinking a lot about.
Hey, from your state.
I've been thinking about
Hey.
the challenges that many of them
Calm
face.
down,
I've been thinking about how those challenges all.
He said he's
turn
been
into
thinking about a lot of
violence or
men.
destructive behavior, either towards
A lot
themselves
of
or other
dicks.
people.
Hey,
But
yo.
honestly, most of all, and most days, I think about a
You know
very
those,
close
you
friend
know
from my
those gay men,
childhood
they're
who
very
went down a
promiscuous.
really
So you can
dark
only
path
imagine how
that
many
ultimately
roads
led to
he
him committing
swallowed
suicide.
today.
And I think
I would
think about his story a lot, how it should have turned out differently, and that's part of the reason why
I'm a
I care so
virgin.
deeply about this work. You know, as we've been going around talking about this, I have a lot of questions from folks about why are we doing this? Why organize white dudes?
Porsha, can you post the
And I'll
link?
start by really addressing the elephant.
Hey, Juan.
Good to see you.
Oops. How's it going?
It's interesting. I got some bad news about some friends of mine in North Carolina that were the victims of this hurricane. And I have friends in Florida that are trying to get out of Dodge right now. So, but considering that we're alive, it's another day of life, so I can't complain. How about you guys?
Oh, doing I'm doing really good. I'm working on some stuff, and John is doing something. Stanley, his shift doesn't start until midnight, and Crack, he's doing his stock show right now, and you know, I guess since yesterday I've been kind of holding down the fort here. And so I've been doing, you know, just a little showing some other stuff, like some replays, so I can get some stuff done. Because you know, streaming takes your attention. You have to, you know, you have to pay attention.
Oh, it does, most definitely. There were some attention-getting moments over the past week, to say the least.
Yeah, for sure.
In that regard, same thing here. Well, actually, I thought that I didn't realize that this was a replay. So this was something that I missed that was interesting. I guess this guy that was.
Yes, I actually, I got the scoop. That was the night that so the white guys for Trump. So I actually knew someone personally. Her son actually, and so I actually had to connect on that. So we were actually in the actual meeting, and so I actually have something planned for tomorrow as well, that I'm gonna pull the show into. So it's gonna be a private meeting, or well, not private. Well, it's supposed to be exclusive to the people where I'm at, you know, in Texas anyway. But we'll have JD Vance. So.
Oh, I'm jealous.
I'll be able to interact with him during the show. And but you guys will, I'll actually be streaming it live. So that's going to be pretty cool. So that'll be tomorrow at 1 p.m. our time.
Oh, nice. I wish I could join. At 1 o'clock, I have other affairs that I got to take care of, but man, I'm jealous. Well, no, actually, I shouldn't be jealous because I had an opportunity to talk to Alan West compliments of you, so I can't be jealous.
You did get to talk to Alan West. That was pretty dope. I love Alan West, as you know, and I know you are a fan as well.
I was a fan, but after that particular meeting, I have nothing but respect for him because he's the definition of meek, right? He's a monster, but he's very, very tame. So he has that, that basically controlled fury, and you can tell it when he talks. And that to me is the definition of a man's man. I like that about him. Most men, myself included, can learn a lot on how to comport ourselves by listening to him. So what's your opinion on whites for Trump, or
white guys for Trump? Oh,
yeah,
gosh.
white dudes for Trump, or white beta dudes for Trump, or
Well, I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. it was very cringe. You know, it's like, what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Very uncomfortable, you know. It was silly to me.
I would agree. It's silly if it weren't so deadly serious, the stuff that they're talking about. Speaking of which, I was able to listen to snippets of Elon Musk before I hopped on here, talking about those types of things, and some of the stuff that he talked about has me, you know, thinking, how am I going to be affected? Really, to be quite honest, Porsha, how are you going to be affected if this year's election turnouts don't go the way that we want? And these white dudes for Trump, it's almost like they don't see that. It's funny. They're blind to what's going on, and they're going to be the same people, I kid you not, by the middle of next year that are going to be complaining about the stuff that they voted in.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? You know, and this whole white guys for Trump thing, it was one of those things where it was again very cringe, but it was just like they're trying to put on to talk about like why white men should vote for Trump, and it was just all of these very odd tropes. But earlier today, we were showing the 60-minute interview. I was kind of in and out of sleep because I was up all day yesterday and all night streaming until Stanley came. So I wasn't really listening, but I was interested in it. And I did see a clip. It was a short clip, and I think I can find that really quick if I still have it up anyway. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, while you're looking it up, I was going to say, for white dudes for Kamala promoting themselves, I would argue that that's all of the good reason for the black guys and all of the people of color, as they call themselves, to come over to Donald Trump. And the reason why is because these are white dudes for Trump. They are inherently racist, if I remember correctly. Because they're inherently racist, they're going to go with somebody that has inherently racist views, even if that particular person is what they call the colored face of white supremacy. So come over to our side. Come over to our side. We would love, we would accept all of you guys and your BIPOCs and people of color with open arms. Come over to the Trump side.
Yeah. It's like, it's pretty insane. And it's, you know, I just don't understand it. I mean, you know what? Since you're here, this is great. So I can actually go through several different things with you regarding Kamala. We can make this like a Kamala hour. Let me see really quick. Let me move some things around. I'm gonna have to record some videos for tutoring tonight. So let me get back to this screen. Am I on the right or wrong screen? I believe that this is the right screen. Okay. Juan, can you tell me what the timestamp is right now?
The timestamp is 20 minutes and 32 seconds.
Great.
And Dwale asks, do blacks ever do black dudes for Trump? They have blacks for Trump, and they have Latinos for Trump. Those posters that they wave at the Trump rallies. They have women for Trump. They even have, believe it or not, LGBT blankety blank blank blankety blank, because I don't know what the rest of these things are, for Trump as well.
Yeah, I have a Blacks for Trump, a huge banner. And I have to go pick up my signs, my official signs from the GOP office. So, okay, but here one. So we have Joe Biden steals Kamala Harris's thunder and throws her under the bus again. So it's a video. So I would like to watch that video first. And then, hold on, wait, let me see if this is it.
Good Lord, that hurricane is huge. Wow.
Yeah. I guess we could, because we can go into some hurricane stuff as well. But Joe Biden provided an update on the federal government's preparations for Hurricane Milton. Hurricane Milton rapidly intensified to a Category 5 storm and is currently roaring towards Florida. So here's a time lapse flying by Hurricane Milton about 2 hours ago. So let's see if we can see that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Look at that. That's the Earth, people.
That's huge.
That is the Earth.
And if you guys see, it's curved. So the Earth is not flat, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you see how excellent this... I mean, Elon Musk, he has to sit down somewhere. I mean, this is just this quality. I'm going to play that again. This quality is some top tier quality right here. I mean, Jesus, do you see how clear this picture is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Who needs to go to space when you have Elon Musk? I mean, you could just send something up there.
Well, they say that if we have so many people on the Earth that the Earth is full, why not repopulate space? Which I say, why not? Let's go to the frontier.
People up there. So Biden bigfooted Kamala Harris and threw her under the bus again during remarks on Hurricane Milton preparations. Harris went after Ron DeSantis for playing political games at this moment. She lied about DeSantis refusing to take her calls. Watch. Kamala Harris really just went after Ron DeSantis for playing political games at this moment. Harris lied about DeSantis refusing to take her calls. She's a truly horrible person. So let's take a look. Because you know what, Juan? Why lie?
Exactly, right?
Why lie? I mean, you know, Biden was president whenever we had that horribly freakish ice storm here in Texas. Okay.
No comment.
And as much as we don't like that administration, Governor Abbott, they did have a conversation. And although that conversation was basically, we're not going to send y'all any help or anything, y'all got it since you're on your own power grid, figure it out. There was still a conversation. There's really no need to lie about that kind of stuff. And even still right now with the border being wide open and all of the things, the fines and all of the things that they've been trying to throw at the state of Texas because we're trying to keep the border strong. There's no reason to lie about not interacting with a governor of a state. So I don't know why she would lie, but go ahead before I play this one.
I was going to say, here in Texas, the conversation, though, was one-sided because in your neck of the woods, there was a power plant, I want to say near Troop, Texas. And in my neck of the woods, there was a power grid just southwest of San Antonio that basically cover, all of South Texas and pretty much all of North Texas, with the exception of Sherman, that area going toward Oklahoma. And we asked them to turn on those grids, and the energy secretary every year would just say, yeah, turn it on, go for it. And in this particular case, during that conversation that you're talking about, the Biden administration said, nope, you're on your own. But you can't fire up the coal plants like you're used to doing every single year. But you got this, tú puedes, you got this. So it was real one-sided. It was like we were having a conversation with our hands tied behind our backs.
Exactly. Oops. Let's see.
President, Governor DeSantis, NBC is reporting Governor DeSantis is ignoring your calls on hurricanes, resources, and help. How does that hurt the situation here?
Moments of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone who calls themselves a leader says they're going to put politics aside and put the people first. People are in desperate need of support right now, and playing political games with this moment in these crisis situations, these are the height of emergency situations, is just utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish, and it is about political gamesmanship instead of doing the job that you took an oath to do, which is to put the people first.
What is she saying? I'm lost.
Yeah, let me replay that because I was typing something. Let me replay that because I wasn't really paying attention yet.
President, Governor DeSantis, NBC is reporting Governor DeSantis is ignoring your calls on hurricanes, resources, and help. How does that hurt the situation here?
you know, moments of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone who calls themselves a leader says they're going to put politics aside and put the people first. People are in desperate need of support right now, and playing political games with this moment in these crisis situations, these are the height of emergency situations, is just utterly irresponsible, and it is selfish, and it is about political gamesmanship instead of doing the job that you took an oath to do, which is to put the people first.
Okay, still don't know what she said. You know, because you try to listen whenever Kamala is talking, and it's just like, what?
Yeah, exactly. She said a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, it's like, what did you do? What did you just say, Kamala? Now what? Come again? Anyhow, Joe Biden contradicted Kamala Harris's claims and threw her under the bus. Biden held his briefing at the same time Harris appeared on ABC's The View. Oh, and apparently that was a hot mess. We'll get into that shortly. The governor of Florida has been cooperative and gotten all that he needs. I talked to him yesterday. I said, no, you're doing a great job, and we thank you for it. Biden said after Kamala Harris claimed DeSantis was ignoring her phone calls. Joe throws Kamala under the bus, says DeSantis is doing a great job, and has his direct number after Harris said governor ignored her phone call. So let's take a look at this. Let's take a look, even though it's going to be like, yeah, they're doing a really great job. And I talked to Governor Ron DeSantis, and I made sure you had everything you need. You know, it's going to sound like that. But let's see.
The governor of Florida has been cooperative. He said he's gotten all that he needs. I talked to him again yesterday, and I said, I said, no, you're doing a great job. It's all being done well. We thank you for it. And I literally gave my personal phone number to call. So I don't know. There was a rough start in some places, but every governor from Florida to North Carolina has been fully cooperative and supportive and acknowledged what this team is doing. And they're doing an incredible job. But we got a lot more to do.
Sounds like he was trying to say, I wanted him to know that he's doing a good job, and it got mixed up in the transcription of what he was saying. But man, he just he threw Kamala under the bus and then ran over her twice, ran over her, backed up, and ran over her again.
I mean, gosh, he made so much sense. I understood him more clear than I did her.
He sounded extremely lucid.
It was like, oh, okay, well, there's that. So let's see. Kamala Harris is desperate to distance herself from Joe Biden as he actively sabotages her campaign. Joe Biden surprised White House reporters last Friday when he crashed a press briefing for the first time. Biden spoke about the suspended dock worker strike and the jobs numbers as Kamala Harris took the stage at a campaign event in Detroit. CNN even accused Joe Biden of overshadowing Kamala Harris and stealing her thunder. I don't really know how he can do that. Both of them are so underwhelming that I don't believe anything can be stolen. However, Joe Biden also sabotaged Kamala Harris by claiming she is tied to every single of his. Okay, this sentence. Gateway Pundit, I might need to send an email. I know you guys, work really hard, and I know the editor, he's like the main one that posts, but sometimes we're going to want to make sure that we proofread for people like me that who's a math teacher. Okay. Joe Biden also sabotaged Kamala Harris by claiming she is tied to every single of his failures. Okay. Anyways, we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws. She was a major player in everything we've done, Biden said. Watch. So let's see. From the press conference, this is from the 4th. So this was 4 days.
There have obviously been a number of crises that the country has been facing over the past several days with the hurricane, with the port strike, with the situation in the Middle East. Can you talk about how your vice president, who is running for the presidency, has worked on these crises and what role she has played over the past several days?
Well, I'm in constant contact with her. She's aware we're singing from the same song sheet. She helped pass all the laws that are being employed now. She was a major player in everything we've done, including passage of legislation which we were told we could never pass. And so she's been, and her staff is interlocked with mine in terms of all the things we're doing.
He is incredibly lucid. But yeah, congratulations, Kamala. He just locked you in. All of the bad policies, he said you were involved. So you're screwed. Sorry.
Yeah, like she's a part of it. This has something to do with her. Essentially, is what he's saying. Where is this at? Okay, so let's keep going. Kamala Harris is now trying to ditch Joe Biden in the final weeks before the election. I don't know how she can do that. I mean, there's always that saying where the vice president is not that important. They don't, the vice president doesn't really matter, but it's just like, I hear you when you say that, but let's go take a walk down memory lane with Mike Pence and Donald Trump. Was that the same precedent that was set? I don't think it was, because whatever Mike Pence did that the left didn't like, it was almost as if he was in lockstep or as if he was the president. And the only time that they switched over to wanting to be in favor of Mike Pence is whenever it came down to him confirming the election. So it's like, I don't want to hear it, because y'all can sit here and say all you want that the role of the vice president doesn't make a difference, but it does. And the reason why it does, and no matter how much or how many times, again, I have to stress this, that we want to say that, oh, their job really doesn't matter. Well, it really does, because if the president dies, that's going to be your next president. All right. So you want to make sure that if anything happens to you, in the event that anything happens to you at all, that you are good enough to run the country, and that we trust you enough to run the country in the event that our current president can no longer do the job. And Kamala can't do that. Go ahead.
They also cast the tie-breaking vote when there's a tie in the Senate, and Kamala Harris has cast the tie-breaking vote several times over the past 3.5 years in Congress.
It's like, hey, American man, Dwale, Habibi. I'll be better by the end of the week, and my voice will be better. Sorry, Dwale. And yo, it's P Black, yo, P Black. Hey, American man, how's it going? How's it going, American man? Good to see you. So we're going to
right, Bob was flying that rocket earlier. He's the only person of color that I know that's not a DEI hire that could fly that spaceship, man.
Now, where can I put this? Adding decimal operations, sorry. Worksheets. Decimal operations worksheets. I'm going to do that. And so then I should be able to find that. There we go. And upload that. And then we should be good to go. That's a pretty big file. Look at that. Look at that. All right. Teacher stuff. Anyhow, here we go. So we have Kamala Harris hands Trump's campaign a gift on The View after being asked whether she would change anything Biden did as president. Kamala Harris cannot even handle the softest possible interview without stepping on a rake and handing President Trump a gift. Harris appeared with the cackling hens on The View today in New York City to discuss her campaign and spread more lies to the American public regarding her regime's accomplishment. This marked Harris's first live interview and first talk show appearance since becoming the Democratic presidential nominee. Unfortunately for her, The View co-host, Sonnie Johnson, briefly decided to practice journalism. She questioned Harris about whether she would change one thing Biden has done as president. Harris could have brushed this off in several ways, including by claiming she would have been tougher on immigration and major corporations or making abortion a more prominent priority, but she went all in with the White House vegetable. The Trump campaign was ecstatic to highlight the exchange. Watch. If anything, Would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years? So let's take a look.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
One more time.
Well, if anything, would you have done something differently than President Biden during the past 4 years?
There is not a thing that comes to mind in terms of, and I've been a part of most of the decisions that have had impact.
So she said not anything that comes to mind, and she's been a part of most of the decisions that have an impact. So, I mean, I don't know about you, but that seems like a pretty big deal to me. The fact that she says that she's been a part of stuff that has had impact. So, seems like she does have a role. So count on this appearing in a Trump advertisement in the near future, perhaps as soon as this week. The Gateway Post readers will recall that towards the end of the only debate between Trump and Harris, the 45th president asked why Harris did not propose any of her new ideas before she decided to run for president for a second time. She just started by saying she is going to do this, she is going to do that, she is going to do all of these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She has been there for 3.5 years, President Trump inquired. And for a lovely reminder from the debate that night, let's go ahead and see our guy.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years.
Well, not that it matters, but it does, or it doesn't. I'm wearing my Trump van shirt right now. Gotta love him. Why hasn't she done it? Why hasn't she done it? She says she's been a part of all of these great things. So, I mean, 3.5 years, that's a long time. I don't care how you shake it. It's a long time. Now, we all know the answer, and it may have wrecked Harris's presidential campaign for good. So there's that. So I don't know if Juan, let me go back to that screen. If Juan is still here, what do you think? What do you think, Juan? Do you have any thoughts? Do you think that she answered correctly? Juan may have stepped away. Let me check out the chat. Let me check out the chat. Check out the chat. I guess I can get into... Let's see here. It's a lot of news since the last stream, which is very interesting. I was kind of out of it earlier, but I guess I'm kind of sort of back, but my mind is all over the place because I'm doing 50,000 things. I'm doing homework. I'm getting things ready for tutoring. Of course, I'm streaming right now. I'm also trying to upload some more stuff to the channel. I'm trying to get my letters sent out to my parents because we go on fall break. And whenever we return, we have parent-teacher meetings. However many of them are going to show up, no one knows. But you still want to send out those communications via text and email. And we have a system where you can record a voicemail. And it, sends out to the parents, whether they respond or not. You know how that goes. And then also trying to keep track of the news for myself and for you all. Let's see. So as far as I'm concerned with that last article, Kamala Harris is a hot mess. And just like, shout out to Stanley, like Stanley says that he would vote for a ham sandwich before he voted for Trump. I would vote for the cow poop that the Indians eat, per the video that we saw last night before I voted for Kamala. So thankfully, I have the option of a Donald Trump and a J.D. Vance. And after J.D. Vance's performance the other night at the debate, I'm going to keep it real. He is an incredible orator. He truly is. However, Trump is my guy all the way. But if Trump wasn't running, and if it was between Vivek and J.D. Vance, I would totally vote for J.D. Vance. American Man, he mentions this quite a bit whenever he's making his arguments, and I think it is a very sound argument. He brings up what is or what isn't presidential. And I appreciate the fact that he does that, because sometimes I fall victim to forgetting about all of the many times that they have said that Trump is not presidential. Now, to me, I 110%, 1,000% believe that Trump is presidential. He is a man's man. He's very masculine. Whenever he enters the room, he's one of those guys that is just like, hey, shut up now. Trump's here. He has that presence about himself. And of course, he is a giant, which probably doesn't help, because I'm pretty sure whenever he goes to these, grand old meetings with other world leaders, he's the one towering over everybody. And he just has that all about business attitude, which I appreciate. But the one thing about J.D. Vance is that how it seems like they care so much about character and personality and like, oh, I wonder if he's a nice guy. Trump is mean. He sends mean tweets. Well, J.D. Vance, he's actually a nice guy. He's a nice guy. From that debate anyways. He seems nice, cool, calm, collected. He says things here and there. I know he made the comment about the cat lady or whatever, but ultimately his personality is more agreeable than Trump's, I would say. So after Trump, if the good Lord blesses us, it would be great to have a J.D. Vance, Ron DeSantis ticket after Trump, going forward, because the both of them, they're very stern and whatnot. Or if Ron DeSantis went up against J.D. Vance, I don't know, but those would be my two picks. Now, I would have loved to have seen a Black vice president that is a man. I think that Trump really missed the mark there. In my opinion, it should have been Tim Scott or Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds is just as young as J.D. Vance. I thought that, it would have been better to see that. But it didn't happen that way, and that's okay, because, that's just Trump holding true to who he is, and they're not doing the whole identity politics that the left does, but I certainly would have loved to have seen a Byron Donalds more so than Tim Scott, even though Tim Scott, he was kind of up there on the list. Or where Republicans always seem to miss the mark with the identity politics things. I know that they, try so hard to be outside of the Democrats. They don't want to mimic the Democrats. They don't want to, do what the Democrats do, but the Democrats are very good at what it is that they do. And I think that it is actually worth taking some notes and replicating some of their behaviors in a way, only because, in my opinion, the Black Republicans that we have, especially, in Congress, I believe that they're worth it. And myself, as a Black Republican who is heavily involved in the political arena here in the great state of Texas, I know how hard it is to get there. I know it's not an easy road. And this is where I might sound like a Democrat, but it is true. It's very true. Being Black and being active in the Republican Party, trying to climb that ladder, it's almost impossible. Unfortunately, no matter what we do, or if we're good orators or if we are, politically well versed or educated or what have you, sometimes, most times, it doesn't matter. Because, I think that there's always that thought in mind that we're either traitors or that we're gonna, end up being like that brawl we watched last night at the Trump rally in Michigan, that we're gonna like turn up and set it off like Bootsy. I'll set it off like Bootsy, of course, but not fighting. It's just, dancing, a little leaning and rocking, something like that. But it is a very hard road because you're having to prove yourself in so many different arenas. And the hardest arena, of course, is your own, with your own people, because as Black as you may be, they deny you, they reject you, they won't even support you. They'll call you white, but then the white Republicans, they'll be like, but you're Black. They don't say it out loud, but we know what time it is. So I personally believe that it would be nice, like even for the Speaker of the House. I know we have our current Speaker of the House, but for what is his name? Byron Donalds, I believe that he should have been higher up on that list because he would have been a great representative. And who cares about identity politics at that point? Because we know that there is a stark difference between Blacks on the left and Blacks on the right. And it looks like we have American Man. Hey, American Man.
Hi, Porsha. My 10-year-old and I just finished our reading classes. She just finished teaching me how to read. We're still stuck on the and them. I'm having a hard time figuring it out, but she's doing a good job.
Well, she might have to teach me how to read too, because listen.
She's doing a good job.
I might need her help, if I'm being honest.
She's patient with me.
People, especially even here, because I hear it all the time. Oh, well, Porsha, you're a teacher. You can, listen to me. I teach math. And that's not that I don't know words or I can't read, but there's a lot of words that I can't read and I can't pronounce, and that's okay, But just because you teach it doesn't mean you know everything. I speak in numbers, not in letters. And, I'm sure your 10-year-old could help me, American Man. We have Universal in the chat. He says, hey, Porsha, do you know who Sonnie is? If so, what's your thoughts on her? Sonnie Johnson. No, I don't know her, but I can look her up. American Man, you hopped up here. Did you have something to say?
There was something I wanted to say. I actually just saw you alone and kind of was like, I'll jump in real quick since everyone left you alone. I did have something to say though. What were you just talking about? I lost it that quick. I'm off of watching Sports Center, and so basketball's coming back, and so like that, I'm getting lost in that as well.
I was talking about how hard it is for the Black conservative, or the Black who votes Republican. Yeah, I was talking about that.
Yes, that's why I came up. So is it hard for the Black Republican? So the question is it hard because of racism, or is it hard just because Blacks don't associate themselves with Republicans?
I believe it's both.
Ooh.
I believe it's both. If I'm being real with you, and me and Juan, we didn't really get into it, but we talked about a meeting that Juan attended, that I hosted, and Juan had the pleasure of having a one-on-one, very personal dialogue with Alan West. Are you familiar with Alan West, American Man?
The name is familiar. I'm not going to divulge where I heard it, but I've heard the name.
Okay, so I'll just pull up for the people in the audience that do not know. I'll just show this really quick so you can have an idea of who Alan West is. And so Juan, he attended one of my meetings.
Oh yes. Oh okay. Yeah.
And he got to meet and have a very thorough conversation with Alan West. Now, he did run for governor, and for those of you that do not know, the Republican Party here in the great state of Texas was founded by 150 Black men. So we have them to thank. And there's something so powerful about listening to Allen West every single time he speaks. Now, whenever he was running for chairman of the Republican Party of the state, I saw and witnessed some of the most disgusting behavior that I've ever seen. And that's from the left or the right. And more so whenever he was running for governor. And there's just something about white folks that aren't ready to have a Black person representing them in that level of power. Now,
I don't know, Porsha. I don't know. I think
that's just
my
experience. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know. I think you said something potent there, and you said trust. And I think some of that begins to play in, because when you look at Donald Trump and everything that transpired, do you think that a single Republican should or would trust Black people? After, I mean, sometimes we just got to be honest, right? We can't just keep screaming everything is racism. Sometimes and I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just saying, I'm just speaking in general. We can't just scream everything is racism. Sometimes it's just, look, we can't trust you as Americans because look what happens. And I think this was the ultimate test, right? Here you had Donald Trump, a Democrat, because despite what people may say, and I say this all the time, and everyone frowns up their eyebrows and their chin and forehead and everything else, Donald Trump is a Democrat. You truly look at the way he governed as a Democrat. He didn't govern as a far left radical liberal, but he governed as a Democrat. I mean, if you know politics, you know he did. And when you look at Donald Trump back in the day, folks had no problem with him. And so this kind of just tells you about who and what, not all, but most Blacks are. And so it could lead you to feel a certain type of way.
I would argue that this would be a way of the Black people coming home, because as Allen West and I talked about during the meeting, the Republican Party in 1854 was founded in part by Black people, Black people that escaped slavery. And in the South, at least, I'm not sure about up north. I don't remember what he said about the northern states, but at least in the South, you had a little over a quarter of the people that were running for congressional House districts in the South, from Reconstruction all the way up to like the 1930s, 1940s, that were Black Republicans. And so I think it's basically it's almost like Ghanaian, so to speak. Come back home to where you belong. Not where you belong in the sense that that you have to be here or else, but come
just
back
where you started.
Yeah, come back to the people that cared for you. Come back to where it started. Come back to where your people fomented the movements to begin with.
Well, I and this is where it gets into many different things. I don't believe it's going to happen because the Black community is not led by Black men, and so therefore that's a dead horse being beaten. It's never going to happen. The Black community is going to burn in flames under the Democrat Party until there is no more Black community. Yeah, I'm just pessimistic on all of it. I'm pretty much done with it at this point. It's never going to happen. There is no coming back home.
Well, I don't feel that negative about it. The one thing, like whenever I'm saying what I'm saying, and of course, I know you said you're not directing at me specifically, but I have to have some faith in that arena. And I'll just give you a very specific example of whenever Allen West was running. So of course, you're running for governor. And then before running for governor, he was running for the chairman of the Republican Party of the state of Texas. So, of course, you're going to go to a multitude of meetings all across the state. And as you know, Texas is, huge. Or in Donald Trump's words, huge. It's huge. And so wherever he was within a 2-hour drive of me, I went and I listened to him speak at every single place. Oddly enough, or maybe not oddly enough, I was the only other Black person there besides him. Okay. And they would give you this question and answer portion where you would, write your questions down and you put it like in a bucket, or the person who was going to be reading the answers at the podium, they would take your questions for you. Now, I can't even count how many meetings I went to, but I can tell you that every single meeting that I went to, I had the same question. And I got so accustomed to it after attending so many meetings that I already had my own sheet of paper with my question ready to go, to give to them. Did they ever ask my question? No. Now, in my mind, yeah, I'm the only Black person here. Of course, whenever you walk in, they're like, oh my gosh, it's so good to see you, or it's so nice to meet you. Oh my gosh, welcome. Da, da. They do all of that. But you would think that me as a Black person here, you would naturally think that maybe you might ask one of my questions. Never did. But the questions that they asked Allen West, and I would also go to his opponents' meetings too. So don't just think I was just going to his. I would go to his opponents' meetings as well. Every single question that they asked Allen West had to do with race. Every single question. And I would have to dig through my phone to find some of the videos, because one day I'll probably put together a little compilation for you guys to give you a better understanding of what it is that I'm saying. But there was one particular meeting where, of course, they didn't ask him my question, but the questions that they did ask were, what is it that you're going to do for my community when no one in my community looks like you? Or the biggest question is, why do you believe that you deserve a salary to be the chairman of the GOP? Now, mind you, every other chairman has had a salary, and that hadn't been questioned. But every single, whatever county, whatever precinct, whatever it was, why do you think you deserve money? Why should we pay you? Pay you for what? And of course, he answered with all of the, confidence that you could imagine as to why he believes he deserves a salary. But they're asking questions as if we ain't paying your Black ass nothing. For what? What would you represent us for? Why would we give you money? It was just so many questions. Just like, gosh, y'all haven't asked nothing about his policies, what he plans to do with the party here in the state, the campaigning, the raising money, because he's an excellent fundraiser. He raises money, and that's really important politically, of course. But they were asking questions that just quite literally had nothing to do with the job that he would do, and that offended me. But that's just me. But he handled it.
And when you say that, Porsha, and as you tell me those are the questions that they're asking, then I agree with you, right? I don't have to pretend. It sounds a lot like racism is happening. And so on those things, I can agree with you.
But basically, like, what I was getting at is that I would have liked to have seen Trump have a Black vice presidential nominee, or a Black, vice president. But I was just ultimately getting at, like, it's really hard for the Black Republican. And it's hard for the Black Republican with Black people, because Black people say that we're not Black at all. We're the Uncle Toms, we're the black skin, white face, whatever that saying is. But to the whites, we're Black. It's just like this. It's a very weird, awkward place to find yourself in as a Black person politically, to me. So that's kind of how I got there. Hey, Hey, Nate. Hey, Jordan. Hey, Momo. Hey, Texas girl. Hey, Texas girl. Hey, Virgo. Eclectic. Hi. Thanks for always typing in the chat as much as you do. Jay Boogie. Boogie is in the building. Fish. Mavit. Hey, Mavit. Rashu. Hey, everybody. But yeah, so Juan, American Man, do y'all have any comments on that?
Well, my question to American Man, it was posed in the back, and so my question is what are Black people supposed to do? Are we supposed to live nihilistically, like everything is useless, or are you just expecting everything to speed up until where society literally burns itself to the ground? What do you subscribe to? What philosophy do you subscribe to?
It's again, right? It's too late. They've already sold out. Well, you know what? I'm not going to say it's too late. The Negroes about 55, 60 and older need to die off, because as long as they're around, they're going to vote Democrat and sell Black people out. And so they need to die off. But I would also argue they already sold Black people out. And that's why we have all these immigrants coming in. But they just especially need to die off, because they are absolutely terrible and have been terrible for Black people. And they take absolutely no responsibility for where Black America is at this point. Right now, mind you, these are the people that raised and groomed and brought Black America to this point, but they'll tell you that it's the Republican Party that has gotten Black America to this point.
So you don't think that they could potentially, come around? I mean,
no, they need to die off. And that includes my mothers and my aunts. Like, I'm not excluding them. I'm talking about all Black people in that age range.
So assuming that they all no longer existed, what do you foresee happening, dude? Do you think that at that particular moment, Black people would be able to coalesce, not necessarily as a monolith, but they would coalesce around certain points of view that everybody could agree on, or what do you guys?
Well, there's going to be a slim number at that. Well, there's going to be a great division, number one, and then there's going to be a slim number, and there's just going to be the Blacks. What's going to happen is that Black people are going to be forced to do what every other race does, which is separate from your degenerates. You see, the old Negroes keep you tied to the degenerates, but won't admit it. When you point out the degenerates and the degeneracy, i.e., morons like Stanley, they want to yell at you and say, "Oh, it doesn't exist," and why you only want to talk about Black people and the bad stuff. But then if you decide to separate yourself, oh, well, how dare you separate yourself and blah, 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 blah. Like, there's no winning with these old morons. But there just has to be a level of separation like every other race does. And so those people have to just die off, right? They just can't be voting. They can't, none of that. They have to die.
Well.
Momo has a good point. Porsha, if you can highlight his or her comment. Black people don't need to die off. Once Chuck Schumer legalizes 100 million migrants, they'll just become irrelevant. But I would argue that that's not necessarily going to be the case, because what I've seen, I have friends that are dreamers. One of them was a dreamer by accident because he was in college with myself. Unlike myself, who had the blind exemption and had Pell Grants and things like that, he paid his own way because that's just how proud of a guy he was. But then when the economy started turning down and he wasn't able to do that, he decided to do the FAFSA route and apply for student aid. And that's when he found out that he wasn't an American citizen after all. That's when his parents sat him down at 21 years old, like, "Mijo, we got to talk. You crossed over here by the river as well," basically. But the thing is his generation and then the people that are born as, first generation Americans from those families, I've seen what'll happen is they'll see their parents playing backs and they're like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that shit. And they'll start literally falling in line to how we operate or how we work, if that makes any sense. So I don't see them replacing the black people per se. What I do see happening with them more in the lead, because there's going to be more of them, but I see the migrants and the black people swirling it up, so to speak, 1 or 2 generations down.
That's hopeful nonsense. I don't know why we're still playing this game of black people and migrants like each other. I just don't know why we're still doing that.
No,
after 20 years, after 20 years of proof that it doesn't work, like that's just not true. Why are we still doing that? Like and listen, Juan, like I'm not necessarily coming at you. I'm just coming at the idea. Is that I don't get why we're still pretending like this. All of this pretending leads to the detriment of black people. That's the thing, right? It has done nothing but lead to the detriment of black people. But you know what? Everyone looks at American Man and says, "Yeah, American Man, he's the bad guy. He doesn't know. He's the bad one. We're all the good people." As you die off, like it's just odd to me.
Well, I have to look at it from a different point of view, American Man, because I am mixed. I mean, I'm black. My on my father's side, we're Latino. My great-great-grandmother, I found out, has a little bit of Native American blood. So then the question goes back to, as I've mentioned on other channels, where do I belong? And then my daughter, who now has, who has a mix of Mexican blood, at that particular point, we're going to be cast all the way to the wayside. So I have to believe, not that we're going to sing Kumbaya, but what I'm getting at is what we do as Americans. For example, I'm not going to get up and work 15 hours a day breaking my back so that the guy can make $20 and $200 an hour off of me. F that. And I think that the second generation people from the migrant families are going to do the exact same thing. That doesn't mean that they're going to hug and kiss you and every other black person on the street. What I am saying, though, however, is those kids are going to see how mom and dad are busting their asses and how they get treated with little to no respect, and they're going to be like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I mean, all that is fine. I mean, that was kind of besides the point, but I understand what you're saying. But it's just for me, like, listen, I mean, a lot of the copium that I heard earlier, it's a lot of it's a bunch of copium that just doesn't line up with reality. And reality says a very different thing to what people are trying to tell you should believe.
What you should believe as far as
that, like, there's some there's some great coalition and there's hope and this and that. Like, it's just not happening. At this point, everyone's on their own. That's where we are. We are on a on your own society. That whole black privilege thing that was going on is dead and gone. Kamala Harris has now unburdened America of what has been.
unburdened has been.
She has now unburdened America by what has been. And everyone thought, oh, she's just talking stupidness. And I dissected it. You can ask Blacks Who Defy. I told him months ago, I said, yo, you know what that means? Anyone can ask Blacks Who Defy. Months ago, I said to him, I said, you know what that means? But, listen, what do I know, right? I'm just a stupid plumber that can't read. I don't know anything. Don't listen to me, folks.
I can't read either.
The reports, what do the reports say? The reports for years have been saying by 2030, blacks will be a permanent underclass. Look around, folks. Which way is it headed? Look around.
Well, I'm not as doomsday as you are, American Man. I still have some hope.
But do I look completely wrong, Porsha?
No. I'm not saying that at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination, but it's like I have to have something. I have to hold on to something. What I would like to do is read to you guys this article.
We'll push it real quick. You're brown skin, you're still young, you're a school teacher, you'll make it through the separation.
Hey, Trackable.
You,
Whenever you say make it through the separation, what do you mean?
like I said earlier, there's finally going to be the separation where there's going to be a full separation of productive blacks and non-productive blacks. The one thing that blacks have been avoiding their entire life, trying to carry their garbage along, there's not going to be any choice anymore. You're not going to have a choice of like, do I want to carry the garbage or do I want to let it go? You're going to have to make a choice.
Carry the garbage of like other black people?
Yeah, like the garbage blacks. I mean, there's such thing as garbage blacks, garbage whites, garbage Hispanics, like, and people drop them. People don't carry them along. Blacks don't do that. They just carry everyone along. Like we don't make the class separation. And there's gonna come a point where we're going to have to.
So then basically we would be subscribing to the Texas view, because there was a saying here in Texas, Porsha, you probably know it, and Blacks, I know he knows it. Welcome to Texas, you're on your own. You have to do basically everything by yourself when Texas was its own country. So then basically the blacks that are more productive are going to be subscribing to that point of view then.
I think, here's the thing, I think the blacks that are more productive has mostly prescribed to that point of view. They just kind of held on to this like weird, you know what, I've said enough tonight. You guys go ahead and read the article.
No, I'm enjoying what you're saying. I would like for you to continue to expound.
It's this weird thing with blackness that's going on where like it just, that whole thing is unraveling because now Kamala's black. It's all beginning to unravel. Blackness is starting to lose everything that it used to have because Kamala's black. The moment Joe Biden got to decide your blackness, you should have known it was over. The moment he said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, and black folks ran out to prove to him their blackness, you should have known it was the end of anything that black could mean. And now you have an Indian woman who other blacks are screaming at you and telling is black. Blackness is done.
Which is funny because my mother's black and people tell me that I'm not black because my father is Latino, which it's hilarious to me. It then becomes that proverbial trap that you could fall into, right? Define black. And then of course, like you just brought up American man. And as Joe Biden has said, what was it? If you don't vote for me, you're not black. We know what black is. I mean, it's an immutable characteristic, right? I mean, I got the kinky hair. It's immutable,
Well, for listen, like black and white, it's again, right? I've said too much.
No,
But
I think that like the way that you just said it just now kind of gives it more credence, especially for me to be able to interpret what it is that you're saying. So with the comment about Joe Biden saying that, we're not black, and then also making Kamala black and how blackness is essentially, it's done. And then of course too, whenever you factor in the illegals, they're like the new blacks, but they won't.
it's over.
Well, they are genuinely the new slaves, and that's the way that they are abused in the United States. Not to get on a soapbox real quick, that is one of the fundamental things that I absolutely hate. And I don't mean just hate, I absolutely loathe it. I'll never forget when my ex-wife worked for a certain company, and when I saw how much she made when she was going up to Minnetonka for training, I was so upset. And their response was, well, I have to do this, I have to do that. What do you want me to do? So basically, you're a slave to, you're being held hostage by your paycheck. And then I had friends that worked at a certain business where I live that shall remain nameless to save themselves from embarrassment. And they were getting paid $3 below minimum wage in the United States. And they're doing the same now with kids. General Mills got busted in Ohio with, hiring 4-year-old kids to go into the vats to make sure that the quality control of the oats and everything were good before they heat up the oats and start, cooking them into the Cheerios or what have you. In that regard, you had people that were 14, 15 years old working at the meat packing plants. Missouri. Go ahead.
Yeah, my nephew, right? He works. He works at a gym at like the gym in New York where all the NBA players go, right? And his manager was a black man. They got him up out of there, and they brought a Hispanic woman in, and she's making significantly less than he was.
Way less, and that's what's infuriating to me. That they're American man. They are the new slaves. They're the underclass that everybody wants. I mean, hell, not to curse, but hell. I mean, Nancy Pelosi even said, without the immigrants, who's going to clean my toilet? The first thing that I thought, part of my language, was, bitch, you can do it. You clean your own toilet. It's not that hard. You put in some, what is it? The toilet duck or whatever the heck that spray is. Take a freaking brush and scrub it. I mean, you can do it yourself. You don't need, I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, Ron.
You treated the way I had friends that were treated, the way that my ex-wife, was paid. I'm sorry, I absolutely hate that. I absolutely abhor it. You can't. I don't know. I'll be quiet.
But here's the problem, right? You want to be offended for people who take these positions, right? They decided that's their choice.
No, I'm not offended for them, American man. I'm offended because they're passing up people like me or you for those people. They're robbing from both sides. I'm looking at it from the American side. You're stealing from me. You're not giving me that opportunity. I mean, not me personally, but you're not giving any person that opportunity that is an American citizen, because you have to pay them. You pay them at least $7.25 an hour. In certain cases, like I think in New York, unions control the majority of New York City. So if it's a union job, you have to give them certain benefits. If you forget to call them on a certain day, you have to pay them for that day on their day off. Things like that. And with migrants, you don't have to do that. I'll give you an anecdote, American man. A friend of mine worked in the tobacco fields in North Carolina when minimum wage was like $4.25 an hour back when we were in high school many moons ago. And then the next year, 1997, the people from Mexico, from Chiapas, came up to work in those same tobacco fields. My friend went to apply for work again, like he normally does, and they were like, "Your services are no longer needed, sir," because they were paying those guys roughly 25 cents a head, so it came out to about $3.15 an hour when you looked at it. And congratulations, you robbed my friend of that opportunity. You're also undercutting the Mexicans that are actually working as well. But I'm looking at it from the American point of view.
Well, Juan, they're going to tax the rich, Juan, right? Remember, Oprah is going to advocate for her own taxing. So is Magic Johnson. So are all those people on the left. They're all going to advocate for themselves to have their money taken away. And people actually believe this. Think about that. People actually believe that. In what world do people advocate for themselves to be poorer?
Exactly. Make it make sense, right?
I'm curious if perhaps we should change our rhetoric whenever it comes to the way that we discuss illegals, instead of just being all out, I hate them, you gotta go, but putting it to where it's like they really this isn't really good for y'all, you know, and y'all are the new slaves, essentially. Of course, the treacherous ways that they come over here, so many die on the way. And then, of course, here in Texas, as we know, there's the, you know, them getting smuggled in U-Hauls and semis and dying of the heat and all of that, their children and things like that. If we were to put it in that, you know, frame of mind, do y'all think that would make a difference?
No, because it's still advancement for them, no matter how you look at it, right? Here's the thing: they, as much as they try to tell you, oh, Black Americans are just being underpaid constantly, that's not true. You only have a small, like, that's not true. Black Americans are not being underpaid constantly. They just essentially got you to believe, not you, but just Black Americans to believe that they are, and keep fighting and fight yourself out of the game. And now they can really bring people in that will take being underpaid.
Right.
That's
so. Whenever we were talking about the strike, you know, the dock workers strike, and we mentioned, okay, so and HB is the one that actually said this, but what if it backfired and they brought in, so they, you know, essentially you're agreeing to the terms, but what if they brought in illegals to take your jobs, and, you know, you're out of there? So what would that look like? So not just in the dock workers position, if you will, but like, let's just say, you know, what Trump is saying, the quote unquote Black jobs. How do you think that, or how do y'all, and that's going to be for you, Juan, and American Man, how do y'all believe Black Americans would react to being pushed out of their jobs by way of, you know, illegals?
I would look at Walmart as an example. Walmart, if you remember back in, what was it, 2018, if you guys remember, I believe it was 2018 or 2019, when all these people were saying, give me a livable wage, give me a livable wage. And Walmart said, we'll raise your pay to $12 an hour, and we'll give you all of the Walmart workers a $1,000 bonus at the Walmart stores. And at the same time, they were coming in with more self-checkout lines. I remember when Walmart made that announcement, I had taken a picture because they had all of the self-checkout computers lined up at the Walmarts here in South Texas where I'm at. And I remember I posted when I had Facebook, Walmart workers, we demand a livable wage. Walmart, we're going to give you a pay raise up to $12 an hour, plus we'll give you a $1,000 bonus. Also Walmart, and I put the picture of the new self-checkout machines. We would like for you to meet your new replacements. That's what's going to happen, you know. And if you, to bring that analogy from Walmart to the ILA, the longshoremen, all that you need to do is look at Hubei province in China and Sichuan province in China. Their docks are 100% automated. The only humans that are at those docks are the techs for when the computers break down. The trucks drive themselves. The cranes operate by themselves. There isn't anybody on the docks to move the crates. Those are done all by machine. And that's what's going to happen here.
So you think it's going to become more autonomous in AI versus them replacing the jobs with the migrants, if you will, the illegals?
I think it's going to be a hybrid. What's going to happen, and what I think would happen is you would have, again, the people that are needed, the people that are in tech, the people that can repair the trucks and things like that. Those people are going to be replaced with migrants because they can pay them. They're going to pay them way less. Everything else is going to be automated, so it's going to be a hybrid between migrants and automation.
Well, I do agree with the hybrid. They're definitely going to bring in automation and migrant. And I would say when we had the conversation, everyone was like, "Oh, they just can't bring in migrants." There's already Hispanics working there that have your replacement ready to train and do the overhaul. They're already happening. They didn't just start bringing the ones to replace you in yesterday. They already had them here replacing you slowly. But for Black people, their thing is going to be white supremacy. They're not going to see, I voted for this, I advocated for this. They're not going to see any of that. In the end, they're just going to scream white supremacy. That's it.
They're not going to see that they are the cause to their fall, essentially.
Well, you know what else?
Do they ever?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, American man.
Or is it always white supremacy? Is everything always white supremacy? I honestly think that's a big reason why they do the head in the sand. Because when they stick their head up, they can blame someone else.
Well, you know what, American man? What if it is? I mean, wouldn't it still be white supremacy because it's done at the hand of the white liberal?
But they also helped the hand of the white liberal and gave the white liberal the red carpet to do it.
With their vote.
And so at that point, can you really blame white supremacy?
And you're saying that that Black people have done that with the way that they vote, right?
With the way that they vote, with how they deal with everything. Look, right? You can't even get to the point where they're telling white Black people massive racists. Where's the backlash? Where's the masses of Black people saying, "Wait, shut up! This is retarded." There's none of that.
Yeah.
So, racist. Where's the backlash? There's none of that. They're just going with it.
I'm really enjoying this conversation right now, and I do have more questions that I would like to ask you all. It would be really nice if Blacks Who Defy was here too. I always like it when the four of us are on the panel together.
This is one of those events where we could all talk and have a beer at the same time and just
just talk. It's one of those things where I do agree with Blackness being done, but that's to the extent of, Blacks like us that exist that aren't on that type of time, and we don't move that way, and we don't, we actually believe in going to work and paying bills and doing the right thing. I also believe that we're at a place right now where we have disassociated ourselves quite a bit from the foolishness as much as we can. But the only unfortunate thing is that, because of the other Negroes that don't care about being Pookies and Rays and Shaniquas and, acting a fool and whatnot, they are somehow connected to us. No matter what we do, which I don't like. But I do not take onus of that, though. Just because there are Black people out there that do act a fool, it's like they don't represent me. Like, if it don't apply, let it fly, sort of thing, if that makes sense. But I don't know what steps need to be. I don't even know if any steps can be taken, for the Blacks that are, like the ones in Chicago or even in New York, or like, in all of these Black communities across America that are being plagued by illegals and they're getting pushed out. They talk about gentrification, and to go back to what American Man just said, white supremacy, that's what they go to, but they don't even know how to synonymize, what's taking place with illegals with their plight, because it's obviously impacting them. I'm done.
Well, the thing to notice is that there's not going to be anything that they're going to be able to do about it. What are they going to do? Pardon my language, but bitch and moan? Well, no, too late. Dude. You did that to yourself. And like you said, Porsha, you look at Chicago as an example. Because of gentrification, you have these people that are pushed among each other, and believe it or not, you have the end result rival gangs literally being pushed onto the same block, and now shootouts have gotten that much more quickly, or that have become that much rapid and became that much more frequent.
What's up, guys? Oh, wait, I have a quick question. I'm just because I got dipped out. Just a quick question for Plumber. You made a statement. You were like before this is not recent. This is before where you're like, like the blacks are not going to support any lazy blacks, and like no other race supports like their own race. Well, I think that's completely wrong. Like the world is filled with nepotism. Like whether it be whites, Spanish, or like Asians. Like every race helps each other, especially the whites and the Spanish. They definitely help each other. Like if you see a lot of these corporations, a lot of these high up people, they might have like
It's not gonna happen, bro. I'm not gonna let anyone hear you out till I get to answer this question.
Well, no, you were breaking up. You weren't saying anything. You were breaking up.
Then you will get to be heard out. Okay. So.
Wait, what?
The problem is, Porsha, as I said, the class.
Is it only me or is he breaking up?
No, American man, you're breaking up, buddy. I can't hear you. In fact, I actually thought you were done as well. I can't hear you.
Okay, while he's fixing it, and another thing, Juan, it's not only about like skin color; it's about phenotype. Like you're definitely black.
I understand that. That's not the point that I was making. But in that regards, you're absolutely right. The problem, lasagna killer, is that too many dumbasses don't see that. That's the issue. So
don't see what?
Let me finish. I'll explain it to you. I'll run into somebody in Houston, and they're like, "Oh, what's up, my N-word?" And then of course they'll see me talking the way that I talk, and then it's no big deal. I'll give them, I'll chill out with them for a minute while I'm waiting for the bus or while I'm waiting for my Uber to get from point A to point B. And then they find out that my name is Juan, and then they find out my last name is Pacheco. And the moment that happens, "Oh, you're Hispanic." And I'm like, "Dude, my mom's black. Dude, I have the kinky hair." Again, it's an immutable characteristic. "Nah, you're Hispanic. You were over there." And so that's the thing. What the point that I was making behind my comment is that it leads confusion for people like myself. And then my daughter, it's even more it's going to be even more confusing because her mother's Mexican by heritage. So that just makes it worse for us, because now it's like that saying, you're not, as my friends would tell me, they weren't Mexican enough for the Mexicans, but they weren't American enough for the Americans. So it would be literally the exact same.
That's no, that I would have to disagree with it. I think more than anything, like it's not like
lasagna. Let me finish. The problem is there would be the issue of people saying, "Why you're not black enough for the blacks?" Okay.
Well, let me. I don't understand what you're saying, but let me touch upon that. I think you're wrong about that.
That thought. Let me finish. They would say that I'm not. Some people would say that I'm not black enough for the blacks. Other people.
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say.
Let me finish. That I'm not Puerto Rican enough for the Puerto Ricans, and then so on and so forth. And it's happened to friends of mine.
I know. I get it. Yeah, I get it, man.
No,
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that doesn't really matter. Like in general, like people are gonna hang around with people that they find cool, right? Like okay, even whether you be Spanish or white, like if you're a dickhead, you're a dickhead. Like I grew up in like South LA, a lot of Spanish people here. If you're cool, they're cool with you, right? It's not this whole notion where like every race sticks together. That's a very unrealistic way to think. If you're an asshole, you're not going to hang out with another white person that's an asshole. You know what I'm saying? Like it just doesn't work like that. The same notion where Plumber was saying, yeah, blacks are the only race that carry each other. No, dude. Like there's a lot of nepotism within the white race, within the Asian race, within the Spanish race. Like if you're the son of a CEO, you better believe it that you're gonna get a job in the company. It's not just going on with blacks. It happens with every race.
Very different than what I'm talking about.
Now, what are
I'm
you
not
talking
about nepotism. Like you don't know what you're talking about. You're just running your mouth.
Okay, so what are you talking about then? Clarify it. Okay, you're breaking up again, bro, or you're not saying anything. Okay, well, all I'm saying is that if you're not getting the opportunities that you're not getting, it's because you don't have enough connections, and the people that you do run into, they probably don't like you. Because if they like you, regardless of your race, they would have like hooked you up with like some type of thing.
I'm not talking about opportunities. That's a completely different subject. And that's different. I mean, the opportunities that I get, as weird as it sounds, in my profession, when you do a good job, word of mouth, puts its boots on and runs 1,000 miles an hour. Now, if you do a shitty job, people not recommending you also put their boots on and they run at 10,000.
Yeah, but again, if you could do an average job and you know somebody, they can hook you up as long as you're a decent worker. You know what I mean? Like at my job, right? Like there's some people that barely get in, and you could tell the ones that like. I mean, I'm not saying like I have a lot of connections, but I do know somebody where I work. That's how I got the job. But like the people that don't know anybody, you can tell that they're trying to work their ass off. And it's like a lot of it is like who you know, and also having like a basic understanding of the job, right? Like obviously if you're a doctor, you can't just bullshit your way through. But in general, most jobs, if you know how to do the basic things of that job, and then you have a connection, maybe a cousin, maybe a friend that's a manager or something, you can definitely get that job. And I think that's how most people get their jobs, especially nowadays.
Okay, I'm confused. What in the world did that have to do with what American Man, Porsha, and myself were talking about? I'm lost.
Well, that was separate. That was for you, because I heard you say something about like, like these people are taking our jobs and you're not getting a fair shake. And I'm saying that if you're not getting a fair shake, it's because you're shitty at networking.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Doesn't want. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's just coming in trying to add something, being hoping he could be the smartest guy in the room. He's saying
dude, I'm telling, dude,
he's saying something that everyone already knows. I could tell you, past 18-year-old, guess what? Everything that I've done has been through connections, through white people, through black people. It's all been through connections. Everyone knows that already. You're not saying anything. So then,
why are you saying that?
You're not saying anything. You're not saying anything like that people don't already know.
But you just before said that the only people that help each other are the black race, but that's going to come to an end soon. Is that not what you just said?
What the fuck are you talking about? That's not what I said.
Yeah, you're like black people are the only people that carry themselves. They carry each other. Isn't that what you said?
This is what I'm talking. No, you don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, I've heard you. You look at the VOD back. That's what you said.
Oh my God. This is why I hate letting low budget white boys in. They just babble.
I'm not, dude. I literally heard what you said, and I'm like telling you it's wrong. But I mean, you can change what you said if you want.
Yes,
but you can...
of course you want. Of course you're going to tell me what's wrong, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what you said.
You just said I'm telling you it's wrong. Now you're saying no. I'm telling you what you said. Which one is it?
I'm saying that you can look back at the stream. You can look back at the stream and you said that.
You're saying. You don't know what you're saying.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm saying?
And ask what's the conversation about.
I've heard. I've been hearing it.
Thinking I'm going to educate these guys because you look like a fool, bro. You're an idiot. Just be quiet.
I'm not trying to educate you. I'm trying to tell you.
Be quiet.
Okay, exactly. You're just exactly like Stanley.
Be quiet.
You're just an old black dude who has no power in real life, and you try to exercise it on here.
Be quiet. That's it. That's it. You're a factory working white boy that does nothing. That's
okay,
it.
Buddy.
That's all you do.
Okay. I think you're projecting, but okay.
That's it.
All right. So getting back to
nothing, bro.
I'm nothing. I mog you in real life, dude.
Dude, you do nothing but come on the internet and say words like mog. Like you don't. You're an idiot, bro.
Oh yeah, you're the only one attacking, bro. You're
an idiot, bro. Close your mouth.
Your life is sad, bro.
Close your mouth.
Going so good. Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Oh yeah, sorry, Porsha.
Yes,
it was going so well. American Man, I believe your phone was cutting out, and I apologize for you guys waiting in the back. I had to run inside the store, but
that's fine.
So I believe you were trying to answer a question that I posed, or you were going to make a comment on it, or or track.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's classism. Right? Classism is the problem. It's going to come down to blacks practicing classism in the end. When you ask what's the end, it's classism that's going to work in the end. We're going to have to. There's now the system is now forcing blacks to practice classism. There's no more carrying. There's no more we all black together. There's no more of that.
Okay.
You're gonna have to practice classism at this point.
So
can I make a
before you comment on the track while it's still on my mind, I don't know if y'all addressed the question or answered it about the whole black jobs thing and what would it look like or how would Black people respond whenever, because I think Juan said something about Walmart, but what would it look like if Black people responded to an influx of illegals taking their jobs, as Trump has said? What do you think they would do? Do you think they would do anything at all, or just complain?
Well, that's what I had answered, Portia, when you went to the store before Lasagna and Untrackable came online. By the way, salute Untrackable. Nice to see you again. I don't think that they're going to, pardon my language, but bitch and moan, but there's not going to be anything that they can do. At that point, it's too late.
It's already too late, Juan.
And Track, I'm sorry to cut you off. I just wanted to put that out there. But Track, go ahead with what you were about to say.
Oh no, you guys were going in a good direction with what you had just asked about the jobs thing. But when it came to was that American Man mentioned the classism, I really kind of see that as something that can help break down racism. However, the negative side effect of that is going to be the classism, which is the haves will always look down on the have-nots. And hey, there's going to be pluses, there's going to be minuses, there's going to be tryhards, there's going to be fakers and frauds, there's going to be criminals, there's going to be poor people, there's going to be the consistent people that just want to make it and have their tiny little slice of the pie, and they are willing to sell themselves for as cheap as possible so they can put food on the table. It's always all going to exist, but how you separate yourselves outside of the money, I think that's a personal decision. It's something that your family might perpetuate. Mine doesn't do that so much, but I've seen it on many sides where it's like, stay with this characteristic. But if I'm white, if my daughter finds a brown man or a black man or a yellow man or however you want to describe him, but he treats her right and he's doing good for himself and he's, going to be a man for her, regardless of what she decides to do. Why would I get in the way of that? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most people in general are gonna fuck with people that they deem cool, regardless of the race, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, it's very rare. Obviously, there are racist people, but I think that's especially in 2024. That's like that's kind of like. I mean, you're not gonna really hang around with someone that you don't like. You know what I mean? But Portia, I looked this up, right? It says 21% of the Walmart workforce in the U.S. Identifies as Black or African American. That's what I'm saying. Like, there are way more white people in the U.S. than there are Black. Right? So if you go to like Wisconsin or something, you're definitely like, if you go to Wisconsin, all the employees at Walmart are going to be white. So this whole notion where like, oh yeah, Black people are the only people that are working at Walmart is fucking stupid.
Well, I don't believe anybody said that.
Can I
Well, I
put
mean,
this?
you pose a question such as that the only people that are going to care about these immigrants coming in and working at Walmart are Blacks, whereas Blacks are.
I posed the question in that way because I was talking to Black people. Now, of course, y'all have joined the panel, but the conversation started because of a position that I took on Black Republicans and what it looks like for Black Republicans and how the life experience for a Black Republican, especially a Black Republican who's trying to grow politically. And so we were focusing on Black people, not to, exclude anybody else or to say that other people aren't impacted. It was just a conversation that was very focused on Black people and the fall of Black America and how Black America is pretty much done and over with. That's why we're talking about Black people.
But what do you mean by that? Like, if you look at the numbers, Black people are progressing, right? It's just that just like any race, right? If you look at white people, right, not if by percentage, most white people are not advancing, right? It's a select percentage of white people, Spanish people and Asian people. Same thing with Blacks. Like I don't, this whole notion where like Black people are regressing, that's just not true. It's a select few Black people that are progressing, right? There are more Black lawyers than ever before, more Black doctors, and so on and so on. So I don't understand where you're getting
Black people that are progressing.
I told
Pay
you
attention.
statistically, there are more black doctors, more black attorneys, lawyers than ever before. So how is it regressing? How are black people regressing if they're growing in numbers within these professions? That makes no sense.
I don't. For what we're talking about, like, I understand and I hear the numbers and all of that stuff, but for what we're discussing, we're not talking, per se about the doctors and the attorneys. We're just talking about, the majority of Black America, which is not that.
Well, Porsha, the majority of white America is also dog shit. Like, do you think every white person has like a super nice job and shit like that? There's a lot.
Okay.
Like,
I get it. I get it. Portia.
We're not talking about white people. Go ahead.
There you go, Portia. There you go.
No, but Portia, you're making it seem like black people are the only ones suffering, right? And that's why, like, that's why
we
it's
have
like
to make this about white
kind
people.
of. No, I'm just saying that, like,
That's what we have to do. Okay, let's talk about white people. Okay, lasagna.
But hold on, really quick, American Man. We're not even talking about black people suffering. That wasn't the conversation at all. We were talking about black people basically just being the same, not changing their ways or how they vote.
White people are the exact same way. This is not a black problem. This is a human problem. Most humans.
And I understand that, but like we're talking about.
I know, but your rhetoric is that of like only black people are like this. That's the way you speak, and that's the way you frame questions, right? It's like you're shitting on your own people, which is weird.
I'm actually not, but
and you need a white savior.
Yeah,
I never said that. I think black people are at a disadvantage, right? That's very obvious, and I think black people should actually help each other more than anything.
This was going really good. American Man, go ahead.
Well, I would just like to thank the white savior for coming up and saving us.
I'm not trying to save any black person.
Because we didn't know.
Why would I want to waste my time?
We didn't know which direction this conversation needed to go until he came up. And we needed to talk about the white people that are being disenfranchised.
Okay, as opposed to just shitting on your own race.
So
right?
it said, well, sir, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
When you told that white man to kill himself, were you not shitting on your own race?
Yeah.
And let me ask you a question. Did I give a fuck about whether you told him to kill himself or not?
Didn't I just tell you that I told you white people don't need help? I think black people do. I think black people are a very huge deficit in the U.S. So instead of
and they need people like you to come save them, right?
No, they need people like you, like their own black people, like Porsha and people like you shit on your own race. That's why it's so sad. You know what I mean? Like constantly, right? I just told the guy
and we need people like you. And hold on. And we need people like you to come show us the error of our ways.
No, I also told Stanley to kill himself.
Then why are you here?
It's not a black.
Why are you here?
It's not a black or white thing.
Why are you here?
Well,
why are you here?
Okay, can I answer?
You're telling us about us shitting on our race, and according to your view, right? And you're here to do what?
Well, it was an open discussion just to talk about it. I wasn't shitting on you guys, was I? I was telling you you're stupid for thinking that black people are the only people that care about each other, and it's like there's nepotism all over the world.
So you've come here to tell us that we're stupid because there's nepotism all over the world.
No. I've said you're stupid. I think you're stupid.
Okay, anyways, if we can get back to the conversation, and I do want to keep the conversation on what I started it with. Because that's what we were talking about. Track, I don't know if you had anything to add to that, if you had a perspective.
If you wouldn't mind repeating it, because I've been kind of listening and it's tough to go back after. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. Juan or American Man, could y'all answer that for me really quick? I'm kind of caught up.
We were just talking about the issues of immigration, black people, and then a white man had to come up and tell us what our problem was.
To expound on that, we were talking about how
that's essentially what happened. Like, I don't know what else you want me to tell you. That's essentially what this low budget Walmart worker came up and did.
Yeah, I loosely look at the news. I don't do deep dives into this. But majority of what I see, even at a glance from the stuff that I do deep dives into, it's a humanity strife that is stifled by governments, and I don't trust governments, and I feel for the people that have to go through the roads that they chose down to get down, thinking that there's something at the other end of the road, whether there is or whether there isn't. I mean, there might be a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow, but if you change administrations, the policy changes, and all of a sudden, it's just a long road to go down. And if you're an honest person, I think you're going to do honest things, and I think it's going to show. You might get some kickbacks, but I really don't see a lot of things as being this racial thing. I see it as a humanitarian thing, where I want all people to take care of themselves, because I can't take care of everybody. In fact, I can only look out for number one, and I got a family, and I can't protect them all the time. But I feel for them when they go out into their day. My kid goes to school. My wife drives out of town for work. It's not a, oh, what do you look like thing. It's a, I really want you to come home alive type of thing. And I want that for everybody. But I think some people try to, maybe politically vote their way into the way they think other people should be turned down or turned up. And that's a crazy way to look at life. I don't think there's any specific solution that I can think of, and I'm not the smartest person in the world, but I care about the people, all of them, everywhere, you guys, and I can't solve what's going on with their government, so I can't solve the problem that's going and making them want to leave, or having them, all the stories. It's like, oh well, the economy sucks because they killed their monetization, or oh, they're releasing them from prisons and they're shipping them over here on purpose. I don't know what to do about other countries. I don't know what to do about my own country. But I can sit here and not shit on people, for having opinions or trying to make something of themselves. I don't. That's a tough one, man, and it always will be.
Well, what we were talking about real quick, Untrackable, were the people that are actually, getting off their ass and doing something, and the people that are basically not to sound reverse racist myself, but that would sound almost Hitler-esque in that, oh, I'm down and bad and it's insert racist fault. And what the question was is what happens, for example, we were using the longshoremen as an example. What would happen when they bicker and complain that they need more money, that they need more jobs? And that's when I had brought up, before you came on, look at Walmart. Walmart, you had people as a collective, people as a whole, race aside. They were complaining, we need more money, and Walmart gave them a raise up to $12 an hour. I think this was in 2018 or 2019. And they also gave all of those people in those stores a $1,000 bonus. And when I had Facebook at the time, I saw in one of the Walmart stores in South Texas where I'm at, where they were installing more self-cash outs, those self-checkouts. And so I had published on my Facebook page, people, we demand a raise. We want a living wage. Walmart, we're going to raise your pay from $8 an hour to $12 an hour, and we're going to give you a $1,000 bonus. Also, Walmart, and I put the picture of those self-checkouts that they were installing. I'd like for you to meet your guys as replacements. And so what I was saying is that people are going to bitch and complain for so long, and what's going to happen is there's going to be a hybrid of things that are going to happen. You're going to have the immigrant labor. I'm sorry, that's going to happen because people that are pure capitalists are going to want to pay the least and keep the majority of the profits. I understand that, but the other thing is they're going to go complete. They're going to go in part automated. They're going to they're going to install robotics such that you won't need the greater number of people at those ports. And I had brought up China as an example. I had brought up Sichuan and Hubei province as examples of ports that are completely automated. Nobody other than the techs. That's it.
Oh, okay, so like you said about immigrants filling jobs that are either going to cost the company more or replace the people that are going to do a standoff for their job, kind of like union type stuff.
In part, it's not going to be we're going to wipe everybody and lay everybody off overnight. It's not going to be that radical, if that makes any sense.
Okay.
Hey, Porsha, let me point something out. Notice how as soon as the white liberal come up, they want you to stop talking about black problems and start talking about everything else. Because
Of course
they're
you're
gonna help
eating
black
because you're
people.
fat.
Or maybe it's just time for me to eat before I go to bed. I mean, that's possible. But like, I mean, here's a 25-year-old that probably has the body of fucking Bernie Sanders, most likely, trying to tell me what I'm doing. Trust me, sir, I could hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
You're like 5'5",
Yeah.
195 pounds. You're fucking useless. Like, you pay for prostitutes. The fuck up out of here.
That's the
No
most
one
American
respects
thing
you.
you can do. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's just that the conversation was going really well. I thought we were getting somewhere as far as we are concerned, and just it's not about like hating your own people or anything like that. It's just a matter of us having an open-ended discussion about the issues that we see that plague Black America. And of course, again, like
It's
I said,
white
starting
liberal babble.
the Black Republican, that's what we were talking about. So but I was enjoying where it was going. So in the future, if I have a moment like this again, I'll know, you know, who and who not to let up on the panel so that things do not get derailed. Because
Don't let
it's not very often that I have the opportunity to have one, an American man, and then I would love to have Blacks Who Defy here as well, where we get to, you know, have a little powwow where we just talk about things. But yeah, I'm just kind of
It's the white liberal babble, Porsha. As soon as you started asking questions about what can black people do, here comes the white liberal. Oh, you're shitting on black people. Pay attention. That's why I hate
Dude, I've heard
liberals.
Porsha for a while. That's all Porsha. That's all she does. She makes these common tropes about like black like
That's
Porsha.
why I hate
You're
liberals.
really you're like all that ever comes out of your mouth is just like these 1940 like black tropes of like black people they eat watermelon with big lips and all this. Like that's all that comes out of your mouth. You should have been born white because like it's so funny the way you talk.
I don't think
Here
that
goes. Here goes. Oh,
that because somebody has
No,
belief.
I want it to go because, you know, in certain situations, it's just, you know, I know he's sleeping right now, but just whenever he wakes up, because I don't want to, you know, do all of that. It's just whenever he wakes up and he goes back and he listens, then there are certain things I don't have to concern myself with. But
Wait,
however,
isn't that true though? You do that a lot though. You make these like black kind of underlying
listen,
racist.
lasagna. Why don't you chill, bro? Why don't you just leave and come back later?
Saying something real quick. What were you saying?
Okay,
Why don't you
exactly.
just leave and
So
come back
Bori,
later,
you get
lasagna?
you get offended when someone pushes back, but you can shit on. Okay, I see how
Do
it
you
is. And then
think? Do you think?
and you talk about
Here's the thing,
liberals being in their
lasagna,
fifis. Porsche, you're in your
lasagna,
fifis the most on here.
lasagna. Bro, you're just a fucking.
he left. I'll let me check the timestamp for that because y'all know how I am. I always defer to I always defer to the person that I know that can and will handle him in the way that he needs to be handled, and he will be up in a few hours. So I just don't, it's just certain things I just don't really have time for, and he can come up here and say that to me, right? But he would dare not say that to HB. He would dare not say that to John. And if I don't know nothing else, I know that to be for certain, because we all over here talk about, the video that I showed. I showed it last night, and I also showed it again this morning, and it was the Haitians, and it was the 3 Haitians, and they were talking about taking accountability, if you will, for their lack thereof, and how they need to get it together and how they need to do this and that. And we do a lot of that over here. I mean, John says nickels every other sentence, and we do talk about the downfall of Black people, and we do talk about the good parts as well, which is more than likely us, because that's what we represent. So that is something that we do over here quite a bit. But I believe that it takes a person who is comfortable, confident in who they are, and they know, what contributions they make to society. They know what type of person they are at work. They know what type of parent they are. They know what good they add to society, right? So it's not so much so a measure of us hating on Black people. I mean, we're Black, okay? And we know that we're good representations of that. However, I don't see anything wrong with us, calling out the truth when the truth needs to be called out. Now, if you don't like that, then go somewhere else where Black people are, or just turn on the news and listen to the Democrats, the Black Democrats. They'll give you all of the Black power, pro-blackity black talking points that you need. But it's very strange whenever a white person comes to tell you, a Black person who is talking about your own group of people taking accountability, whenever a white person shuts you down and says that you're self-hating. That's very strange to me. I don't like it. It's weird. It's I just don't like it. We don't need a white savior. And Track, I don't know if you're still here because I left the screen. I'm about to go back to it. Not saying that that's who you are, but I'm just saying that that's not something that I need. What's up, Universal? That's not saying that yeah, but you can say way worse to HB, but whenever you say worse to me and HB hears about it, it won't be the same response.
Yeah,
it's not going to be the same response. He's done that before behind me.
Yeah.
He always does that behind me. So the reason why I say that, because I believe that you have some sort of kinship with HB, but whenever it comes to me, it's very different. Just throwing that out there. And that's for anybody. All right. So pick your battles.
Middle note, don't make Porsha mad.
Whenever
HB's coming.
If you got anything to do with me, I'm telling you right now, he don't play behind me. And that's one thing I know for sure. I ain't got no doubts not whatsoever about that man whenever it comes to how he is about me. So again, lasagna, you're all good. It's fine. You just kind of came in and derailed the conversation. But like HB says, you are young. You don't know a lot. And you just got to keep on living. And if you want to help a Negro out, my Cash App is at the bottom. My PayPal is too.
Porsha, you don't have a BBL. He's not going to hit that Cash App for you. Sorry.
And if you would like to give towards reparations because you feel so bad about Blacks talking about Blacks, shoot me a Cash App. What do you have to say about what we've been talking about thus far?
Well, yeah, I wanted to hop in earlier, but I was busy cooking for the children. And I have a question, maybe to kind of swing this conversation back to where it was before it got derailed. Are you okay with me asking a question?
Of course, go ahead.
So for those who are hopping in, the conversation was around pretty much black Republicans and conservatives, and why there's a lack of Black Republicans and conservatives in leadership positions and just in general. and how it's a little bit of being an outsider, being someone who thinks in this way when the majority of folks don't, and it can be very isolated. Am I summarizing it pretty accurately for the folks who are on? Maybe
more or less. Okay. More or less.
So I had a question that I wanted to throw out there is what can Republicans do to attract folks who may be on the fence, right? Not the folks who are already gone, lost causes. They're not going to be thinking like this. But for folks who may have some curiosity, they may have some ability to think beyond their first two steps, and they're not blaming white supremacy for everything. What can Republicans do to attract those folks to join the party?
I had something on my mind from before, but it goes, I think, directly along with that question right there.
Yeah,
and it
is put it in there. Yeah,
and that is, if you do your thing and you go the places that you go, for instance, work, and you run into somebody that's young, fire-headed, and they don't understand what they're being fed as far as their situation is concerned. Some people see this media and they put themselves in somebody else's shoes rather than living in their own shoes. When you become an elder to those youngsters that are coming in like that, encourage them to focus on work, because that's the only thing that's going to get them through the tough times. That's going to work's going to keep you out of trouble. Going to work's going to, put money in your pocket. Eventually you save enough money, you keep doing this consistent thing. It's going to make you an attractive partner as a young, especially a young male. I can really only speak from that. But, not just teaching kids to have respect, but being a respectable person that they can learn from when you have them in that trapped space like work is. Like, they're on the clock, they have to be there. It's almost like being assigned a mentor. But when people overlook the ones that are right next to them, or judge them as just some, this, that, or the other that doesn't know anything, that's your moment to step in and help them. So the people that you're closer to that are on those levels, once you become, the next level as you go along, reach out to the lower levels, because they're right next to you every single day, everywhere you go. And there's ways of approaching people that is, it's very touching, because then it brings them in. It's like, well, what do you do? Like, well, I do this so every day so I can take care of my family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a broad suggestion, maybe, but
go ahead, Juan.
I was gonna mention Innate Ways' comment, because he's 100% right. Build your foundation while you're young, retire early, and live life to the fullest. Because believe me, I'm at the spot where I'm at right now, where I'm still working on the up and up at 40 some years old, because I didn't follow that advice. Had I taken his advice in my 20s, then I wouldn't be right now where I'm at. I would be way better. I'm not saying that I'm in a bad situation, or I'm in a bad spot at all. I've done a hell of a job making people that I consider dear friends. I've learned some lessons with golpes y caídos, bumps and bruises along the way. But had I taken Innate Ways had somebody given me that advice, and I had taken that advice that Innate Ways put in the chat at 19, 20, at 44 years old, I'd be on Easy Street right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Following a sequence of success. Many people miss it. Untrackable. This is my first time on panel with you. Your name's Untrackable. Somebody asked you a question that might make you trackable. Are you from Louisiana by chance? I hear a distinction in your.
Don't answer it. Don't answer it.
A little bit of a accent. Is that a little? Am I hearing a Bayou accent, or am I hearing something else?
No, I've lived all over the United States, and
Okay.
I'm currently in North Carolina. I love it.
Okay.
I'm not in the danger zone for what just happened, but I have lived at the coast before. I've been in the South a long time, but I've been everywhere, man. So
Absolutely. Have you ever lived around black people, like a large number of black people? Like, let's say half or majority of the neighborhood was black, African Americans.
yes.
Okay. So, in your experience with African American people, how could you tell the difference from the ones that were like what you were saying, more productive, doing the things that they're supposed to do versus ones that were not? Like, what was the one? Could you tell the difference, and if so, what was the difference?
And you weren't up here earlier when I said that that to me the race isn't important. I think actions speak louder than anything you could ever show me.
Sure.
But in the job that I do, like white is rare. And people come and they go, and even the supervisor, he'll have meetings and he'll be like, "Hey, this is what I'm trying to tell you about this meeting right here." But some of it, the good things that I just mentioned won't happen to you because 30% of you won't be here in 6 months because that's an attrition rate. It's not the color of your skin, it's the people that come in. And when you see something in somebody, I've had a new job before and went in 100%, and 6 months later I was, hating life. I've seen it happen. I've been part of it. So when I see somebody come in, usually it's the ones that pass that magic 6-month mark. Sometimes I don't meet people until they've been there for a year. But the first time they ask me a question and I get to help them out, they're like, "Oh, that's why that guy's here." You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yep.
So that's when we start to learn each other. The moment you ask, you look at a balding, bearded, gray hair, kind of slumped over, still has a smile on his face dude, but he doesn't talk to anybody. You got to go talk. The youngster that reaches out to the elder has got more balls than the elder that's going to put a youngster down for no damn reason just because it's like, oh, hazing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely a generational gap and difference that we have, especially when it comes to the development of our young people. And I think that's across ethnicities for the most part in the United States.
To compliment what you're saying on trackable, I don't even think it's 6 months anymore. There have been so many articles that I've read where Gen Z, they're not lasting a month because they're not used to the ethic that all of us had to deal with in our lifetimes.
No, and that you're 100% right. That's just a common thing that is said in meetings, especially when they're trying to tell us that something good's coming, a bonus is coming, something's coming that maybe we earned. But yeah, people come in for training and don't last a full day. It just happens. But just as much as you have somebody that shows up for one day and is like, "Nope, not for me, not coming back," and they just got a full week's worth of computer safety and ethics and all the trainings on the computer. They got a week's worth of pay for sitting at a computer. But the moment you got to pick product up and move it, the moment you got to watch your ass because the equipment around here can kill you, oh no, they're out. Just as often as that happens, you have a guy that'll be there for a couple of years, and he'll either move on to something bigger and better, or accidents happen and people move. Shit happens. No, you're not here forever.
And for the guy that leaves, when he hits the production floor, you like you just said, the training and his pay, you've easily wasted you could have easily wasted $15,000 on that person, easily.
Yeah, because you got to put in the recruiting efforts. You got to put in the the platform in which, you know, because I was back in the day when you went door to door and handed in your resume or sat there and filled out an application and handed it to them and shook a hand or something like that. But now it's like you walk into a place and be like, hey, I'm really looking for a job and this is my type of work. They're like, hey,
you have to
get on the computer. It's like, what if I don't have an email? What if I don't, like, are you guys going to set me up like this? And sometimes they will. But how much time is that off of somebody's hands that's getting paid $25, $30 an hour to be a secretary when he's about to get hired for $15 an hour to go, you know, join the world?
Exactly.
Right. Where
I'm back, y'all. I am back. I don't know if y'all could hear me, but
No, we didn't.
Sorry.
But go ahead. Go ahead, American Man.
Can I just ask a question? Where are they paying people $15 an hour at? I make $9 an hour. Where are those jobs at?
McDonald's, sir.
We know that's cap now.
McDonald's, sir.
Oh my God.
You know what's funny about that? My second job out of law school, working for an attorney out of Houston, I was getting $18 an hour. And I thought that was the best because I was doing so much overtime that I was seeing like $1,800 paychecks every week, which for me, I mean, shit, that was badass. When I saw it a month before, I was seeing it a week. And then I come by McDonald's now, and what do I see? Estamos contratando, we're hiring. Pay $18 an hour for starters, $22 an hour for an experience. Wait, what, bro?
Yeah. But Juan, here's the catch. You're only working like fucking 12 to 15 hours a week. By the time you take taxes out, you're like, you're assed out.
Yeah, you got a $600 check.
Yeah, but let's look at it also like this too. Like I just mentioned, people will take a job because they need a job. You know, they're trying to be on their own because that's a very good feeling to have that security like that. So they'll say yes to something just to have a job. But the first day on the floor and they realize it's not for them, they either can't handle the work itself, you know, because there's such thing as weak people, or it's the system. Like they can't handle the noise. They can't handle the way people talk to them. Like, hey, you do this.
Right.
And they turn back and they talk back and they say, hey, I have a name. And it's like, I don't care what your name is. You're the guy that's supposed to do this when I tell you to do this. And then, you know.
And then they get blood. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, but I can't say this because I'm one of those weak guys, untrackable. But the difference was, and this is where I have my character flaw. My mother even told me that this was bad. Friends have told me that this is bad. I remember I had gotten a job in a call center. And I'm visually impaired, so I can't drive. And at that time, there were no buses that would go from one city to the other. So I remember I walked 11 hours one way, literally, to go to work. You know, something that you would hear your grandfather say. When I was your age, I had to walk 15 miles in the snow. No, I actually had to do that. And we fast forward to, I want to say 2008, when Hurricane Dolly hit us where I'm at. I've just given myself away for those of you in the chat now. And I remember that there was one part that was flooded, and I actually swam to work. The thing is, and when that happened, when people come to me and they're like, "Oh, you can't work because you're visually impaired," I'm like, "No, I'm working. I do a remote work thing for an attorney out of Dallas. Blah blah blah. I do this, that, and the third. This is my profession. I have a law degree. Blah blah blah." And they're like, "Well, they fired me because I couldn't work. I couldn't show up to work." And I'm like, "Well, why couldn't you show up to work?" My car broke down. And the first thing I ask them is, "Well, could you walk?" "I don't want to do that. It's too hot outside." And the moment that happens, I lose all respect. I was like, dude, I had to get up at 2:00 in the morning to walk all the way to work in another city just to make it there by 11 o'clock. Yeah. And, you know, I of all people could say, well, I couldn't get this job. I have to resign because I can't walk. I can't see. I can't drive. And no, I did it. If I can do it, you able-bodied, you should be able to. And so, yeah, I lose all respect for that person.
Listen, Juan,
Oh, sorry, American. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Juan, listen, right? I make this statement, and even though it's not true, I still make it, right? I play in shit water for a living. I don't have sympathy for anyone else, right? And so even though I don't play in shit water, it just sounds good. And so, just by virtue of being a plumber. And so I don't have sympathy for anyone else. If I can go play in shit water, then guess what? Other people can get up and go do something. Now, I'm more likely to have sympathy for you, Juan, than anyone else. That's the reality of it.
But Juan is the type of person that makes you not have sympathy for anybody. Just because, it's one of those things, would you rather be deaf or would you rather be blind? And I'd rather be deaf. And I've been wearing glasses since I was 3 and my vision is horrible, but I'm not visually impaired to a point to where like I need to know Braille, for example. But the fact that you have overcome what all you have and you're still going and shooting for the stars, I mean, it's admirable. But I don't look at that as a handicap for you, and I know that you don't look at that way for yourself either. So
absolutely not. But that goes back to, if we're able to do that, I mean, then the average normal body, the average person that, pardon my language, they're bitching and moaning, oh, this job isn't for me, it's too hard. Nah, dude. Unless you want to do what I'm doing, and good luck, have fun reading all those books, because it's a shitload of work. 50 hours worth of studying every week minimum. And that's for the advanced part of the degree. You still have to get your bachelor's first. And then, studying the bar exam, which I'm studying for, things like that. Go ahead, Pa. You'll see it's not that easy. It's not as easy as sometimes we make it. You have to get up and you have to get out and do something. You know what? I'll give you guys an anecdote. When I went to Mexico, I'll never forget it to this day. I was walking to my ex-wife's house. And there's this place where I pass. It's called Zona Pietonal, which is basically like this little walking area where there's shops and stuff. There was a guy, I kid you not, he had no arms and no legs, and he was selling tamales on a scooter. And they were damn good tamales. And I'm thinking, that was my Pacheco, if you wanted to bitch and complain moment. Now is not the time. This is the time where you need to shut up and do it, because if this guy's doing it, then so can you. And every time I see that guy, I talk to him. If I have a little bit of money, I'm going to give it to him, because that guy has earned my respect. I kid you not. I mean, those are the things that other people need to learn to do here in the United States. And I would argue that in some ways, especially in the younger generations, we babied them so much that it's almost suffice to say that they look at American Man and, oh no, I'm not cleaning the caca water for nothing. Or they look at your job, Porsha, and they're like, oh no, I'm not dealing with those badass kids, blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I wonder if maybe because we babied them so much, maybe it's our fault that they're in the situation that they're in. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Juan, I don't disagree, right? Guess what? You know what I had for lunch? Someone's leftover corn through their turd. Right? Like, that's what I had for lunch. So I feel sympathy for no one. Like, I feel no sympathy. Like, that's straight what it is. No, none at all. No sympathy. I had a turd for lunch.
I could say that I have empathy, because even if it is something that I would probably run through easily and have no problem with, they're not doing it as me. You know what I mean? So I can understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, I'm not coming to save your ass. I'm not going to do your job for you. But I can see why you would say no. Shit sucks. But if you can't deal with shit sucking, I don't know what the fuck you're doing with yourself.
Let me say this, right? And shout out to Blacks Who Defy. He says this all the time. There's no such thing as empathy, and there isn't. That term is a made-up term over the last 5 to 10 years. Nobody was talking about empathy. It was either sympathy or nothing. Empathy is not a real term. That's fake.
It's the English language, though.
It's not. That's a made-up term. Like,
empathy?
There's no empathy. Yes, either you have sympathy or that's it. That whole empathy thing, that was just made up over the
Well,
last
you don't
years.
if you don't have sympathy, is that just made up too?
No, sympathy is not made up, but empathy, that's made up. That's a made up term. Like that's not a real term.
It
Like,
is.
I don't. It's not. Like, and I don't know. And I don't know why we're using it. Either you have sympathy or you just don't feel anything. Like empathy is this weird in between bullshit that we want to use. Either you have sympathy or you don't. That's it.
I'll agree to disagree.
Oh, okay. I'll go with that.
I'm sorry, guys, and if the look on my face is a dead giveaway, I apologize, Porsha. They're predicting a freaking 20-foot storm surge to hit Tampa tomorrow night. Am I reading this right?
Yeah, I got to call my sister.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
That is, Lord, the only time I've heard of something like that, not seen it because I wasn't born, was what, Hurricane Betsy back in the 60s? That hurricane that hit New Orleans, Louisiana? Jesus Christ.
It's gonna be bad. And I guess you could say I have sympathy because I've been through plenty of hurricanes on the North Carolina coast.
Me too.
But my experience, even with those Bertha, Fran, and Floyd, back to back to back years. Nothing that happened to me, you could combine all those storms together. I don't think that's what the people of Tampa are. It wouldn't even touch what's about to happen.
No, and I was there in Floyd as well. I had just graduated high school when Floyd hit. I'm giving my age now. Where I was at NC 111, that stretch of State Road 111 was complete. We were completely cut off. We didn't have lights for a week. No, that pales in comparison to what Virgo's neck of the woods is going to be getting. Good Lord.
I was thinking about something, right? And maybe I'm wrong for looking at it this way. Is that why they have not yet taken care of North Carolina? Because they want to see what these other storms are going to do?
No, and the reason why, American Man, is because this storm, it would hit the coast. It would hit anywhere from Wilmington to Cape Hatteras, Duck, that area. Everything that got hit in North Carolina, where I lost two friends of mine, that was on the western part of the state, near Boone, near Asheville, that area, western North Carolina.
Yeah, it was a hurricane that hit it rode the mountain range all the way up to Indiana.
Yes, it did. You're absolutely right.
It was insane. It was like what was that? Hugo went up to Ohio back in the day.
Yeah, but it was a tropical depression when it hit Ohio. It did the majority of its damage from Union, South Carolina, all the way down to Charleston. Charleston got hit big time.
Yeah, Charleston did get hit. My buddy had a bad time. Well, he was just out of power and a couple other things. Not as bad as some other places.
Porsha, I'm back. Whenever you're ready.
Well, look, I was just asking to see if maybe I could make some sense of the nonsense that's going on. I didn't think I would, but I was trying to give it the benefit of the doubt.
Well, here's what I did when we were having that talk before Lasagna came on and left. Don't make Porsha mad. If I accidentally piss her off and I hear that an 18-wheeler going my way in Morgan Freeman voice, it'll be that moment that I knew. Man, what a way to completely throw the conversation off, man.
Yeah, I mean that's what these guys come here to do. Like that he's a Democrat. Why would you expect anything different? He's a Democrat. What do you expect? Oh my gosh, this tennis match is horrible. Yo, I'm literally watching two anorexics play tennis. It's terrible.
What do they have weight classes for tennis now?
No, but normally they're not this terrible. I'm literally watching two anorexics play tennis.
Does it look like that old Atari game? Was it called Pong or what y'all used to play back in the day?
Dude, I'm like, yo, what is going on here? Like, yo, they each get 2 hits, and then like you can see it's ready for a break time, and they just let the ball go after that. It's like, no, I can't do this.
American Man, does the ball make that 8-bit sound?
Dude, it's terrible, bro. I'm just like, nah, I can't do it. Yeah, I've never seen it.
They doing the tennis scream.
Nah, this is the Wuhan, but they're playing it back, and so it's not. They're not deep in these are the early stages, but I'm just wondering like how these people made it in. This is wild.
Like you take a marathon runner and put him in a football game and think his little skeleton's not going to get crushed.
Yeah, dude, I don't know what's happening here. I'm literally watching two anorexics play tennis. Like I'm just like, no. Like they each hit the ball. It's so weird. It's a level of tennis that I've never experienced before, and I don't ever want to experience again.
That's how I feel about the NFL now. All of the plays that would have been badass plays 20 years ago, now are getting players ejected or taken out of the game on concussion protocols. You guys took the fun out of this, man.
Yeah, it's bad. Earlier this year in college football, a guy got kicked out of the game for targeting, but he hit the dude in the butt. It was like crazy.
I saw that. That was funny.
You see that? Yeah.
he targeted his butt.
Yeah, but the way he was leaning, you could tell he wasn't intentionally going after the guy. Like he had fallen down. When you wear pads when you play football, you're top heavy. It was like, dude, he got ejected because of gravity. Literally.
I mean, if you want to talk about like when you play football, the things you do in practice are absolutely illegal in the game. You are going to be nonstop hitting everybody every time and prove that you're the last man standing. But you do that shit on the field, and it was like, oh wait, did he just play football? That's a flag.
The sad thing is they don't even practice like that anymore. They barely do Oklahoma drills.
They can't.
Well, again, you look back at where I guess I could say we come from, and be like, hey, I thought that's how the best of the best were made. And then if I went and visited now, I'd be like, what the fuck is this bullshit?
Well, it's not only that, but where we came from, when we grew up, I would say, when we lost, even the person that beat us respected us because you know what? They knew that we gave it our all. It was, go beat the hell out of each other, win, lose, and shake hands. And when you shook hands, you formed friendships after that. Now, no comment.
Yeah.
No comment.
You see this stuff in the news about the military too. I don't take to too much of it. But when they say like the percentage of our young should be capable people are either overweight or undereducated or claim some sort of automatic disability, in some way, shape, or form. And they're like, oh, so the media our own media even tries to make America weak, or appear weak. But if you get anywhere close to it, the people that do the hardest things, they're not being picked out of that squad that has to go to remedial just just to be able to serve their country as a cook or a supply clerk or something like that.
I don't think that is as prevalent as people are making it out to be. I think there's a saying by Sun Tzu that says, "Appear weak when you're actually strong." And I say that because I was watching a couple of months ago this colonel for the U.S. Marine Corps, and what he said put everything into perspective. He said, while other services are either lowering their standards or thinking about lowering their standards, and mainly lowering their standards so that the women, but so that the women could pass the test so that they're not getting recycled or what have you. The Marine Corps didn't. He said, if you want to become a Marine, you're going to have the exact same standards that we had X amount of time ago, the same standards that we had Y time ago, and that's pretty much it. And so when you look at it like that, based on what he said, I'm thinking maybe we're stronger than we're giving everybody credence to. And so while the world's laughing at us, because they are, let's just be honest, maybe we have what it takes to flatten them without them realizing it, I guess. The don't count your chickens before they hatch type of thing.
And you also have situations like the creation of new jobs, but also the attachments that they need to be made to where I'm not saying lower the standards, but give some of these women a chance, because every operator, ranger, special forces that I've ever heard talk or spoken to says, yeah, no women out there, no women out there. But if you create jobs within the operations, the operational community, that a goddamn computer video game junkie could do, or that a woman computer video game junkie could do, like flying drones, or communications, because women never shut up. Just put them. I'm sorry for that. That was rude. That was rude. But I'm coming from a certain place here where it's like, run them through the ringer just like you're gonna run everybody through the ringer. It's the quitters that don't make it. A lot of times. That's why, like, you look at those Navy SEAL things, and it's like, hey, go ring the bell. They're giving them orders to go ring the bell, and they still won't go ring the bell. They're going to get punished the shit out of for the rest of that time, and they're constantly going to be told, go ring that bell. I don't want you here. Get your ass up. You're slow. Go ring that bell. Hey, if you don't ring the bell, they literally have to find or make up a reason for you not to be there. So there are positions that do exist, as long as technology advances. Because would you want to take somebody that could be out there doing the hard things and seeing the hard things and having clothes melt off of their bodies and all the things that happen out there? Would you waste that body on somebody sitting at a computer being like, oh, I wish I was with the dudes out there? Or just have this chick that's already been run through the ringer, but she gets to kind of sit in a tent and protect your ass from the sky. You know what I'm saying?
Well, not only that, but even people that are less than able. Porsha had a video up a moment ago. I didn't expect it to be posted on the main page, but for all of you on the panel, it's in the back chat. And if Porsha wants to, she can post it in the regular chat so that those of you guys on the regular chat can also look at it. This is a guy that has no arms. This guy works for Joe Gibbs Racing, and this car that's at the very beginning, that's a car that he restored. No arms, ladies and gentlemen.
With no arms, he restored a car.
Well, can I just say something? The reason why men don't want women in the military is 20% misogyny and 80% protection of women. Like it's literally 80% protection of women, because men don't believe that women belong in such dangerous places and spaces.
Well, it's not only that. There was a woman.
It's not necessarily, I only believe you belong in the kitchen barefoot and pregnant. It's no, you don't belong in dangerous spaces. Right? And then after that, that's when everything else comes in for men. That's where you start to get into what they claim is misogyny, when really it's just things that are factual.
Well, it's also for their protection. I don't mean to sound rude, but women are the prize in war. As a couple of American women pilots found out the hard way during Operation Desert Storm back in 1991. Their fighter jets got shot down, and they were essayed by the Iraqi Republican Guard.
And again, that's why I say most of it is for women's protection. You don't belong. You do not belong in that situation. That is not a scenario for you. No one wants to see women there because we know what savage animals do.
I want to play a little bit of this video and then go into some other things that I wanted to talk to you guys about with Kamala and what's going on with her and the voting stuff and all of that. So let's watch just a few minutes of this. I don't know if it plays music, so that's why I kind of fast. Look at the puppy. Okay.
Nasty work.
He's a cute baby. And it was a cute puppy. I love Yorkies. I said both, okay? I said both.
Can you pause it real quick, Porsha? He's not a DEI hire. I actually want to take that back.
I was kidding about that. I
He's
figured
not.
he wasn't a DEI hire.
I actually want to take that back. That guy's actually earning everything. I get it.
Yeah, this is awesome. I want to finish the rest of it because I'm locked in now. So,
And Gary, I'm the one that posted the video and recommended it, buddy.
oh, Garion he hasn't like hit the link in today or yesterday. He usually hit the link. I guess he's been busy.
Gary was here this morning.
Richie's sense of independence.
Yeah, but he's usually here for a while. He goes and comes back. But I hope you're doing okay. Well, that was pretty awesome.
Oh, you gotta play that video. Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, imagine pulling up to the stoplight next to that guy, huh? And he's just looking over at you.
He just gives you the head nod. What's up?
He just gives you the head nod.
That's that mentality that will never ring the bell. I'm just saying.
Bob says, throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care.
I do have a bad question. So he does everything with his feet. So he obviously needs some foot care. Would you say that, right, Porsha?
Of course, he needs a serious pedicure. And
But would it be a pedicure or manicure? That is the question. Given his ability status.
It would be a pedicure, yes.
Oh, it's still a pedicure. Okay.
Still a pedicure. Mm-hmm.
Synthetic Future Entertainment's talking about what it would look like for him to do the worm.
Well, we just seen it. He did. But he got under the car. He just had a tool.
Y'all are terrible.
Look. We laughing at Richie. Meanwhile, Richie's bringing in $500,000 a year.
Working NASCAR.
Yeah. We laughing at Richie, right?
He better bring in $500,000 a year.
Wait, let me see how long this video was, because let me see. Because from the time of this video was 11 years ago. Yeah. So at this point, he was working there for 8 years. Let's see. I'm curious if he's still working.
He could have retired by now.
In 19 years. Yeah.
Richie Parker, NASCAR.
You spend damn near 20 years at a company making that kind of money. And when you stop working, you can still collect disability. Like that dude's set.
Yeah.
Well, more importantly, he's partly responsible for 3 NASCAR championships that he brought to that team.
Nice.
For sure. He did his job to the team. He showed up. He's the one that never quit.
Yeah, Richie's paid, believe it or not. We laughing at him, but Richie out there getting it. You know what I'm saying?
I want to know who shaved
God
his
can
face.
give you a new life. Gameplanforlife.com. Richie Parker.
6 times. Wait, 6 times. Look at this.
Yeah.
6-time champion.
Yeah, if he was there for that Jimmy Johnson era,
he's cleaning up.
That's the Jordan of NASCAR right there.
Yes.
I mean, well, apparently he still worked there.
Richie getting paid.
He better get paid. Good Lord.
He's probably teaching the next generation by now.
Yo, that's a fact.
Can do this with my feet. You all suck. Get your asses in gear.
Imagine if he were in U.S. Marine Corps boot camp and he was shooting a rifle with his feet and he qualified as a sharpshooter or an expert.
He's like half of David Goggins, huh?
You know the smoke that everybody didn't qualify would catch because of him.
But didn't we just watch this guy use a grinder with his feet?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm scared of grinders with my hand.
Hey, man.
Well, and he didn't lose no toes, so look at that. They all still there. Well, you know, I guess just to keep it with the flow, I can't remember who mentioned this person earlier. This Sonnie Johnson.
Yeah, that was me in the chat.
Okay, so I found a short clip of Sonnie Johnson, and he so happens to be on this crazy
it's a woman actually.
Oh, it's a woman?
Let's see. Yeah, do you want me to give you some context why I asked?
Sure.
It goes along with the conversation. So you all were talking about, you know, just being black and being Republican, and Sonnie, she's been someone who's been very vocal, and as a Republican, she's kind of controversial. But one of her early things, just probably back in like 2012, 2013, was she was trying to use hip hop as a vehicle to get more younger black people into the Republican Party. And she made some interesting points when she would say, like, you know, we've always been Republican, and hip hop's very Republican in values and principles, but when it comes to voting, we are not. So she tries to like connect those dots. That's why I had asked you if you knew who she was, just because she's another black Republican woman.
Bob and Shredder, you guys are raw. The sergeant at bar.
Yeah, Bob ain't right at all. And
Shredder's right behind them.
And Jordan is carrying on with this.
The unarmed forces.
Carrying on with this. So we have
oh my God.
Gary says Bob been evil again. I see. Gary, you always know. You know it's always Bob. And then Bob said, can he give you new arms? That's what I call arms control. Shredder says Sergeant at Arms. Bob says he does commercial for Arm and Hammer. Gary says y'all stop. Shredder says the unarmed. The unarmed forces, and Bob says he got kicked out of the army. Oh gosh. Unarmed and dangerous.
But you know what? He's laughing all the way to the bank.
Yeah, as he should, man. I mean,
as he
you're born
should.
in those circumstances. Get all the resources you can get.
So this video is Sonnie Johnson and Gary Chambers' heated debate on black leadership and accountability. And this is, you know, what we were talking about earlier before the conversation got ruined. So let's see.
We should not be blaming black mayors and black city council members who don't have the tools and the resources at their disposal that the state legislature and the federal government do. We are asking people at the lowest level of the totem pole to solve the biggest problems, and that is a contradiction. And Republicans and conservatives know this. Conservatives control the state legislature of Alabama. Conservatives control the state legislature of Louisiana. Conservatives control the state legislature of Georgia. And each one of those states are failing black people. And when we talk about black people who have gone to the north, we built Detroit. We built St. Louis. We built LA. And that's the ingenuity, the brilliance, and the talent of black people that went into those cities for the opportunities that existed to them and the ability to live out a free life without being killed and slaughtered by white folks at the hands of racism in this country. That's why we went there. Understanding that there has never been a moment for us to build black political mass to take over state government. The Democrats, the Republicans, the conservatives, none of them want black folks in charge, because that's the only way we're going to really get equity in this country, when you have black leadership.
Wait a minute, did you just say black leadership doesn't matter?
Like, why do we need black leadership if it doesn't matter?
I never said black leadership didn't matter.
That was your entire point, right? These black people that are at the local level, you can't blame them. You can't hold them accountable. You can't say to them.
He looked like he can cook, don't he?
He like he can cook and sing. He at the cookout doing both.
Yeah, he looked like he makes some good potato salad and some good ribs. You know,
He's definitely on the grill. He's definitely on the grill.
I was gonna ask.
Right, with the lawnmower, the lawnmower won.
I was gonna ask if anyone had a bullet to borrow, but is that Teslin Figaro?
Yeah,
across from him.
Big titty Teslin. Yeah, that's her.
The camera would always go back to her and film at chest level. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to distract the guys?
You know what she's doing. She's getting
Universal,
because nobody wants to hear what the fuck she's talking about. What's up?
I know.
Universal, are you a Cankles man?
I'm a
Oh, the fact that you didn't say no.
I like Lowe's. I like Lowe's.
We lost you.
I like them Texas girls, like Portia's friends. She know.
Yeah, I have some very beautiful friends, actually.
Yeah, I heard.
You know, I've seen this.
They're gorgeous.
I've seen this lady here before, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have Bad Plumber. I'm gonna call you Bad Plumber for now.
So this is Sonnie Johnson. Let's listen to some more of this.
You came in and promised us X, Y, and Z, and now instead of saying you should not have promised us
No. That's not what I said.
Now you want to tell us why X, Y, and Z.
You're conflating two different things.
This is the second part of what I said was most important that laid between the idea of the individual and the idea of the Constitution. That second part is the republic, and that is the idea that the government that is closest to the people has the most amount of power over the people. Now, if you look at that in a sense of who controls our police departments, who controls the planning commissions, who controls a lot of these lower city
qualified immunity. Who decides on qualified immunity? Is it the city council or the state or the federal?
Okay.
Qualified immunity, which stops police officers being. No. You made a no. I'm not gonna let you make that point.
Wait.
You made a point, and I have to address it. You support qualified immunity, which allows a cop to kill a black person and get away with murder without being absolved by the government. And who has the ability to approve qualified immunity?
Oh, she's
with you in standing against qualified immunity.
So can a city council end qualified immunity?
If they're gonna keep telling you at the local level, black people in these spaces do not matter, cannot be held accountable, then why you keep worrying about putting black people in these spaces?
That ain't what I said.
Clarification, Sonnie is in support of ending qualified immunity. Let Gary clarify what he meant when you said, does it matter to have the leadership, black leadership, on the local level? And what did that mean? Clarify.
It absolutely matters to have black leadership. I said we cannot blame black leadership at the local level when they have the least amount of power in this equation. The state has more power than a local city council.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Porsha, you say he looks like Barney from Dinosaurs.
I can't do it. I can't. I mean, and I just can't. Like, it's something like whenever you're talking to black liberals, they do this thing, you know, where you're actually trying to engage in a discussion, but they do this thing where they reject whatever it is that you're saying and they just keep going.
Porsha, that's called Darvo. It's a communist tactic.
Yes. It legit is, though. I think Saul Alinsky talked about it in his book.
It's like, dude, like he's like, I'm not gonna accept that. What do you mean you're not gonna accept that? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't. Mm-mm.
Who does that remind you of?
Stop it.
But everyone's laughing because they know it's true. Can we put out the real hero here?
Tesla and her tits.
The heels.
Oh, the heel. Sorry,
I knew where you were going with it. They're holding up hope. They're holding up hope, brother. That's what
listen. I didn't even know she had big tits like that. I've never looked at that woman's tits before until you said it just now, and then I'm like, oh God, I see it now.
Boobies.
Attention to the woman on the video screen during the conference, the girl that was going on.
I just found another video. This one is 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So maybe we can get to know a little bit about Sonnie Johnson from this without two females cackling hens attacking her.
And if you flip Congress, you're going to know it's not, it really is local. And if you listen to the structure that was read out about how our government works, yes, Congress will allocate the funds, but then the funds will go to your state government and then they will take their share of it. And then what they feel like giving to your local government is what will actually get to you. So you can get the biggest pot at the top that you can possibly wish for. But after it filters down into every single group that puts their hands into the pot, you are the last one to benefit from it. You are the last one to get any effect from it. And that is what we need to change. They always ask me about what is the secret with the white conservatives. They got it. What is the secret? You've been there long enough. What is the secret? They value their local government. They make sure their local government is doing what they say before they worry about what the Congress is doing, what the House is doing, what the Senate is doing. You better best and believe the first thing they lock down is their school boards. The first thing they lock down is their mayors. They lock down their city council. They know who is in every one of these zoning commissions. They know this stuff. And they make sure they lock them down so that they can go and concentrate on other stuff. We keep getting told to concentrate on the big stuff. Concentrate on Congress. Don't pay attention to what we're doing here on the local level. Don't mind yourself with that. Don't come and participate in the primaries on the local level. No. Just wait to register to vote right before the election happens. Don't actually put your input on what candidates are on the ballot. Now, like I said, I cannot speak for what Republicans have done.
Yes, ma'am.
But like I said, Republicans are not in our communities. They are nowhere near our communities. Certain government is very much a part of our local communities. And I don't care if you don't switch parties. I don't care what you do, but you need to start holding those people closest to you accountable for what they are doing and what they have done to our community.
Yes.
Hey,
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
you know, Porsha, that's why I find it funny when black people say to me, "Well, tell me about the Republicans." You dumb motherfucker, you ain't voted in a Republican in 30 years. I'm telling you about what the people that you've been voting for are doing to you. Yo, it's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
I would also say, like, from what I've seen, is that like the Republican way is again something I do for myself is as a conservative. I don't necessarily consider myself a Republican, but I'm a conservative. Is to take care of mine. But when I see it translated into government, it's about property values. I don't think Republicans vote the way they do to protect other Republicans or anything like that. I think it's about value. Something called present value, and what is something worth right now? Because that if they know what it's worth right now, then they can make a decision on the market. Whereas other sides vote for maybe even though I love humanity, they vote for humanitarian type of laws rather than value type of laws, and you wind up perpetuating a plus side and a downside to the shape of the cities, and it's shit, because if you don't have something to hold on to that fluctuates with the market, you just wind up holding your own hands in the end.
What about if a community doesn't hold those types of value? What if they value other things?
Whoops.
Oh,
All right.
good?
Yes.
You back? Okay. So you started off by saying property value, but if we're talking about black folks, we own a lot of property, and we value. Go ahead.
Again, I'm not going to put it on black folks or white folks or brown folks or anything, but if you can get something and it's worth something, and you have a way of visualizing what you have and what it's worth to be able to move it. I've watched the videos where somebody can trade a pencil up to a Lamborghini. It takes a long time for things to change in your way. But if you have that way, rather than being like, oh, I feel something, like we talked about sympathy and empathy, but we forget all that shit. What's this cigarette worth to you? This pack of cigarettes cost me $6. You're about to buy one for $1. If you agree to it, that's market value. I could sit there and make $14 off a pack of cigarettes. I'm saying, and I could trade up to whatever. But if I sit there and be like, oh, you feel a certain type of way, and it's like, I kind of feel for you, so I'm not gonna, take advantage. But you want that cigarette, right? And I smoke cigarettes, but I'm not about to pay somebody $1 for a goddamn cigarette.
Yeah, but there are those that will, and then they won't use that same level of logic as yourself to just buy the pack, and they'll just keep getting the Lucy over and over and over again because their value system is backwards, it's altered, it's twisted, and they've done it for so long it's become cultural, and they don't know they almost don't know any better. And when they're told anything better, then they respond to the person that told them in a way that something's wrong with them. That's what we're dealing with in the black community, especially when it comes to diverging from the Democratic Party.
Such a shame.
Well, American Man brought up the fact that people, older generations, need to die off in order for something to at least turn around, I guess. Based on what you guys have just said now, I guess I'm starting to see why he said that.
The price of chicken wings and Nikes are too damn high. I agree, Shredder. I like both of those things. I'm black. All right, let's hear some more Sonnie.
Yeah, so I'm very interested in her. So like right now I have this 4.5 minute one where she is calling out for a black conservative renaissance. I'm interested to hear her perspective, but I'm not sure if everyone else on the panel is familiar with the video I'm going to pull up next, but I'm going to strongly assume that Universal is familiar with him because he's from his state, and that would be Royce White.
Is that Royce? Yeah,
Yep.
I'm pretty familiar with Royce, yeah.
And so he has his podcast. It's called Please Call Me Crazy, and he did an interview with her this year in January, and I figure, why not rot it out and hear what they're talking about? But I do want to listen to this video too. I'm interested in her. I've never heard of her, and I'm actually surprised that I haven't. But that's
I am too.
About the black conservatives. It's just like, you know who you know, you don't know who you don't know. You have the big ones that we see across social media, but like people like her, I'm surprised that I've never heard of her.
Yeah.
But we don't really always have,
We're not connected very well.
Yeah, access to the black conservatives that are out there.
Well, you haven't seen her? You haven't seen her before, Porsha? Because I've seen her before.
Never.
But I'm gonna keep calling you American Man. But you also see
that's fine. You call me American Man. I just been forgetting to change it back.
Yeah, like you're pretty tapped into an algorithm where she'll pop up. I think there's a lot of conservatives who aren't. Like they don't know about her. She has a nationally syndicated show on Sirius. She's on, I think, every day, but nobody knows about her. It's interesting.
And in my opinion, which shouldn't matter for much because I'm visually impaired, I think she looks prettier than Candace Owens does.
No, it's just Well, she needs to get those Teslans. That's what works. I'm trying to tell you. We need a Republican Tesla, whatever the hell her name is. That's what we need.
I actually like her being thin. That works for me.
Very feminine, very feminine. But
yes,
don't start picking on the thick ones now. Anywho, yes.
What if we had an equally effective force on our side? So when they called for a revolution, you didn't have to say plantation. When they called for a revolution, we would be there to offer them a renaissance. We don't need.
We're going to get back into it, but I have to point out, obviously, I'm a woman. This wig.
Don't say that about that wig. I knew.
I knew it too. I knew it.
And Porsha, you noticed the first video's wig, didn't you?
I did too.
Now the second video, that wig was better. That was the best one.
You know, I just feel like, you know, I don't like Teslin, but Sonnie needs to get with Teslin's hairstylist.
I told you.
Teslin's hairstylist, her wigs are yes, ma'am. Okay. But this wig right here, it's a synthetic wig. It's not a human hair wig, and it's synthetic to a point to where it's, you know, doing what synthetic weave does, like sticking to her face, and she's talking with it sticking to her face. The wig doesn't actually fit her head at all, and it looks very wiggy. It looks like a wig. And so although we know whenever we see these beautiful Black queens all across the United States of America, we know that that's not their hair. However, they do a good job at trying to make us believe that it actually is their hair. And so what I would like to see, even though this is 7 years old, I believe that 7 years ago, they had got to be glue. And we could have had this wig a bit more secure. Okay. And it didn't have to be like this. This is one of these Dolly Parton wigs on a Black woman.
Well, you know, go ahead.
I'm done.
I'm just gonna say it's giving very Tina Turner. What's love got to do with it? You know?
Sure is.
It's giving.
Where's Ike when you need him?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Just knock it on off, you know. But let's keep going. I'm going to try to focus and not focus on the weave.
We need to burn shit down on the point fingers. We need to build, and that is our wheelhouse. That's what we do best.
Oh, again, in this, what I just paused on, you see, she has a wedding ring on with a wedding band.
Yeah.
That is something that Teslin does not have. That's something.
Teslin has kids. She has kids, though.
Yeah, she's a baby mama. That's something that a lot of women on the left, a lot of Black women on the left don't have that. They don't have rings, okay? They're not married, okay? They're baby mamas. And here you have this woman calls out for a Black conservative renaissance. It just leads me to believe that because of her ideology, she got her a husband. Amen.
Black man too.
Amen. That's what I'm talking about. Black man. Yes.
We don't need to start all over. We don't need a rebirth. We need a rebirth of what made America great. And I don't play the safe space, white privilege BS that would have me only looking at America's racist past. See, I can acknowledge the racism that was in America, but it falls in comparison. It fails in comparison to what Black men and women did next. The racism was there. We built schools, colleges, families, communities, cities, industries, businesses. That's who we are. The question was never who is going to let us. We stuck out our chests and said, I dare you to stop us. Most of Black America hasn't forgotten that. So give me 1 second to just address them, and then I'm gonna let you go. Dear Black America, I love you. I swear I do. I love you to death. But Democrats want to be the party of the poor. In order to do that, they must keep you poor. If you want your welfare, your public housing, your food stamps, I am not talking to you. You are perfectly fit to be a Democrat, and a Democrat Party can have you.
They can. Mm-hmm. 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 If you want your welfare, your public housing, your food stamps, I am not talking to you. You are perfectly fit to be a Democrat, and a Democrat Party can have you. Mm-hmm. 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 They can.
If you want the village to raise your child from preschool to prison, you are perfectly fit to be a Democrat. If white microaggressions keep you up at night tweeting with Sean King and Rachel Dolezal, you're just an idiot. Please don't vote. Now, we've been doing some house cleaning on our side of the aisle, and we haven't got all the snakes out of the grass just yet. But if you want quality education over indoctrination, STEM over Timmy wears a bra, to actually keep scoring football, join us for school choice. If you want safe cities, join us in supporting the Second Amendment and do more than just rep your city. Fight for your city. If you want more than a $15 an hour job flipping burgers to stay just over broke, join us in becoming the greatest entrepreneurial age America has ever seen. If you don't want your success measured by the number of times you have been arrested for protest.
Okay, that's more like I want to hear like an actual conversation. So let me actually subscribe to her channel.
You going to the one with Royce White?
Yeah, because I actually want to hear like a conversation and not like a campaign speech.
Good evening.
Yeah, I don't watch too much of Royce White outside of Whitlock. But I do know that Royce White tells the truth.
I met him in person. He played for the G League. He had a contract.
Yes, he did. He played for the G League.
Yeah, he played. He got a contract or got drafted by the Houston Rockets, and then he came to Texas, where I live, and that's where I saw him play. That dude is smart AF.
Yeah, you know, I might try to put him in contact with John. It's a political season, so he might not take my call, but I might be able to get him on the channel.
Well, he's running
Yeah,
for.
that would be pretty dope. I've met him before, also. You know, in the Black conservative spaces, and he's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's cool. He's serious as hell, though. That's one thing. He don't play around.
Yeah. That would be dope. I'm actually looking into how to get in contact with Sonnie Johnson to see if we can connect with her and get her on the show.
I might be able to get your contact information too.
Universal, none of that showing teeth everywhere.
Yeah. Niggas always gotta show their teeth. Yeah.
Shut up, Greg Adams, for playing that bit.
Listen, people think I'd be crazy when I be talking about showing teeth. So everyone think I'd be losing it.
Oh, Juan, yeah, I remember Kimberly Clausack, whatever her name is. What, is she locked up now?
No, she from mayor of Baltimore, I think. I don't remember.
Yeah. She had that viral campaign video a few years ago.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. No, I believe she works for. I believe now.
Did you say Clausack, Porsha? Isn't it Klasick?
Klasick? I was reading it. I mean, how I thought it.
But also very smart, which to me made her very dangerous in a good way.
Yeah. Porsha, my 10-year-old is working wonders.
Stop. Klasick. I thought it said Klacok. I see the E now.
I might have spelled it wrong.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another black woman. Have you heard of Keisha King?
Yes.
Portia?
Nah.
Yeah, she might be another one that would be probably a lot easier to reach to, but I can see the two of you aligning on some things as well. Juan, you've heard or seen her?
King.
I've heard her.
She spells Keisha Quisha, I believe.
Let's see, Quisha.
She shows up on oh man, what's my guy's channel?
Is it Keisha King Benton?
Ooh, could be. She might have got married. I don't.
Oh, you talk about Keisha. Okay, I thought. Yeah, she recently got married.
Okay. She hops on with
She's with Chad Ocho.
What's his name?
Chad Ocho.
podcast, Chad Ochocinco and
Yeah, Chad Ocho.
She's
Keisha
over
King?
there with
Hold on. Wait,
what's
what?
his name? What is his name?
Yeah,
The dude who made the movies.
yeah, Chad Ocho, bro. No, excuse me, not Chad Ocho. I'm bugging. What's
Chado
the name?
Jackson.
Chad O. Jackson. My bad. The
Yes. Yeah. I'm
plumber.
like, she's with
Yeah.
Ocho Cinco. I was like, what?
Yeah. Sorry. You know what? Excuse me. I made that
It's all
mistake.
good. It's all good.
Yeah.
I'll put a link in the
Yeah.
back chat for you, Porsha. You don't have to play her just so you can see who she is.
Yeah, I just found her. Let's see.
No bad wigs on her. She does the natural hair
He's
thing.
to prove one fact, even if it's my opinion.
She married a black man too. Look at that.
Oh yeah. Yep. A lot of these conservative black women, they do have black men, and they're not. They actually speak against a lot of the stereotypical black archetypes that we see, and they model a behavior. They model it. So they're not a lot of them, but the ones that are out here, beyond Candace Owens, there are some sisters out here who are speaking truth and modeling the right thing.
And all of them prove that conservative women in general are just, I'm sorry, they're a lot hotter, they're a lot prettier.
Yes,
it's just a fact. I mean, your Marjorie Taylor Greenes and your Lauren Boeberts on the vanilla side, as they say, Ana Paulina Luna and Mayra Flores on the Hispanic side.
Oh yeah.
Tulsi Gabbard even. And then on the black side, all of these lovely young women that you guys are just showing and talking about. I mean, sorry, Republicans have better looking women. Sorry, it is what it is.
That's a fact.
I really like this post that she made about Amber Rose because I feel the same way. She wears a lot of makeup, but she's very pretty. The black conservatives that I am associated with here in Texas, like they're all married to black people, all of them. And if you look online, you look to like the Brandon Tatums or the Candace Owens. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with you having a white partner. It's just I know it's harder to receive for certain Negroes, even though they'll overlook that with Kamala Harris and Ketanji Brown Jackson. They'll overlook it. However, I respect it more from the black conservatives because they're not running around, gallivanting about how horrible white people are. They don't do that. But the Democrats, the black Democrats, they do that. And they just talk about how much they hate white people, but all of them are in relationships with them. And I just I can't understand it. I don't understand it.
But it's only allowable for the women. The black men catch hell for that.
There you go.
Exactly.
I'm glad you said it because I didn't want to say it.
We would all be, what is it? The black face of white supremacy is what the term.
Yep, you're a sellout. You're selling out the black community if you do it.
What was the other term? Tap dancers, all this other bullshit.
Yeah, that's if you're, but that's if you're liberal. The liberal black men get hell for it. That's the crazy thing. But anyway, Porsha, sorry for derailing. Go for it.
Oh no, you're fine. Shredder says Royce was on Jason Whitlock's show knowingly, willfully, and deceptively inserting scripture from the Quran into Jason's Bible reading segments. Jason didn't even know. I used to watch Whitlock all the time, but I never missed a show, but I kind of stopped watching him. I mean, obviously we have the channel now, but I don't know. I just kind of stopped watching the way that I used to, but I remember the drama and all the mess that was going on with Jason and Royce. But I do specifically remember Royce saying that he was a Jew. So I didn't know that he was reading from the.
Well, what happens there is it's evidence of when you have your morality and you try to put your morality over everybody else. I'm holier than thou, so therefore you should subscribe to my point of view as a Republican because I'm holier than thou. And as a result, they insert things that you don't pay attention to because you're blind to the fact. Another example of that would be Tommy Robinson, but in reverse. There's a TV channel called Al Jazeera, based out of Qatar, and on one of the shows on that particular channel, they quoted what they thought was, or what they were going to trick him as being Islamic scriptures. They weren't. They were scriptures from the Book of Exodus in the Bible, thinking that Tommy Robinson would fall for it. And of course, he comes back with dude, why are you quoting the Old Testament? It's the oldest trick in the book. If I'm going to put my morality above all, then it will be easy for all of you guys to basically quote the Torah or the Quran or even Hammurabi's code, and I'll fall for it every single time because I'm not paying attention.
Interesting. So let's listen to a little bit of this. Obviously, we're not going to listen to the whole thing, but it's 9 o'clock. Stanley should be here around 11 or midnight, more than likely midnight. So yeah, so let's have a listen. And I want you guys to know, at any point in time y'all need to drop off, go to bed, feel free to do so. Because once y'all go, I'm gonna put a replay on and I'm gonna go to sleep myself. So
you can just shut us down. You can just shut us down and say, "Look, we're gonna do 25 minutes and then we out." Like it's okay.
I'm up right now because I'm still doing, work stuff as well and other things. So let's have a listen.
Welcome back to another episode of Please Call Me Crazy, brought to you by Free People Radio and powered by our favorite sponsor, TireGet.com. That's TireGet.com. You have to buy tires from somebody. You might as well buy them from us and help fund the movement, help support the movement. I'm on a gate. Before, I've been on a few Twitter spaces with her before. We've talked about doing a show together. I went on her radio show one time and I asked her a while back, would she be willing to come on Please Call Me Crazy? And since we're starting to kick up or ramp up our family and friends guest episodes, thought not a better time than to bring Sonnie Johnson on and have her share some of her insights about the movement, about the conservative movement, and about Black America. How Black people in this presidential cycle ahead of us, but even historically speaking and in general, how Black people fit into the overall political climate and landscape here in our country, a country under siege, a country under fire. So we're happy to have Sonnie Johnson on. I hope you enjoyed the interview as much as I know I'm going to. Without further ado, the great Sonnie Johnson. Welcome, the great Sonnie Johnson, to Please Call Me Crazy. We're happy to have you. Long time coming for you to be on the show. We get a lot of requests for you to be on the show. And I got to say, to start, I have a lot of respect and admiration for any Black woman in today's political climate that's willing to step outside the mainstream narrative in any way that they choose to, because I know the political pressure is often so heavy. I've certainly experienced it myself, but I think maybe even more so for Black women. A lot of friends of mine are conservative Black women, say they don't really feel comfortable talking about politics or their politics in public. Obviously, some names of note. Shamika Michelle's one. She talks publicly. My good friend Christina Caramo there in Michigan took the Michigan GOP, which was a landmark for the movement. But you maybe been involved in conservative politics longer than both of them. And I'd like to hear your take today on where we are on a number of things. But first, because it's your first time on the show, I'd like to get a little bit of your backstory, if that's okay, where you grew up, where you went to school, and feel free to stop whenever you want. So again, thanks for being on the show today. And let's do some of the Sonnie Johnson backstory for the audience.
Born and raised in Richmond, Virginia. Had kind of an upbringing where I was kind of living in the projects and the country. So I would kind of go from not having any plumbing to, seeing more than children should see at a young age. So I was well versed kind of in both scenarios and spaces. Graduated high school at 16, went straight to the streets, ran the streets, did all of the bad stuff, didn't go to college. So that's that. And ended up realizing that if I stayed in Richmond, that I was gonna be trapped there. I was never gonna get out. I was gonna fit every stereotype and every narrative about Black women. So I left and came to live with one of my aunties up in Northern Virginia. I met my husband about a month or two after I got up here, and we've been together ever since. And got into politics and got here. I don't like doing too much of the let's talk about Sonnie thing. I like talk about topics and you know what I'm saying, and so get some opinions and some arguments and things going.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's enough of the Sonnie backstory. Just like to know where people are from and things like that. But it's an incredible backstory, and you've been there.
I think in the process of the interview, everybody will know exactly where I come from, who I am, and what I stand for. I think all of that will become very, very apparent during the course of our conversation.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Let's jump straight into it then. We have crazy.
Oh, I'll say one way I got into politics, because this will kind of connect you and I. One of the people that first got me into politics was Brennan. So he was one of the very first people. So the very first time I ever did a speech was a Tea Party speech, and his sister happened to be in the audience the day that I gave my very first speech, and she called him and was like, "Look, you gotta get her. You gotta talk to her." And so I had an interview with him. I ended up being in one of his documentaries, and really, that's how I kind of got into politics and got into some of them circles to see behind the scenes. Was all through Steve Bannon.
Yeah, and Steve is a special breed, even in this movement. I'm sure we'll talk about some of that as we go on here. Just to give you a little backstory, what I've been talking about the last week, because I think you fit in perfectly. Part of the reason why I hit you this week is I could feel this sense of friction bubbling up, even within what would be described as the MAGA movement, right? Our movement, right? This sort of new brand of populist, nationalist conservatism. And I can feel this friction bubbling up within the movement. I mean, there's a real splinter that's starting to happen within the movement. Now, some people would look at that and say, oh, well, we got to stick together and unite. We can't let the enemy divide us. And my whole thing is we should definitely unite. But let's unite under the right auspices. Let's unite under the right idea. Let's set our ideas first. Let's have the arguments. Let's have them out there in the open. Set the ideas. Now we can move forward in a way that's actually going to be productive instead of a runaround. And that's part of the reason why I have such love and admiration for Steve. Is he's kind of a cut to the chase, no nonsense type of guy in the movement. And you can tell, if you're watching close enough, you can tell that Steve has carved out a lane for himself. He's carved out a piece of the movement and the audience that everybody else kind of envies. And people will give Steve his respect, but they don't really want to fall in line behind Steve's leadership completely, because he is a little bit too raw and uncut for a lot of the contemporary conservative commentators or pundits. But where I went this last week,
where I fit it. That's where I fit though, because
absolutely you do. I agree.
was able with him, like, so we would go, he would be like, all right, you had a speech in South Carolina, right? And I'm like, okay, yeah, all right, cool. I'll come to South Carolina. Everything good. All right, I get to South Carolina, and you know how they'll have a program. And they'll have all of the speakers listed. So I wanted to look and see, where I'm listed in the program. And my name isn't on it. And I'm like, I'm supposed to be speaking, but my name isn't on it. He says, don't worry. They gave me 30 minutes and I'm going to give it to you. So when they call me up there, then you just going to go up there and you're going to take the mic and it's going to be your speech. So like literally that's how it operated. It was like he knew that there would be friction to me being in these spaces, that it wouldn't be accepted, it wouldn't be welcome. And he always found ways to get around that. So if he was given time, then...
There you go. Sorry about that.
Now, do you think she's describing the dynamic that you were originally talking about, like how difficult it is for Black people to operate in this conservative space? You think that's what she ran into with that?
Yeah, I would say so. It sounds like
that's hella disrespectful. You were invited and not even on the program. That's crazy. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I would ask: is it the Blackness or is it the presentation? Because just like somebody may not have a single problem with the Blackness, can it be the miscommunication between the presentation? I understand what she's saying.
Yep.
However, you go into these spaces where these people are a certain type of way.
Yep.
And you can't use slang. You can't use maneuver your body too much. They want you to sit there in a suit and stand up straight and just yell at them.
Yep.
In simplicity. But when you get emotional, and I believe in emotion, but when you're trying to get into this space and you want them to listen to you, I mean, I'm not asking this woman to bend.
Sure.
In fact, I'm asking that entire crowd of just straight white people
to bend an ear.
To really acknowledge and listen. Because if you don't hear the emotion, if slang doesn't mean anything, slang in itself is an emotion to me.
Sure.
But they need to listen.
Sure. Yes. So I'll take this, and then I won't be long, Porsha.
No, go ahead.
So this is a great swing right back to how the conversation started earlier. So for Black folks, the appearance and the Blackness aren't separated. That's a part of our kind of cultural essence. So what her mission is to get more Black folks in the Republican Party. I hate to say this, but for the folks she's trying to reach, she has to present and talk with the slang and use the hand gestures and connect it back to hip hop and use verses and beats and all. Like she has to for the Black potential conservative to even lend the ear. Should it be like that? No, but that's how she has to present it. And I think that's the genius of a Steve Bannon, where he knows that. So he's going to give her a platform and say, hey, you straight lace whites, you guys need to realize this. But they're so caught up because they've been racialized just like everybody else. They see her as a loud ass Black woman. That's how they see her. So it's a both and, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm. I would agree to that. It's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't, and you
right.
you catch hell on both ends. You get it from, the Black folks that say that you aren't Black, right? And then you also have the Republicans, the white ones, they say that you're too Black.
I have a theory on this. I've been working on this for a while. It's called triple consciousness theory, where you're caught in the middle. And this is why a lot of professional Blacks go super pro-Black in their rhetoric and shit, even though they don't have no connections to the hood, because they need to find a home, and it's easier to find that home in the Black community than it is somewhere else. I'll talk about it another time. This is not my TED Talk.
Oh, that's interesting. Let's see.
He would give me that time, and not knowing what I was going to say, knowing I was going to ruffle feathers, knowing, the direction I was going to go. And just see this time. But it also goes to having an understanding about the closed-mindedness of this bubble that is the right now. And that's why when you were talking about the friction and the splinter, it's not a friction and a splinter. It's people who want to debate and people who don't. And the people who don't want to debate are the people who have controlled the conversation for so long with no pushback. So they're used to not having pushback. They're used to being able to say Reagan's 11th Amendment and 11th Commandment and have everybody back up. They're used to not having to be held accountable for their stances. And now you have people that are like, we need to have a debate. And ain't nobody over here fighting with you. We're not over here calling you names. We're not doing what the left do. We want an intellectual debate, right? We want a debate about substance. We want a debate full of context. But it seems like we have exposed those people because they don't have context, they don't have solutions, they don't have historical reference. All they have is a pattern of being used to having power and not having to defend it. And now they're being put into a spot where they have to defend it. And I think it's lovely.
Yeah, no, and so, this started about a week back, and I don't want to go into the George Floyd thing too much because I spent 2 episodes now ranting about it, but I think I'm starting to move some people over to a more reasonable position on the situation. And my whole point from if you know anything about my story, this latest chapter of me being in the public square or on the scene came from these George Floyd protests that broke out right here in my hometown. I was born and raised in Minneapolis. I know the back streets like the back of my hands. I stay off the freeways. I'm a back street guy. I'll just say that. I take the back streets. But it was obviously a pivotal moment in American history for a number of reasons. And obviously the left wanted to use it for the way the left often uses any crisis or any confrontational type of situation in today's culture. And I had the privilege, I really consider it a privilege to be able to go out and organize and lead these protests and try and shift people's focus away from, well, let's go to the police precinct. No, let's go to the Federal Reserve. While you're all here, okay, if we're going to talk about a guilty system and how the system has guilt and where we should assess it and who's culpable, I'd like to bring you all 2 blocks down from the police precinct, who are a bunch of hired guns for a corrupt corporate community, really. Good, bad, or indifferent. The institution itself is intended to be a sort of hired gun. Let's bring you 2 blocks down to the Federal Reserve, where the most corrupt thing in human civilization is taking place, and you don't even know the building exists. I mean, it's hiding right in plain sight. So in my point in talking about Derek Chauvin in the last couple of weeks was to say, I think from my time in the conservative movement, but even in my time before, when I was, what you could say independent or my own lone wolf out there fighting against the NBA and the politics of the woke corporate community, before it was cool in the conservative movement, let's mind you. I mean, this was 2012. There was little rumblings of fighting against the wokeness and the corporations, or let's say the incoherence in the corporate world's narratives. I was fighting that early on by myself, mind you, and there weren't no conservatives showing up to say, hey, the NBA is full of shit then. Now they are.
They never do. But if you want to do like the history of Sonnie a little bit,
okay,
because it's relevant to this conversation,
yes,
I'll add it. So, when I started in politics, right? So, this is me young, not knowing anything, very honest, didn't know the difference between a Republican and a Democrat, didn't understand what a progressive and a conservative, like the terminology, all of it was new and fresh. And, I didn't understand most of it, right? So I had to go through a learning process. That was kind of around Trayvon Martin, right? So at that time, I was looking at conservatives and Republicans like what the fuck is wrong with them? Like, okay, so maybe this is like a cultural thing, because if somebody follows me home, I'm going to be looking about how to defend my fucking self. I'm not going to be, all this shit that conservatives and Republicans talking, maybe it's just a cultural thing. And they just don't understand how Black people live, and maybe they would do something. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was trying to rationalize their response to Trayvon Martin because I didn't understand that shit. It didn't, So I was like, okay, and so then you got to Ferguson. So when Ferguson happened, when Daryl Seals started speaking, and I started to hear the Black men on the ground, not connected with mainstream media, not connected with the apparatus, just the brothers,
in the community,
I was
in the
like,
neighborhood.
okay, I'm like, okay, this is the moment, Republicans and conservatives. Now I have protested with y'all and rallied y'all on Obamacare, on the IRS, on the Iran nuke deal. Like every time y'all needed me, I showed up. I did the rah-rah. I did the cheerleading. I was on your team. You had me on your side. Now, this is a moment I need you to be on my side, right? I need you to listen to what the Black men on the street are saying, right? Do not listen to the mainstream media. Do not listen to the narrative that they are shaping. You listen to the people. But of course, the right couldn't do that. You know, so when they started saying, of course, like all of the mainstream media were like, hands up, don't shoot. That became the net. And I'm like, ain't no dude on the street in Ferguson talking about hands up, don't shoot. That's not how we roll. That's not what we are. Like, what the hell? This is not a message coming from the people. This is a manufactured message. Like, stop this.
From the mainstream media, you mean?
Listen. Yes, and it wasn't just, but it's not just the mainstream media in terms of looking at the left. It's also how the right reacts to it, right? It's all, that is just, you can blame, because I know the right likes to blame everything on the left and the mainstream media, but a lot of the reason that they're able to get away with what they get away with is because of how you react.
Right.
Because of how you respond. When your response is vulgar.
Perfect place to pause. I would add one thing. I would not fully blame it on the mainstream media. A lot of these slogans and mind frames come out of academia, post-secondary academia. That's where a lot of this is cultivated, and then it leaks out to the media and to the regular public as well.
Yeah, it's listening to her, it's like she sounds, you know, like very, very passionate, you know, like she's coming from this place of, you know, which maybe the earlier part of the discussion, whenever things got derailed, what some people may not understand, where we're coming from as Black conservatives and the plight and why, you know, we sound so passionate, or why we may possibly get sensitive about a specific thing, or, you know, why it's so important to us, especially like just, you know, reeling off of her passion right now. It's because it's like, it's that serious to us, you know, to a point to where, to me, willing to risk it all as a Black conservative is like, I mean, what else do I have? You've already, that's friends, family, society. You've already taken my race from me. You've already taken my color from me. You've excommunicated me from the community, period. Like, I can't come to the cookout, you know? So what else do I have left but to want to defend my pride and my honor as an American and walk in that and uphold that and carry that? And it's just like, yeah, obviously I'm Black, but I'm also an American. And where a lot of Black people have lost themselves is getting more caught up in, you know, their race over their nationality. And going back to what we were talking about earlier, that's why they're going to find themselves where, because
I have something to say on this, and that is, I think there's a difference between a conservative and a Republican.
Yes,
I think there's something different from a liberal and a Democrat. And what I think this is the way I see it, because I've been through my own type of process, is that it's all recruitment. So it doesn't matter if it's the mainstream media, you know, CNN versus Fox. Like, if you don't see that by the time you're an adult, I don't know what to tell you. But the branches that we have to do whatever we want to do with our channels, or to, you know, flex our voice, I don't think this person is going to become a politician.
Sure.
But she is very much what do you call it? When something explodes and spreads everywhere, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not saying it's not good, and I'm not saying it's not true, or it's not how I feel some of the things she says. But it is very much a lower tier recruitment.
Yes, it is. And that was kind of my point earlier. Sadly, that is the recruitment for black people. Like even what you said starting off is like 2 levels deeper than where most black folks are. Most black people don't understand the difference between a conservative and a Republican or a liberal.
Interrupt you.
That's
I'm
the
sorry
sad
to
part.
interrupt you, but it's
But
it's not just black people.
no,
It's
I
people
agree.
it's people that find this stuff and already feel that way, because I'll tell you straight up, I don't vote. And I don't have anything preventing me from voting. I vote with my dollar. I vote with my actions. Yada yada yada. But that's just me. I can't tell anybody else what to do. And when those policies come up, regardless if I voted for them or not, adapt and overcome. There's always cheating the system. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Everybody does it. Make up your own excuse. Live your life. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
If
And
you're
I don't disagree with you. Go ahead.
wrong, even if you're doing wrong, even your own community will be like, "Hey, he did it." But
black.
I'd like to also point out too, and I'm gonna like as respectfully as I can say it. Whenever we're talking about the thing, like what we're talking about right now, we are. Well, let me speak for myself. I am fully aware that other communities have things that plague them, and it's not just a black thing. But like it's just in this moment we're talking about black people. So it's not to exclude or not to seem as though other groups of people aren't going through similar things. It's just that in this moment what we're focusing on is the Negro.
I would like to ask a question. Hi, Porsha. Hi, everybody.
Hey, Mella.
And I'm
what's
going
up,
mute
Mella?
until I'm permitted to speak.
No, you can go ahead and speak right now.
Very domesticated. Go ahead, lady. You can go
Oh
for it.
yeah, I got so many skills. Anyway, I was wondering what specifically would anyone who's pro-Trump would say that "Make America Great Again" looks like? What does that look like? That slogan, what does that look like? Because I have a video, right, from a documentary where he's emphasizing his ideations about back in the good old days, right? And there happened to be a heckler or 2 or 3 or more who were not necessarily palm colored, right? And they were, kicking him out and beating him upside the head and spitting on him. And they say, there was a day, we could do this, without repercussions. And, those were the good old days when we could do what we wanted. And this was about maybe 2016 or so. And so here it is. He has this slogan, "Make America Great Again." And I'm trying to really rationalize in my mind as to whether or not he has translated the good old days with transforming it into "Make America Great Again." Can somebody tell me whether or not I'm tripping?
Can you share that link in the back chat for me,
I'll
please?
be more than happy to. And I will put, as a matter of fact, I'll put the mark where he's at the rally and all the stuff that brought me to this conclusion. So give me a moment. I'll bring it right to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Track or American Man or Universal, do y'all want to answer? Do y'all have an answer?
I will
I
answer,
mean,
but I want to wait to hear someone else first.
Yeah, I
well,
kind of do too.
I would say that
I got
the
to filter through the Ted Nugent stuff that I uploaded first. I got it. I'm coming.
it was and I am not a MAGA, but I will say when I look at that, I see the again part, because when you're building something, it's nothing until the next step, until the next step, until the next step. So the again, like I'm an American through and through, and you got to come from somewhere, and knowing your history is very important, and knowing what you're capable of as an individual is important to like the microcosm, because it's like, not any one person is going to change how you live, unless they come to your house and change how you live, I guess. And it
And wouldn't
happens.
that be what the castle doctrine is all about? Like, I think I'm afraid, thereby I have the authority to kill and have immunity. It's about the castle doctrine. When I watched this documentary, at first I was all on the Trayvon Martin thing, right? I was like, yeah, that's right. Trayvon Martin was murdered in Florida, and it was an atrocity, and it was bad. And then the
Oh yeah, definitely.
documentary went further and further into ALEC, emphasis on the acronym that ALEC stands for, and how they integrate themselves with influencing legislation. And then we have all types of other, statistics. 1 in 3 Black males can expect to be arrested, as opposed to 1 in 17 white males. I'm not trying to make this racist. All I'm saying is I'm bringing it back to make America great again. When I think about this sellout, orange head dude, right? He actually has demonstrated himself to be a crook beyond crookedness. And because he has influence and friends and partners, he's able to conduct himself as a very attractive option for a woman. And I'm trying to figure out why are people taking him seriously.
I'm sorry. Did you get a phone call? Because we can't. Okay, I can't hear you.
Yeah, I think she's on her phone, and yeah, StreamYard. When you get a call, it just disconnects.
Well, I can say my response to what I did hear would be that, again, I don't vote, and I don't care who sits there. I'm gonna live the way I live, and when somebody comes to my doorstep, I guess I'll deal with it the way I deal with it. I might have to sign some papers, I might have to pay some money, and I might have to shoot somebody. But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like this. Oh, we're in control of you. Oh, this exists. Hey, I believe it when I see it, and I got bigger things that I can handle than the things that I can't, and that's just how I live my life, and that's how I consider myself a conservative. I'm not worried about what you're doing across the street. I'm not worried about what's going on in your brain. I don't mess with people like that. But I do appreciate all people. So that's my answer to that that she said, because I'm not even paying attention to this election. I do see the stuff. I read it. Like I comprehend. However, do I care? Not enough to do some of the things that people are doing. You know what I'm saying? I'm busy, bro.
American Man, you want to hop in? here? All right, I think he's out. So I'll hop in, Portia, if that's okay. Well, her questions kind of verged all over. So I'm gonna stick to the original question of what does make American great again look like what does it look like from our standpoint? For me, and I know that my thought process isn't the same as most folks, especially Black people, and I'm gonna answer from a Black perspective because I am a Black person. Is that this is the greatest country on the planet and has been, and we've lost a little bit of that, what that means as far as industry, as far as how we socialize, as far as we utilize education, and we need to get back to being the greatest country. And we need to get back to having people believing in this country. We need to get back to children singing the national anthem in class. We need to get back to nationalism. We just need to get back to believing that America is the place to be and going somewhere. And if there's no greater kind of example of this, is all the people coming here to utilize how great we are. It is a shame that we have so many people in this country that don't believe in it here. And we have so many people trying to get here to benefit from that greatness. That's what it means to me. Portia.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I gotta appreciate this panel.
Absolutely.
We can't. I don't think any individual on this panel is going to change the world. I really don't believe that. But if we can hear other people, speak their mind about the tiniest of things, as long as you hear them out, it'll add to what you thought about things. And that will help you make a better decision when you interact with another person. And
Absolutely.
I love it. I love it.
And honestly, I think if you're looking to change the world, you need to change your worldview. You need to change yourself first, be a model, and influence the ones that you have influence that you can influence. A lot of times that starts with our children or our siblings or whoever is around us. But world change happens with the individual from my standpoint. And that's, again, back to make America great again. Make this the greatest opportunity for you in this country. And there's been forces at play that have not allowed that to happen. And there's been a complete shift in discourse on why this country is the greatest country in the world and has been for quite some time. All right, there's some stuff happening in the back chat. Let's see.
Sorry, I trying to
get the video going.
Well, no, my laundry, trying to make my bed and stuff like that.
Domestic work.
Yeah, it's when you're streaming 24 hours, like it
yeah,
it's just it gets hard.
Yeah,
whenever other people have things going on. It's just one of those things. However, I like the comment that I put on the screen from Samuel. He says, I mean, the same people that say make America great again say that America is the greatest country in the world. And I would like to explore that because I thought that was a very good and interesting point to make. I mean, considering that it's true. So
I think like when we talked about words before, you have like synonyms, like you have perfect, or you have beautiful, or you have the greatest, or I think they're superficial things. I mean, hopefully everybody believes that they are living in the greatest place in the world. but it has to be for them too. And to be the greatest, if you feel like there's a 50-50 argument about, oh, this country sucks or this country is the greatest based off of what's being presented, I think you're missing a whole lot. Because, you know, I would love to live on an island. I've been on an island before. But at the same time, I'm not mad at where I'm at. It's there's land. There's a job to go to, and there's traffic to drive in, but guess what? There's places to eat, and there's grocery stores to keep my house stocked, and you know, there's some negatives to it, but why harp on minors when you are actually living? Yeah, there's always going to be a block up. You better expect it, even if it's not every day. It's like, hey, everybody's at the grocery store right now, or there was a wreck and 3 of the 4 lanes were shut down. I don't know what to tell you. It will always happen, even in the perfect situations. Failure happens. But, you know.
Do you have input, Universal, on that? Like, is it like contradictory saying the same people that say make America great again are also saying that America is the greatest country?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think it's contradictory. No, I think it's making a statement that we need to get back to what that greatness is. I do believe that this is the greatest country. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. And I think you might not have heard my response earlier.
No, I didn't.
Oh, I think that so many people come here that they're looking for that opportunity, which proves this is a place to be in this world.
I mean, quite literally, the world, because we have everyone from all over the world. Coming.
Yes. I mean, so, you know, I think this country's trying to do something and has done, and it's not been perfect and it's not the right thing, but it's better than most other places where you bring in a multi-ethnic space and you try to make it work without forcing religion, without forcing a language, without forcing, to a certain extent, even culture. We blend so much stuff here. We may be better off if it was more of a dictatorship, if you wanted people to fall in line, but we don't do that. We allow other people to live, breathe, and operate here and try to make this nation the best place in the world. And I think that says something. Oh, and Sam said he's not saying it's contradictory.
Hey, does it make sense? This conversation just made me think of this, and you know, I'm not exactly the smartest guy in the world, but when you talk about like the black side of things and how blacks were brought over here as slaves, purchased and sold, and you know, all the horrible things that we know.
Yep.
And coming where they come from and the way that they came here and the way that they were sold, and to know all that, and to know that other countries were flooded in as well, just in a different manner.
Yep.
And when you think about slavery versus like the indentured servants, it's like, hey, why do you sleep in a barn and I sleep inside? But we both get treated the same way. It's like, oh, because you're white. And I get that 100%. But then that's where it becomes that transition of, well, if I'm allowed to be in here, every chance I get to voice my opinion to maybe somebody with some power, I'm gonna do it. You know what I mean? Because if that dude's getting treated the same as me, maybe that and that maybe that boils down to that white privilege. But eventually it does fade away, because you're still going to find yourself next to who you do what you do when you do it with. You know what I mean?
To a certain extent, but I think you're kind of applying present day society and understandings to the past. You know, slavery happened for a reason. You know, there was a time where black people didn't use slavery as an excuse, and it was closer to slavery than it is today. So, so it's like we have to move beyond utilizing those things as excuses, and yes, form an identity and a some sort of collaborative nature around being American. I that's what I think. I don't think we need to apply something that happened over 100 years ago to the conditions that we have today. Do they have some connection? Sure, absolutely, but it's not the end all be all or the overall reason why we end up in our dynamic that we are in today.
No, I got you. And
Yeah.
and just like every time I've failed in my life, which I have had plenty of major fails,
Yep.
I didn't call on my ancestors to come. No, but I had some long walks, and I had to talk to some certain people,
Sure.
and I had to spend some time with my hands behind my back.
Sure.
But
did you blame your parents for that?
I mean,
exactly. I
in
rest my
fact,
case.
I grew up in a single parent household, and my mom laughed at me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But
and she was a straight laced as you can get woman. And when
Sure.
I came home and said, "Hey, I just walked home from the police station," she laughed at me.
Mm-hmm. Now why would it be acceptable for black people to connect to some ancestors that they can't even identify? Most black folks can't go 4 generations back to try to even say that's ridiculous. And I in the work that I do a lot of these. I've done a lot of these racial conversations, and I used to do something called the black white chart. And I would literally just do a simple T kind of chart. You know, you make a line at the top, line down the middle, and I say put black on one side, white on the other side. And then we're doing trauma informed work. Porsha, I'm sure you know what that means. And what I would say is,
hold on, repeat the thing that you just said.
Yeah, trauma informed care is the term. Trauma informed care. It's an industry term in education, social services. Ultimately, it means that you're just being very mindful of the traumatic experiences that other people have gone through, and you apply that in certain ways that you operate your organization or your school or your business, and it's a whole industry thing. But what in this exercise, what I would do is it would be what's called a intergenerational trauma. Have you heard of that term before? Untrackable intergenerational trauma.
I think I can. I think I can understand it, but I'm not sure.
Don't think too hard about it. Don't think too hard about it.
No, it's okay. So if if something happened that was crazy to a relative, and you were very close with that relative, maybe you become maybe super aware of the fact that trauma could happen to you.
Bingo, you got it. Look at that. I mean, it's not rocket science, but yeah, you definitely got it. So what the thought process is, due to intergenerational trauma, this is why a lot of people are in the conditions that they're in today. And ultimately what ends up happening is that white people get the blame for it all. So due to white supremacy, this is why every non-white person is in the condition that they're in today due to things like intergenerational trauma. So what I would do is this exercise where I would say, make a white list and a black list. So I put white on one side, black on the other side. And I would ask them, and I would say, all right, list all the things that white people have done wrong to you, like directly to you. and then do the reverse.
I'm so glad I came in at this question.
Yeah, perfect, Mela, because I want to get back to what you asked too. And all the time, folks will have a longer list of Black folks who have done things wrong to them, especially when I do like Black groups within Black, or doing work within Black groups. And I was okay, let's talk about this. Like, what is this about? Now, ultimately, you can get back to systematic racism. You can have conversations about that, but most people can't even recognize that fully themselves either. So a lot of the trauma that we go through is intercultural. It's within our own dynamics and our own groups. So again, that's the stuff we need to work through. It's not the big systematic things that have happened to us. Does racism happen? Yeah, we talked about that earlier on stream, but it's not the end all be all to the conditions that we're in today. What's up, Mela?
Yeah, it's pertinent that you introduce the recognizable fact that there are those of us who have not been harassed, assaulted, compromised in any way whatsoever by Caucasian people. There was this underlining suspicion, but when it comes to something overt, that was not the case. It wasn't like some white man pinned me up against a corner and said, I'll, cut your throat, Black bitch. That wasn't my experience. And I'm not laughing out of anything other than nervousness, because unfortunately it was some other people's experience. And for you to minimalize that, I want you to tread lightly, because there are many, many Black people who were accosted and abused by white people. So when you're inviting this, I dare you to count the ways, I want you to take caution in that. Okay? Take caution in that. It wasn't until I was introduced into the military hearing stories upon stories upon stories from people who are from the South, from people who are from the North, East, and West, who have encountered atrocities. I just so happen not to be one of them. And I don't even count myself as lucky. I'm just trying to figure out how that happened, but I don't have a story to tell when it comes to I have suspicions. Like, for instance, if I look back on it, I can honestly say, being the only Black young lady in an all male environment mixed with different ethnicities, they were just mad because I wouldn't cook for them. Okay? That's what it all boiled down to. They were under the assumption, since I was this, woman, female, young female, she's, I'm not going to put words in their mouth, but I will say that there was this assumption that I would bring goodies and treats. Like, I know she cooks. And it's like, that's not my job. I'm not here to do that. And it became they resented me for that. They resented me for not cooking for them. It's like, we're here to load AIM-9 missiles on the F-16. I'm not here to cook for you. And they resented me for that. So that would be that resentment came out in many different ways. Like, there was like brutal teasing about my ignorance of during my training. There was just a lot of jokes and stuff like that but then there were considerations that balanced it out, right? It's like, they knew I didn't want to listen to country music, so they introduced Mariah Carey. They as a matter of fact, I tore my glove when I was on the flight line, I should specify. And one of he was a ginger by all accounts, red hair, green eyes, and very bombastic. Like, just nasty talking guy. But he sold my thumb. He sold the thumb on my glove. So there were considerations, and as a matter of fact, they remodeled the women's bathroom. Like I only had one little bathroom, and they remodeled it to accommodate what I think would be pleasant. So I can't really, there are women out there in the military that have claimed military sexual trauma. I'm not one of those people.
Okay,
But
pause for a second, Noah.
Okay, go ahead. Thank you for interrupting me, because I was about to just go on and on and on. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to interrupt you, but you were gonna take it to a whole nother cause. So those men who gave you hell because you didn't cook for them, very stereotypical domestic thing that they would ask.
They resented it, yeah.
But over time, they built a relationship with you. They developed some level of respect.
Yeah, we were a branch and a team. Yeah.
Right. And they accommodated your needs.
And it was against the law for them to. I think because I wasn't atrocious, like I wasn't going around being a big mouth. I wasn't going around being tempting and all this other kind of, I mean,
Sure.
I was too young to be a jerk. I'll put it that way. I was, knowing what I know now, I could have actually exercised a whole lot of agitation toward them, but I didn't do that because it was a new environment. I'm intimidated enough as it is, so I just kind of just dedicated myself to learning what it is I'm being paid to do. If that makes sense.
It does, and sadly, there's
I wasn't looking for a boyfriend or favors.
No. But there's a lot of people, not just women, but people these days that wouldn't do that. They wouldn't just grind it out and get the job done. They would raise hell, as they call it, lifting up their voice and making a big deal out of things that normally happen within these circles. Because if you were a male, and let's say you were an Asian man, they'll give you shit for that too. Like everybody gets shit, but you were the only one. You're easier target in an environment.
I don't want to make this about me. All I'm saying is that I didn't have a case of the supposed tos, right? I did not have a case of the supposed tos. That's what distinguishes me in some of these conversations with other people. I am abhorrently against having a case of the supposed to. Well, you're a man. You're supposed to do this. You're a woman. You're supposed to do. I do not believe in supposed tos. I don't believe in that. Either you sign up for something or you don't.
Yes.
It's absolute for me.
So in terms of America, what are you signing up for?
The defense of our right to fight. We you know,
party.
We have to no, I know Twisted Sister, I know that, but it just sounded like I was going there, and I get it. But what I'm saying is that the shelter and comfort of going to a commercial store without the fear that something's going to bomb the damn building is a beautiful existence. It's beautiful, man. And I like what you said earlier, before I had to jump off. I like what you said. It's like adjust. It's like, who knows who's going to be president? Whatever happens, adjust. As long as, another 9/11 doesn't happen, as long as like all this shit that we see going on overseas where, people are just destroying, like you're asleep in your home and you're, like weapons drop on you, people kicking your door. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's just really a beautiful thing to live in this country if you make it work. When it comes to America, as it is in the 12 steps, it works if you work it.
Yeah,
good
point right here. Because it goes back to what I was saying earlier. There are people who do not want to make it work, but they want to stay here. and they don't want to be a part of the system. They don't want to do any of this. They don't want to function here. And they complain about it and they push against it and they say that America hates them, but they won't leave and they won't participate. That's the problem. And it's gone on for way too damn long.
Where are they gonna go?
Who cares? They don't want to be here. Fuck 'em.
But I can say this too, is that I'm in the system. I was born in the system. I've got all the documentation and blah 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 blah. But say I don't want to pay my car registration on time. What is that expired sticker gonna mean to me? It's getting the vehicle's getting me to work, and it was good last year. And as long as I'm not pulled over smoking on the side of the road, what does that sticker mean? That's
Well,
that's
yeah,
my
it's exploitation. Like all the.
it's my pushback.
Yeah, it's it's really challenging to cooperate with all the unreasonable situations and circumstances in cities, towns, states.
Now, if I get pulled over, I'm gonna.
Like a cop, if you talk back to a cop, they can arrest you. Like that's unreasonable. That's kind of crazy.
Hey, I've done it plenty of times. If I get pulled over, I'm gonna handle my business, and then maybe I'll pay it. But otherwise, I gotta show up to court, so I'm gonna pay it. But then I might not pay it for another 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Because they got a max on that's kind of part of playing what they write. Is like, oh, okay, you're gonna max.
I'm Universal. I'm here. There's an echo.
Yeah, making sure that citizens. I mean, that's we cry about taxes, but that's what America does. This is a capitalistic society. Like it's all about making money in this. Whatever money's supposed to mean is that's what is distinguished as being prestigious. Like how much is on your balance. Like that's what makes you distinguished from people who can't provide for themselves. And that's what this country is about. Like, do you think if the founding fathers didn't have something going on that people would take them seriously? No, they had something going on. They were financially astute. They were people of opulence. If they were just some broke Joes saying, "Hey, we're gonna have independence," like they would have been strung up, But as it would have it, it was established and determined we're gonna have democracy, but there's some factors that make wealthy people exempt from the judicial process. And so because you're not wealthy, you're not exempt from the judicial process. Do you think a senator is complaining about a damn car sticker? No.
Convince a bunch of people to die and you'll have freedom.
Say what?
I said convince a bunch of people to die and you'll have freedom.
Well, that's talents come and go, right? For instance, January 6th, Trump was able to, for whatever reason, I should say, people in that regard took it upon themselves to believe that this man said, go hang the vice president, go attack the Capitol building. Like, and then Trump wants to deny that he was the influencer, right? But at the same time, he wants to credit himself as, like, when it comes to fake news, like, I invented fake news. Okay, so you want to account yourself as being an influencer, but you want to detach yourself from influencing people that conducted the January 6th situation. So I just find that people that are looking toward him as a beacon of whatever aspirations
White
they
John
have,
Galt.
like it's like, come on now. I know you know better than that. I know you know better than that. Regardless of whether or not that woman is a woman, I know you know better than to take that guy seriously. He's just, and I'm not gonna go so far as to say he's dangerous or whatever. What I will say is that, come on now. Come on. Come on. Is it really that scary of a door to open that a woman would be president? Is that really a scary door to open? Is it? We're justifying everything that makes Trump look good when we know damn well he's no fucking good, man.
Well, what was scary about the Ramaswamy guy? What was scary about him as a Republican candidate?
But that's not where we are now.
I understand that.
Where we are now, if I may say so, is that it's neck and neck between the Vice President Harris and former President Trump. It's neck and neck, and that doesn't make sense to me. And I would like for someone to explain it. I want someone to explain why that doesn't make sense to me.
I mean,
I really do.
I really can't explain it, but I can say I don't like either candidate, honestly.
No one likes either of them. But compare the two. Why is it neck and neck? Compare them.
Well, follow the money.
Yeah, Alec, ALC. I'm sorry, ALEC. That's an acronym for, a company that's probably cow-tied Trump, because Walmart's involved with them, Wendy's is involved with them. Hell, places that I shop is involved with them. And I was astounded. I was like, wait a minute. Gas station, all types of multi-billion, damn near $1 trillion corporations. I'm pretty sure trillionaires, are there trillionaire families out there? I'm pretty sure they're tied with Alec.
Hey, I would like to make a comment about a part of a video where a woman was talking earlier, and she really emphasized entrepreneurialism, and I really believe in that. I really do. But when you talk about the kind of the freedoms that come along with entrepreneurial, like being your own boss, I think that should be everybody's dream once you get on track.
If a person's a felon, they might have some obstacles in becoming a business owner. So
Right, and some of it is the regulations on whatever it is business that you're doing. But one of the biggest hurdles when you're talking about money is the property. So when people raise property prices, but they're like, "Hey, we just built this brand new strip mall. We're gonna tear the old one down and build a new one there in 5 years." They're trying to entice people to be entrepreneurial and get their own shelf space. But what they're hiding is, oh, we're going to up the price of the property so that way the majority of your loan goes to the property, not you being able to produce what you're going to produce. And I see that, and it makes me sick because, you know, I got thoughts in my brain. I want to be my boss one day. I don't think it's going to happen, but maybe I can teach my kid and to look for good deals or make good friends. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. A lot of times it's not what you know, it's who you know, as much as I hate to say that out loud. Because I want to believe in fate, right? I want to believe it's someone's fate as to whether or not they succeed. Oftentimes, the way this country is constructed, someone has to tell you something and you have to be alert. You know, your spidey senses have to be alert enough to pick up on what they're laying down. Because believe it or not, some of these wealthy people, they throw out stuff because they're talking out loud. They're just, or you overhear something that puts you in tune in putting pieces together of the puzzle for wealth. They have an exclusive club, these wealthy people. They don't just allow anybody to what's the saying goes, the game is to be sold and not told, you know. And that can be true in many instances. Like what someone is wise about as to what made them successful, they may think to themselves, why should I share it with you when I went through HE double hockey sticks to get where I am? Why should I make it easy for you? So there comes this instance where organizations and clubs and sororities and fraternities um, and other types of associations are built to where they share insider information. And are unless you have the fate to overhear some of those insider secrets, you are left guessing. And that's sad, you know. That's sad that a lot of people are left guessing, you know, because as America would have it, those who can't afford it are designated to be workers for those who are in the know. And it's a sad reality. That's what capitalism is. If you're not in the know, that's
In the same
your
way
fault.
that, and I'm not sitting here trying to Trump, but uh, tax laws are written,
He's
and
not a self-made man. That's what's
it,
disgusting about him. He's not a self-made man, right?
but you,
Everybody wants to tout how rich he is and all this. He's not a self-made man.
if you
He's not.
listen, but if you listen, it's like, okay, that's a big argument against him, and I get it. But if you just find a way to do what you do and be profitable, you the person that makes $10,000 a year can keep the majority of their money if they do it a certain way. I'm not saying I live that life or that I, you know, have looked into it that much, but depending on what you do with how you get what you get, you can skirt the code because the rich people wrote the code to be skirted, in my opinion. So
Yeah, that's why Trump doesn't respect the Constitution, because it can be skirted. He wants to. Oh, I can't say what he wants to do. That would be rather arrogant of myself. It would appear his intention is to change everything into an absolute situation.
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. Hey Virgo. Hey Virgo.
yeah,
How's it
welcome.
going? Are you
Hi, Virgo.
safe? Have you got out of there?
Not yet. I was looking
Safe
for a
travels when you do get out of there.
well, there unfortunately
I was looking at the reports, Virgo. It's not, they're predicting a category 5 to hit and not a category 3.
Yeah, but unfortunately we can't. The roads are all gridlocked, and so what we're gonna do, we're gonna go stay at a friend's house.
Blacks. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Hi, Blacks. Sorry. I'm sorry. I just get excited whenever Blacks calls out.
I know.
What's up, guys?
Hey, Blacks.
Hey.
Go ahead, Virgo, about your getting out of there.
I'm sorry. So basically we're gonna stay at a friend's house who they have higher ground. They live in a I guess a zone C, which is not a flood zone area.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
What time?
We're trying to get out of here before 3 o'clock.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. The
3
storm's not going to hit
p.m.
until
tomorrow, you will have evacuated to a safer location, correct?
Yes.
We're going to hold you to that, Virgo.
See, I'm going to show you guys the video from Starlink. Not that I don't want to seem insensitive, but I showed it earlier, and gosh, Elon Musk, that man is up to something. And I tell you what, that video was so clear of the hurricane. I don't understand why anybody needs to go to space now.
I can't stand him.
It was just a mighty fine image. Oh, here we go. Let's take a look. Y'all see how clear that is?
That looks like the day after tomorrow.
Y'all see how clear that's a good camera. You can see my house from that thing.
It's so clear.
That's how clear it is.
Things that make you go,
Yeah.
So do you think it was manipulated to appear this way, or is this actual footage?
No, I
Are you doubting the footage?
No, it's actual. No, it's actual footage. What makes you go, is why the United States government, who is the pinnacle of power in the world, has you believing that you can only see it in an analog way when you utilize their technology. So I'm saying this is what's on the market. Starlink is on the market. Okay. Everybody potentially has access to it. If you have, I don't know, $500 to get a satellite dish to put up your home sorts, and you'll have internet, not just on your home, but you can attach it to your vehicle. My point is that is on the open market. The beautiful thing about capitalism, and you have a government that is so robust that spends trillions a year, and you can't get the hide nor hair of any sort of truth from them. Again, things that make you go,
Yeah, because that's insane. I mean, like the fact that since Hurricane Helene, and beyond Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, the other states that were impacted by it, they don't have internet, but Elon Musk made sure they had internet.
Yeah, like equal eye style, baby.
It's like
equal
what? This man got Tesla, he making rockets, he got satellites, he got Starlink, he got X. Y'all can't. With all of the different, no internet at all, but y'all want these people
He's
to hop
having some
online.
Diddy style parties with powerful people.
To hop online.
allow the market to do what it does. It will prosper.
But
And
also to the people, do you live in a place where certain things happen?
Do that now. Here we
You
are
don't know
with
what's
Noah's Hurricane
going on?
Hunters. They posted this video on social media.
Sorry. Alligator Alley in Florida. The alligators are swimming all over, like in the streets.
Yeah. Yeah.
I still want to
Actually, I
see an
like Alligator
alligator
Alley.
go at it with the shark.
That's my favorite way to travel to Miami is Alligator Alley. It's a very relaxing road, to be honest with you.
It's like with all of this hurricane business, there has to be a
Oh.
circumstance that will present itself to where a shark and an alligator have an experience.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it. I want to see it. Somebody needs to get that video for me.
It seems like we're gonna have a Sharknado.
Yeah.
And I will
And a
be playing the
Tornado.
Vivica Fox role. No,
Well,
but serious. I mean, this is how scary this storm is. Helene devastated Anna Maria Island, which I'm about 2 miles away from. It devastated St. Pete, which I'm about 20 miles away from. And I'm like in the middle of it on the river, on Manatee River. And they are predicting that we're going to have a 20-foot surge. So, just to put it into perspective, what a
They're gonna be
20-foot
cruising.
surge is, it will swallow your house. The debris and cars will be flipped, just like it was in Asheville. So I am in a zone A, which is mandatory evacuation, and I'm trying to be positive, and that's why I've been listening to y'all all day. My phone's been acting up, and I can't. It's something's happening with the phone where it's not charging. It's very slow, but I've been listening to y'all, and I'm trying to stay positive, but I'm facing the possibility of losing everything.
Do you what are your food capabilities?
Well, we went to Publix today. The shelves were bare, like literally bare. We have enough water. My friend says she has water. Her and her husband has water. I tried to grab like little stuff like beef jerky, some crackers, a charcuterie board. You know, like
The charcuterie board was a bad idea.
why?
If you're gonna get flooded, get sealed food. It doesn't
Well,
matter what it is.
She
Make
has
sure
a
it's sealed.
generator. They have a generator, and they're not in a flood zone, so they're deep
Everywhere's a
into
flood.
Bradenton.
Okay.
Everything's a flood in Florida. It doesn't matter what they say. It's all a flood zone. And
Well,
the problem
here's
is
the funny.
the
Oh,
problem
sorry. Go ahead, Bugs.
is, like he said, you know, it's not even about the fact that you can get through it or you'll have power. After everything settles, you know, the water settles to the level it's going to be. Now you got to deal with, you know, mold in the air, etc. It's extra moist thing, and then the mold just attacks as quickly as the water came, just because
Hell yeah.
it's a perfect temperature for it to grow exponentially, and once the spores are always in the air, and now it's given all the catalyst it needs to you know grow and maintain itself. So, but whatever, man, you get through the charcuterie boards first, if it comes to that, and then most importantly, just get to safety, because I know that your livelihood is on the line here, and that's where I sympathize with you for sure. But I'm more interested in you guys surviving and being safe, and then you know we'll do what we can to help you if it comes to that, recoup and rebuild.
Thank you. What's also devastating is that my in-laws' house was, and this is what's weird, because I've lived on the water ever since I lived in Bradenton, and we've never gotten flooded. Like I've had a couple of houses in the neighborhood got flooded, and now my in-laws, their house was flooded. They had to gut it out, tear down all the drywall, and this was from Helene or Helen, whatever her name is, and they got an apartment. And they were also in a hotel while they got the approval for the apartment. But we couldn't find anywhere to put the cars. So even if it floods just a little bit at my friend's house, I don't know if the cars are going to survive. And we all got brand new freaking vehicles. They already lost their cars. His mom had to get another one, and now she's facing having to lose that one too. And it's just too much to think about, just too much to bear.
That insurance that is for the cars doesn't cover them being flooded.
Yes, it does, but here's the thing. It will cover it. It won't cover everything, so you're still gonna have to come out of pocket, and then your rates go up. The same thing, we pay out of our behinds because we are in a flood zone, so we pay out of our behinds for flood insurance, and then all they do is when your house gets flooded is up it up. It's just Florida's almost getting impossible to live. I'll tell you this much, but
That's a
I
fact.
do love my state. I love the people here. Even today we went to Publix, everybody was just talking to each other, asking each other if we're okay, if we're all right, do we need anything? And these are strangers. I don't think I would have got this in New York. I think every state has issues. You have states that have tornadoes all the time. You have states that have earthquakes. Florida just happens to have hurricanes. You have states that have high crime. It's always something.
If you don't mind, Trope sent this in earlier, and I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to play that with you all here. And shout out to Tropes. Thanks for hopping up to post this in the back again. So this is rain clouds generated mechanically through engine developed by NASA. And we touched on this briefly earlier about, because I know we talked about it over the weekend about Cenk Uygur from the Young Turks saying that God is punishing Florida because it's a Republican state and because they banned abortions and, the hurricanes, they deserve it. And so that came up today, and we start to talk about if hurricanes can be, created.
Can be engineered, and the answer is yes.
And so this is a video that Trope shared, so let's take a look.
Don't worry if you can't hear what I'm saying. I couldn't even hear myself. This is the loudest sound you could possibly conceive. And as it turns out, the cleanest. Now, the most amazing thing is that cloud up there, which was generated by the engine, is just a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. It's water vapor. And in about an hour's time, someone in Mississippi is going to get wet washing. It will actually rain. I told you. It's raining. That's unbelievable.
Isn't that something?
This is
So in 1977,
That's nuts. That's
in
crazy.
1977,
if you live in
Hey, but I know who that is.
Hold on, wait, Blacks, go ahead. Blacks, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say in 1977, the United Nations banned weather manipulation. Now, it doesn't matter that they banned it, but it begs the question: why would they ban it if it wasn't available and able to be done. They in what was it, 70 years ago, they the United States government, along with General Electric, did an experiment and where they seeded some clouds with crushed dry ice. The paper's there. It's well documented, and they wanted to see if they could affect the trajectory of a hurricane. And one of the scientists, I can't remember his name, said yes, we absolutely did. I'm 90% sure the reason why the hurricane turned west and ended up hitting the coast of Georgia, causing $2 million in damage, etc. during that year was because of our efforts in trying to seed a storm and getting it to do what we wanted it to do. And the government, of course, with Operation Mockingbird and all these other operations they employ to make sure that we don't have just general information, came in and kind of debunked that, because they're like, hey, you worked with us. Why are you talking about this? Don't tell them that it worked, pretty much. So yes, it definitely works. There's also a rule by the National Weather Service, and I can't remember what other agency, that says you have to give the United States government 10 days forewarning before you start manipulating the weather. 10 days. So my point is, it's technology that has been around for at least 100 years, at the very least. So I'm just saying, come on. With this hurricane here, how it just picked up speed. It was nothing before. All of a sudden, it went to a category 3. Now it's a category 5. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
No, it does make sense, because you look at the shape of what is happening, and then look at the shape of the country based off of water movement. And you're talking about 100 years. Oh my God, 100 years. That's such a long time when you're talking about so much water movement. Yes.
No, what I'm saying is that this hurricane was on nobody's radar, is my point. What they were tracking was nothing. And then all of a sudden it manifested. So Helene was absolutely predictable. They're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Here it is. Everybody prepare for it. And then all of a sudden, here's Milton.
See,
that's
that
the point that I'm making.
Do you not see that is?
I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I see what I see, but what I'm saying is that nobody could have known that this was going to happen, and it shouldn't have happened, is my point. It didn't make sense for it to happen, and here we are dealing with it, especially with the force, the force that we're dealing with now. I mean, I'm just speaking from my expertise, and I do have some in it, but I won't say how.
And I'm sorry, but my last remark to that would be any given Sunday, something's going to happen.
That's not how weather patterns work. That's not how weather patterns work. We have it mapped. We have charts. That's just not how weather works. It isn't. And so my point isn't that there shouldn't be a storm
for 100 years.
My point, and I didn't say, why are you holding on to the 100 years trope? I said 100 years we've known how to manipulate weather. That's what I said. I'm not talking about that. Has nothing to do with Milton. I'm just saying we know how to manipulate it. I was talking to that point, but I'm saying with Milton should have no godly business being as powerful as a hurricane that it is. That's all I'm saying. Yes, it could be a storm. It should have just been a glancing blow, but nobody could have predicted that it was going to be a category 5 hurricane. That's my point. It just kept picking up speed. It shouldn't have been, not even at this time of the year. And here we are dealing with it.
So who do you think did it?
I have no idea.
Well, I want to play this video really quick that because apparently they're calling it a conspiracy because a lot of people have been saying that this hurricane was manipulated. So let's see. This is a 2-minute and 32-second clip. So let's see what she's talking about.
Welcome back. In the aftermath of Hurricane Helene, a new threat is emerging. The absence of running water, electricity, or even cell service has seen misinformation and conspiracy theories surrounding the event take hold. Disaster agency FEMA has been the target of online rumours, including that it is choosing not to help people or that its resources have been diverted to help illegal immigrants.
Oh, that's true.
Those claims are false and
That
have
is
been
true.
amplified by the likes of Elon Musk and Donald Trump and have led to threats against workers and volunteers.
It's on their
FEMA
website.
has created a fact-check page that debunks online misinformation,
See how they can
but
just
it
lie
is
to the
constantly
community?
playing catch-up with the latest rumours. The cause of the hurricane has also led to a conspiracy theory centering around the idea that it was man-made and designed to influence the election. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, who famously blamed wildfires on Jewish space lasers, is among those claiming affected areas are Republican voting, and that must mean the storm was sent by Democrats, tweeting they can control the weather. It only serves to further divide communities at a time where they would otherwise be coming together. Some of those hardest hit by Hurricane Helene are now back on high alert as another hurricane threatens even more destruction. Here's our meteorologist, Josh Holt.
Good evening. Hurricane-hit Floridians are still cleaning up and counting the cost of Helene, with another storm brewing in the Gulf of Mexico.
I'm going to continue playing this, but I just have to pause to say this very quickly. It's throwing me off because this is America, okay? And this is some news station out of Florida, and they sound like Australians. And it's like it was her, now it's him. It's like, I don't know what's going on. Is this America? I don't know, but let's keep going.
Hurricane Milton is expected to slam into Florida's west coast later this week, possibly intensifying before it does so, with millions now back on high alert. It's the same people who felt the full force of Helene just 10 days ago. They're partway through cleaning up. You can see here piles of rubbish lining the street on Florida's west coast. Now, this is a very dangerous situation because when you get another hurricane lining up the area, it can turn all that rubbish into airborne projectiles. And that'll be a big factor over the coming days, along with another risk of storm surge and also flooding.
Okay, so I want to go with the conspiracy, okay? That's where I want to lean tonight. That's where I'm going to lean. First of all, I have done extensive coverage here at the Urban Landlord about FEMA, okay? And all on their website. Now, I'm sure they've long scrubbed it by now. However, we have the videos, you know. On FEMA's website, it clearly states how much money they have given to illegals and how they are deciding to divvy out FEMA money. Universal was here. I believe Virgo was here. I can't remember who were all here that day, but I specifically remember Universal because we went through, and I'm talking, we nitpicked that whole thing and how they decide they're going to divvy out the FEMA money. And so for them to just come up here and blatantly say something like, you know, it's false, that's wild because it's not false. And Kamala Harris literally did a press conference saying $750 per household, and you have to get online to apply for it, but there's no internet. So how are they going to do that? Right? And then they're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene and this forest fires with Jewish lasers. I mean, okay, whatever. But wouldn't it make sense with me entertaining this conspiracy? Wouldn't it make sense
with the election being a month away, that they would do something like this to manipulate the election, because they did it with COVID. They did it with COVID. So who's to say that they're not doing it with Hurricane Milton, especially a few days after Helene? What do you guys think?
I agree with you. By the way, I had a colleague when I was in the United States Army by the name of Milton, and he sure was a hurricane too. So that's it's a little ironic for me, but absolutely, there seems to be some nonsense afoot with this. That's what I said. It didn't make any sense in terms of FEMA spending all this money on illegal aliens. Yes, it's absolutely documented. Over $640 million of it. Hold on. Making sure. Yep, I was right. And it's a $1 billion fund, several $1 billion funds, and they spent a lot of it on Helen, and now they're not going to be able to have enough for when people apply for emergency individual assistance, individual housing assistance, etc. from FEMA. And so all the higher ups are scrambling from DHS. Mayorkas putting his damn foot in his mouth like he always does. Denise, can't remember her name, Willis, I can't remember, who is the head of FEMA, floundering. These people know what they've done. They know what they've wrought against the American populace. They just don't care. All they care about is covering their own skins, making it seem as, and they'll spin doctor it all the time. They're gonna spin doctor it because they know that the average American, who are not news junkies like us up here, they're not gonna know. Things that you would believe, you or I would believe, are common knowledge. It's not common knowledge. People don't spend their days watching and reading news or commentating on news. They have too much going on, going to work, dealing with the day-to-day, with the mundacity of life. And then to expect them to know anything about this, they don't truly know. So, yeah, they can just put out a statement. People won't question it. They'll say Trump, orange man, bad. And how dare they lie on our illustrious president like this?
Yeah, like we're all, Oh, hey, Stanley. You know what? You're kind of, earlier today, you said that you were equal to white men. Now, I know that's not how you meant it, but that's how I'm going to use it right now. The reason why I'm going to use it in that way right now is because it is 11:48 your time, I believe, and you are early for your shift, like a white guy. Hey, Stanley, welcome back. Anyhow, back to this Plax. I'm usually not the type of person that goes in on this conspiracy thing, especially whenever it comes to Mother Nature. But this is very interesting to me, especially considering, we could sound like crazy loony bins up here, but I'm not against entertaining the idea, especially with the election being right around the corner. And what better a way to try to sway something? And I don't know if you heard it last night during Ron DeSantis's press conference, because the journalists, they were all asking about registering to vote and what would it look like for them having an election in the machines because of the hurricanes. So, what are they going to do?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
hey,
exactly.
Oh, hey,
I
Rashu.
mean, if
what's
oh,
going
hi,
on, guys?
Rashu.
How y'all doing?
I mean, if we're gonna be devastated like they say we are, do you think we're gonna give two craps about voting? We're just gonna be scrambling to survive.
That's a fact. That's the point.
I did want to pose a point that I made when the whole Helene hurricane was going on. I did suggest that there was weather modification going on because I am aware of some experiments that we conducted for one in the Japan war, right? We flooded those guys out. And I know we have the Dubai debacle that just happened, maybe a month and a half ago. That is a clear indication that we can modify weather. And outside of that,
how they had unprecedented flooding in an arid desert. Yeah.
yeah.
You keep saying
And they're also scheduling in the next month that they'll continue cloud seeding. But that's besides the fact that I'm trying to make. I'm just trying to point out points here that are indicating facts over the past, let's say 50 years or so, that we've had knowledge of how to direct weather patterns, right?
whenever you say we, are you talking about like we as a panel or we as your job?
No, we as a country.
We as a
So
country.
I'm talking about the government. So that would include my job. So I might have some more insight than other people, but that's not excluding the public information that's out there.
Oh, hey, Crown Reese. Hey. Just go ahead, Rashu. Sorry.
No, so I just wanted to make public information that is out there that is indicating the fact that we could influence and influence weather patterns, that's not really outside of the realm of possibility. So when people say that you could have a hurricane in an area that is lithium rich because maybe you might be at odds with Taiwan, who's currently the top producer of semiconductors, I mean, I don't know. There might be something there. I don't know. There may not be something there, but we can't not say that it's plausible.
Yeah, but like, isn't that interesting to entertain?
No, it's very interesting to entertain. And I love to entertain it because it's actually real technology. Like, we actually have a lot of technology that people would think is magic that it's not. I'm not talking about, well, I don't know what I'm talking about because I'm only exposed to a certain level of stuff. So whatever.
Well, Rashu, you are one of the good Negroes. We appreciate your service at your wonderful job that you have, sir. Trope says it's hurricane season naturally, and there's a hurricane alley naturally, but the ability to amplify and direct existing weather and in combination with generating new weather is just fact too.
So one thing that I will say off of that point that he just made is that usually in hurricane season, like, we can predict the months that will have the most accelerated hurricanes, and they'll typically be coming out of like the African region over to where we are. And where this hurricane is developing right now, it seems like we've never had a hurricane develop at that category in that area.
Okay, so you said usually from Africa. Now, what I'm about to say is going to sound very ignorant. Forgive me. I've been here all day.
I know it's going.
Universal, if you're still in the chat, I'm blaming what I'm about to say next on you, because it's your fault. Now, Rashu, you just said you can typically tell where they're coming from. You said Africa. Well, the other day, whenever we were talking about this, Universal told me, because I asked him, were hurricanes racist? And he said, yeah, the white supremacy sent the hurricane from the beaches in Africa and they came all the way over here. So I know where you work, and you just said you can usually tell that they're from Africa. So, Rashu, are hurricanes racist?
I mean, if you're asking me, absolutely not. They're not racist at all.
Okay, great.
That's
Oh,
yeah.
he's here. You would have had to been here for it because it was absolutely ridiculous, but it was so funny because he was so serious. Well, not serious, but like whenever you're putting on the acting, you're in that character. It was just excellent. But the fact that you said that made me think about that. Sorry, I had to do that for Universal. But go ahead, Rashi.
You're good. You're good. But there's a reason why hurricanes spin off from that area, right? I think if I got into the technicalities of it, it would be boring. But what I'm saying is that it ends up in the North Atlantic, and then we deal with it from there. But the fact that it went over land and it didn't lose speed, it actually gained speed and it stayed in one particular area is what people are kind of like saying is anomalous. I don't really know. I don't really watch storm patterns. You know what I mean? So I'm not an expert on it. I'm just speculating on it. So, just as a talking point, guys, don't hold me accountable.
Definitely holding you accountable.
What do you guys think about that storm? I think it was called Dorian, the one that was even bigger than this. It was supposed to be catastrophic as well. It was supposed
Dorian
to
sounds
hit
like a black hurricane.
That was a while ago, right? Because the
2
hurricane
years ago, I
comparable to
believe.
the one. Say
And
that
it
again?
just sat on the Atlantic and it just sat there. It was supposed to be hitting us at a category 5 as well. And it was supposed to be coming in through the east coast of Florida. That just was weird to me that it just sat in the. I've never seen a hurricane just sit for days in the middle of the ocean.
Well, I just saw I'm not. This has nothing really to do with what you just said. Well, it kind of does, but it doesn't. But I just saw a video on Twitter a few minutes ago where they have people who deploy over these serious hurricanes and study the wind patterns and X, Y, and Z. And the guy was out there experiencing turbulence and he was recording it and putting it on Twitter. But it was like, how much study is really going on top of these clouds, right? Like,
Right.
who's to say that they're not, putting various materials in the clouds to study what happens, if they're publicly
Yeah.
putting videos out on Twitter. But yeah,
And
obviously
Helene
that's
didn't
not the same program, but yeah.
Yeah. And Helene actually didn't hit us. It kind of like sideswiped us, kind of like gave us like a little elbow. It kind of went right up the coast. But the devastation that it caused was weird to me. And that wasn't a category 5. It wasn't. I think by the time it sideswiped Florida, if I'm not mistaken, it was a tropical storm. Or like
So
a category 1 or something.
So apparently, from what the data says, like we haven't had a Category 5 on land like in 100 years or more. Like
More,
Category 5 is like
1921.
185 miles an hour or something crazy like that.
Yeah, 1921.
Yep.
Yeah. So this is all, I don't know. You guys already know I'm a conspiracy theorist. I know, Portia, you're not, but
You know,
Well, the term was made up by the
I imitated.
CIA. You gotta ask yourself why. Like the CIA is it's a shady organization.
yeah,
Just think about how it was made up, and
I question everything that happens around election time.
Well,
Honestly.
Tropes just sent us another video, and I'm gonna play that one. You guys have
Ooh,
my
yes.
10, what is it? My 10 hat. It's doing whatever 10 hats do, whatever they say about conspiracies.
it blocks
I
out
don't know.
EMI.
10 hats
I may have to
Electromagnetic.
jump off, Portia,
Oh,
to
that's fine.
let
You know,
my
we'll
phone
be here.
charge a little bit, but I'll be listening through my TV.
Did you evacuate, Virgo?
No.
No, not yet. We will tomorrow. We're watching the wobble. That's number one. My neighbors haven't evacuated yet, but they did board up the windows and stuff like that. But they haven't evacuated. And that's weird because their houses are on the ground. My house is like the oldest one on the block. I only have like 3 other neighbors on the whole block. So
I seen the most Florida shit ever today on
Huh?
Twitter. I seen the most
What?
Floridian shit ever. I guess you can call it.
What?
A guy ratchet strapped his house like down to the pavement.
Was it a mobile home?
No, it was an actual like in-ground home. I thought it was genius, but I mean, we'll see if it works or not.
Well, mobile homes are no matter what category it is, mobile homes are mandatory evacuation because they're not as strong as
No, it wasn't a mobile home. It was an actual real
okay.
home in the ground, and he just strapped like 4 or 5 like huge ratchet straps into the ground, like stakes into the ground, and like ratchet strapped his roof down to the house, like so it wouldn't, so the wind wouldn't blow it.
Yeah, and I noticed that nobody bothered with sandbags because honestly, those sandbags don't work. They're useless.
I mean, when you
honest
got
with you.
15-foot surges, sandbags are
Yeah.
not going to work. If you got
Those sandbags probably would come up and slap your window open. So
yeah, if you got like a 2-inch, I mean like a 2-foot surge, you'll probably be fine with the sandbags.
yeah.
But 15 foot, nah. That's a whole different scenario.
That's crazy. And I have a huge mango tree that's already been Helen already didn't tear it down, but I lost like a lot of branches. My poor mango tree. And yeah, if it's as bad as it says, what I'm afraid of is that tree falling on the house. So yeah, I have to evacuate if anything.
That mango tree is going to be the least of your worries with 15-foot surges.
No, I'm saying even if we don't get flooded out, I'm worried about, the mango tree falling.
Yeah, well, yeah, it sounds like a big tree for sure.
We got 2. One of them is little and one of them is huge. So anyway, Portia, go ahead. I'm gonna jump off for a little bit, let my phone charge up, and be back a little later.
Nah, you be safe out there.
Thanks. Thank you.
Be careful, Virgo. We'll talk to you soon. I'm gonna play this video. Oh, hey, Stanley. Hi, Stanley.
Hey there.
Did you get some rest, sir?
Yeah.
What's going on, Stanley?
How you doing, Rashu? Where'd Blacks go?
I don't know. Black's probably need to get out of here, but
Black's
I
got
gave him something
20
in the-
kids. So,
in the
you
back.
know.
He does have 20 kids. I need to tell him. I need to text him. What am I thinking of? Yeah, so Virgo, you know we love you. And I know you're listening. You gotta get out of there. You gotta get out of there. And you know, it's supposed to hit tomorrow. So you gotta get out of there, Virgo. You gotta get out of there. So before we continue, and before this Negro who loves Popeye's chicken gets rolling, we're going to play this video and then may he give us his grand entrance. Love you, tough guy.
Wins from having significantly larger proportions of retired people and older people relative to working age citizens. Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection, or SAI, a method of seeding the stratosphere with particles that can help reflect the sun's heat in much the same way that volcanic eruptions do. An SAI program could limit global temperature increases, reducing some risks associated with higher temperatures and providing the world economy additional time to transition from fossil fuels. This process is also relatively inexpensive. The National Research Council estimates that a fully deployed SAI program would cost about $10 billion yearly. As promising as it may be, moving forward on SAI would also raise a number of challenges for our government and for the international community. On the technical side, greenhouse gas emission reductions would still have to accompany SAI to address other climate change effects, such as ocean acidification, because SAI alone would not remove greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. On the geopolitical side, the technology's potential to alter weather patterns and benefit certain regions of the world at the expense of other regions could trigger sharp opposition by some nations. Others might seize on SAI's benefits and back away from their commitment to carbon dioxide reductions. And as with other breakthrough technologies, global norms and standards are lacking to guide the deployment and implementation of SAI and other geoengineering initiatives. Now, I could go on and on and on and on about the things that fascinate me, but rather than talk about them, I thought I'd stop here and start the conversation with Judy, and then I can take some of your questions.
Tough guy. Popeyes.
Yo, nigga, what the fuck going on, y'all?
Do
Fuck
they
y'all
have
doing,
Popeyes
man?
in California?
Stanley and this bitch too?
Yeah.
What's up, nigga?
How you doing?
You know, just kicking it, you know what I mean?
Well, it's good to know they've got Popeyes in California.
Hell yeah, they got Popeyes out here, nigga. Shit. That's what my mom used to work at Popeyes back in the day in Pomona, nigga.
Popeyes. Hey, Crown Reese, you've been quiet over there. How's it going?
I'm good. How you doing, Porsha, Miss Beautiful?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Yeah, we stayed in a Crip hood, and my mom worked at Popeyes. I was a little nigga back then. And she used to bring me home them fries, the motherfucking fries with the biscuits, nigga. That was the shit, nigga.
Universal. That's so funny.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
But man,
I mean,
y'all was up on here.
Yep.
Y'all was up on here talking earlier about this dude that was doing some shit with his feet. And that shit remind me of, I was like, damn, man. It remind me of my pops, man. Like my pops is handicapped.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Dude, the piece. Dude, the truth for real. He showed that he let everybody know he can shut the hell up. So I think somebody had a real good point. If he was in the Marines, I think Juan. And
Hey,
Juan said,
y'all hear me?
hey,
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear your ass, nigga.
hey, but Juan
Well,
was
I'm
saying
sorry.
that
My phone, I gotta charge my phone, but I had to jump on here real quick and
Virgo.
say what's up to my homie Tough Guy.
Yo, what's up, Virgo? What's happening?
Man, we just trying to hold it down over here for real.
I can't hear
For
you,
real,
my
for
nigga.
real. For real, for real.
Can't hear?
I hear you.
Can y'all hear my black ass?
I can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can hear you.
Oh,
I can
okay.
hear you, nickel.
Man, she got me confused. Like my shit fucking up, nigga.
I hear you, nickel.
Oh, okay. There you are. There you are. There you are.
I just had to jump on real quick and say what's up to you, man.
For sure, for sure. You know I got love for you, my nigga. I got nothing but love for you, baby.
Exactly. That's my homie right there.
Y'all remember that song? I got nothing but love for you. Heavy D, nigga.
Yeah, I remember.
Well, I'm gonna
R.I.P.
jump back off and let the phone charge up. You be dipping in and out, Tough Guy. That's why every time I jump on, it's like I don't see you.
Virgo, before you leave,
yes, ma'am.
Can you see the screen? The comment
Yeah,
on the
I can.
screen? Tough Guy, can you read that? Can you tell that to Virgo?
Oh my God.
Tough guy, something. Hold on. I'm blind as a motherfucker. Tell her something, nigga.
Evacuate.
Evacuate.
Evacuate. Oh, Virgo, you out there?
Yeah, I'm in Florida. I thought
Oh,
you
nigga, you
knew.
better leave, nigga. They said that shit about to be 9 feet high. You about to be underwater, nigga.
9 feet? That shit about to be 20 feet high.
Nigga, you better get the fuck out of there, nigga. You over there trying to fix your Wi-Fi, nigga. You about to be underwater tomorrow.
See, now that Tough Guy said it, I'm gone.
Man, you better get your ass out of there, nigga. I don't want to hear that your ass.
God damn, this shit crazy.
You
I'll
better
jump
grab
back on
everything you
later.
can, leave all the other bullshit, nigga. Everything else is replaceable, nigga. Get your ass out of there.
The only
your
thing I
life
want to
ain't
say,
replaceable,
to be
nigga.
honest with you, I already my in-laws had some room in their storage, so I put like all my kids' pictures, like family pictures. I put that in there, and I'm just gonna grab my Bible, and I'm gonna put my fur coat up. That's it.
Does your Bible float? Like act as a floating cushion or something?
This nigga's stupid.
You know what, motherfucker? You know what?
Stanley got problems.
Okay, I'm out. I'll talk to you guys later. I'm out.
Virgo, go get your ass to some shelter,
Why
nigga.
you
Let us
still
know that
calling
you all
from a
right.
Florida area code?
I will. Porsha
Right.
got my info just to check on me and see if everything's all good.
Yeah, just leave there and then you'll know if everything all right in about a week, nigga. You can go back and then you'll see what happened, and then you can then take it from there.
All right.
But,
Talk to you later, my nickel.
But nigga, they said that shit about to be like 9 feet, 15
Godspeed,
feet
Virgo.
high, nigga. I'm like, nigga, that's deeper than the pool, nigga. Nigga, you can go swimming in that shit, nigga. They said 9 feet. I'm like, 9 feet, nigga. That's the
Nah,
deep end.
they said
That's
15
the deep
foot
end.
surge.
No, because you
my
know a
boy.
pool got like 3 feet. You know what I'm saying? You can stand in it. Your kids can stand in it, whatever. Then it might go to 6. That's kind of deep too. But nigga, 9 feet, nigga. That's like, nigga, god damn, nigga. That's like jumping. That's like trying to dunk, nigga.
Nah,
A
you really
lot
gotta
of
know
people
how to
can't
swim
even
in
dunk.
9 feet.
Imagine a nigga can't even dunk on 9 feet, let alone 10 feet, nigga. Like,
You
yeah,
really
that's
gotta
high.
know how to swim in 9 feet, bro.
Yeah,
Straight
exactly,
up.
nigga. Your ass gonna die, nigga. That's what I told her. She better get the fuck out of there, nigga.
Tough Guy, can you swim?
Hell yeah, nigga. I took swimming lessons.
Oh, okay, so if you were in Florida, you'd be good.
I was scared of water, and my dad was like, "Nigga, you better get your ass in that water." Nigga, he put me in the swimming lessons, nigga. And
You in
swimming lessons,
California, you
we
better know
had
how to swim,
we
man.
had a 12 feet and we had a diving board. So to graduate, you had to jump off the diving board, go all the way down to the bottom, come up, and swim to the side. So once I got over that and jumped in the water off a diving board, went all the way down 12 feet, came back all the way up, and swim to the side, nigga, I could swim. So,
that's what's up.
Listen, my parents.
I remember that shit too. That's the whole thing. It was like that was a part of my life, nigga, because I was scared of swimming. I was scared
Hold
of
on,
water.
wait. Let's let Crown Reese get in because he hasn't really said much. Go ahead, Crown Reese.
No, I was just saying that, I feel that he can swim, but I lived in Florida for like 8 years. I had a cousin that was at the Mayport Navy base, and we stayed at their house like for house sitting. So that's where I had my son, and so stayed there for like 7 years, and the commute everywhere you go is water. So the shit comes everywhere. The water running in the back of the house. You got to keep your lawn water. You wake up 5:30 in the morning, go to work. It's frogs and shit on the damn screen. From all the moisture in. It ain't number water there. So if it's 3 feet high, you need to leave. Because that shit crazy down there. So
Well, hopefully Virgo leaves. We've been telling her to leave since last week.
man, if the news tell you that it's a 9-foot wave or whatever, I heard 20.
Yeah,
Why wouldn't you leave though? Because especially if you have a car, your car gonna get drowned out. Like, nigga, I'm leaving. Nigga. If I got a whip, nigga, I'm gone. Nigga, I'm going to the family house in another state, nigga, and I'll come back later and deal with all the other shit afterwards.
Some guy, listen, me coming from Ohio, going to Jacksonville, Florida. I live in Jacksonville, Florida, and Orange Park. So I'm telling you, on any side of the fucking place that you go, you have to go over a bridge. If you're on one side of town, you got to go to work on the other side of town. And you're going over a bridge that's like 6 miles. And you're going over the damn water. And the shit is right there. It's you in the water. It's not you and a podium there with grass and none of that. It's that lane over there on the bridge, and it's swaying and shit when the wind blows. So, man, it ain't nothing but a swamp. It's all water swamp. It's horrible.
To add to Crown Reese's point, the Tampa Bay Bridge has been like surging, even in the hurricane that happened 2 weeks ago. This one is supposed to be worse than that one, so everybody's
I like where my house is
area.
positioned. I'm more inland. I'm not right by the water. And my house is on a hill both ways.
And you gotta go over a bridge, you'll be scared to death because the shit is crazy. It's not like you're going like you in Kentucky over here. We in Ohio. You go over a bridge. It's tall ass trees or whatever. There's nothing down there but a creek. But the Ohio River or whatever. You can see all the tall trees. It's a long way down. But in Florida, if a side of the bridge cracks, you are in the water right there in your face. I don't give a damn. And then you're in the sea. And you can't drink the damn water because it's salt water. So I'm telling you, I wouldn't. When they said a hurricane, when I was there, it was a hurricane there, but it was just swaying back, whatever. But somebody said something earlier about the modifying the weather. That shit is true because China's doing it. They do this shit in a casino. You don't even know it. That's what they call modifying the weather in a casino for the Chinese people. But the people really are modifying the weather. We go to outer space, don't we? So they have to do something. So if they tell you that this weather pattern is going to happen, please be ready for it. Because this is in the surge now that we got an election. All kind of crazy shit's going to happen. It's going to make it feel like it's the end of time. So, yeah, we can rock on with this.
Hey, nigga, I don't know if we've been to outer space, though, nigga. That ain't been confirmed, really. Like, we don't
saying,
know.
though. I'm just saying.
I mean, the moon landing, they still bullshitting off of that. How come, it's 2024 and we ain't got no like real videos of nigga kicking it up there. Like, nigga, we don't know, nigga. I don't know. It just don't seem
right. I feel you.
Do y'all think we really been to the moon? Yes or no? Put a
No,
one
you
in the
know what?
chat if you think we've been to the
Yes.
moon. Put a
Yes.
two in the
Yes.
chat
Yeah.
if you
We
don't
have.
think we haven't.
Yeah. We have.
I'm gonna say this. My great grandmama told me this, and she said it. She died at 102 years old, so she's an old lady, and told me when I was maybe about 8, and she told me that anything she was telling me about the TV. Anything you see on the TV is a goddamn lie. She told me this is what they did to kill the Jews. That TV. And I didn't understand what she was talking about. She said that man said he went to the moon. That hunky a lie. That's what she told me. That hunky a lie. He ain't never been up. He can't get close to God. If he get up there close to God, he's gonna kill him. So that's what she told me. So if they've been, if
So
we've been above the hemisphere,
we
listen, I feel it. I feel we've been above the hemisphere, but I don't feel we've been in no outer space.
we
That's
left
above our
mirrors.
range.
We left mirrors
That's
on
above
the
our.
moon. We left
So
Well,
mirrors on the moon to
so
be able
they
to
say.
calculate.
so
So they
everybody
say,
thinks we've
I
been
mean,
to the
hey, look, I grew up in Dayton,
y'all
Ohio. So
believe
somebody
that.
said
Y'all
that
think we
kind of
really
thing.
been
So
to the
I
moon.
know a lot. My family is in the middle. I got a lot of military family. So I'm gonna just tell you a lot what they say. And it's not, as we in the hemisphere, we're not in outer space. So I'm telling you that's what people from my family said, as being military people at the Air Force Base. Almost one of the largest in the world. So I'm saying now, I'm not saying that's where it is, but that's what my opinion is. We said we've been in the atmosphere. I believe we have not been into outer space. And that's something above our ram that none of us know nothing about. Ain't no school teachers or nothing told us about that. If we think about that, we just making that shit up on our own. So ain't nobody taught us that. The only people that taught us what was going on is our teachers and whatever little bit our mother and fathers told us. So we just can't say that what it is.
What's the
Can't
difference?
show me
What's
a
the
picture.
difference? What's the difference between space and atmosphere?
One is higher than the other.
What does that mean?
Common
Means one
sense.
has more space, nigga. Shit, it's called space.
Common sense. God damn it, common sense.
Atmosphere is only the atmosphere that you in. Space is like infinity. It sound like
Nigga,
beyond
we
infinity
all
and beyond.
exist in space. What the fuck are
Meaning
you
you can
talking
fall from the atmosphere, but your ass can't go to outer space. That's what that means. Prove that you've been to outer space. We ain't in Star Trek, but this is common sense. I wish I was a teacher, but I don't. But I have a 14-year-old, so I teach him common sense. So
So
that's
what
the
would your
realm that
body look like if you was floating in space? Would you blow up? Would you freeze? I mean, what would you look like if you was out there with no oxygen, just floating in space? Would you disappear? Would you evaporate? Would you be frozen
no.
solid? I mean, what would you look like? Y'all think?
Yeah, you look like that. Remember the alien movies? They tell you the truth. You go out outer space and you go outside that shit you've done. But they don't show that shit. They show you the inside of the low. Remember the dude they said he fell from, the Red Bull guy that fell from the atmosphere? His ass did not go to outer space. He fell from the atmosphere. And he's a dumbass man for doing it. I don't know why he did, and I really don't even think he survived.
That jump was crazy. Hey, Porsha, can you put that jump on real quick?
That
Porsha,
was
where
from
you
the
at, nigga?
atmosphere, not from outer space.
So the astronauts that was just
Porsha,
taken
sweet
down by
nigga.
SpaceX,
Stanley,
do you
one
think
of y'all
that
niggas.
was a hoax as well?
Yes, sir.
Hey, is you in control of the
Don't
board?
sleep. I'm listening to you guys.
Oh, can one of y'all put up the Red Bull jump from outer space? I want y'all to see that shit. That shit's crazy.
Yeah, I'll do it.
This nigga jumped from the
And you should have heard the stuff that he went through. And you should have heard the stuff. He said the stuff, particularly the stuff that he went through. And I don't think no human being can go through that. You can't have me force your body to go through that.
What are you talking about? What you think?
Let's
I think he was
actually
spinning. He
look
was
at
spinning around
what
because he went
you
faster as the
observe.
speed of light almost, or some shit like that.
Hey, listen. One thing about I'm a grown man. I don't think about nothing. That's what the man said. I ain't
He
think
was
shit.
not going the speed
Hey,
of
y'all,
light,
check this shit
sir.
out. Check this shit
So
out,
guys,
y'all.
this is it. This is the video.
Yeah, check this shit out.
He
Okay.
wasn't going the speed of light, and he's not quite in space.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
let the
Red
man
Bull
stand
jump
for
Right, he's at the
outer
tippity top.
space.
He's at the tip top
Red
of our
Bull
atmosphere.
jump
Yeah.
outer.
See,
Tough guy,
look,
did
the
you
Earth
stumble
isn't
upon this
flat.
video when you were high on the Mary Jane? Sir?
No, I like Red Bull videos because they do a lot of the extreme stunts, skateboarders. Like they had this one guy doing a bike ramp on a air balloon. Y'all can see that next if y'all want. That shit was crazy.
Okay, so we're gonna watch this, and yeah, Tough
Yeah,
guy
Red
said
Bull.
that
If
he
you
wasn't
see an athlete with a Red Bull shit on, they must be really good at
Yeah,
what they
no, the
fucking
Red
do.
Bull, all of the stuff that
Travis
Red Bull does, they
Pastrana.
have the
Yeah,
coolest,
Red Bull, they don't fuck around. They like
videos.
Apple and iPhone of athletes, nigga. Like, nigga, if you
I thought
fucking
you
with
were,
Red Bull, your ass is the truth,
you
nigga.
were like the Apple of energy drinks.
Okay,
Basically.
let's get into it.
Nigga, would you jump?
I
Hell
don't like
no.
I don't like
I wanted to be the
heights.
first human outside of an aircraft breaking the
Nigga,
sound
that ain't
barrier.
no heights, nigga. That's space, nigga.
Tell you all the stuff he went through.
Nigga, that's not even like, nigga, that's like, I don't even know. That's like a dream. Not, you couldn't even.
I understand we have a panel filled with Negroes right now.
Yes, I'm a nigga. My bad. Yes.
Shoot.
She like somebody, mama. Y'all hear that?
Nobody in the world telling you, listen, Felix, if this happens, you have to do this while the whole world is watching. Then I was trying to move my arms around a little bit, just maybe in Bible. Speed 600 miles per hour. There's only one way for the blood to leave your skull, and that's through all the eyeballs. If that happens, you're gonna die. I had a Chi Whiz attached to my hand. The Chi Whiz is a device that
Basically,
fires
this
a drogue chute that pulls you out of that flat spin.
Go ahead, Rashu. You can, educate us. The G Whiz.
No, I was just saying. Basically, this fucked up. This guy was death spiraling to his death.
He was about to die. This nigga was about to die to do this shit, nigga. Basically,
That's all I was trying to say. But you can continue. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Porsha.
I didn't realize that he was
committing suicide.
right. I didn't gather that. I just thought he was like, whatever.
Nigga, he hit Mach 1. What are you talking about? This nigga.
No, this guy narrating, he's trying to make it seem like this guy wasn't dying, and I'm trying to tell you this guy was dying.
Did you hear what he said? The blood leaves his eyeballs. He's dead. What the fuck, nigga? What type of shit is going on?
I'm sorry, but go ahead, Porsha. I'm sorry.
What is it called whenever you're on a plane and you jump out of it for fun? Skydiving.
Yeah.
Skydiving. Yeah.
So
but nigga, that's not skydiving, nigga. That's dead
this
diving.
is not skydiving. This is experimental diving. Right here.
This is not skydiving, nigga. That shit is something else.
This is sending a monkey on a flying saucer.
But you got to hear when he
People black
speak
out
about
and jump. Somebody said people black out and jumps. It's not uncommon.
Yes, Sam. And then Fish says, in the name of science. And Budman says he loses consciousness for a minute. And Manta says if he was moving at the speed of light, he wouldn't have had time to deploy the parachute. So let's watch some more of this because I'm interested.
That's why I put my hands in to trick that Chi Whiz. It's less Chi, and now the Chi Whiz senses, less Chi. That means he's getting.
This guy's dying, and he's trying to describe it.
So when you look at my suit, the more you fall, the more depressurized the suit gets. And here you can already see the suit flapping. You look at the sky; it's blue now. So we went from black sky back to blue sky.
If you look at the right corner, Luke was dropping some flares, and it gave me the perfect direction for the wind. Now this is a very important moment. Very first time after hours and hours inside that spacesuit that I'm breathing regular air. So now I'm really happy because even the landing worked just perfect.
Yeah, man. So you just seen a guy that was about to die, and he managed to pull it out.
Somebody's got to do it.
Nigga, that shit's crazy.
You know, white people.
Yeah, that's definitely some white people shit.
Yeah.
You ain't seeing no niggas jumping, going up to the top of the atmosphere and jumping off and doing no crazy shit like that, nigga. That nigga was asking to die. Like them billionaires going down in the sea in that little ass motherfucking remote control thing they had. Like, what the fuck? Y'all got a damn PlayStation controller controlling this goddamn thing. And then he wonder why y'all niggas died. These niggas had a PlayStation controller controlling the damn submarine ship, nigga. And these niggas died down there looking at the Titanic, fucking around. Well, they got that fuck around and find out, nigga.
We should have you narrate some of these extreme sports videos.
Hey, put the one where the motherfucker was doing the bike. He was like bicycling in a ramp on a hot air balloon. That shit is fucking crazy, nigga. But at least he had a parachute on just in case he fell off the side, nigga. But he was tripping. He was doing backflips in that bitch and everything. But I mean, if you do that shit every day, it's just kind of like the same thing. You just way up in the air, but it's still scary. Like what the fuck, nigga? Nigga was tripping.
Oh, sorry, Sam. Let me look for the one that you just typed in the chat.
I found the balloon and bike one.
Yeah, the balloon and the hot air balloon with the bike on it. Yeah.
Skydiving without.
Hey, I'm about to get the hell up out of here, man.
Well, have a
All right,
good
my
night,
nigga.
Rashu. Thanks for giving us your expertise. Okay, so
Yeah,
this
not a problem. Not a problem. Peace out.
Let's see, what is the
That
time?
nigga sound like he was tired. Damn, he made me yawn, nigga.
56.
That nigga made me yawn. I ain't even tired. That nigga sound tired to the motherfucker. Like, damn, nigga, you know that shit contagious, nigga. You over there saying, all right, go go to sleep. Like, damn, nigga.
Okay.
Put that energy on me, nigga. It's still a little early, nigga. I still got a good hour before I try to go lay down, nigga. About to smoke this blunt, nigga.
Okay, so we're about to watch this hot air balloon. Skydiving without a parachute, and then after that one, we'll watch this other crazy video that Tough Guy has for us, and he can narrate. You know what? We should actually have a segment where Tough Guy, you come in and you narrate like crazy videos like this. I think it would be fantastic.
Oh, you mean like a motherfucking reaction video shit?
Well, you know, it's this Sir David Attenborough. You could be Sir Negus Tough Guy.
And Negus is burnt out.
And you could, give the commentary and describe what we're seeing. So
okay.
You know how you just did it with that
from
other
a nigga's point of view. Okay, I got you.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
Okay, we're here now in hot air balloon.
He doesn't have a parachute.
Here. But when I woke up this morning, I feel like I'm not gonna need my parachute, so I'm gonna drop it away. and I'm gonna do it now.
Spare you, spare you.
I'm stupid. I'm tough enough to do it without parachute. I'm not gonna need it.
This is a good example of white people
So
being
guys, are
crazy
you ready?
all over the world. It's not
For the
just
ride?
here, it's everywhere.
What's he gonna land on?
Yes, I am. I'm gonna do it now.
His big fat head.
White people are stupid.
And if there's a risk, it's there for a reason. And you.
Psych.
Terrible. Wow.
You know,
Yeah.
That was some white boy shit.
Yeah, that's dumbass white boy shit. That is. That's stupid as hell. That's what they do.
Come on now, y'all sound racist.
well,
I'll be racist on that one.
Black people could be that. Black people could
Hey
be
man,
that.
That's the only people I know when I was in
fits where
Florida.
if
They stomping in the
it
water.
walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it must be a duck. Nigga, shit.
No, I seen them in Florida jump in the water to get the alligator. I ain't no
Believe
niggas
me,
going there.
a good marriage does not require you to jump from a hot air balloon.
Yeah, right.
hey Stanley, you said you have the other video?
Oh no, I was talking about the one with the bike.
Yeah.
The bike in the air balloon.
Let me find it again. I thought you had it. Let's see.
Oh, I'll get it really quick.
No, I got it.
Okay.
Hey, you know they promote here in Ohio. They got a place down here at a place you can guy jumping off.
I'm so happy to see all of my Negroes in the chat tonight. We have J Dub saying, you don't see any ninjas jumping out of planes, fish.
Yeah, you do.
That's death. The white man. Helen, hi,
82nd
Helen.
Airborne.
Helen
I mean,
says,
all
"Did
the
anyone
airborne.
see the trampoline in the sky?" Helen, since you're here, tropes. I'm trying to see who else is here. If you guys don't mind letting us know, why do y'all do these things? Why? Now, I don't want you to stop because it's educational and informational, and it's also entertaining for us. But why? What is the urge? Okay, Stanley.
What, to jump out of planes?
Yeah, and jump from space to the earth.
Because it's there.
You know?
That was
So, Tough Guy, if you don't mind, you can narrate this, what we're about to watch here, sir.
Here we go.
Hello. Yeah, Red, that's me. Hang on, call. That's me heading up. That's the one. That's ready to head up there.
Hey y'all, this nigga's tripping.
Yeah, nervous.
I'm scared of hot air balloons because all the wind catch that shit the wrong way, nigga.
Yes, Chris. Yes, Chris. Yes. Good luck, mate. Good luck. Get it done, mate. 5 minutes. Have it. Yeah, let's go get it done. No going back now.
Man, hell no.
Right, we're cruising altitude.
Hey, the drone dude be killing it though.
Hey, Stanley, you can mute it. You can mute it because of music.
Oh, okay.
Damn. Hey, tell me y'all what, man, I'm not even getting on no damn hot air balloon, but he really tripping.
I wouldn't even watch it.
Oh my God.
And you see some Red Bull people again. That's the dude that was in the hemisphere. Red Bull, they doing it extreme. I think they're doing this on purpose to see how really far we can get.
Yeah, that's pushing the limits for sure. I don't think that's
Yeah,
ever been done before.
that's right. That's going too far.
That's
They're
pushing.
going again.
That's
They're
pushing
going
limits
again.
on what we even need to do this.
That is scary as fuck. Just imagine being up like that high, first of all, and then you want to be on wheels up there.
But it seems like I'm not saying it's like it's going against the extreme of morals that you have. Like, who would even do this? Like, what regular person would even try this at all?
Well, he's not
So
regular,
really,
obviously. Look,
Well,
he
I'm wondering
practicing. He got
what regular
a
person
practice.
would even
He got
think
the
this up.
replica he was practicing in.
exactly. So that's what they do: practice to get as far as they can get while they in
Oh my
space at the
God!
same.
You see that?
Right. I
That
said he
nigga
was
almost
right
got
there.
off the edge right there.
He was on the edge. Damn. Wow.
It's like one little slip up. He gonna have to use that damn parachute.
What's going on?
What's up, guys? It's somebody there that has to catch him if he falls. So I know it's the team was there. So if he falls, so they can pick him up. So that's crazy. Full extreme.
Y'all ever see those people on the skateboards going down the hills like
What's up?
real
How's
fast?
everyone doing?
Man, San Fran.
Hey, easy.
Sorry,
I
what's
know
that?
you talking about that. No, sometimes some of them guys going down them hills on the skateboard.
Anybody got any other requests?
Yeah, try to find a skateboarder bombing a hill, speed skating down the hill.
I was just gonna ask who was talking about morals just now. Like, why would you think that goes against your morals? What the dude was doing there on the. Like, who do you think's more crazy? The people watching them do this shit or the people doing that shit?
The people watching, they
Well-
just the damn
well,
crew, nigga. They
obviously the
just
people do.
they just innocent bystanders, nigga.
Well, wait, the person doing it gets value out of what they're doing. What do you get out of watching them?
Well, I just got to see this nigga damn near lose his life like 80 times while he was up
Yeah,
there.
that's the thrill.
That's
It's kind of
so
like
the thrill,
it's
the
kind of like
value is the thrill.
rubbernecking. You know how on a highway you like to rubberneck it.
Yeah, so like when you said
pretty much
earlier,
voyeurism, that sort of thing.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but like when you said earlier, or I don't know if it was you, sorry, but
It wasn't.
someone said earlier, like that goes against their moral, what they're doing there. But I would say people
Oh, that was a
watching in
nigga that
hope
said that. I don't know who
that
said
they
it, but I know it was
fall.
a nigga.
What's that?
I said that was a nigga that said that. I said I don't know who it was, but I know it was a nigga because morals ain't got shit to do with what's going on the screen.
Yeah, it was someone up here just now.
Did you
It
come
was a
up to
nigga.
chastise them or teach them?
What's that?
Did you come up to chastise them or teach them?
No, I was just coming up
About
to
morals,
ask what it has to do with morals.
morality of watching Red Bull videos.
No, that's
My
not.
grandpa corrected me
I
3
wanted
times.
to know
I
what the
talked to him
moral
today.
was about the person doing what they were doing.
He makes me say "and I" instead of "me and." He always checks my ass when I talk like that. My grandpa ain't no joke, nigga. He will not let it pass too. I'm like, damn, nigga, you just gotta say something, nigga. I knew your ass was about to say something. Like you just gotta talk properly when you speaking to him. He ain't taking that shit at all. My grandpa don't play that shit, man.
So, what are your thoughts on morality in Red Bull videos? There, Speakeasy.
Well, you clearly didn't hear what I said, so
Well, clearly, I apologize, and you must have something awfully interesting to say about it.
How you like me now?
I don't know if it's like the time of the month for you, bro, but that feminine
No, it's always a good time of the month. It's always a good
feminine as fuck, dog.
month to add morality to a
I don't know. It
YouTube.
might be your time of the month or something, bro.
I love hearing morality in YouTube videos, and you came up to teach us
You
something.
guys was the one talking about morality. I came up to fucking talk to the person that brought it up, guy. If it wasn't you, then why you crying, bro? What are you crying for, bro? Do I look like the guy that
I'm
stole
not
your
crying.
bitch?
How you like
I'm
me
wondering,
now?
Do I look like the
came
guy
up-
that stole your bitch? Is that what's going on?
You came up on a mission to teach us something. I'm wondering
No,
what it
I
is.
didn't come up on a mission to teach nobody nothing. I came up to talk with the dude that talked about morality. I wanted to know
And
why he
obvious-
thought this
Well,
had
you gotta say it right first,
made
though.
the statement.
Morality.
So you got to talk to him, or can you just like talk?
But he has to say morality first.
It has
he
to.
He didn't
it
say
has
that
to
right.
be
Gotta
to a
talk to him, or
specific
can you
person, or
talk?
can
Do you fucking
you know
speak
what a
English,
general
guy? Do
point-
you even hear the sentence you
Morality.
just said?
That's how you say it, okay?
He has to talk to the person who pissed him off. Apparently,
Y'all niggas is funny.
he came all the way up to talk about this.
All the way up? It's a link, bro. You click on it, bro. It's one click, you lazy fuck.
Or is it my imagination, or did you come
Maybe
up
you'd
to
have an actual job if you weren't so lazy, guy, thinking of click
You
on
know
a
what?
button
I'm lazy
all
as a
the way
motherfucker.
up,
I
bro.
want you to motivate me.
Holy fuck.
Motivate me to work.
I don't need to do no motivation for you, bro. I got my own shit to worry about.
Well, you came up here to share.
Nope. Came up to discuss something with someone.
Can
You
I
just
pretend
baby
I
bitch.
said it? If I pretend I said it, can you discuss it with me?
If you pretend you said it, you don't even know what was said.
Hell to the
I
no.
hate these. I hate these fake smart motherfuckers.
These fake smart motherfuckers, yeah.
Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no.
That's his favorite word.
Hell no. To the no, no, no. Hell to the no. Hell no. Hell no.
All right. Well, we can move on to the next video. Samuel wanted to watch skydiver Luke Akins jumps 25,000 feet into net with no parachute.
Oh hell no. He tripping.
This one's gonna be extra moral.
I mean, how does your body feel going through some shit like
You just
that?
cutting up your
That's
own
like
dog over here, bro.
I think your
Every
body
time
must
you
go
bring up
into
that
shock
moral shit,
because
you just
I'm
cutting up
gonna
one
keep
of these
bringing
other
it. I'm gonna
idiots
bring
on
it
here,
up as
not
many
me, bro.
times as I want
Big
to.
Easy, shut the fuck up, nigga.
I get it, bro. My
We don't
presence
care,
makes
nigga.
me
We don't
cry
care.
at night,
I
doesn't it?
figured you might get it after a while.
I mean, it sounded dumb, nigga. I get what you was trying to say. It sounded dumb, nigga. I get it. I understand.
Yeah, he came
No,
all the way up.
I get you're dumb,
all
and
the
you
way up
guys
here
can't
to tell us
actually
it
have a
sounds dumb.
conversation.
Oh,
That's
nigga,
why
don't
you
let me
sit
get
around
started
and
on
watch
your big
parachute
peanut head
videos.
ass nigga, because I will
You
roast
guys
your ass
probably like
all
to
day
turn the
long,
lights
nigga.
out and play
You in
Guess
that
Who's in
damn
My Mouth
computer
at
chair you in,
nighttime too,
nigga.
don't you?
Yeah, nigga. I know that's
You
your
guys
little
all
car
get
seat, nigga.
together,
Don't
play
fuck with
Guess
me,
Who's
nigga.
in My Mouth.
Little boy.
Let me know when I can play the video. You wanna? I'll go ahead and play it now.
Yeah, go ahead, play it, bro.
I can
What are you waiting
feel
Want no
for,
problems
guy?
with me,
What are you
boy.
waiting for, bro? Play that shit, dog.
On July 30th, 2016,
Wow, that's
skydiver
so
Luke
cool,
Akins
bro.
made history when he jumped from 25,000
That's
feet out of an
amazing.
airplane without a parachute into a net on the ground, which set a new world record.
Man, you gotta hit that shit perfectly, dog. Like you gotta literally hit the target.
All right,
or
we're
you're
just
gonna
less
die.
than 3 weeks out, getting ready for Heaven Sent. We're in the final push of the
That's
training.
so cool,
There's a lot
bro.
of focus from the film crews and the production guys on all the
Don't you
fitness and
wish you
stuff like
could do
that, which is
that?
great. Makes me feel better. But none of that
I
stuff
wish
is
you
what's going
could
to
be
keep me
quiet
alive on
while
the
they
day.
do that.
What's going to keep me alive is the jumping.
What do I gotta
This
be quiet
repetitive
for,
practice,
guy? Is he
practice.
talking to
If I
you or
miss this
something?
target, it doesn't matter how good a shape you're in or any of this other stuff that happens. So hitting the target is the most important thing. Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Fighting the
saying.
wind,
You
countering the
gotta
wind,
hit
all
that
that
shit
stuff.
right
The
on.
next thing is that rollover. I need to roll over about
I want
200
to hear
feet.
if
I'm
his
going to be going
booty
about
cheeks
120
snapping the
miles an
wind,
hour.
bro.
And roughly 1 second before I impact, I want to flip to my back and land real nice. It's different than a stunt roll. I have to fly my body around.
Now, apparently, this was a big story at the time. It was even
It's a
aired
science to
live
that
on
shit.
TV with the name of the show called Heaven Sent. But personally, I've never heard of it before. I just happened to come across his YouTube channel with videos of the jump. But before I show you the jump, let's quickly talk about who Luke Akins is and how he prepared for the jump. Luke, who was 42 at the time of the jump, is a third-generation skydiver who has been
He was older than
skydiving
me
since the age
and
of
jumping out of
16
planes
and
like
has
that. Fuck
deployed a
that.
parachute more than
I'm
18,000
gonna catch
times
my
over the course of his
42-year-old
skydiving
ass doing
and
no
base
stupid
jumping
shit like
career.
that.
Luke Akins is also a safety and training advisor for the United States Parachute Association, where he provides advanced skydiving training to elite military special forces. So I think it's
Oh,
safe
he's the
to say
motherfucking
he's
triple
more
OG.
than qualified to know the
Yeah,
risks
he a triple
associated with
OG.
such a jump. Luke spent 2 years preparing for this jump, 1.5 years of planning, and 6 months of straight training. And Luke told me they never once jumped from a plane into the net until the day they did this one and only jump. Now, just to be clear, when Luke jumped from the plane, all he had was a GPS, a communication device, and an oxygen tank. What he didn't have was a parachute, a wingsuit, or anything else that might help him stop or slow his descent. After jumping out of the Cessna airplane at 25,000 feet, Luke quickly reached a terminal velocity of 120 miles per hour. Because Luke jumped from 25,000 feet, he had to wear an oxygen mask for the first 10,000 feet of the descent. After reaching about 15,000 feet, he passed off the mask and tank to a member of his support team who was skydiving next to him. Using his GPS and only the air currents around him, he lined up his fall to the center of a specialized 100 by 100 foot net, which was designed to stop Luke's fall as softly as if you were standing on a trampoline and merely dropped onto your back. The net, dubbed the fly trap, was suspended between the tops of 4 200-foot cranes. The netting itself is constructed from Spectra, which is a high-density polyethylene cord that is twice as strong as steel. When Luke reached about 200 feet above the net, or a little more than a second away from impact,
Y'all
he
really
flipped
just
onto
want
his
to
back
sit in
and tucked
silence
his
and watch
chin.
this stupid
Once Luke
shit?
hit the net,
Man, he
4
almost
compressed
missed
air
that
cylinders,
motherfucker,
which are
dog.
connected to the netting via ropes and pulleys,
Well,
He
tough
almost
guy,
missed it.
tough guy
that you
is
might
supposed
catch a
to
net in your
narrate.
hand by decelerating it gently over a distance.
He's supposed to
Nigga, you almost
narrate
missed
and
the
he's saying
fucking
that
net,
Time
shit.
from
nigga.
jumping from the plane
Y'all
to
ain't see
hitting the
that?
net took
We just
about 2
listened to
minutes.
some
But when you
Australian
were
dude.
falling from
That
25,000
nigga barely.
feet
That
into a
nigga barely.
small net you
That
can't
nigga
even
barely
see
hit
from
the shit.
25,000 feet, I bet it felt like a lifetime.
It's the goofiest shit I ever seen,
Luke
bro.
Aiken set a new world record performing this jump. And I bet you that's one world
I know
record
that
that won't be
feeling
beaten
though. Like
anytime
nigga,
soon.
ain't nobody ever done this, nigga.
Anyway,
Like
that's the end of this video.
that
Thanks for
feeling
watching.
though. Like
We'll see you
nigga,
next time.
you like
Bye-bye.
Superman, dog. Like what can somebody say to you, nigga, if you done some shit like that, nigga? Like nigga,
Well,
you're a
I
peasant, nigga.
would
You're a
ask
peasant, nigga. You can't do what I do, nigga.
the
You feel like God, nigga.
first thing I would ask is why did you do it?
Well, he does that shit. He does it with special forces. He like teaches motherfuckers to do it. That was probably he's 42, so it's probably just like off his bucket list. Like, oh well, let me see if I could do it without a parachute type shit. And he did it.
I want to see if I can feel more adrenaline.
Well, I guess next time he will just jump without one, without no net, without no parachute. Nigga just gonna be
You
like,
should
fuck
be
it.
the first one to try that,
The
bro.
ultimate thrill till death, nigga.
Was it you, tough guy, that asked for high speed downhill skating?
Yeah, you know, like I'm talking about like the longboards where they go down like actual roads, like actual streets where they wind and twist and turn. That shit is crazy.
Is it a GoPro
Holy
thing?
fucking other video, bro.
Probably.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just play this one now.
All
Nigga,
right,
get
I'll be
your
back
ass off
when
the panel
Jan's
with your
story
bitch
time
ass.
is over, bro. I'll be
Get your
back when
bitch ass
Drag
off
Queen
the
story
panel.
time is done, bro.
Shut your bitch ass up.
We'll leave the
Yeah,
welcome
you
mat.
enjoy your Drag Queen
Pussy
story
boy.
time over here, goofy.
We'll leave
ass.
the welcome mat out.
Pussy boy. You fucking fag bag. Get off the goddamn panel.
Yeah. Your mother raised a pussy, bro.
You're right. She did. Her name is. I
And
ain't gonna tell you
and
my
he
sister's
came
name, but
all the
yeah,
way
she
up
did.
here to talk
You're
to the
right.
pussy.
My mother did raise a pussy.
I
You're
don't know.
right.
Those debate bro guys are weird. You gonna narrate this?
I guess so. Yeah. If you gotta turn it, if you gotta turn
Oh
it down.
wait, you know what? Hold on, let me enlarge
Oh
it. real
shit!
quick.
Hey, check these motherfuckers. Would you do that shit right there, Stanley?
No. Well, if I were younger, maybe, but I
Nigga, this
doubt it.
nigga ain't got no damn all he got is a helmet on, nigga. Oh hell no, nigga. I'm putting body armor on, nigga.
I can't believe. Yeah, they don't have pads or anything.
They be going hella fast, nigga. Nigga, fuck that, nigga. And they turning and twisting and shit, skirting, nigga. Shit. Like, hell no, nigga. You won't catch my ass doing that shit, nigga. That's
You're
that's
not gonna
some
look.
white people shit, nigga. Oh hell no.
Oh my goodness, you see the sparks?
Yeah, but look at that heel, nigga. You would die.
Yeah, you'd be hurting.
Yeah. I'm so glad that bitch ass nigga got off the panel with his punk ass. He just came on here to get some attention, nigga, because ain't nobody going to his channel sitting in his damn baby chair talking shit with his peanut head ass. Nigga, don't come on our panel talking that shit, nigga, unless you want to get dealt with, nigga.
Well, I thought he'd be up for it.
No, that nigga, he know to run, nigga.
No. I've seen
Nigga,
him
even
hold
angry man don't even fuck with me, nigga.
I've seen him hold his own.
Well, I ain't get this name on the internet for nothing, nigga.
Oh, they gave it to you? You didn't give it to yourself?
No, nigga, I'm Sky, nigga. I'm that drummer Sky. Niggas know me for playing drums, nigga. That's what I was known on when I came on here, nigga. My name is Sky, nigga. That's what I'm known for. That's what people know me as.
Damn, it's 1 o'clock already. Time flies.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock up over here, player.
Yeah, well, over on the old man coast, it gets late. Gets late quick.
I'll be up moving around 8 p.m. your time. 8 a.m. your time.
I'll probably still be on here.
I know. Your ass be on here till like 8:39 in the morning. I'm like, damn, this nigga ain't sleep yet, nigga. Goddamn.
Well, if you've ever worked a third shift, you know how you get off work and then, you can't go to sleep immediately because you're still, kind of hyped up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's just like adrenaline, or like if you ever been in like a fight or like a scuffle or something like that,
Exactly.
you know how you don't feel something for a long time and then you wake up the next day like, damn, that shit hurt. Nigga, what the fuck? It's just your heart, you know what I'm saying? You was just like in that battle mode, you know what I'm saying? But then
Yeah,
when you're
it's
in
like
rest mode and
almost
recovery,
nowhere
nigga,
in
you gonna have to
Florida you're
definitely
going to be able
recover,
to
nigga.
get away from this.
You gonna feel that shit the next day, nigga. Straight the fuck up. You gonna be fucked up, nigga. Like, oh hell no.
But it's literally like nowhere in Florida, like how you just said, Stanley. It's just like, like Stanley, like it, like where do you go?
Well, I've out of Florida,
right? It's
and I
the
mean,
whole state.
Oh, it's
not
coming
even
straight
you.
towards
You're
Florida.
either gonna have to go to Alabama or now. Hey, just so you know, we were supposed to go down to my son's school tomorrow. Atlanta, or I don't know whether it was the governor. My sister was telling me that they basically put out like ads or something like that. Hey, come up to Atlanta, come up to
It's never
Macon.
been this bad before or something.
I don't think I've ever seen a hurricane hit a whole state. So this is
it must be a lot of sin going on over there.
you
God
think
watching
there's
that shit
not
out.
It really
they'll
is crazy
ride the
when you think
coast. I've
about
never
it.
seen one hit Florida broadside like that. I'm sure it's happened before, but just not in my lifetime.
I'm surprised. California ain't got that shake yet, nigga.
I mean, I feel like that's why, like, even entertaining the whole conspiracy thing, like, this is absolutely insane to consider. Like a hurricane taking out, well, hopefully not taking out, but you know what I mean? Like the whole state,
Like,
the
nigga,
whole state.
that's
There's not,
that's
there's
making
not a
me
piece.
scared. Like, nigga, there might be a damn 9.5.
I mean, do y'all see this?
Hit
There's
this
not a
motherfucker.
piece of the state that is not going to touch.
Well, over on the Panhandle, over in what Virgo calls the ghetto.
Because they said California is supposed to be a motherfucking island.
You see this? The winds.
Because we got a big ass fault over here, nigga, and that shit ain't popped off since like the 80s.
160-mile-per-hour winds. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, that's crazy. It'll. I mean, once it hits the coast, it'll stop. But by that time, the damage is the storm surge is what's going
So
to be.
they're saying Wednesday morning at 155 miles per hour.
Oh, that's like in a few hours from now.
Yeah. So I have the other screen.
Talking about she's
That's why I
leaving.
told her to get the fuck out of there. She's trying to get on the panel. I'm like, nigga, if you don't get your ass to a goddamn
Well,
airport,
you know
nigga,
what?
get the fuck up out of there, nigga.
I actually don't think you'll get out now.
No, Virgo's definitely not getting out.
She better go to the top. She better go to the
last
top
place
floor,
you want to be
nigga.
is in a car.
She better go to the top floor, nigga, and put her car on a hill, nigga.
I think what she needs to do is make. I hope she's got a big.
You got to park your car on the tallest hill and then go to the top of your bedroom or your attic.
Hill
or
in Florida. They have
make
hills.
sure that you get your refrigerator, put it upstairs, nigga. You know what I'm
She's
saying?
got to go to Gainesville. I know they have rolling hills in Gainesville.
There's no hills.
But you might not even have power, nigga. You might get. You gotta have to get you a
Gainesville
generator.
has some small hills. It's kind of like rolling hills. It's kind of like horse country up there. That's where the University of Florida.
Stanley, you see what Trope said in the chat? I put it on the screen.
Y'all prayed for Imperious's downfall. What?
And then look.
Oh, Imperius lives in Florida.
You know what? Damn, Tropes, you are. That is deep.
Wait, where is Imperius?
Where's
Imperius at?
Well, I bet he's not. I bet he's not in Florida currently.
Yeah, he white. That nigga left a long time ago. Like Russell Simmons left.
He left on his yacht. All
that nigga Imperius dipped the fuck out. With his white ass. That nigga's like,
hey, Porsha, I meant to also make the point that hurricanes forming in the Gulf, that's not, I wouldn't say it's rare, it's unusual, but they happen.
Yeah. I just, it's just the whole state,
Yeah, well,
what about Disney World,
Disney World will be all right.
Okay. Well, then that's all that really matters.
It's on the other side. It's on the Orlando side.
Wow.
hey, where the fuck my nigga get crack at?
He's probably asleep.
Yeah, he's been doing all those financial videos.
Yeah, he's been doing his own streams.
Oh, okay.
So it's just me and Stanley at night now.
He seceded from the union.
Right. So he does his own streams now. And so me and Stanley, we have our shifts. And we have but me and Stanley, we be here in the morning all the way to the afternoon, and then Stanley, you kind of go away and take a nap and take care of business, and then you come back at night. But it's just been me and Stanley at night.
How do y'all feel like when both of y'all feeling tired? How do y'all do that? how do you
Well,
do
I mean,
that?
I've worked shift work and I was in the Navy. I mean, I sleep when I need to.
Oh, you
Yeah.
still got that in you, okay?
Yeah, it never really
You can
goes
stand
away.
post because you know, nigga, at post, nigga, ain't no sleeping, nigga. You gotta be up, nigga, on post, nigga.
Well,
'Cause,
I know
nigga,
I was falling asleep
it's
earlier.
crazy. I ain't never been in the military, but I know about all military shit
Well, I can
because
tell
of
you right now, drinking a whole pot of coffee just by myself to stay awake. I've done that.
yeah, coffee does help. Like
Hell,
especially if you're trying to
I've
drive,
taken
nigga, drink some
coffee.
coffee, nigga. If you
I've
need to get
taken
somewhere.
coffee grinds and put them between my cheek and gum. just
stay awake.
Just to mainline the caffeine.
Damn, that's gangster. That's like chewing
I
tobacco, nigga. I seen my grandpa chew tobacco, nigga. That shit, nigga. That's some nasty shit, boy.
No, it was probably dumb to do it, but when you're 22, 23, it sounded macho.
What, chewing tobacco?
No, putting a bunch of coffee grinds
Oh,
like a chaw.
yeah.
No,
Have you seen that? I know you seen that in the military, motherfuckers with that shit.
Yeah.
That's what I should look
That shit's nasty.
Yeah, I had a bosun mate chief who used to do Red Man.
Yeah, the little brown bag.
Yep.
That's my grandpa's shit.
Kind of spitting near your boot.
He quit though. He quit for a long. I ain't seen him do that shit in over 30 years. Well,
That's actually fairly dangerous. Have you ever seen like gum cancer?
yeah, he used to have it right in his right cheek all the time.
Hey,
He used
San
to have his
Jose.
little white cup with the napkins. Nigga used to spit in that. That shit's nasty, dog. That's just nasty. It reminded me of baseball too, because niggas used to chew tobacco when we played ball, nigga. When I was
Do y'all
young.
see that? Y'all see that?
Man, look at that eye.
Insane.
Is that right now?
Man.
This
Wow,
is the eye
yeah.
of the hurricane.
It's probably earlier.
Hey, can we?
Wow.
Y'all, do
That's a
they
very
have anything of it live right now? Do we have any?
No, it's not live.
You
Yeah,
don't have
no.
a Doppler? They don't have
Yeah,
a
there's a
Doppler.
live one.
Look
But I
at the
was just
live
trying to
Doppler
see.
for
Doppler for Tampa.
Oh, here we go. This is what I was trying to get to. Ooh, this music is very soothing. That'll put you right to sleep. But I wanted to see like the space because what is it, Elon Musk, his SpaceX, his satellites, the footage
yeah,
that
he
they
moved
got, oh my gosh, it's perfect. Hey San Jose. Hey girl.
San Jose in the building.
So if I may ask, don't mind me. It's just a question. Whenever there's a hurricane, what do the fishes do? What
Oh,
about the sea turtles?
They go deeper.
Yep. They be fishes, nigga. They in water, nigga.
So they don't.
They in water, nigga. That's their
Yeah, I mean,
environment, nigga. Shit.
if you go below a certain layer, the water's calm. Even if there's a bunch of turbulence on the surface.
So what about like
I mean, fishes don't usually go up to the. You mean dolphins and shit like that? Like, you mean those type of fish?
Like any fish, like what about like the sea turtles and like
They're already down there.
They're in the water.
They're already down. They can feel it. They know when it's coming. It's in their environment.
Yeah, exactly.
The sea otters and
they in the water, nigga, in the ocean, nigga. Shit.
Well, the sea otters can come ashore. They don't have to stay in the water.
Right.
But there's a lot of otters in Florida.
Oh wow. Hey, Porsha, let me put this. This looks kind of old though, but Tropes dropped something off from the College of DuPage.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's a pretty nice picture.
Yeah, that's nice.
You know, Tropes, you're always coming through.
That's live.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't think it's live.
Yeah, it's not live.
Doesn't it say live over here?
Well, it might have been live at the time.
But
It's
you
got
can see the bottom is just
Oh,
like
okay,
a
no.
tracking. Yeah, it's just like a tracker.
But look at
That
this.
still shot.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
start
I
over.
see now. Yeah.
That's crazy.
And you definitely don't want no planes around that area, nigga.
Well, they fly planes through it.
What?
Right.
Yeah, the hurricane. What are they? Hurricane hunters. They fly planes right into it to get data.
Oh, let me see if Portland Andy is live. Y'all remember during Hurricane Helene, we were watching Portland Andy, and
Where is
he had like 11 cameras going, which was crazy. And that's how we got to see the footage of the guy who had the kayak in his house.
DiCapriono says there's an Alaskan weather correspondent to guide us. Oh, I don't know where tough guy is, DiCapriono.
Man, I need to
Probably not
in
drunk
San
enough to
Diego.
come on yet.
I need to turn on all my notifications for Portland Andy. I can't be, you know, tough guy. I mean, not tough guy. 12th man told us about him, and now I just like watching his stuff. And he had 2 streams, but you know, people like storm chasers, they call into Portland Andy's show to give him the footage of whatever they're chasing, which is pretty cool.
Hey, y'all, did this year go by fast or no?
Of course, it flew right on by.
Yes, sir. Super fast.
Because it's about to be Halloween, right? And man, it just seemed like it was just Halloween. Like seemed like it was just Thanksgiving and all that shit.
Are you
But
going?
yeah.
Are you dressing up like Speakeasy for Halloween?
Nah, I ain't doing none of that.
Samuel,
I usually go back
are you
home
making
around
fun of me,
Thanksgiving
Sam?
or
Because
4th of
I'm not
July.
sure.
And since I didn't go 4th of July, I was thinking about going Thanksgiving, but I'm gonna just go 4th of July. Because
Is
4th
he
of July, I'd
making
rather
fun
go
of me,
back home
Stanley?
in the
I don't know.
summertime.
I mean, maybe he means like they're sea worms, but they're if you've
You
ever
know,
seen on the beach,
you know what,
they're
Samuel?
sea worms. I can't remember. There's another name for them. I can't think of it. Maybe
What
that's what he's
do,
talking about.
what do worms do when there's a tornado? You know, they unearth. You know, I don't know. And Trope said that he put this together, Stanley.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, he said he made it a time lapse.
Oh, that's right. Well, he does all that video stuff. So
Yeah, Tropes is talented. Oh, Mela. Hey, Mela, thank you. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button. Hit the like button. If you haven't hit it already, it's free. And if you'd like to hit something else, if you take a look at the screen there, you see the Cash Apps up there. You can hit that too. Samuel says, Mother Nature is a scary mother. Yes. Is she scarier than a black mother? Is she scarier than a black mother? Which is scarier, Mother Nature or a black mother?
well, you mean it? Black mothers are okay
think-
till they get angry, then they get scary.
Yeah, that's, you know.
That's right.
I
Well,
believe
my mother was a pretty pleasant person, but you just knew when to be quiet.
Or she'll smack the shit out your ass.
I believe I
Actually-
am more scared of my mother than this hurricane.
My mom
Oh, and Tropes, this is, excuse me, Stanley, this is live. Tropes said it's
Oh.
every 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I was my mom's first kid. My dad had a daughter already, so But I kind of was like still like the only boy with him though too, because she wasn't around like that. But yeah,
Eclectic says my mom's way more scary than a black mother. I'd have to meet your mom, Eclectic.
I don't think Portland Andy has it live.
Oh yeah, no, his live streams ended already.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, I got a question for you, Portia. Have you seen the movie Boomerang?
Oh, look at how cool.
The Eddie Murphy movie?
Yeah. So,
Well, you asked Portia.
When Portia, when David Allen Greer was with Holly Berry and he didn't get the draws right. When they was at the pool table and was like, I got the draws, dog. You know what I'm saying? Like, why did he get mad? Because he couldn't get the draws.
I don't know. I don't
like he was mad that he got the draws, and I mean, even at the kitchen table, they was like, "We're just friends."
I did find one live.
I never saw that movie. I don't think.
Never
you
seen
found one, Stanley?
Yeah. It's Hurricane Milton live cam.
Is it the one where you can see the beach?
It's a page called Just Weather.
How you not seen Boomerang, my nigga? Like, what the fuck?
I've seen it. It's so long ago, I don't even remember it.
Oh, there we go.
It's free on YouTube right now.
Great. That looks perfect. That looks great, Stanley. That's good. Just like that, so we can see the background.
West, Tampa, Sarasota, Fort Myers. Interesting.
Yeah, that looks great. No, tough guy. I never seen Boomerang. Not that I can remember.
Eddie Murphy played.
Yeah, and I like Eddie Murphy. I just don't remember seeing that movie.
Okay. Robin Givens was in it. What's her name? Grace Jones was in it.
Robin Givens.
Halle Berry.
Yeah, Robin Givens was married to Mike Tyson for a little while.
Halle Berry was.
I'm trying to think of what movie she's from. Was she?
So they were like in a business building, and he was an executive for a company.
Oh, that's right. Eartha Kitt was in it, right?
Marketing executive.
Yeah. Eartha Kitt was like that boss who kept trying to.
Yeah.
Let me Google this movie that you're talking about, Boomerang.
Hey, you gotta, that's crazy. You never seen that.
1992.
A black movie.
Were you even born in 1992?
No.
My sister was 92.
Not quite, Stanley.
So to Portia, Turner Classic Movies stuff.
Wow.
Have you seen Set Off?
Hey, that's Craig. Craig's daddy is in this movie.
Yes. Yes.
Have you seen Set It Off, Portia?
Oh yeah, I've seen Set It Off. Yeah, I've seen that.
Okay, so you seen Set It Off. Okay. What's your favorite part in Set It Off?
I'll say the Robert scene.
I don't want to call it my favorite part,
There was
but
a few Robin scenes. Okay, Stanley, you seen Set It Off?
whenever she
No, I
got
never have.
whenever she got shot, it really bothered me. You know.
No,
Who got shot?
I don't watch a lot of
They
movies.
all got shot. Which one are you talking about?
No, I said whenever Queen Latifah got shot.
Queen Latifah. Okay.
Oh yeah, on the highway.
Nigga, she was shooting at them though.
Yeah, it was like she wanted them to shoot her, and you know what? I really cried the first time I saw that
You cried? Oh my god! It is emotional on that part.
Yeah.
I think the part where everybody really cries is when she pours out the money on the bed and all of her friends is dead. You know what I'm saying? Like she went through all, and she didn't even really want to do it.
Right.
Well, that movie, especially how things have transpired, is a great depiction of Jada Pinkett. She's gonna take it all. She's gonna take it all.
You're stupid.
That's what she's gonna do.
Why you say that?
She's gonna make sure you're all dead. And of course, this is, figuratively. And she's gonna get on that bus and get the hell up out of there. Isn't she? Yep, that's Jada Pinkett. Oh, look, all the houses have almost fell now. Y'all probably don't remember this, but I showed a video of the houses that were built. It looks like they were built on the ocean, but they were built back in the 60s. And how the insurance companies wouldn't cover anything until the house actually disintegrated in the ocean. And now the third house has fallen.
Wow.
I need to pull that up to show you guys. Because I'm so invested. I can't wait until all of the houses fall down.
So I'm gonna tell y'all one of my favorite parts in that movie is when the police was blocking the car and she had to improvise. So Queen Latifah went to the parking garage and grabbed the Suburban. And then she smashed up in the motherfucking window like, blah! Nigga came in there, nigga scooped her homies, nigga came out that bitch, nigga. Dipped on the motherfuckers.
Hell yeah. Flying down the street, yep.
She hit the median and everything, nigga, in the Bourbon, nigga. They was like, nigga, where the fuck was you at? She was like, nigga, I was coming to get y'all niggas. Nigga, that was some gangster shit, nigga. She was gangster, nigga, in that movie, dog. She even went out like a G. Like, nigga, she was the truth. If she didn't tell them to get out of the car, they all would have been dead.
Yeah, they always got.
Tropes is kind of like the mailman. He just kind of pops in, drops off a link.
You remember that, Porsha, how she was like, so they was in the tunnel, right? And she was like, get out. And they was like, what? She was like, get out. Because if they would have stayed in the car with her,
I don't remember that.
they would have been done. You said what?
I don't remember that part.
How you gonna remember her getting shot, but you don't remember that part?
It's just that part. I just don't remember it.
They was driving away in the car. They went through a tunnel, and she told them to get out of the car. Because it was two helicopters, one on one side and another one on the other side. So they was like stuck in the whoop-de-wop. And then she was like, hey, get out of here. You know what I'm saying? She's like, I'll catch up with y'all niggas later. She was like, in 60 seconds, just run that way. You know what I'm saying? And they went after the car, and they was able to get away. And one of them made it. One of them got shot. But if I was saying, if they didn't get out of the car, all of them would have been dead.
Stanley, I'm gonna put your screen back.
I closed that tab by accident. So go ahead and put what you want up there. That's the one. Tropes put a new one in the back chat.
Yeah, this one. I just wanted you guys to see. Do y'all see how beautiful Texas looks right there?
It looks kind of boring to me.
Yeah, right.
It's clear as a motherfucker over here. It's pretty clear in Kansas too.
We know nobody's using a trampoline hanging on a balloon or anything like that.
Just imagine looking at the map like that and then jumping Because that's what that one nigga did in that
No,
video.
you couldn't see
That nigga was looking at the map like this, and then he was just like, "Okay, I'm just gonna dive in it." Like, what
I
the
don't
fuck?
think he could see the whole continent, could he?
Nigga, yeah, that nigga seen the whole earth, nigga. You ain't see that shit, nigga.
He didn't see the whole earth.
That nigga seen the whole earth. That nigga was on top of the earth.
No, he
nigga,
was
you tripping, nigga.
the balloon he was on wouldn't go up that high.
But it was high enough, nigga. You can see the damn rim of the goddamn earth, nigga.
It was high as a balloon would take him.
That shit was hella high, nigga. Whenever you get done.
Oh, you know what? 100 feet is high to me.
You said what?
I don't like heights.
Man, I was looking on Instagram. You know how like you scrolling or whatever, and there's this girl. She's a professional diver, and the plank that she was on,
yeah,
it was hella high.
She's a Red Bull. She's a Red Bull athlete.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
so she ran off. So it's a long ass motherfucking plank, and she was like joking, but nigga, like any false move, nigga, and you fall off the side of that motherfucker, you hitting concrete, nigga. So she did like a dash sprint on that motherfucker. I was like, this bitch is crazy.
Well, she's got like no cartilage in her knees because when
I've seen that. Okay,
when you hit water at that speed, it's like hitting a solid surface.
Yeah, it's like concrete.
You know, I had to jump. You know, as part of the Navy thing, I had to jump. You know, part of
you got to be like a pencil.
Jumping from
know how to keep your body straight.
Yeah, to simulate jumping off the side of a ship, and I don't like heights. And you know what? I had to just suck it up. It was like, you know what? I'm not going to even look at the water. I'm just going to look straight ahead and walk.
Hey, that girl's the truth though, nigga. She could jump her ass. She can dive, nigga. I seen her dive in it was like a cruise ship or some shit. And they had a small ass pool. Well, the pool looked small because she was so high up, nigga.
Hey,
nigga, that pool looked small as the motherfucker, nigga, when she was way up there.
I
was like, nigga, how the fuck did she dive straight into that shit? That shit's
all I can
crazy,
say
bro.
is I hope she's saving up for the knee replacements.
Right,
nigga. She's a true athlete.
When she gets about 45 or 50, yeah, she's gonna be having some knee replacement.
She is no joke, nigga. I know that much. She crazy.
Yeah, that pain she's gonna feel at 50 is gonna be no joke either.
Hey, Melo, I disagree. The best movie from Eddie Murphy would be. Damn, that nigga got so many, man.
I still like 48 Hours.
That was good too. Beverly Hills Cop is good, except for the one at the amusement park. Everybody hates that one.
Doesn't he have a new one?
Yeah, he does. That one was pretty good too. If you haven't seen it, check it out. It's called Axel Foley, I think, or some shit like that.
Yeah, it's on Netflix.
Yep, it was. But I think you can bootleg that shit because I watched it on bootleg. What was the other? But he's got so many movies that I like Harlem Nights and Coming to America and Trading Places and Beverly Hills Cop and 48. Like, this nigga's got hella shit. He got shit from back when I was a kid, like The Golden Child and fucking nigga. He's got so many movies, dog. Like, he was the truth, dog. Like, Eddie Murphy is an OG, nigga. It was him and Richard Pryor, but he was like the movie dude. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, he was the man, dog. Like, and then he started going into like children's movies and putting on makeup and doing the Nutty Professor shit. And he just blew up, nigga. Like Eddie Murphy's the truth, nigga. Y'all remember Vampire in
Brooklyn?
Vampire in Brooklyn, nigga. Yeah. With Dwayne Wayne was in it.
Yeah.
And
Angela Bassett.
I've never actually seen that one. I've seen clips from it.
Angela Bassett and all the she's in there. Chris Rock.
Yeah. But shit, that was back in the day, man. You know, when niggas was getting it how they lived, like the Wayans brothers, nigga. Them niggas was getting it how they was living, nigga. They had hella movies and shit. I remember they had a movie called Mo Money. That was my favorite movie from them when I was young.
Oh yeah.
Mo Money, Mo
There's the
Money.
mailman.
With Stacey Dash, man. Stacey Dash was fine. With the green eyes.
It was bad.
She dumb as a box of rocks though, but she fine though.
Oh, yeah.
She said, I didn't know DMX died. Like, what the fuck, bitch? Like, everybody knew DMX died, bitch. What are you talking about? Even Stanley knew DMX died, nigga. Like, how you not know?
Yeah. Even Stanley. How you knew who DMX was? You know, he was my age. No, actually, he was younger.
All right, so here we go. You gonna pick, who would you pick? Tupac or DMX?
DMX.
Really? All right, chat. Who y'all picking? Tupac or DMX? So number 1 for Tupac, 2 for DMX. Who y'all picking? Stanley and is
Crown
it Reese?
Reese.
Yeah, Reese said that they picking DMX. Who y'all picking? Who you picking, Porsha? Tupac or DMX?
She might be asleep. She needs some sleep. She needs to sleep, and Virgo needs to get the hell out of Florida.
Okay, she ain't around. She must be asleep because she ain't answering. All right, let's see what we got here. We got 1 for Tupac. So we got two DMXs, 1 Tupac. Well, I picked. I don't know. That is a hard one between Tupac and DMX, man. They both was real passionate and dope.
Right.
But thing I liked about DMX is even though he had all those addictions, he did pray, and he started that dog shit, like my dog and the barking and shit, like Snoop Dogg. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and he kept jogging.
There's
and he was the
nothing
first.
like a really deep masculine voice. So I said both in the chat, but DMX, his voice was more captivating than Tupac's, if I had to be honest. It was it was the kind of voice that just made you turn around like, who is that? But Tupac, it was like, oh, okay, I'm grooving. You know, Tupac was a I'm grooving type of voice, but DMX was a
Aggressive.
stand up and pay attention type of voice, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
For my dog, this is for my dog.
It wasn't so much what he said, it was how he said it.
He had flow like lyrics and shit. Like that nigga had a song
He
called
could have
Dating.
recited the damn telephone book and it's still
Shit is
captivating.
Somebody should echo. Echo.
Oh, my echo. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back.
Echo.
Echo.
Yeah, that shit was echoing bad. Y'all hear that echo?
I heard it.
I don't think that was Mella. Well, maybe it was.
I think it was because it ain't doing it now.
Yeah, she was the other day too.
She had the echo earlier too.
Oh, Porsche, you didn't answer my question. You was acting like you was asleep or something.
Oh, sorry. I'm watching this Alex Jones video. What happened?
What did I ask her, y'all? Because I forgot. I'm high.
DMX or Tupac?
Oh yeah, DMX or Tupac, Porsche.
I would go with Tupac.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a hard one.
I would go
I
with
don't know if I can answer that
like
one.
this music. I
Not
like
hard
it
for me.
more.
That's a hard one to answer for me. I can't just pick one on
I
that
like
one.
it more than like DMX's music.
I think they were both necessary.
DMX's
They were both necessary.
not, I would never take anyone's life, for fun. But DMX music reminds me of, or makes me feel like people that like to delete people listen to, but not like shoot up the block gang type stuff. I'm talking like some crazy serial killer,
Damn.
chop up the body and spread it.
Oh, have you heard that song called Damien?
No, is it about DMX?
So DMX is basically talking to the devil, and the devil's telling him all
And
the
so,
shit he's gonna give him for all the riches and all that shit.
and that's exactly how whenever I hear DMX's music or I've heard it, it just sounds very like.
The next time you get a chance, listen to Damien.
But he brings up God every time in his music.
Yeah, Damien's a trip, man. Can you put lyrics up where you can read it?
Oh yeah, I can do that. Let's see.
Because I think you can actually play the song if you put up the lyrics. Because if you put up the lyrics, then it's kind of like a karaoke thing, right?
Right.
Just pull up the words.
Yeah, Damien is crazy, man. Just if you listen to that whole song, it's just about basically like have you heard the song by Snoop Dogg called Murder Was the Case?
Same thing. Yeah, the same thing.
Murder was the case that they gave me. He was talking about, the riches and all that shit that you're gonna get if you get out of this and all that stuff, and basically talking to Illuminati. That shit crazy, man, because it's like real shit that they actually live, so it make you question or wonder, like, damn, these niggas really dibble and dabble with the with the devil. Aha. What do you think, Porsha? Do you think they dibble and dabble with the devil?
Of course.
Oh. Is that that's why P Diddy is fucked up right now? He was being a devil.
I think that they have some form of demonic.
Demonics, yeah.
Yeah, it's like something. There's something in that.
What do you think it is, Stanley? Stanley done went to sleep now?
No. What do I think? What is?
I said, do you think it's demonic?
What is?
Stanley, are you reading a book?
No, I was looking at a video here. I kind of follow the conversation. I know DMX and the devil. What exactly is demonic?
I said, do you think they're like dealing or dabbling with the devil?
I don't believe in any of that stuff. I think people can, the mind is a powerful thing, and you can believe anything if you try hard enough. Like the people, and I meant to bring this up earlier, like the people who don't think we went to the moon believe in God. And I'm thinking to myself, which is more likely? So people
you don't believe in God?
I have my doubts, but my point is how can
what are your doubts specifically?
Well, I'm not going off there. My point is, how can you believe in God and not believe we went to the moon? It's more likely we went to the moon than there's a God.
I wouldn't say that, because God made the moon.
My point is,
and we are perfectly and wonderfully made, because
one seems a little more fantastic than the other.
Well, the thing is, do you know how many mechanisms within your body specifically that needs to work for it to work?
I don't care about any of that. For the sake of this point, I think it's more likely we went to the moon than there is a God.
Well, I mean, if you listen to the substance in my words when I'm talking
Oh
about
no, I'm listening to
the
the
anatomy
substance.
of your
I'm
body and how,
listening to the substance, and I'm ruling it not salient to my point.
well, it doesn't need to be salient, but at the end of the
What does
day,
the body have to do with the moon?
it has to do with your consciousness. Like, if your consciousness leaves your body, where does it go?
I'm just gonna have to. I'm gonna have to listen to this, aren't I?
Well, I mean, think about what I'm trying to convey here, sir.
We will never move forward if I don't listen to this, right?
Right.
Okay, go ahead, tough guy.
I mean, do you understand what I'm laying down here, sir?
I understand.
Stanley, are
I
you picking up
am
what
almost 60 years old, and I went
Okay,
to
so
school.
you know that the body is a temporary suit, right? So once you leave this body, what is that? That's the spirit, right, Stanley?
I think that I don't like to think about it. I think once
What the fuck?
you, I
Nigga,
don't.
that's not a good ass answer.
I'm
You
not
can't
absolutely
get
sure.
off with that bullshit, nigga.
I'm not
That's
absolutely
not
sure
you
you
can't
actually.
no. You can't combat me with no shit.
Well, no,
like
I'm not trying to combat you. That would be a waste of my time. It's too easy. My point is that I'm not
How
sure
do you
you
feel
even.
that it's
I'm not
easy,
sure you
sir?
even leave your body.
How do you feel that's easy?
I'm not even prove you leave your body.
I'm gonna dissect your ass. You already know, man. I'm gonna pick that shit apart.
Once you brought up the laser reflector for for
Because I
measuring,
was just giving you a good analogy on how
okay,
your body
no,
works.
you think you were giving me a good analogy.
Yeah, just how
Give
you
me
break
credit.
down foods and you shit it into the ground and it goes back into the earth and it feeds the plants and all that shit, man. Like, it all is all the same. It's like
All
there's
I'm
so
saying,
many different
all I'm
elements that
saying
show you
is
God right in your
seem
face.
you seem to not hear me when you need to hear me. Prove we leave the body. I can prove we went to the moon.
Okay, so when a body is dead and they embalm it,
Okay, that's not
it's
proof.
not the same, nigga.
You were describing faith or belief.
That's not faith or belief, nigga. That's a spirit within the body, nigga. Like, I'm talking to
I know
a
you.
spirit.
Know you think you're presenting like empirical evidence, but you're not.
This is not empirical evidence.
I know you have faith that you're being empirical, and I admire your faith. I wish I
I'm
could
not
be that.
imperious, nigga. Whenever you're done.
Oh, I'm done. I was done like when you asked me the question.
Because you were talking about how you don't believe in God, and I'm telling you that you are breathing God right now, that oxygen that you don't
And
see.
I am saying, tough guy, prove it.
Just like if I choke the shit out you and you don't have no damn oxygen, nigga, your ass gonna die, nigga.
Well, that's called murder. Prove you'll be. Prove you're gonna go to hell for murdering me.
That's not what I'm saying. I know I'm not saying I would murder you, nigga. I'm just saying if I took your breath away, you ain't gonna be able to breathe, motherfucker. So just know that the air that you're breathing, the oxygen that you don't see, that's God right there.
If
The
you
eyes
say
that you
so,
look out of,
I
the feeling
understand.
that you touch, the smell that you smell, the taste that you taste, your limbs, your fingers and your phalanges and your the way you move, and, your legs and your arms, nigga, that's God, nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, and you know what my response is? Prove it.
I just did.
Yeah, okay.
How is that not proof right there?
Just because tough guy said it, I don't. I'm not your
It's not that
daughter.
I said it, it's
I'm
just
not
that
your
you see
daughter.
it. How do you not see it?
I don't have to believe what
You
Daddy
see
said.
God every day. Look at the mountains and the trees and the beautiful landscape
When
and,
I
and the
look at the
water
mountains
that
and
you
the
drink.
trees, you know what I see when I look at the mountains and the trees? Take a guess.
Perfection.
I see mountains. I see mountains and trees.
Is architected perfectly. It was made by God. It's like perfect. I mean, just think about the type of mind that engineers the earth and the birds and the trees and every single individual, and gives us a mind to build cars and
I
planes
think
and
y'all just do that
skyscrapers.
just so you have Stanley the liberal jokes.
I'm just saying, you talk about how do you figure that I'm not proving it, and I'm telling you
You
that
know what?
God is that
Because my standard of
special
proof,
to where
my
he can engineer
standard of
all of this
proof,
stuff. It's like a big ass simulation.
my standard proof it's a simulation.
Well, I mean, have you ever played Sims?
No, but I know what it is.
Okay, have you ever played Command and
Do you
Conquer?
think the Sims in the
Have
computer
you played
think
Command and
it's
Conquer?
real? Do you think they think?
Have you ever heard of Command and Conquer?
I don't think I have.
Okay. So it's basically like you taking over territories, but the thing is, you're the one that's conducting it. So you're over the land, you see everything, and you're conducting the business within whatever is going on. So that's how God is. You know what I'm saying? He created all of us, everything within it. The way we think, we're in his image. Everything that we see and do is because of God, right?
Well, this is
So
turned into
anything outside of that, you wouldn't know anything about, because he's giving you everything that you know.
Do they?
God is good and bad. He
Have,
said, let there be light. So out of darkness, there was light that came, right?
This is the tough guy, old timey Bible hour.
It's not a Bible hour, man. Hey, man, I believe
Well,
in
it
God.
sounded like you were talking about Genesis.
I believe in God, nigga. I don't know about you.
Well, good. You know what? I have no problems with that. I congratulate you, and I can tell that God is making you a better person every day.
How do you figure that?
Well, you sound like a good person.
Well, I try to be. I'm not perfect, though. Definitely not perfect. I mean, I try to be a good person.
You keep praying, and you keep getting better.
So you're not gonna do that?
No.
Oh, okay. So why you think it's funny that I do?
I just think it's funny that you're proselytizing.
Why you keep saying words that I don't know yet?
I'm saying words you should know, being a good Christian.
Well, I'm not.
You don't
I'm
know
not,
what you don't know that you're proselytizing.
I'm not in my Christian journey as I should be. But I do acknowledge God, though. I mean, you notice that, right?
Now, I like this statement right here. I used to be atheist. Atheism is not only a dumb gamble, but it's arrogant. Well, Budman, how is a belief a gamble? And if you're if that's the case, it reminds me of Einstein saying God doesn't play dice. So your gamble analogy is fairly interesting. And Chris Reed has a question for you, Rev. Can you see it, or you want me to read it to you?
He said he got a question for me.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Guy.
Yes, Terminator, nigga, the Terminator. That's basically what you're talking about, is the Terminator, a robot with a gun.
Oh, you can read it. Okay.
Yeah, I can read. And then
you got your glasses on.
Yes, how did you know?
Because if you're right, you win nothing. If you're wrong, you lose afterlife. Again, God doesn't roll die or play die, or God doesn't play dice. I think that's the quote. So to each his own there, Budman.
All right, let me read this one. Mr. Tough Guy, good morning, sir. Should we be already, what does he say?
He's got another one?
Advanced as a human? Should as already be in flying cars. Wait, what the fuck? Read that for me, dog. It's just small letters. I gotta put this on the
Budman,
I need to put it on my big screen. I am
understand,
blind as a
I understand your question. I understand Pascal's wager. Even that's an option. I think Pascal's wager is silly. Atheism isn't a game, and you can frame it any way you want, but I don't frame it that way.
You see, Porsha bowed out this conversation. She did like 5 minutes ago, nigga. She was like, I'm out of
Well,
here.
Porsha is wise.
She just don't want to hear you with your bullshit.
I'm not so wise.
Because Porsha believes in God for sure, nigga.
Well, I had my chances. I
Ain't that
literally
right, Porsha? You believe in God, right?
literally went to Catholic schools.
Porsha, where you at, nigga? She done actually went to sleep this time.
No, she's just ignoring us silly people.
Oh no, I'm here.
You believe in God, right?
Also, if you believe in God, then you think your thoughts are just. I don't really think about my thoughts that way.
Hold on, let her answer.
How could you? Oh, no, I'm reading. I'm sorry. You go ahead, man.
Porsha, do you believe in God? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So, what would you say to Stanley to help him understand that God is real? How
Why
can we
do I
prove
need
it
to be
Wait,
helped?
shut up, nigga. I'm not talking to you. How can we prove it to him that God is real? Because you know God is real, and I know God is real. So I think we should prove to Mr. Stanley that God is real. So how can we convey that message for him to maybe understand it better?
I think God is that greenery.
Nigga, I didn't tell you to talk. I told
Porsha
to talk. Nigga.
That God is in that greenery you're smoking.
Yes, you're right.
That's what it is.
Yes, it's godly. Just like cleanliness, nigga. I'm a clean nigga too. But go ahead, Porsha.
Stanley knows God for himself. Stanley grew up Catholic, and sometimes you grow up and you grow away from things, but I believe that Stanley knows
So he'll come back.
God
So
for himself.
when you train up a child in the way that they should go, when they get older, they will not depart from it. So basically, he's just
Well, I don't think you train a child so
swaying away.
depart. You train a child so they know they're departing.
What?
I mean, you don't raise robots. You raise them to know right from wrong, and if they choose to do wrong, it's their choice. At least they know they're doing wrong.
So what does that scripture mean to you?
It's not a scripture. I'm basically stating the obvious. You don't raise children.
Hey, why you always got to make things difficult, Stanley? See, this is why I'll be roasting your ass because you be making things.
You know what? You think you're roasting my ass. I'm just going, well, that's tough guy. He high.
Rotisserie, nigga. Like rotisserie.
Tough guy be high is what I'm thinking. Probably the chat.
I will spin your ass, nigga. You will get spun, nigga.
You go back and smoke your peace pipe.
Like rotisserie, nigga. Don't play with me, boy. You know I'm the champion at talking shit, nigga.
You know what? Okay, you're the champion.
That's right, nigga. Yo, Lawrence, what's up, my nigga?
What's up, Lawrence? Mr. Stanley, so is God going to end the world or mankind? Why do they got nuclear bombs? Mankind want to end the world. Let's see. Who knows if the world's going to end tomorrow? You actually don't. I find it unproductive to really worry about the end of the world. And
so
nuclear bombs, I don't think mankind is as crazy as we give it credit for.
Porsha, how do I get Stanley to be more genuine when I'm being
Why do you think
genuine
I'm
with
being
him?
disingenuous?
Because you
Stanley,
ooh.
why are you being disingenuous?
I had no clue I was being disingenuous.
Because nigga, you know you believe in God too, nigga. Stop it.
Why do people keep telling me what I believe?
Do you really believe
You
this
know,
shit?
I actually believe in
Porsha.
taking people.
Wait, just shut up, nigga. I'm talking to Porsha right now, nigga. This is me and Porsha right now. Okay.
Are you crying?
No.
Oh, I was about to say.
I'm laughing at you though, man. Okay. All right. Porsha. What
This
is
is the
going on
real.
with Stanley? Why is he acting like this? I know he's doing this shit on purpose. He just want attention or what? What's going on?
Hey, you asked me the question.
Nigga,
bring it up.
I'm talking to Porsha right now.
Why don't you read the screen for a real roast? You're second best to Stank D.
You said what?
Said you're second best to Stank D, who knows how to roast.
You know, I like roast, pot roast. Let me see.
You know that's ass, right?
Are we going to end the earth as mankind, or is God going to do it? I think the earth is going to end us.
Yeah, I mean, look at Florida. I mean,
well, how can you ask that question and look at this?
I mean,
this thing on the screen.
Stanley, I don't know if you heard. Okay, so what we have on the screen, Tropes set it to update every 5 minutes, and I don't know if you've been paying attention.
Yeah, I've been paying attention.
It's getting closer.
Well, yeah, it's gonna get closer.
It's getting closer, but we get to see it like in real time, like
we might watch it cross Florida.
Yeah, Stanley, we're gonna watch. I've already bookmarked this link, but we're going to literally watch Florida get out of there. But you said Disney World is going to be okay, right, Stanley?
That's because they got money to recoup, nigga. They're gonna be all right, nigga. They're gonna be selling $500 tickets in about 3 months.
I admire the people who ride out storms.
But that's a different type of storm, nigga. That's a you gonna die and drown storm, nigga.
I don't know about that, but
nigga, I just seen the news. That nigga said this shit about to be 9 to 15 feet high. 15 feet, nigga. 9 to 15 feet.
Okay,
nigga, that is not. You ain't. No, nigga.
It's
Do you know how high 9 feet is,
a
nigga?
forecast, not a prophecy.
Okay, what is half of 15 feet?
7.5.
Okay. So they're saying, oh, give or take, it's gonna be 9 to 15 feet, nigga.
Tough guy. Do you think this is the first time a hurricane has hit Florida?
Mm-hmm.
Leave it to the Floridians. They know what they're doing.
They fucking stupid, soggy ass niggas. That's y'all's problem.
Well, they might be soggy.
That's why Florida niggas got problems.
They will.
Some
they
soggy
will,
ass motherfuckers. Do you hear this, Porsha?
I do actually.
Some soggy ass niggas over there, huh?
What is a soggy tough guy? I mean,
Lawrence, what I think of flat earthers, or they need to look at that Red Bull skydive or stratosphere dive or whatever. You could see the curvature of the earth. That pretty much solves that problem.
Porsche, you still got me laughing. She said soggy. What the fuck is soggy ass? I'll be coming up with shit, nigga. Don't be mad at me because I know how to talk shit, nigga. Hey, man. It's pretty wet over there. That's all I'm saying, man. You know, pretty damp. You know,
Now, that is true. I hope I
That is
think I asked.
soggy.
soggy. You know, like when your cereal's hella soggy, or when you step in some shit and you got socks on, and your socks are
Now,
soggy.
did anybody ask Virgo if she's got a boat?
Virgo about to have soggy ass.
Well, no,
carpets,
I'm
nigga.
dead serious. I mean, the one thing about most of Florida, the parts near the coast, is that it's not above sea level. So, you better, if you're going to stay. Now, her house is 2 feet off the ground, but that might not be enough.
That's why I said I like my house. So even if it was to like rain really hard, all the rain would wash down because my driveway slants down and then the street actually slants down as well. So like going up my street and then going up into the driveway. So a lot of the water, when it rains, it just goes straight down.
Hey, Budman, why don't you come on up here? You seem to have a lot of pithy words. I'd like to explore your mind.
Well, Stanley, that kind of sounded a little,
gay.
Well, what is exploring your mind? How is that gay?
I mean,
because you're only supposed to say that to a girl, nigga.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, nigga.
Oh, apparently times have changed.
Yeah, it sound a little sus. You like, I want to explore your mind. Like, nigga, what the hell?
Hanging out with young folks is not as pleasurable. See, I use that word too.
yeah, man. You know,
not as pleasurable as I thought it would be.
Y'all give me 1 second. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hold on.
Why would you want it to be pleasurable, sir? Why not just...
Do you actually know what the word means?
Good morning. Good
What's
morning.
up?
We all know what pleasure means, sir. What up, nigga? What's happening,
Good morning.
nigga?
Tough guy. Good morning.
What, my nigga?
Good morning. Stanley.
Hey, so I was hearing you talk earlier, nigga, and I was thinking we should do a whole show where you show your truck like how they do the RV shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. No, I was thinking about doing that Thursday.
With a
Yeah,
drone?
like a whole show, nigga. You got to show everything. You got to show, you know what I'm saying? Does it have a bathroom in it or a shower and all that shit?
Nah, I wish.
Oh, okay, no, because I seen one of them motherfuckers. Hey, one of them motherfuckers, man, them motherfuckers is clean, bro. The new ones,
On
is
Thursday,
an automatic. It's like it's got a cab in it, but the cab got everything in it. It got the shower, it got a bed that fold down, the Murphy bed. It's got a kitchen. It's got the whoopty wop. Yeah, nigga, that motherfucker is clean, dog.
It's talking about an RV.
No, nigga, it's a motherfucking truck.
No, they got
the
semis. Yeah, they got semis
semi
that
truck
are
with the entrance on the side. You know what I'm talking about, nigga?
They extended. They're like extended cabs.
Yeah, but I mean,
with the entrance on the side.
Room for a trailer.
Yeah, no, I know, right? There's only you can't just drop off anywhere with those things, man. Those things are, they're real long.
Hey, HB, I was thinking on Thursday you're gonna be hauling supplies down to Florida.
Man, hell no! If I saw a route to Florida,
Virgo.
if I saw a route to Florida, I'm denying that, man. Hell no.
That nigga said, "Fuck all that."
You've been seconded by FEMA.
Nah, they don't. I don't have. They don't force me to take any loads I don't want. So hell nah. Hell nah.
Hey, nigga, you believe in God, right? HB.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so how can we get this ignorant ass nigga Stanley how can we prove to him that God is real? because we know
Ah,
for ourselves.
Stanley believes in God, man.
I
Stanley's
know.
just
See, that's what I'm saying. See, Stanley, you be bullshitting, nigga. I knew it, man. See, you over here.
Stanley believes in God.
He over there playing games, man. I knew
Hey,
it.
y'all know.
Stanley might not believe in like the Bible, but he believes in I personally believe Stanley believes in a higher power.
I do
at least.
too. Even Porsha said the same thing, but why he acting brand new? That's what I don't
Well,
understand.
you know, if you've ever read the Divine Comedy, there is such a thing as virtuous pagans.
Yeah. I mean, even people that are pagans, that's a form of belief. I did hear you earlier though, Stanley. I was getting ready and stuff. You were talking about people who don't believe in the moon landing.
Yeah,
I don't think that's real. Like, and still to this day, they don't have no like valid footage. We
well,
just
no,
seen a nigga jump out of the plane into
what
a
I
net,
said
but
is
we ain't seen no shit.
getting to the moon to me is less fantastical than believing in God.
And that's
Yeah,
where he got me. I'm like, that doesn't make no sense because
No,
God
no,
made
no.
the moon.
That makes sense to you,
But
but
God made the moon. How can you say
people,
that we
to
made it to
normal
the? We're
people
fucking
who
human.
cannot
How did we
be
make it to the
objective,
moon when God made it?
one is a little bit more out there than the other.
How?
No, tough guy. We definitely went to the moon. That footage is fake though, but we definitely went to the moon.
How do you know this, HB? Like you
Because
sound,
they
you sound confident, but there's no. This is what I mean. You can't prove that.
No, I can prove it.
But I can prove God is real because look at how perfectly we are made. We're made in His image.
Listen. They put reflectors on the moon so we can always like shoot lasers at it and measure the distance. And you could see the reflectors with a telescope.
I don't.
Yeah,
I
just
don't
look up the.
concur. I don't
Just look at.
concur. I don't
Just look
concur,
at.
sir.
Look at who it is.
Just look at the reflectors. Just look at the reflectors. Yeah,
Good morning.
Yeah, I
Portia,
don't
good
concur.
morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning, HB.
Good morning, Portia. So I did want to bring something up, Stanley. I started to do a little deep dive into something, and I don't know if this is a coincidence, but I don't really believe in coincidences. This whole Haiti thing, this whole there's just a lot that's going on with this Haiti thing. America's been kind of sort of like the moon. We've been kind of linked intrinsically with Haiti for a long time. I don't know if it's a spiritual thing. I don't know what it is. But I went down this rabbit hole and I started to find some things that are kind of concerning. Now I know, Stanley, I know you love Kamala and Hillary, Bill Clinton, Obama. But what if I was to tell you that they're all devil worshiping pagans? What if I told you that these people all practice voodoo?
Just a quick question, do all pagans worship the devil?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, you do know that the
You
devil
either worship God or you worship the devil. You can't have two
is a
masters.
Christian concept. Pagans existed way before Christianity, or what we call pagans.
That's debatable.
No, it's not debatable at all. We
Okay,
know,
prove it.
we
Stanley.
know roughly when
You
Christianity.
Mr. Prove It today, so prove it.
There are like what we think are religious artifacts found way before Christianity existed.
But no, it doesn't say in the Bible to be Christian at
Okay,
all. nowhere in there.
All I have to say is when you start talking pagans and stuff like that, being Bible centric doesn't help your arguments.
Well, Stanley, the Bible started at the beginning of time. Well, the story did.
Okay,
So
well, I'm talking
before
specifically the Christian Bible. And maybe I should have said Christian centric, maybe not Bible centric.
King James version. The King James faggot version.
Describing pagans the way Christians describe pagans. Pagans existed. Pagans are basically non-Christians.
Oh, well, yeah.
Better
yeah,
than
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah.
How about non-Abrahamic religion?
Well, yeah, I mean,
don't believe in Abrahamic religions. I think that's right.
You could say Adam and Eve were pagans.
I don't care about any of that. What I'm saying is that pagans don't necessarily believe in Satan. Satan is a Christian thing.
Well, believing in Satan isn't actually, to believe in Satan worship, it comes from the word Satyr.
Okay, you're not getting my point. My point is that
no. This is
all pagans don't believe in Satan. That's
no. All a Satanist or a pagan is somebody who turned their back on God. That's where the word Satyr comes from.
I would argue that Satanists are Christians.
Satanists are Christians. Most Satanists know the Bible more than most Christians.
Right, so they're not pagans.
Pagans are just people.
It's not of God, whatever it is.
Pagan. Okay, well.
Pagans don't believe in God, the Christian God, or the Satan.
Oh no.
That whole thing.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying people that turn their back on God, basically.
Okay, you
Saturnalia.
You
Saturn
can't
worshipers.
turn your back on God if you don't know there's a God or you don't believe in God. Well, I take that back. You can't turn your back on God if you don't know there is a God.
All right, Stanley. Let's get into this, Porsha. Pull up that first picture. I need you to read this for me.
I'm telling you right now, you guys actually are kind of neophytes at this.
What you call me, nigga?
Yeah. What you call me, nigga? What the fuck? What the fuck? Trying to fight, nigga? What you call me? I ain't no damn homo. I ain't no damn homo. What?
The fuck did you say, nigga?
You fucking call me, man. All right, Porsha, you're gonna have to read this because it is very tiny on the screen. So you're gonna have to read this.
Okay. All right. So the title says Bill and Hillary Clinton delved deeply into Haitian voodoo and black magic ceremonies.
I don't know Chris Reed.
So we have, let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. There we go. All right, great. Some may already be aware of Bill and Hillary Clinton's experience with voodoo from the passage in Bill Clinton's memoir, My Life. However, I don't believe anyone is aware of their dark secret regarding the former president of Haiti, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, and his black
Aristide.
And his black magic. Did someone say secret? Surely.
Oh, by the way, Aristide.
You're my little secret. That's how
Aristide was actually a Catholic priest.
This all comes together, Stanley. I'm glad you mentioned that. Go ahead, Porsha.
Surely their story begins long before the 70s when it comes to their lust for power and the dark arts. But this journey begins in 1975 when the Clintons took their first trip to Haiti shortly after they married. Bill Clinton found a particular experience to be the most interesting day of the trip. and he decided to include it in his memoir. Bill, Hillary, and their friend David Edwards had the opportunity to see voodoo in practice in a village near Port-au-Prince. The priest was Max Beauvoir, who had abandoned his career as a chemical engineer when his voodoo priest grandfather died and named him as his successor. And down here we have a photo from WikiLeaks. Hillary Clinton's loyal, adoring pal Lynn Forrester de Rothschild. It says, I understand it may not be possible, but I thought I would check. In any event, I remain loyal. I remain your loyal, adoring pal. This is from 2016. Marina and Jacob Rothschild in front of a painting, Satan summoning his legion.
Oh, they got some big money right there. The Rothschilds, nigga, they run the shit for real.
Okay, we're not.
And that's our homegirl?
Yep.
All
Oh, they
right,
good,
so
nigga, in the hood.
Beauvoir gave them a brief course in voodoo theology, as Clinton described it. Later that afternoon, the ceremony began. Clinton wrote in his book, this is an excerpt from his book, after several minutes of rhythmic dancing to pounding drums, the spirits arrived, seizing a woman and a man. The man proceeded to rub a burning torch all over his body and walk on hot coals without being burned. The woman, in a frenzy, screamed repeatedly, then grabbed a live chicken and bit its head off. Then the spirits left, and those who had been possessed fell to the ground. Clinton wrote that his brief foray into the world of voodoo furthered his fascination with the way different cultures try to make sense of life, nature, and the virtually universal belief that there is a non-physical spirit force at work in the world. This was potentially the early stages of the Clintons' intrigue into the world of voodoo, and they returned several times to Haiti for voodoo ceremonies and black magic to assist with Bill's elections. This may sound like a contrived story, but this has been confirmed by Haitian officials and priests. In addition to my source, a native of Haiti, it is important to understand that surveys have put the number of voodoo adherents in Haiti as high as 85%, even among the educated classes. And Hougans, a voodoo priest, are even more important in the Haitian capital than psychiatrists are in Washington, D.C.
So you telling me all these motherfuckers about to put voodoo on us, nigga? That's a whole nother type of atom bomb, nigga. I don't want to fuck with no voodoo, nigga.
No, they practice voodoo.
I
And
know.
this
That's
is,
what I'm saying. You don't want to fuck with that shit. That's
So
worse
what's
than
the
atom
what's
bomb.
the
That's
source
worse than
of this article?
This is actually from Bill Clinton's memoirs.
Do you know why I would say that that's worse than a nuke?
That doesn't look like a page from Bill Clinton's memoirs.
Well, that was a direct quote from his book, and it was
So he literally said that he went and did like a voodoo ritual to win his elections.
Yeah, that was part of it.
I don't think that's exactly what that said.
Well, there's people
kind of like that video that was shown earlier or this morning about the three Haitian guys sitting there saying that people in Haiti definitely eat cats. Therefore, people are eating cats in Springfield.
Well, no. I think that's kind of, forget about the cats. Let's focus more on the voodoo.
Well, no, I'm basically drawing the parallel that, people in Haiti say that Bill and Hillary went for that purpose.
Right.
Just because people in Haiti say a lot of things, apparently.
Yeah, but do we?
So if they said it in Haiti, I don't believe until I hear Bill or Hillary or some like actual credible source say this. It's something to read, something to consider, but I don't put any stock in it.
Well, I get it, Stanley. They're black. They're savages. Why
No, it's
believe
not.
them?
It's not. It's
Why
not
believe
because
them?
they're black. Now that's being racist.
It's okay,
I don't.
Stanley.
I
get
don't
it.
believe them because they're black. Is
get it.
racist.
I get it,
And I thought
Stanley.
Haitians weren't black. John says Haitians aren't black. Which is
I
it?
mean, they're black skin. I get it though. You see that black skin, you ain't gonna believe those savages. They eat dirt
No,
cookies.
I just don't believe it because it's not America. And
Hey
even
Stanley,
if Bill or
Hillary
Hillary
Clinton, she
don't say
does
it, then I don't
have
believe
hot sauce in her purse though.
Well,
You know what?
Bill
Y'all make
did.
too much of that. It was just her like trying to sound like a down with
Let's not get off course here, because Bill did admit in his memoirs that he did practice voodoo rituals. So let's go to.
Oh wait, can we go back and show me exactly where he says that?
Yes.
Porsha just read it, Stanley. Porsha.
Can you put the link in the back chat for me? I'll read it, and then when I figure out he didn't say it, I'll get back to you.
Stanley be making shit up in his mind, and then he stand on what he believed.
I'm
though.
literally telling y'all are the ones making
No,
it up.
nigga, you're combative and
You're high believing this. So I don't know that I want to hear from you, tough guy, on this.
I'm always high, nigga. What the fuck
You're
you talking about?
hallucinating.
I think there's a much bigger conspiracy going on with the Haitians, the Clintons, the Haitians coming into America, them using these Christian or Catholic churches to come to America, and connection between Hillary,
Catholic Church. I'm sorry, the Dewine School.
Yes, that was also a Catholic church. I'm glad you remembered that. Yes.
Okay.
And
Well, I think the conspiracy is that they're bringing Haitians here to work, but it's not much more than that.
Right. So, Porsha, bring up the Taylor
okay.
Political campaign clip.
This is why I don't do conspiracy theories.
No. Let me just
walk around all day with a headache.
Stanley, let me just set the table for you. I pulled the seat out for you. Let me just set the table, and then you could decide if you want to eat or not. All right? Let me just set the table.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me just provide. Got a 4-course meal here, Stanley. Just give me a second. Let me lay this out.
You know what? You're mistaking a TV dinner for a 4-course.
Oh, come on,
This
Stanley.
nigga Stanley, bro. I'm telling you, he
on.
likes to be difficult.
Come on, man. Oh wait, there's no. You got to put the volume on. Okay.
You really believe that, Stanley?
That he voted with Hillary?
Porsha, there's no volume. There's no volume.
Oh, yeah.
I think I like I like him reaching across the aisle like that. Truly bipartisan. I appreciate that. Trying to get
1,000 times.
Hey, he was bipartisan 1,000 times. That sounds like a very good sentiment.
1,000 times.
1,000 times. 1,000 times. He was bipartisan. I like that.
Okay, let's see.
Sounds like he wants to get stuff done.
962 times. Dewine voted with Hillary Clinton 962 times. Amnesty for millions of illegals.
Mrs. Clinton, aye. Mr. Dewine, aye.
Wasteful spending that put America trillions in debt.
Mrs. Clinton, aye. Mr. Dewine.
Control that trampled on the Second Amendment.
Mrs. Clinton, aye. Mr. Dewine, aye.
DC Dewine voted with Hillary over 900 times. Vote for the real conservative. Mary Taylor. made tough.
Now, just so you guys know, the influx of Haitians in Ohio are directly because of Mike DeWine. Mike DeWine has a Catholic church.
Are these Haitians illegal?
No, Stanley, that's not the point. All right, let me set the
Okay,
table.
well, there's nothing wrong with Haitians being in Ohio, is there?
That's not the point, Stanley.
Well, then what
That's
is
not-
the point?
I'm trying to get
Stanley,
there.
trying to tell your big head ass,
Well,
nigga.
damn,
Calm
it's a
down.
long and winding road getting to your point.
Yeah, it's we're gonna
He
meander
said he
down
has
the
a
road.
full course meal. Have you ever
we're
had a 4-course meal?
You know what?
Stanley,
If
this
you
is
think
not
a
the scenic
4-course
route. This
meal is actually something that's cool, give me like an 8-course.
Stanley, this is not a scenic route. This is we're meandering down the road. Just follow me here. Okay.
Okay, well, let me
Now,
know when you get there.
Okay, so just so the audience knows, Mike DeWine is directly the person who actually paid for these Haitians to come to Ohio.
Mike
Trump,
DeWine, the Republican, right?
Republican, Rhino Republican, but Republican nonetheless.
Well, he's a Republican.
He's a Republican. Now Trump has been saying that these people were illegal migrants. That's not true. Mike DeWine is directly responsible for bringing these Haitians into Ohio, Springfield, Ohio, to be exact. And he coincidentally voted with Hillary over 1,000 times. Now, these people in Haiti practice voodoo. Hillary and Bill have been directly connected to voodoo practices down in Haiti. Now, we're going to get to the next clip, which is a commercial Bill Clinton filmed that was scrubbed off the internet. Go ahead, Porsha, play this video.
Good night, y'all.
Night, tough guy.
Chase. Enforcement of race taxes on working families. We can deal with our budget. We alliance.
Now,
It's been a tradition.
Bill Clinton just shot a voodoo commercial promoting the religion of voodoo, and that was a voodoo doll.
Wait, Bill Clinton made that commercial?
Yes, that was a Bill Clinton commercial.
So he directed it, funded it, or whatever?
Yes, that was a Bill Clinton commercial.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Porsha, play it for
No, can
play
you
it for Stanley.
just give me the link?
Can you play that commercial one more time for Stanley?
I can't get the link, so I can research it myself.
Yeah, the link is in the description box. I'll post it for you in the back too.
Now, this is Bill Clinton promoting voodoo.
And Bill Clinton made this commercial.
Yes, Stanley. Bill Clinton is promoting.
Enforcement of race taxes on working families. We can deal with our budget. We alliance.
Now watch this part very closely. He placed the voodoo doll anally.
It's been a tradition for more than half a century that the
on a sickle. He placed the voodoo doll anally on a sickle, and they didn't show Bill Clinton getting anally raped, but Bill Clinton is subconsciously letting you know that he gets fucked in the ass. So not only is he promoting voodoo, but he's promoting anal sex, which Obama, you know, pretty much brought in to the American, you know, made gay marriage legal. So all of these things, I don't think it's just a coincidence. I think the Clintons, Mark Dewine, the Haitians, I think they're all practicing voodoo. And I think this was all planned back in the 90s for this to happen. Maybe I'm just reaching, but when you see how much DeWine actually votes with Hillary, how they're all connected to these Catholic churches down in Haiti where they're not practicing any Catholicism, they're practicing voodoo. And then when you go back and you think about all the kids that were missing in Haiti, were the Haitians sacrificing their kids to get a green card to America? I don't know. Porsha, did you find anything more? Oh, play the Arkansas guy too. Play the whistleblower. Play that guy. The video, the other video, the whistleblower guy. Yeah, there we go.
You still think that jet fuel brought down the World Trade Center?
I'll tell you a couple of stories about fraud. The Bohemian Club, as you say, the Bohemian Club? That's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right? I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air.
I know nothing about the Bohemian Grove with Bill. I know about once a month, Hillary would go out to Los Angeles. And she did it so regular that it became a bit of an issue why is she always going? Bill told me that she was going out there, she and a group of women, and she would be a part of a witch's church. And, when Bill told me that, you could have hit me with a baseball bat. I tried to point out to him. He realized what had happened if that got out. Of course, my job is to make sure it didn't get out. Now, I don't know today if Hillary still partakes in the witch ritual. I don't know that I even know what the ritual was. But for the better part of many years, Hillary would go quite often, whether it was regularly once a month or maybe once every couple of months, she would go out on the weekend simply to be a part of it.
All right, that was about a year ago, and we went up there. We don't just believe people, and I've known Larry 20 years at that time. We saw his medication, saw his diagnosis, the whole 9 yards. I gave him a donation then. We went up there to interview him because of the cancer, and it's progressed. He's just trying to stay alive through the campaign to expose these people. That's why I can't be on TV today. We've been up there. He's had heart surgery, you name it. I'm not going to get into all of it. He was in the hospital today. He's had his lungs collapse. He's been resuscitated. He doesn't want me to say this on air, but then he tells me he's about to, be out in the street. I'm just going to tell you so he gets donations. NicholsLive@AOL.com, PayPal. Send the guy some money. He needs good treatment. He's been blackballed in Arkansas, everything since he's exposed to Clintons. He's a great patriot. He's a real deal. NicholsLive@AOL.com. Give him a donation. He didn't even ask him for this, but he don't want me to talk about the illness, but I'm not going to sit there and just say send him a donation when the guy can't even get his treatment to keep him alive. It's very expensive, as you know. Larry Nichols, 58 Kingston Drive, Conway, Arkansas, 72034. Now, Larry, folks need to make that donation. You told me 20 years ago she was into witchcraft. You even told me about the handler, who now has been the National Enquirer confirmed doing stuff for him.
Right.
I separately, you didn't even know about this. It actually been in an LA liberal newspaper because Tex Mars had a copy of it. I was in his archives making my Bohemian Grove film 15 years ago, and I got a copy of her actually there. And this isn't just normal, new age stuff or whatever. We're not talking about crystals or whatever. A lot of nice folks are into all that stuff. Better than a lot of these mainline church people I know. This was Aleister Crowley stuff. Now, you don't know about this, but I've studied it, so I looked at what it was. Well, it came out in the WikiLeaks that this high priestess of this stuff, who admits in her own writing she does it, blood, you name it, they take kids to these parties, whether they're really killing people or not, it's so horrific to show it all. She's come out and said, it's all just a big joke. I'm not serious. I'm not a Satanist, but her email address is 666 at the end. And all this is going on. We know Pedophile Island's real, Jeffrey Epstein. We know Clinton, Bill went there 20-something times. We know that the law enforcement is saying they're going to have a press conference. He's sexting, wiener underage girls. We know that Bill Clinton went and practiced voodoo. That's in the Washington Post, his own book he wrote. We know these people are into the occult, but you knew them back when this was happening. So it's a very important facet. Now, I don't know about all this code word and kids and all the Reddit and big internet sites out there saying, Alex, why aren't you saying all this is code word for them? They're saying, well, I'll have the entertainment, 3 little kids in the hot tub for you at the farmhouse, and we've got all the wieners you want, and the there's a lot of pressure on us to get rid of this load of $20,000, dolls for you. I mean, it sounds really bad, but I don't know what it is. What do you, as somebody that's been around these people, what the hell's going on?
Alex, all I can tell you is, man, finally I had to go to Hillary. I literally had to go to her to try to get her to stop. I went to her, I said, Hillary, if we get caught when you go into this witch's church, we're done. I mean, this is the early 80s, late 70s, whatever kind it was. And I said, there's no way we can cover it up. But I said, she said, there's no way she's going to go. I said, well, then do this. I knew Channel 11's crew, local TV station in Little Rock. I said, look, you go to the Methodist church every Sunday. I'm going to set up a crew, get you coming out of the church. Now it's just happened, just like I'm going to tell you.
No, you told me 20 years ago. You told me 20 years ago.
Yeah, you're going to come out of the church, and then you're going to talk about how happy you were to be in church and how you're and profess Jesus Christ and God and all that. She turned away from me, folks. She turned away. But before she took a step, she turned her head back to the left, and she said, I can't do that, and turned her head back around and walked away. Now, problem is I don't know about the occult. I don't understand that junk. Bill told me
she's pledged herself. What else did Bill tell you? What else have you not told people?
Well, Bill would tell me about, he liked to deal with the voodoo junk. I said, voodoo? He said, well, it wasn't about that. It was about the dope. He said, man, they do all kinds of neat drugs, psychedelic drugs. So I don't know that his voodoo experience had that much to do with it being, a religion, as it did for him to be able to have, psychedelic drugs. Now, I just got a text, Alex, just got it. It's from the senior FBI guy. Remember, there were 5 that told me what was going on. Well, this morning, they're listening to us now, and he just sent me a text. 2 of the 5 received memos this morning stating that due to budgetary adjustments, they were going to be forced to take early retirement, and the 3rd of the 3 is to turn in his letter of resignation Monday. So there you go. There you go.
They're cooing out the final good men and women as we speak. Now, again, Bill Clinton's in the Washington Post and his own book saying he loves voodoo. I mean, this is how disconnected it, how hardcore this is. And then you've got Hillary involved in all this, and then we find out it's the most hardcore Aleister Crowley crap there is. And then you're trying to get her to go. Listen, it was in mainstream news, Washington Post as well, that she does these seances for the dead, and liberals will be there. Well, if you can call it the dead Hillary, she's just getting them roped in. That's the first level they call it. Can we talk to Jesus? And she says, that's the one person we don't talk to.
Yeah, she said, I can't do that.
But you told me that 20 years ago. Then a decade ago, the Washington Post asked, they were like, oh, she does seances. Who would she talk to? Well, not Jesus. She'd let you talk to anybody but Jesus. What is that? I mean, this lady is a veritable devil.
Alex, it goes back to what I've told you since the day you and I met. You know, Bill's a good timer, folks. That's all he is. He's an inch deep, mile wide. Hillary is cold-blooded. And I go back to the Benghazi hearing when she was talking about 4 dead Americans, and she threw her hands up and said,
what difference does it make? Yeah.
Now, that's the heart of as cold a human being as you're ever going to find. Not to mention when a person she had a 10-year affair with, Vince Foster, when she's in California, hears he's dead, that he died. She gets on a plane, but instead of coming back to Washington, I've got the Central Flying Service record. She lands in Little Rock, goes to their office at the Rose Law Firm, ransacks his office, gets everything boxed up that has Hillary and Vince on it, and tells them to burn it.
Wow.
You talk about cold, buddy. That's cold.
Well, I got to say, 20 years, we've been talking 20 years. You are dead on, and we appreciate you, Larry. Please come back on tomorrow during the 52-hour broadcast. Kicks off at 11 a.m.
Let me tell you one thing, Alex. Everybody's got to do this now. All of this stuff looks bad. But folks, you better get out and vote. And I'll say this to you, and this is going to sound terrible, but I want to say it to every white American conservative. You better get out and vote, because it's going to be your last chance.
And again, it's not racially based. The media has made it racially based.
That's right. And I have no choice but to tell the truth about it, Alex. I don't like it into black conservatives.
Well, Larry, we know what's going on in Arkansas and the whole background on the Clintons, and that they're race based. They've just flipped the other way. I just want everybody to live in peace, but it is racially based. It's very sad. But the people voting racially are going to be screwed over. God bless you. Tomorrow, Larry, let's talk. Let's set you up now for tomorrow. 52-hour broadcast kicks off at 11 a.m. Central. Infowars.com/.
Okay. Porsha, bring up the article you were about to bring up.
This is the article from the Washington Post from back then.
Okay.
So it's that time Bill and Hillary Clinton went to a voodoo ceremony in Haiti. Okay, so Ken Sullivan
What's
and
the
Royce.
date line again? Right above this. When
The
was the
what?
article written? Oh, 2015. Okay.
2015.
So this was when Hillary was running for.
Yeah. So this is because I was reading it while the video was playing. It's revisiting the original article that was written by the Washington Post during the Bill Clinton era. Kevin Sullivan and Rosalind Helderman have 2 news stories out on the Clinton Foundation's recent high-profile work in Haiti, but Bill and Hillary Clinton's interest in the country goes back much, much further than that. In his memoir, My Life, the former president wrote a vivid account of the couple's first trip to Haiti in 1975, which had been a wedding gift from their friend David Edwards, who had some business to do there for Citibank and some extra frequent flyer miles. Bill Clinton wrote that the most interesting day of the trip came when he, Hillary, and Edwards got a chance to see voodoo in practice. In a village near Port-au-Prince, the priest was Max Beauvoir, a former chemical engineer who had studied at the Sorbonne in Paris. Beauvoir had abandoned that career when his voodoo priest grandfather died and named him as his successor, which the article that I first read, it said all of that on there. Beauvoir gave the three visitors what Clinton described as a brief course in voodoo theology, and then the late afternoon ceremony began. Clinton wrote, again, in the first article, I read this, but I'll read it again. After several minutes of rhythmic dancing to pounding drums, the spirits arrived, seizing a woman and a man. The man proceeded to rub a burning torch all over his body and walk on hot coals without being burned. The woman, in a frenzy, screamed repeatedly, then grabbed a live chicken and bit its head off. Then the spirits left, and those who had been possessed fell to the ground. Clinton wrote that his brief foray into the world of voodoo furthered his fascination with the way different cultures try to make sense of life, nature, and the virtually universal belief that there is a non-physical spirit force at work in the world. The trip to Haiti also came at a pivotal time for Clinton himself. Then a law professor, he had lost the political campaign he had waged a race for Congress. He was trying to decide whether it was worth giving running for office another try. There was going to be an opening for Arkansas Attorney General. By the time we got back from Haiti, I had determined to run for Attorney General, Clinton recalled. This time, he won and was on his way to the White House. One lesson he took from Haiti, he wrote, "The Lord works in mysterious ways."
I wonder what Lord he's talking about. I don't think he's talking about the Lord of the Abrahamic religion.
I have another one for you.
Well, you do know voodoo is Christian based, right?
No, I don't know that, Stanley.
It is.
Yeah, I totally don't. Yeah, I don't know about that either, but
Yeah.
I'm surprised you're doing this kind of conspiracy theorizing and you don't know some details like that.
yeah, no, I don't know anything about voodoo, but I have this one is short. This one is about 2 minutes long.
Showing videos and not knowing about it, that's admirable.
Go ahead, play the video, Porsha. Play the video.
Yeah.
There is a lively debate questioning what Hillary Clinton really stands for. Perhaps the Caribbean island Haiti can provide some insight. The Democratic presidential candidate, whose husband chairs the Clinton Foundation, has recently been advocating for a minimum wage increase in the United States. However, a WikiLeaks report reveals that back in 2008-2009, when she held the post of Secretary of State, she opposed minimum wage increases in Haiti. The wage hike could have been an important step forward for a country with one of the highest rates of poverty and inequality in the Western Hemisphere. Instead, under Clinton's guidance, the State Department colluded with foreign corporations benefiting from sweatshop labor to pressure the Haitian government to veto a wage increase approved unanimously in the country's parliament. Now, just months later, in January 2010, Haiti was hit by a devastating earthquake, resulting in the deaths of roughly 200,000 people. Well, the Clinton Foundation was responsible for channeling some $6 billion meant to assist the survivors on the island. So where did the money go? Well, the Clintons' first act was to provide what they claimed were hurricane-proof emergency trailers, which they say could also have been used to school the island's children. Didn't turn out too well. The trailers were laced with a cancer-causing chemical, formaldehyde, which gave the students and teachers headaches and allergic reactions. And it turns out that the trailers were distributed by Clayton Homes. That's a company being sued in the US for providing the same type of shoddy trailers after Hurricane Katrina. They're also a past campaign contributor of Hillary Clinton herself. So what does Clinton stand for? We'll let you decide.
Well, I think that video kind of took us a little bit off course, but
we were on a course. Can you reveal what the course is now?
So the reason why I wanted to play that one is to tie into, because a lot of people don't know about the Clinton Foundation, or they might have a little bit of knowledge, but what it did, but just to further expound on their connections and their ties into Haiti. And it's deeper than just what he said in a book and about that one time he went to this voodoo ceremony. They had a whole entire foundation and they were very active in Haiti. And that one trip wasn't just a one trip. There was a multitude of trips that they took. And so the voodoo conspiracy, if you will, can be further expounded upon, seeing as, their dealings with Haiti. And then also in that video, if you caught it or not, they talked about how whenever the earthquake happened, how the Clinton Foundation was specific to care for the children. And so those buildings that they had cancer causing chemicals within the framework of those buildings. And you said you believe that a lot of those people sacrificed their children to get a green card to America. So Stanley, let me finish wrapping this up.
You know what?
For HV.
Please, Stanley. Just give Porsha one more minute. 60 seconds, Stanley. Go ahead, Porsha.
So ultimately, the video, my purpose of just adding that in there was just to further expound on what you were saying with the voodoo and with the children and them sacrificing their children. And, of course, to let the audience know that, during that hurricane, the biggest push was for the kids, but the kids were the ones that got neglected the most, of course, along with everyone else. So.
Okay, the trailers, the same trailers that got sent to Haiti got sent to Katrina, to New Orleans after Katrina. It was a big news story that formaldehyde was used in the insulation of those trailers. So can you connect New Orleans and Haiti? And then the reason I bring up or asking you to make that connection, were they specifically trying to kill children in New Orleans, just like Haiti? It wasn't just Haiti that they sent those trailers to. FEMA used them after Hurricane Katrina.
Well, the connection between Haiti and New Orleans, I think, is very obvious.
Okay, so what's the connection? It's not obvious to me.
It's voodoo, Stanley.
So voodoo, the connection between formaldehyde laced trailers in New Orleans and Haiti is voodoo. So Clayton Homes has a connection to voodoo as well.
Stanley, what in that commercial with Bill Clinton?
Okay, I don't care about the commercial. I asked a specific question about the trailers.
What do you use formaldehyde for, Stanley?
Well, you use it as a preservative, basically. You can use it in the embalming process, which they don't do anymore.
Bingo.
We also used to use it in biology lab to preserve frogs.
Bingo.
Okay, what's the bingo? I don't get it.
Bingo for dead bodies, Stanley.
Okay, so you're connecting dead frogs in biology labs to formaldehyde in the insulation. That I think that's what they were using the formaldehyde as part of for the trailers. So you're connecting high school biology labs to trailers used in New Orleans and Haiti and dead kids. So
Stanley,
dead frogs are connected to dead kids?
Stanley, I didn't bring up high school dead frogs.
Okay, what I'm saying is this is all nonsense. The most interesting thing in that video, believe it or not, was as Secretary of State Hillary Clinton having a say or being able to exert pressure over minimum wages in Haiti, which goes back to actually a salient point about America interferes with Haiti all the time and constantly for decades. That the a U.S. official, is interfering in Haiti's internal affairs. I think America bears a lot of responsibility for some of the problems that Haiti has internally. That's the only thing that I got of all the videos you've shown, all the articles you've read. That's the only thing I've gotten out of all of this.
Well, you got to ask yourself, Stanley, what's in it for America?
I don't care. This is all like
nation,
from 2015.
The poorest nation in the Western Hemisphere. What's in it for Hillary?
What's in
Mike
it for
Dewine?
America is the better question.
That's a good question. What's in it for America?
I have no clue. You tell me. Or maybe Alex Jones can tell us.
Voodoo, Stanley. Voodoo.
You know what? White people practicing voodoo is a hoot.
You know, I think this is where your bias.
It's not bias. It's skepticism. Get it right.
Yeah.
It's not bias. It's skepticism. It sounds ridiculous, and I'm skeptical that you can actually connect these dots in a cogent way. You haven't so far.
Well, Stanley, you know, I think when you're talking about the dark arts, there's all different types of different chapters in the dark arts. You go to witchcraft, you go to
So
voodoo.
you think Bill Clinton is practicing the dark arts?
For starters, yes. Him and Hillary and Mike DeWine and all those Haitians, they're all practicing the dark arts.
Okay. Well, at least I understand your direction now.
We've shown that these Haitians,
I don't think you've shown much of anything.
whether they're down on whether they're eating dirt cookies or whether they're in America in
So they're
high
practicing
position.
the dark arts in Springfield?
Stanley, yes. Not just them though, not just them. Mike DeWine, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, they're also practicing it.
All right. Well, that's definitely a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of connections with this, and the deeper we go into this, we're gonna find even more connections. I think Mike DeWine and Hillary and Bill are very connected. I think voodoo is a very powerful spirituality that these people practice,
Well,
and
I
they
think
believe it.
Virgo's comment here is powerful as well. She
What did
says,
Virgo say?
if voodoo was powerful as people think it is, France and America would not be here. And that's probably true. That's a good point.
I think you have to take Virgo's
I
comment
think
with a grain
Virgo
of
is
salt.
spot on here.
Yeah, but you have to take Virgo's comment with a grain of salt. Virgo
I
turned her
think
back on
Virgo
voodoo.
has a little bit more knowledge about Haitian stuff than you do, and Alex Jones too.
Virgo turned her
Well,
back
that's
on
not what you
voodoo.
said to Virgo the other day, Stanley.
Well, I've changed my mind.
Okay, because you
I
shot her
said,
straight to hell the other day and told her since she's not from Haiti and she's a byproduct of
no, I
Haiti,
didn't.
then she
I
can't
said
speak
she
on
knows
Haiti.
about Haitian stuff. I didn't say she knows about Haiti. She just knows Haitian stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, Virgo turned her back on all that dark witchcraft, the dark arts of voodoo.
Has she?
Yeah, she turned her back on that. She does. She's
I
turned her
see that.
back on.
I think
She's
she
turned her back on
believes
all
in
of
white
that.
magic.
Yeah, I don't think
No,
she's a
no pun
practicing.
intended.
Stanley, come on, man. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why I do believe in God, because I know these people really do believe in Satanism, in these dark arts. And this goes way back. This is biblical, and this goes way back to before the floods.
So voodoo is biblical.
The practices are worshiping the dead, using idols. The practices are the same practices of antiquity before the floods. They're the same practices. Stanley, you say all the time, there's nothing new under the sun. You think voodoo is new?
Well, I don't think voodoo is real, so I wasn't talking about voodoo at the time.
What do you mean it's not real? These people are
I actually
practicing
think
it.
the belief in voodoo is nothing new under the sun. But I think voodoo itself, it's just a bunch of, it's a bunch of beliefs. And I think if you believe in something strong enough, it can appear to be real.
Well, Bill Clinton definitely believes in it. He wrote about it.
You know what? I don't think he wrote about it quite the way you're remembering it.
No, I mean he
I mean,
basically
he says I went to a voodoo ritual. That just going to a voodoo ritual doesn't mean you believe in it.
I mean he said it he basically said it changed his life.
All the time.
He said it changed his life. It made him look at the whole
It might have, but that still doesn't. You know what? I think that it changed his life. That's not quite the same thing as saying he's an adherent.
I mean, he basically
It might have
said,
changed his life because he thought Haitians were serious people.
no, Stanley, I think you have, this is why I always go back to, I think you have a deep hatred for white men, because.
And you know what? If you actually believe that, then you are confirming my thinking that black conservatives have a deep fear of white people.
No.
If you believe that, then I believe this.
No, it's not about that.
Because apparently, if I chastise a white person, you think I hate them.
No. What I'm saying is that you hate white people. You hate white men so much that you've become what you hate. You can't even believe that these Haitians, their practicing of voodoo isn't even real.
Oh, no. I didn't say I don't believe they practice it. I don't believe Bill Clinton practices it. And see, when I say a white man, because Bill Clinton's a white man, when I say I don't think he practices voodoo, please tell me how that's hating white men.
No, I think because he's a white man, you can't believe that he practices voodoo, even though he shot a whole commercial promoting it.
Well, he didn't shoot that commercial. Go back and look at the metadata for that.
Play the commercial one more time, Porsha.
Literally, that channel does nothing but commercials. At the end of that video, did you see the insurance company who actually shot the commercial? It flashed up there towards the end.
Yes, but
That
Bill Clinton
YouTube channel is called Commercial something or another.
Whose
If you
idea
go
do you
and
think
look
that
at what
was?
if you go and look at what they've posted, it's a bunch of commercials.
Whose idea do you think that was, though, Stanley?
You know what? You have no proof.
Stanley, stop
You
it.
have
The
proof.
man's been
I
visiting
went back
Haiti
and
since the
looked at the
70s.
details of the video, HB. Did you?
Yes, Stanley. I'm saying.
And what did you find there? Absolutely
Porsha,
nothing.
Porsha,
It's
play the
all
video.
blank.
Play the video. Play the video.
There's no. I'm not talking about the video. Look at the information about the video.
Stanley, they say a picture speaks 1,000 words.
The truck's not moving, and you can pay close attention to it.
Now look at this. Bill is promoting Voodoo right here.
Bill is just a picture in this.
No, Stanley. He's literally in the commercial. He's in the commercial. That's Bill right there. He's in it.
Why would he even be in a commercial like that?
He's promoting Voodoo. He's showing you the powers
paid to be in the commercial. And is that even him or a body double?
Stanley, that's Bill Clinton.
Okay.
Stop it. This is before AI.
Look at the very end. Bill Clinton is paid to be in this by the insurance company. Just call us Central Bahir, the insurance company. You didn't see that?
Mr. President, we actually
go back to that. Go back to that last
before
screen.
We ask this question, I wanted to read this.
Oh, y'all are so gullible. See right there. It's not even an American insurance company.
Bill Clinton, why would he be in a commercial like that?
Because they paid him to do it.
Okay.
Why would they pay him?
Doing commercials and movies all the time.
Why would they pay him to be in a Voodoo commercial though? Promoting
You know what? It's a joke.
You think it's a joke. I don't think it's a joke.
I look, does that say Bill Clinton? Is that an American phone number?
What part of that commercial was funny to you, Stanley? Where's
the funny part? The funny part is this screen right here.
Yeah, all right, Stanley, you got one. That was funny. Yeah, Stanley, you're more funny than this commercial. This commercial.
Well, you know, it's an old commercial. Back then, it was probably funny. So all I'm saying is a paid actor in, it looks like a Dutch insurance company. You know, you can conspiracize off of that if you want to, but you're not convincing me.
So why do you think they went to Bill Clinton to shoot a Voodoo commercial? Why didn't they go to Virgo? She's actually Haitian.
Because Virgo wasn't alive, probably.
No, Virgo was alive.
She was definitely alive.
No, she's
for sure.
That looks like a 1990. Was Virgo born in the 90s?
Yeah, Virgo's pretty long in the. Yeah, she's pretty long in the tooth. Yeah.
Well, she was probably too young to be in a commercial without her parents' permission.
Well, HB Virgo says in the chat, it's a very small percentage that goes to dark magic, and all cultures do this. Look at Lily's house. Why do people hate Haitians? And then she says,
nobody hates.
She said, even when we helped fight for Black American freedom, we are paying for kicking France's ass. But I responded and I said, Virgo, I don't believe it's a matter of hating Haitians. That's a step over the curve. It's not hate of Haitians. It's more or less a discussion about voodoo. And then Virgo says, this is not voodoo. Jeez.
That she's 100% right.
No, Virgo.
An insurance commercial is not voodoo.
Virgo is just conflicted. She can't.
Virgo is 100% right.
We literally just had 2 practicing witches up here earlier showing us their shrines. We didn't.
And you actually believe they're witches, don't you?
I mean, Stanley, they literally have shrines of dead animals that they pray to.
So they're weird.
Stanley, just because you don't believe in something doesn't mean somebody else doesn't believe in it.
Oh no, I believe that they think they're witches. I believe that you think they're witches. What I don't believe is that I should take you seriously.
I don't hate them for it, but I think as you know, let me ask you this, Stanley. Let's say you're
Wait, hold it. Do you believe that was an insurance commercial?
I believe it's definitely an insurance commercial.
Okay, so I don't see it as any more than a insurance commercial. Insurance companies always try to be funny, like Geico, the Gecko, all that stuff. They always try and take a serious subject or serious business and put some humor to it. That's all I see that commercial as, just Bill Clinton being funny because he's been to Haiti a couple times. That's what I
also think it's Bill Clinton promoting voodoo too.
Well, I understand you're inclined to think that way. I'm not.
Well, I just think it's because you don't take voodoo seriously. You don't take
hell no, I don't. I don't take it seriously other than, as a curiosity.
Yeah, but I think there's a lot of people in this world that do take voodoo very seriously.
I think you're one of them.
That's the problem.
You are one of them, HB.
That's the problem. When you take it seriously,
I do take it seriously. I do take it.
It can get you. That's the way that it gets you. People could put a spell on you if you take it seriously. If you don't, if you rebuke it and you hold on to your Bible, you believe in God. No, you're protected. Nobody can touch you. That's what people don't understand. And it's like, I don't want to use the word annoying, but
no, go ahead and use it. I would.
It's kind of like people that don't understand this. It's kind of like trying to explain what it is or what's going on. And it's like, you guys have no clue. This is real shit. And it's just because you get a doll and you put pins in it doesn't mean you're practicing voodoo. You have to be.
It means you're promoting it. It means you're promoting it. It means you're promoting it.
Okay, like this. Who cares if you're promoting it? Doesn't matter. If you're not a strong voodoo priest or priestess, you can't do anything.
Who's to say Bill
And that's
Clinton
why I don't
isn't?
dabble in that kind of evil.
And not only that, I'm going to go farther, and please excuse me, Virgo. I think it's all ridiculous. The priest believing in it.
Oh, Stanley, you'd be surprised.
I would be surprised, but I haven't been surprised yet.
Well, Hillary and Bill believe in it. They believe in it.
Well, bless their little hearts. HB, by the way, if you didn't notice in the chat from this morning, Lily said she was thinking about you. She's probably trying to put a love spell on you.
Well, I'm protected by the blood of Christ, so none of that stuff will work on me.
She wouldn't be able to do that. She'd have to get something of his or something like that. She wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that, love potion number 9 or whatever the voodoo.
And just because you gather up snake skins and rats' heads doesn't mean you. I'm just being honest.
He has to leave that apartment. She's gonna have to spackle over those.
I'm just trying to have a Discord here so I can let you guys know what the real is. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, Porsha, what video were you about to play? What was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Sorry.
No.
I was just playing it on silent. It was a voodoo kit that someone made back in the early 2000s about Hillary Clinton.
A voodoo kit.
Man,
yeah, a voodoo kit for
Can you play it with the volume real quick just so we can hear?
Oh, that's as useful as an easy bake oven.
Yeah, you can. This video is like 18 years old.
Oh wow. Okay.
And the sound is. It's not.
Well.
Yeah. Let's see.
But they still sell the
Oh, you still want to? Well, I'll let y'all hear what it sounds like because the audio is awful.
Go ahead, just play it. Just play it.
Okay, so that was it. Hi, I'm Matt Owen, and I'm here to tell you about a revolutionary new product called the Hillary Clinton Voodoo Kit. Ever had a problem with Hillary being president? Have a problem with any big president? Well, this kit has all your problems solved. Not only does it come with a life-size 6-inch tall Hillary Voodoo doll, but also includes a 65-page easy manual, magic voodoo pens, and plus you can get it in 12 easy payments of 95 cents a month. Or you can just buy it for $12.95 at Borders, like I'm about to.
Is it me or does he look like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo?
He actually does.
Yeah, no, it's not just you. He does. He does.
Yeah, he definitely
But
does.
what I'm saying is, these Haitians that are coming over here, they did a deal. They made a deal with the devil when it comes to the Clintons and Mike DeWine. And this is why they're paying for their green cards to come over here. They allowed these white people, these outsiders, to practice their religion in exchange for green cards. They sold out.
But wouldn't you think that if voodoo
It's
was
like a
so
lot of
powerful,
niggas.
if voodoo was so powerful and they had the upper
Yeah.
hand, wouldn't you think Haiti would be in a better position? You know, why would I want to sell out my practices and let somebody show somebody my practices that can bring me great fortune and stuff like that, and then live in misery in my own country? No, I'd want to make my country great.
See, Virgo, you're not seeing the big picture here. They're being fast-tracked over to this country. This is going to happen over the next 10, 20 years. All the Haitians are going to be over here soon.
Well, I'm telling you this: if Haiti was livable and it had everything that America had, I'd rather live in Haiti. Haiti's a paradise.
No, and
there's lots
Virgo,
of parts of it that they don't show.
Virgo, I'm 100% with you. That's what these Haitians don't realize. They're doing the deal with the devil to get the benefits of living in America now in exchange for their country. You think once all the Haitians migrate over to America, those people that fast track them over to America aren't going to just take control of Haiti completely?
No, I don't think that.
Well, no, I kind of agree with HB.
And turn it
Okay,
into
well,
a
I kind of
resort?
don't.
No, I kind of agree with HB on this.
And I
That's
kind
the
of
whole
don't.
plan. People have
You know
been
why I agree
migrating.
with HB?
Don't
Look
really
how
care.
long.
Well, I
Look how
don't care
long.
why. You don't have to elaborate.
No, I'm telling you, Stanley. I'm telling you why.
Do I have to
Because
listen?
I'm Caribbean, so I'll tell you why. I know more about the Caribbean than you do.
Oh, I don't care about any of that. I don't believe Mike DeWine or the Republicans or America is going to take over Haiti.
All right, Stanley, I'll let you finish, and then I'll just talk to HB when you're done.
Okay, well, yeah, just talk to HB because I don't believe it. I don't care why. If I don't believe it, why would I care why it's going to be taken over?
Go ahead, Virgo. Go ahead, Virgo.
Okay, you know why I say that, HB? You look at DR, right? You look at Dominican Republic and Haiti is the same island. Why do you think that it's like completely different? Why do you think that America hypes up DR? They hype up Jamaica. They make it seem like a paradise. But I'm telling you, if you were to go to any of these islands, there's certain parts you wouldn't even be able to tell what island you're on. because they all have slums. The only reason why they do this is because Haiti fought against the French and won.
Bingo.
And Jamaica stayed colonized by England.
Bingo.
So
DR stayed colonized by the Spaniards.
So America's going to take over Haiti because Haiti defeated France. Gotcha.
That's not what I'm saying, Stanley. You're not.
That is exactly what you said, almost verbatim.
This is why. This is why, Virgo. You know, you don't forget about history. Hey, DiCapriano, salute, DiCapriano, salute, man. Thanks for that cash app, salute. But,
well, you also don't misinterpret history for like.
Thank you, DiCapriano. Thank you so much.
I can't imagine why America would rather take over the Dominican Republic before it would take over Haiti. Haiti offers nothing to America, resource-wise.
Oh, we have natural resources.
Oh, Stanley.
Okay.
If they did, it would already.
That's the only reason why America's ever interested in third world countries is for their resources, Stanley.
They're not interested in that third world country.
Look up the natural resources in Haiti, because this is where Stanley doesn't see the big picture.
No, this is where Stanley is right. If it was going to be done, HB, it would already be done.
See, I was setting the table for Stanley, and he didn't know what he was. He didn't know. He didn't see the big picture. I'm painting it for you. I'm painting it for you, Stanley.
He doesn't know whether to use the dessert fork or
yourself into a corner.
And these Haitians, just like most niggas, will sell out.
What? I thought they weren't black.
And give up
Africa's another example. Africa's another example.
Of what, Virgo?
Why do you think they're in Africa, Stanley? You think they're there just to chill?
Why do you think they're not in Haiti?
Jesus Christ. So you mean to tell you just said yourself that America had its hand in destroying Haiti, correct?
No, they have their hand in the government of Haiti. So I guess that you could make that argument. And I'm trying to figure out why, but I don't think it's because of any natural resources.
Okay, so then why do you think it is then, Stanley?
I'm trying to figure that out.
You know, Stanley, I think this is where you don't really understand the white man like I understand the white man.
You know what? I understand the white man well enough to know when to care and when not to.
You don't understand. I don't
think what Dewine is doing in Haiti. I'm sorry. In Haiti and Springfield, I think it's pure economics and nothing more.
That's on the surface. That's on the surface.
I don't think there's a deeper.
No, there is.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is a couple of walkthroughs. So we're going to start with a video that is 17 years old, and it's called Gold Rich Haiti Being Eyed by Foreign Investors. And then there's a couple of other ones that I have to show you all as far as the resources in Haiti, but I want to put emphasis on what you're about to watch is from many, many years ago. And I'm pretty sure further back than that. It's just, whenever they uploaded it on YouTube. So let's take a look. And they're all really short, so don't worry.
Flowing in these remote rivers may be the answer to Haiti's economic woes. A bike ride along dirt roads leads to what could be more than $20 billion worth of gold and other precious minerals. It's a secret that locals in northern Haiti have known for generations, and they don't want it to get out.
Since I was a kid, I have been panning for gold. I don't want any company to come here and take our gold away. Gold is my life.
The women show us the river they pan in, but we're worried that we would reveal the location to a mining company. Several foreigners have offered to pay them over the last year to drill on their land. After 6 days of panning for gold, these women earn about $100, which is more than enough to feed their families. Mining has been a way of life here for centuries for these people, and they want it to stay that way. So far, Canadian and American mining companies have invested more than $30 million collecting samples, building roads, and digging. Nearly 15% of Haiti's territory is now under license to North American mining firms. In neighboring Dominican Republic, mining companies believe they've found the largest gold reserve in the Americas, 24 million ounces, and they're hoping that the gold rush extends to Haiti, a country where the average person earns less than $1 a day. But keeping those potential profits in the country will be a challenge. Haiti has one of the lowest royalty rates in the Western Hemisphere, only 2.5% of the value of each ounce of gold extracted.
We probably also have not only the weakest government in the hemisphere in terms of institutions, it's also probably the most corrupt government in the hemisphere. That spells a lot of money for a tiny group of people here in the capital. All the rest of the money will go to shareholders up in the United States and Canada.
Many Haitians like Jean-Hugo are already worried about doing business with foreign companies. Although he allowed a Canadian firm to test his land, he is now having second thoughts about selling his property.
I don't trust doing business with them. They promised they would give people jobs operating the machines, and they did not fulfill any of their promises.
But the reality is, big companies will likely create hundreds of jobs for locals, a fact that might convince some it's worth taking the risk. Rachel Levin, Al Jazeera, Troda.
So, Virgo, you're right on the money. This is a long play for America. They know Haiti is sitting on not only gold reserves, not only silver, but also natural gas, oil, all types of natural commodities.
It's a
And
wicked game, man.
not only that, but it's just like you say, it's a paradise. You move all those Haitians out, you give them jobs in America, you sell them on this idea of the American dream. You can come to America, we'll pay for your green cards. We'll even adopt your voodoo culture. We'll practice voodoo with you.
Yeah, because if Haiti wasn't a paradise, why is there so many white people living there? You have the city called Jacmel, where there's nothing but white French that live there and have businesses there, and Chinese.
They've got used to have a large Polish population too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And Irish.
Here is my last point. Then I'll mute and y'all can natter on about this as long as you want to.
Oh God.
If this was going to happen, it would have happened like 100 years ago. Okay, we have Puerto Rico, we have a little bit of Cuba. If Haiti was going to be taken, it would have been easy enough to do 100 years ago. That stuff is happening now. That's cool.
Maybe the voodoo is what's stopping them.
You know what? I really don't care what's stopping them. I'm just saying, if it was going to happen, it would have happened before now. And if it's suddenly happening now, more power to you.
It's already happened, Stanley. It's already happened.
Haiti is not important enough to have been taken in 150 years. And I don't see what's happening in Springfield as any more than there's an immigrant population that works hard, and they'll send some remittances back home. It's a win-win.
It's a
You
migration.
said you was gonna mute yourself, Stanley. You go ahead and do that.
It's no more complicated than that.
It's a migration, and people know that when you migrate people, it takes time. It's much more sophisticated now. We have different layers of migration. The American migration took hundreds of years to make it from the East Coast to the West. Took hundreds of years.
Actually, it probably took 100.
Has anybody ever been on a cruise?
It took
If anybody's
a while.
Well, I mean,
Wow,
to
man.
settle, Americans have been all over the continent. Pretty much Lewis and Clark were the first.
To settle.
Has anybody ever been on a cruise?
Not a luxury cruise.
To the Caribbean? Okay.
Yes, I've been in the Caribbean.
If anybody's ever been to a cruise to the Caribbean and you go down to Puerto Rico, to Cuba, wherever it goes, there's a place called Labadee. They won't tell you that it's Haiti. They will just say it's Labadee. But that is Haiti. And the whites bought that and blocked it off to the Haitians, and they're capitalizing on it. So
Yeah, it's
you mean
kind
to
of like
tell me there's no interest?
You know, Stanley, I do somewhat agree with you. Why didn't they just take it over 100 years ago?
They had ample opportunities.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, the Western Hemisphere has been more or less under American influence since the Monroe Doctrine.
You know, I think part of it is because part of it is because Haiti isn't what we see as Haiti today isn't what Haiti used to always be. You know, I always talk about that. I always talk about the black guy, the only black guy that died on the Titanic. He was Haitian.
How is that relevant?
Because it just shows you that Haiti just 100 years ago was a thriving country.
Exactly.
Had a
guy was
thriving.
on the Titanic.
My family didn't come from mud
I'm
huts.
sorry, Haiti has never been that great or that thriving because they had to pay France off.
Oh no, when Papa Doc was there, Haiti was thriving. Now, if you want to compare it to America, yes, I agree. It wasn't like America.
Thriving compared to what?
To now.
Okay, poverty in Haiti under Papa Doc, Aristide, etc. It's always been abject.
Right, but they at least had they had classes at that point. You know, to build a country, to build a nation, you need to have certain class systems. You have the upper class, the middle class, and the lower class.
No, actually, that's probably incorrect. You don't need. That's if you're building a capitalist country.
Yeah, right.
Well,
right.
I've actually been to Port-au-Prince, and Port-au-Prince did not look like that when I went. I'm telling you right now.
Well, yeah, that's pre-earthquake, right?
Yeah.
But no, Stanley, I do agree with you. Why not just go there, kill all the people off, and take over the country?
I don't think you would have even had to kill people. You know that Lincoln, there was a colony, an American colony, an experimental colony. I think it might have been on the Dominican side of Santo Domingo. Lincoln wanted to at least test the theory that you could export Black Americans to Santo Domingo. I think it was the Dominican side. Frederick Douglass was like an ambassador to Haiti for a little while. So
Santo Domingo is a city in Dominican Republic, Stanley. Santo Domingo is not the name of the country.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Dominican Republic. Yeah. But there was an American colony of Blacks sent there, and it didn't last. Most of them came back. But there have been, experiments, is my point. So America could have, if nothing else, probably, I think they actually wanted to buy the Dominican Republic.
I think
as an acquisition.
I think part of the reason that America didn't just go over there and slaughter all the Haitians is because they knew the Haitians would fight back.
No, well, there is a
Yes, we
history.
have that big fortress.
Why would they want to slaughter Haitians?
Because why slaughter them when you can
Manipulate them.
kill when you can manipulate them, when you can do a
Well, no,
slow
I'm
kill.
saying I don't know if America wanted to take over the Dominican Republic. I'm not sure, or Santo Domingo, the island, even. I'm not sure you have to slaughter people to do it.
Well, with the
Well,
Haitians,
the whole
you would
island
have
is
to.
called Hispaniola.
The Haitians, you would have to. They're not gonna just
Wasn't it
give
called
up the
Santo
country.
Domingo at one point?
No, that's a city in Dominican Republic. So when the French, when the French was defeated by one side of the island, it became Haiti, and then the Spaniards stayed in the other side, which became Dominican Republic. Santo Domingo is a city in the Dominican Republic. So now it's one island, but it's two countries.
At one point, it was called Santo Domingo.
No, it was never called Santo Domingo.
I think it was.
Nope. It was called Hispaniola. The whole
Okay.
island was called Hispaniola.
Okay.
And
well, I'm thinking of somewhere else.
yeah, no, it's fine. And I want to debunk when people say they don't even, Dominican Republic doesn't even want Haitians there. What are you kidding me? When I've went to DR, you know how much Haitians I met?
Yeah,
this is crazy.
There's
Didn't
a
they
lot
build
of,
a wall?
there's
Maybe
still a
they
lot
don't
of,
want, maybe they don't want immigrants like flooding in like the way they do here. That
yeah,
I
So
could
they built the
understand.
wall, right?
there's a lot of Haitian women
Yeah.
though in DR.
Yeah, there's a city called Bate, which is like on the border, and Haitians cross over all the time to work in DR, and Dominicans cross over all the time to work in Haiti. It's not like what people are saying that they don't want Haitians there. You know, I've heard that a lot. Like they don't even want Haitians there. You know, it's not true. Haitians live in every single island that I've ever been to.
Okay, what Virgo? I feel like we're kind of getting off topic though here.
My
Let's see.
bad.
Porsha has Philip, what's his name, queued up.
Oh, Porsha, pull it up. Whatever you have pulled up,
What's
pull up.
Phil's last name? He's in Texas.
No, I think he's in Africa. I think that guy's in Africa.
No, he's I know he's in America. I want to
Doesn't
say
he live in Africa? Oh, I think I'm confusing him with somebody else. The other
Yeah,
fat
he's
black
American.
guy. Yeah, I think I'm confusing him.
I want you to listen
Porsha,
to what this man says about Haiti and how.
Okay. No, I was just gonna ask Porsha, what is this video right here that you're showing us?
Yeah, poverty of Haiti was created by constant sabotage from Western powers is the name of the video.
Okay. Go ahead, play it, Porsha. Go ahead, play it.
How Haiti
Philip
was
Scott, yeah.
sabotaged in every step of the way. Let's go ahead, roll it.
Because if blacks in Haiti succeeded in getting rid of the French, then what does that mean about blacks in the Dominican Republic? And blacks in Cuba, and blacks in the United States, all the other slave ports and slave areas, once they start rising up. So the whole world came together and they said, no, stop. They sealed off all of Haiti, and they said, you had all this profit with the French, but you don't have it now. So they said, listen, nobody's going to trade with you. Nobody's going to do anything with you. Basically, we're going to isolate you, and you have nothing. And you're an island in the middle of nowhere, and you have nothing, right? And I can give you land, but if you can't use that land to grow something and sell something, then the land has no value whatsoever if you can't sell it. And so we said, the French and the world community said, okay, well, we will take our thumb, our foot off of your neck, so to speak, which is where we're holding it, to all you former slaves, if you pay French $160 million in reparation. And so Haiti then went from the single most profitable body of land in the world in the world to very quickly, within just a few years, one of the poorest lands in the world. As the rest of the world just said, no, we can fight for our freedom, but you cannot fight for your freedom.
Porsha,
I'm going
pause
to
it
just
real
tell
quick.
you, give you an
Pause it
example
real
of
quick.
how this continues.
Pause it real quick. And this is why these Democrats and these rhino Republicans really have a deep, very deep, visceral hatred for black people. And any idea of black people having any type of uprise. And they've been making Haiti pay for generations because of it. Because the worst thing, the thing that these white elites fear most is that the Negro population stops following the game plan. Because once the Negroes realize that you're stuck in this matrix and you decide to break out of it, the Negro is the face of every movement. So as long as you could keep the Negro, as long as you could keep your foot on the Negro's neck, make sure there's no uprising, everything will move accordingly. And this is why
that you think that it's not bigger than Democrats and rhino Republicans is your bias.
No, it's much bigger than that, Stanley.
Well, it includes MAGA. It includes I would just be generic and say American culture or just Western civilization. Basically, European-based culture has a problem with Haiti and has ever since they defeated the French.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
And so
to add to what you said,
it's not even political.
To add to what you said, HB, you know the main reason why they didn't want the slaves in America learning how to read? Do you know?
Well, it's obvious.
Because they didn't want them to read about the uprising in Haiti and how they defeated the French.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, Thomas Jefferson writes about it.
Yeah. I think black people, we don't have the one thing black people do have, the Negroes, is we have influence. And that's one thing that money can't buy.
Yep.
If you
know what else it was?
People, if you can influence the Negroes to uprise like the Haitians did, it's game over.
And you know what else it was, HB? I don't even think it was so much as the Haitians revolted. I think it was just ego, Napoleon's ego, and how he had to run with his tail between his legs.
Napoleon wasn't like a factor in the original rebellion.
Oh, yes, he was,
Oh,
Stanley.
no, he wasn't.
Okay, I beg to differ.
Yeah. I'm almost positive Nat Turner heard about what happened in Haiti.
Oh, absolutely he did.
Yeah.
And they didn't want the slaves over here revolting in the same way. Because if you light a fire...
there are untold number of slave revolts that happened anyway.
Oh, no, untold. So
absolutely.
Many.
Absolutely.
You know, they don't like to talk about that in history. But I think the elites, the politicians, they understand history a lot more than we do. And that's why I do believe that in their mind, they can't understand how this small country, the small nation of people, were able to fight back. And they understand that all their money, all their resources, all their wealth it can't kill an idea. So what do? You set out a plan, 100, 200, 300-year plan to codify the people, to make their nation so terrible that they'll give up their birthright. And that's exactly what's going on.
And this is especially a shout out to those of you who are conservative. So in the early 1980s, Haiti was producing plenty of rice, lots of rice, amazing land for producing rice. It's still a poor country, but producing rice, selling rice to Haitians. It's inexpensive enough. It fits well. They can afford it. They got it. It's good rice, actually, right? In the early 1980s, the rice farmers came together and started to say here in the United States, like, hey, we need, meaning like big agribusiness, hey, we need to sell our rice in other places because we can't make a living here. And so the United States started subsidizing the rice farmers, which are mostly big corporations here in the United States, and took Haiti to it's the IMF, but it went to the international bodies to force Haiti to accept American rice. And Haiti said, we're not going to accept American rice. So we here start giving our rice farmers subsidies in the US, okay? Meaning we take taxpayer dollars and we give it to rice farmers. And we give it to rice farmers because rice farmers can't produce rice inexpensively enough to sell around the world. And in Haiti said, look, we're not going to accept your rice because you subsidize it with the American government tax dollars. And therefore, the price of rice is artificially low. And then it's lower than our Haitian rice. And that's a problem for us. And so back when I did this research, I did this for the first time, it was about 5 years ago. This is how much we subsidize our rice farmers, $430 million, meaning people that can't figure out how to grow rice inexpensively. And so we subsidized it by American taxpayers. And then what we did in the same year that we gave our rice farmers this much money, that's how much money we gave to Haiti in foreign aid. So it's like we give our own people more than we give to Haiti. And we destroy their rice economy, and we're continuing to destroy it. And this is one way where this just keeps going. And why did the U.S. win in the world court in this way against Haiti? We won because we're the most, of course we're going to win. Haiti's never going to beat us. We're going to win. That's how it works. And so Haiti can just stay poor.
The story of Black America, Haiti, any Caribbean nation, African nation, the story for us has been economic sabotage, political sabotage the whole way. Because Haiti had the idea of fighting to get free. And they have punished Haiti ever since. Jean-Jacques Dessalines has been passed away for many, many years already. And yet, Haiti is still suffering. Haiti's poverty is by design. Trust me on that. They make sure to do everything they can to keep Haiti poor. You look at Haiti's past president and look at what they did to him. Haiti has never been in a good position whatsoever. You heard this man say about the rice in Haiti, how Haiti couldn't sell their rice on the world market. Well, I'm gonna say this much, what probably will end up happening. China gonna get wind of something, and China gonna be buying things from them just to undermine the Western world, because see, China will do that. They say, hey, ship us all the rice you got, because hey, we got a huge market for it. You understand what I'm saying? But you see all those subsidies he was talking about. Basically, free government handouts to these white farmers. But when black farmers need some of these government handouts, oh no, black farmers can't get any of that. I mean, I told you this whole system is rigged against the black man and woman. And this whole system is rigged for them folks. completely. But one thing my grandmother always told me, and I have seen this in my life. One, nothing stays the same. It's true. Nothing does. And these people are nervous because they seeing the world change on them. And it's nothing they can do to stop the change. That's number one. Number two, I was always told trouble don't last always. That's also, I've seen evident in my life that trouble don't last always. And with those two things alone, we know that Haiti is not going to stay in that position forever. These people is not going to stay in this position forever that they're in. You seeing what's happening in France right now. They turn it up in France. They are going in. And I support all those people in France that's fighting for justice. I support that. Because France is still a colonial thief. I can't see how those African nations even allow France to take their money from them. Like, look, all y'all need to get together and say, no, we're not giving you a dime. You're banned from our country. All you banned. We don't even want you here. We'll create our own currency or whatever, and that's the end of it. Trust me, France will go to third world status tomorrow. The only reason they're in the position they're in is because of those African nations. That's why I say to my brothers and sisters in the African continent, it's better to live free than to live like a slave. Y'all, if y'all get together and stand up against France and say no more, it's not happening. Because the only way you gonna make a headway, you gotta put bans on them. Your president can't come here. Nobody can't come here. Nope, we done with you. Then they got to deal with France, get a first right of refusal. You understand? With resources. Or if France don't say it, then they can't say, man, forget that. They got plenty of other countries that are glad to take them resources. Yeah, if you're trying to sell them to the Western world, sure. But India will take them resources. China will take those resources that's coming out of West Africa, please. South Africa will take it. A lot of other people take those resources to sell. So yeah, man, y'all leaders need to get together, man. Y'all need to get together. It's more y'all than them. Trust me on that. But let me know what y'all think about, this particular video.
Yeah. Yeah.
Virgo. I went and looked it up. Napoleon sent his brother-in-law to reconquer Haiti after Toussaint Louverture had already pretty much installed himself as the ruler. So that's where Napoleon came in. He was never physically there.
Think Virgo is in her lifeboat
No, I'm
right
here.
now. Oh, okay.
I'm here. I'm here.
So yeah. I brought all of this up because I just had a feeling that there's more to this Haitian issue than just them being migrants. I feel like there's a much bigger, it's easy to just blame it on economics and money, but I think there is a deeper reasoning for this. Ultimately, it is going to be economics, but I think there is some ego at play here too, and there is there's conquering not only the people, but conquering the voodoo, conquering the people, and conquering the island of Haiti too. But doing it in a much more manipulative way. I think, a lot of times we don't learn from our history, but I think a lot of people do learn from history. You can't fight wars the same way that we used to. especially a spiritual war.
What is so funny, Stanley?
I'm just sitting here watching people weave conspiracies around something that's fairly simple.
Well,
Go ahead, Porsha. Go ahead, Porsha.
so in Texas, a few years ago, we had that huge Haitian migration here, and they turned El Paso, Texas, into little Haiti. Now, the Biden administration got them up out of here so doggone fast that we as Texans didn't really even have the time to respond in the way that you see Texas responding right now today. However, I find myself asking if all of those Haitians, the tens of thousands of them that were here in Texas, because the story was they got sent back. Even those that built rafts, and makeshift boats trying to come to Florida and getting stopped by our National Guard and being turned away, from coming here. It makes me wonder if the ones here in Texas, if, Governor DeWine out of Ohio was like, well, let me get about 20,000 of them. And then up in Maine, and Nantucket and Charleroi and all these different places, if they grabbed from those Haitians and just put them somewhere in their states, or if the Biden administration actually did send them back to Haiti. And the reason why I say that is because if he did send them back to Haiti whenever they were all hauled up here in Texas, I'm curious to know, or not necessarily know because of what we've been talking about, but it strikes me as something curious, because if he did send them back, then why are they in America right now in such large numbers? Or if he didn't send them back at all, and whatever partnership he has with the likes of a Governor DeWine, if Governor DeWine made a phone call and said, hey, yeah, so those Haitians, how about I take, 20,000 and all of that? Like, there has to be something bigger than just them coming over here to fill jobs, because our borders have been open for the last 4 years in a way that's absolutely uncontrollable. So there's tons of different types of people that could work the same jobs that the Haitians are working. So I just wanted to kind of point that out, because I'm not 100% sure, because, we only can go off what they tell us. So if they say, yep, Biden sent them back, he sent them back. So if he sent them back, what was the process that the governors took to get them over here? Or if he didn't send them back, I'm assuming, they flew them out or bust them out. So essentially, from what I just said, like, what do y'all think of that? Do you think there's something to it? Do y'all think that he actually sent them back, and then the governors actually made travel arrangements for them to come back to America, or what?
Trying to figure out why that's important at all. Why does it matter whether they were sent back or sent to Ohio?
Well, because I'm to me, if we're going with this conspiracy of Haitians coming over here, trying to get them out of Haiti, so that they can, essentially take over the island and reap the benefits of their country.
Also revenge.
Okay, so it matters for sake of the conspiracy theory.
Also revenge too. Don't forget about revenge.
So
Okay.
let me get this straight. Basically, you're saying that they want Haitians out of Haiti so America can take it over for resources?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Not
That's a
just
theory.
resources, not just resources though, but also for revenge for even having the idea of fighting back. The resources are just the cherry on top. But I think
Okay, so revenge for what exactly?
for fighting back, for fighting against the French,
Okay, so
for
you're saying this revenge is 200 years in the making. Okay,
yes,
because
yes, yes,
because
yes,
Haiti was taken over, by Haitians 200 years ago.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so,
But
so
but but
we're
not
waiting
not but not
200
but not
years
not
to do this.
not just that though. Not just that.
Oh, there's
Uh,
more.
yeah, the Haitians not only did they take that back, take Haiti back, but they also influenced the blacks in America to cause those uprisings.
Okay, I don't think that Haiti had influence, but it wasn't like a major influence. Um,
Well,
you
Haiti did
don't
help with the Louisiana
literally
Purchase.
don't need an outside influence if you're a slave to rebel. That's like a natural human instinct.
Not
But anyway,
necessarily.
I'm getting besides my point. I think you've answered my question. We waited 200 years
Hmm.
and 100 years or more past slavery to exact revenge. So that at least I understand. I understand better.
Hmm. Hmm. This is all about revenge and all about. It's kind of
I
like
also want
jujitsu.
to add that Americans don't really even know history, so that they know to have revenge is actually kind of impressive to me.
Well, these
Oh,
elites
they
aren't
know
elites
about
for nothing.
revenge. They know
Yeah.
about history. They
No,
don't
they
want to
don't.
teach it, but they know about it.
Point. They probably barely even know there was a Haitian revolution. Americans don't know history that well.
You think the Clintons don't know? You think Mike
I don't think the
Mike
Clintons are in
Dewine?
power currently.
Stanley.
You think the Clintons still have that much power?
It's not about the power. It's about
Oh,
the
what is it about?
influence. It's about the influence and the
Okay,
deep hatred that they have,
if
and the deep hatred that they have for.
they had that much influence, I would call that power. I think the Clintons are like, at the very end of their very laudable lives. I don't think they're worried about Haitians or Haiti right now. Not to the extent maybe Hillary is.
Yeah. I'm pretty
But
sure Hillary, Mike
I
DeWine.
understand
I'm
what
sure
I
he.
understand what the conspiracy is. I understand the ramifications. I wouldn't even call them doubts uh, about this theory.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the theory manifest itself as we speak.
I think you're seeing things. I think you're hallucinating.
Come on, Stanley.
I mean, seriously, just
Get them
because
up out of
of an
here.
immigration problem, I don't see this as confirming your theory.
I think there's too many coincidences.
I don't see any coincidences at all. I mean, obviously you do, but I've seen the videos, and I think it's just that, a theory.
You don't think Bill Clinton mocking Voodoo, Mike
No,
DeWine
funny.
voting with Hillary over 1,000 times? I'm just rounding up, Stanley. I'm just rounding up.
Well, I'm just saying that it's a neat way. It would make a good novel.
Yeah. Yeah.
A Stephen King novel, Sam?
No, I think it would be. I would think it would be more like a comedic novel.
Oh, come
Oh.
on. I don't think revenge is funny.
Well,
But
I don't think revenge is happening.
but I think the Haitians of today, they forgot. If anybody forgot the history, it's the Haitians of today.
I guarantee you the
Absolutely.
Haitians have not forgotten that history.
Yeah, they have.
No, I don't know. Virgo,
I think the Haitians of today,
you think
not
the
even,
Haitians don't know
I
about
think,
the revolution?
no, 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 no. I don't think they understand the ramifications of actually fighting back. What that really means.
Mm-hmm.
So you think 200? You think the Haitian Revolution? Haitians don't understand the ramifications of it.
They don't understand that them coming over here is basically them spitting on their ancestors that fought for their country.
How
Yeah,
so?
because those people, if all these Haitians were just gonna come over here and work and become, cogs in the system, why did they even fight?
Oh, come on, HB. Things have changed in 200 years.
Yeah, 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 they have.
Has it?
So that question doesn't even make sense. I seriously doubt that. I don't connect those two dots. Them coming over here is because their country is ravaged by earthquakes and, as you've proven, exploitation.
Right,
That's why
right.
they're coming over here. Why did the Mexicans come here? Because they weren't making it in Mexico.
Yeah, but the thing about Haiti is Haiti could have made it, but
Okay. Oh, come. Could have made it. Okay. They
yeah.
could have made it. I
Well,
have
well,
some
if
doubts
if
about
no
that because there's been a
if
lot
no
of
country,
interference in their internal politics for over those
yeah,
200 years. Plus, were paying France for 100+ years, and
yeah,
that just recently stopped.
they were forced to though.
Yes, they were forced to, but they paid because they were forced.
Damn it.
All for fighting back, all for standing up for
All for
themselves.
fighting back. Yes, you're right about that.
So I
And
think
quite frankly, America should have interfered and said, "Nope, France, you're done." But that
no, no, no,
obviously
no.
didn't happen.
Well, why would America interfere? They're all on the same
Well,
team.
Monroe Doctrine for starters.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you would think, but they're just a bunch of black jungle people. Why would you? They shouldn't have had that much power in the first place.
Yeah, you could probably, that could hold water. Plus, America, it's to America's advantage. We'll give you money to exploit you. You can pay it to France. But
Right.
anyway, not to be sidetracked, I think the conspiracy theory, I think that, Haitians coming over here is spitting in, Toussaint Louverture's face. I think that all of that is just, I think it's a nice story. I think the reality is that there is a workforce that's not doing well in their own country. They're migrating, and they are a convenient workforce, and business owners and people who are associated with business, like Dewine, saw an opportunity to make money, and they did.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's on the surface level, definitely.
And I don't think there's anything deeper than that. Anything deeper than that, as you call it, is theory.
Well, if you create a problem and then solve the problem, you know, I think you have to ask yourself at what's the end game for this. And I do believe we're witnessing
Well, what do you think the end game is?
it's a migration. It's a slow migration to get the Haitians to finally defeat the Haitians and have them over here and take over Haiti completely. Haiti in 100 years, Haiti will be a resort.
In 100 years, Haiti's gonna be exactly as it is now.
Nah. It's gonna be a
Again,
whites
I'm
only
just looking at
resort.
200 years of history.
It's gonna be a whites only resort in 100 years.
I'm not sure you were exactly wrong because I look at the places, sea islands of Georgia and South Carolina. I could see that,
And
but
then
I
the
don't.
history.
I don't think bringing all the Haitians over here is even feasible. So that is an interesting theory. I'm.
Yeah. I think as far as the American American Negro will be replaced with the Haitians.
But you know what, HB? It's going to take a lot. They're going to have Haitians that do give resistance. And I say that because although the media shows us only the poor parts of Haiti, there are Haitians who live well out there. And
but
I think there will
those
be a resistance.
but they'll be eaten alive by the poor ones. It's just gonna be like Gaddafi. You pay his own people to off him.
Lead Clinton actually makes a point that Haiti has resorts now.
Yeah.
I just told you that, Stanley. I was talking about.
Okay, well,
you ever been on a cruise?
What Lead says.
Yeah, they have resorts. But the funny thing is, they won't tell you when you're on the cruise ship. They'll just say it's the island of Labadee. There's no such thing as the island of Labadee. That's Haiti.
Right. But in any case, I'm pretty much done with this. The economics, pretty much, I don't need personally to go deeper than economics. And there's some problems with the politics of it. I think that Trump is pretty much on the wrong side of this. He doesn't have control of his party as much as he thinks he does. And apparently the right hand of the Republican Party doesn't know what the left hand is doing.
Yeah, nah. There is a lot of rhino Republicans out there that are, only Republican in name.
I think they're actually the true Republicans and MAGA is not.
Well, I think putting Americans first is the whole idea behind MAGA.
I don't think MAGA puts America first.
But
because
Mike DeWine,
if MAGA put America first,
ashamed of himself.
They'd be a whole lot more respectful of the Constitution.
Mike DeWine should be ashamed of himself. He should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, I think Mike DeWine did the best he could for his state. That's what governors do.
He should be ashamed of himself. Still.
Mike DeWine is not in a national office. He's governor of a state, and he has benefited his state. That's what governors do.
Yeah. I mean,
he didn't break any laws.
No, all he did was sell America out. That's all he did.
He didn't sell America out. I don't think he sold Ohio out. It was a dying town, and he revitalized it.
I think the American people would disagree, especially the people
I don't
in Ohio.
think the American people care. Only Ohioans have to care.
Yeah, but I think it's the sign of times are changing.
They always do. They have a bad habit of changing.
Yeah. You know, our politicians practice voodoo, and they're selling us out to Haitians.
Politicians have been selling out voters for 200 plus years.
Yeah, ever since Lincoln got smoked, it's been downhill.
I argue it was before that.
Yeah. It is interesting though. It is very interesting.
It is interesting how complicated you like to make life.
No. I just think this.
It gets mighty boring out there on the road, huh?
Oh, come on, Stanley. I just think you know, they say the devil's in the details, Stanley. And once you really start going down the rabbit hole, you start to see that, you know, things aren't just you know, things don't just happen out of nowhere. They try to make it seem like we're just, you know, humanitarians. We're just helping these poor folks out. Well, who made them poor?
Okay, but have you ever heard of a win-win situation?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard of it.
Okay, I actually think that's what Dewine achieved. Now that you know, you want to weave it into the immigration issue, I think that's why this conspiracy theory exists. You're trying to basically take something that was a win-win situation for Springfield, Ohio, and weave it into the national, you know, moral panic over immigration. That's what is happening.
Oh no.
I don't think Springfield is an immigration issue at all.
What I'm saying is this was something that was set in motion long before Trump even thought about running for.
And I don't agree with that.
Yeah, this is something I think that's where Trump is getting this whole thing wrong. He doesn't understand that this is something that's been set in motion since the 70s.
I think that's ridiculous.
All right. I don't think these white liberals go to these black countries and you know.
I don't. Obviously, white liberals aren't the only one going over to these countries. I wouldn't describe Dewine as a white liberal.
I think he's as liberal as they come.
And I think you're wrong.
I think he's only Republican by name.
Just only recently heard of Dewine.
No, I've heard of him. I didn't really know too much about his politics, though.
He was in the Senate. He's got an ample record.
Yeah. He votes a lot with Hillary. Yeah.
You know what? I doubt those numbers.
You doubt those numbers?
Yep.
Stanley, come on, man.
No, I you know, they're flashed up on a screen on a YouTube video.
You wanna go down the look at what he actually voted for?
It's not important enough. It's not important to my point.
Well, I mean, if you're denying it, we have to do more research. I just thought you would take it at face value. You know, I just think this.
Well, you know, actually, I guess you make a point. I'll just take it at face value. I have my doubts, but it's not important enough for me to research.
No, you know, I do think it is important to understand our nation's motives, why the people are feeling so disenfranchised, why the government is doing what it's doing. You know,
well, I think the people of feeling disenfranchised because they believe conspiracy theories like yours.
I don't think the people in I don't think the people in Springfield believe my conspiracy. I think all they see is a bunch of black migrants coming in, and they don't like that.
And I think the people of Springfield, and it's probably not my place to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. And there's probably plenty of pushback they could rightly give me, so I'm overstepping my bounds. But I think what we had here was a city that was dying slowly. And, some of the people John have talked to admit this. And what Dewine saw was an opportunity to revitalize the city. And he probably did, not think it through well enough, bringing that many people into a dying town. Pretty much, these people didn't want their culture disturbed, even though the town was dying. So I can see that part. I can understand why there's a clash. But if you look at a big picture, it's a place that was dying. Industry could come in. It was cheap, cheap land. Probably got all kinds of tax breaks to, help revitalize the town. The town mayor is a Republican, and he probably saw, a chamber of commerce business opportunity, and he probably got, profited as well as politicians will, when they do economic development. And, people are just pissed off because their small town, Ohio, culture has been disturbed by a bunch of foreigners, and I can understand why they would be.
Yeah.
But I also think that in the end, it'll be all right.
Yeah.
I don't see a catastrophe, as inevitable.
No. I just think America is changing. I don't think it's it's definitely not going to be a problem that we're going to have to really confront.
Why? Because the browning of America, this is all a replacement theory, sort of Tucker Carlson moral panic. Town that was largely white is now a little bit less white, and they're upset about it. Their culture has been disturbed. And the fear of the browning of America by 2040 or whatever, in the not too distant future, where white people are a majority minority, meaning, the number of minority groups taken together will outnumber the white majority. Tucker Carlson's been whining about it for years now. That's what this is all about.
Yeah.
It's simply no more complicated than that. And what Mike DeWine did to revitalize and, make the city prosperous again, goes against the replacement theory. That's actually the operative conspiracy theory.
Yeah. I think you have a point. The fear.
It's not very hard to make.
I think as long as you
Alabama is just like that. They're probably, Savannah. I'm surprised that there's not more of an influx in Savannah because there's a bunch of industry being brought in. I would not be surprised if something like this is happening, in my neck of the woods or my former neck of the woods.
Oh yeah, no, this is what's going to happen across the board, and I don't think anybody is going to stop it because this has been the plan. And it is interesting to see how this nation is going, and I just wonder if
And to those who fear, we're going to lose America. No, America's just going to change. That's what's actually going to happen. And who knows? It could change for the better.
Yeah, yeah. That's why, I do think for the people, because I talk about these things and I'm interested in them not out of fear but out of understanding, because the change is going to happen whether I want it to happen or not.
And one quick point, and this is kind of cynical of me to say, Trump is liable to have a family member get in on a deal like this. He's liable to pivot.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, Stanley. I wouldn't go that
Okay.
far. I think what Trump represents, I can't really see him flip-flopping
Trump
on that issue.
represents Trump.
No, he represents the collective white ideology.
Oh, I think he's the most American of all presidents, at least that we've had in a while. I don't think I think Trump is classic, a divider. If you go back and look at post-Reconstruction America, where he's exciting the white working class to feel isolated and unheard, and to a large extent they may be.
Yeah, they are though. They are. That's why I say
To a
he's
large extent they may be, but it's not
yeah.
just the white working class; it's the working class in general.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what Trump's not addressing.
well, no, not the migrant working class.
Okay, I'm
See
not I'm talking white and black working
Yeah,
class.
yeah.
Like
No,
let's call them legacy Americans.
Well, whenever he tries to talk about the blacks, what happens? They call him a racist. What do you mean
Well,
black
what?
jobs?
You can talk about blacks without being racist. That's something this channel could learn, quite
Well, he's
frankly.
not you can't talk about the blacks without being racist.
That's bullshit.
You can't.
No, I don't think people are trying very hard.
I mean, Trump tried and they called him a racist.
I think Trump doesn't know how to talk about blacks without being racist.
How can you talk
I
about
think
the
somebody
blacks?
like J.D. Vance could do it.
No, J.D. Vance wouldn't even touch that issue. He's smart enough to not even touch it.
J.D. Vance could probably do it better than Trump.
J.D. Vance can't, man, listen, J.D. Vance can't even, he's smart enough to know he can't even touch that issue.
I think he's smart enough to know that he can't do a lot of things because Trump's ego is fragile.
No. J.D. Vance will never touch the black issue because he's too smart. He understands politics. You can't even mention black people.
I think you're wrong about that. But you know what? That is your problem to figure out.
Trump tried to warn black people. These people are coming in and taking your jobs, and they took it as a slight.
Oh no, Trump he didn't say your jobs. He said black jobs. He racialized.
Well, yeah, he was talking to me. He was talking to Porsha.
He knew people like you wouldn't be offended, but people like normal black people would be.
Oh, well, I don't know if that's a compliment or
But figure out it could be both.
Yeah, I don't know.
I spent yesterday morning talking about my view of black conservatism.
I just think that a lot of black people they put what white people say on such a pedestal that they take everything that they say as a slight to their they're so focused on being equal to the white man that anytime they bring up black people or talk about black people, they take it as a slight. Well, why are
And
you focusing on?
I
Why are you
think
focusing on us? Why are you
I
focusing
think
on us?
that black conservatives in general, and I call them soul brothers, have grown such a thick hide and have such a fear of white people, or actually not even white people, it's white backlash that people like Thomas Sowell and Glenn Lowry feel. And Glenn Lowry has said as much. You know what? He's literally, well, this is more or less of a paraphrase, that white people aren't going to be patient forever. He's literally intimated that point.
You know,
Which
Stanley,
I'm just, that's so Uncle Tom, it scares me.
you know, I just think just like black people in general, black conservatives or Republicans, whatever you want to call it, we're not a monolith.
Oh no, absolutely you're not. There's smart ones and they're not so smart ones.
You know, I don't I honestly, when it comes to white folks,
you don't want to scare them or piss them off because
no,
they've got more guns than black people. I've heard.
No. I don't put them on a pedestal. I actually think that
no, you just listen to them. You care about their feelings.
No, Stanley. I listen to you more than anything. I listen to John. I listen to black men who have.
John cares about white people's feelings. He's talked about, hey, white people aren't going to be patient forever. Not in those words, but pretty much in that vein. John is like practically quoting a Thomas Sowell or a Shelby Steele or a Glenn Lowry.
But I don't think John fears white people. I think John just
he cares what white people think.
You said what?
He cares what white people think.
No, I don't think he does. I really don't.
Literally, you know what? I can't quote him, but when I talk to him again, I'm going to ask him just that. Do you actually care what white people think? Because if you didn't, you wouldn't worry about black people and what they do and how they do it.
No, I just
and
think
how they might be seen by white people.
No, I just think John he actually has compassion for black people.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying he has too much compassion for he has too much, he cares too much about the white gaze.
No, I think he just has so much compassion for black people. He tries to conceptualize it and get black people to understand what world we're really living in. Not
right.
This,
a white world, a world where the white gaze matters. That's the world. That's the real world.
No, I don't think, I think there's so many more things that white people, like, Stanley, they don't matter like that.
Oh, sure they do.
They don't though. They don't.
I think 60% of a population, of a national population, matters. I think the makeup of the Congress, which is like 95% of one ethnicity, matters.
It does, but
it not only matters, it is the matter. You dance the majority's tune, not the other way around. And there's actually nothing wrong with that. That's probably how it should be.
But they're not even they're nothing to really glorify like that.
Yeah, don't pretend. I've heard you and John and others talk. Y'all care what white people think.
I mean, the exceptional ones, obviously those those ones you want to,
Man, I've heard John have amiable conversations with the Thorpes, for God's sake.
Yeah, that's because I don't think he really cares about them like that. It's like when you don't put them on a pedestal, their opinions don't really, sway
Okay, well,
you.
what you're saying is John is very patient, because if I find something like, so trifling, I don't want to deal with it, I won't let him up on the show because I have no interest in talking to them. But
No,
what
I get that. I get that.
Trumps, the Thorpes come up here and say some pretty vile things about Black people, Black culture, etc., and John agrees with them.
Just because somebody says truth doesn't mean that you agree with that.
Say you're right, I agree with you. That's more than just tacit approval. That's more than going along to get along.
Yeah, I just don't feel like, you're using this example with the Thorpes.
Well, it's better that I talked to John about it, and I'm sure I've mentioned this to him before. I think that it's politics. If Black conservatives, that's how they think, Black culture should be more amenable or more assimilationist into that sort of culture, then it's their belief. But
no. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that. I just think Blacks have to understand where this nation is going and prepare yourself to survive.
I understand America better than whites do. I think Blacks understand white people better than white people do.
No, I think white people understand Blacks a lot more. I mean, they're the ones. I mean, you just said it. The whites are the majority of Congress, the majority of the government. The whites are the majority of the whites are the majority of the teachers in this nation. The whites are the majority of the people that work at the judges, the lawyers.
Okay, so what does that imply?
That implies that
for the majority of teachers, what is the reason for that?
That what I'm saying is that whites understand Black people more than Black people understand themselves.
Based on what? What are you basing that on?
The fact that Blacks majority vote for Democrats and been doing that since the 60s.
What? That doesn't even make sense. The majority of Democrats are white.
Yeah. They know exactly.
White. That means that white people understand Black people better?
Yeah, they know exactly what.
Because hardly any Black people run.
They know exactly what triggers Black people. They know exactly what it takes to get Black people to bend to either way. They know exactly what it takes. They teach us everything. When you get locked up, they know your whole history. They know us more than we know ourselves.
You didn't understand my point. I'm talking to use your phrase, I'm talking on a spiritual level. I think white people are better understood by the people that raised their kids for a century than the opposite.
Man, Stanley, they didn't even have a choice. They didn't have a choice.
Absolutely. They didn't have a choice but to understand what would get them killed.
And all of those people are dead and gone. I'm talking about today.
I think that there's such a thing as transfer of knowledge down generations. So just because they're dead doesn't mean that their lessons aren't still around.
Yeah, but even with those Blacks people, even those Blacks, you talking about fear and white people. Those Black people fear white people.
Well, yeah, of course they fear them, and that's how they got to know them so well.
People on the other hand,
when you fear people, you learn how they work to avoid getting punished.
yeah. I guess you're right on that point. But my point is that I don't see how, if black people really understood white people like white people understood us, we'd be at the top of the food chain, not the other way around.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Black people as a collective, we don't understand how this world really works.
We don't. Well, we didn't invent this world.
No, we didn't invent it. They invented it.
Right. So of course we don't. We may not understand the world, but we certainly understand the population of the world. That's my point.
Yeah, but you can't have it both ways.
Sure you can. It is that way now.
Do you think I guess this is kind of a bad example, but like a video game developer, he understands the video game more than that character in the video game. He's just a part of the game.
Well, I mean, we're not dealing with, sentience yet.
Yeah, but
it is a bad example.
But you get my point.
But I think, well, let me put it to you this way. Actually, I'm going to use the same example, but different characters. The game developer understands the game better than the player. So the game developer is the white person. The player of the game is the black person. The developer understands the back doors, the tricks, how the thing was designed better than the player. And the player can be very good at playing the game, but he'll never be the developer.
He's not better than the developer, though.
Well, he doesn't know more than the developer.
Right. He might be better at playing the game than the developer, but he doesn't. He doesn't understand it, though.
So I think that pretty much serves, my purpose anyway. So
No. But I think it still goes to my point where that's where the collective of black people really don't understand the game, because we didn't create it. So I
don't disagree with that.
So that it just just to that point where you say that black people understand whites more than whites understand blacks.
I don't think that the developer understands the gamer.
No, I think the developer understands the gamer 100%.
The developer understands the game, not the gamer.
No. Just think about something like GTA. GTA 4 has been out. What was it? GTA 5 or GTA 5?
Yeah, GTA 5 has been out for years. And that's because those developers understood to a T the type of people that are going to be playing that game. They understood. Yeah, I don't know about that, but I think they understood, but I don't know. Unfortunately, that example doesn't work for my other point that black people understand, and I think a good example of that is Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. Okay, so the game designer and the gamer, that's systemic. Down at the personal level, I would use Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass. And other black leaders besides Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was the most famous of them, but there were other people who were his peers who were just as accomplished, and he was just actually he had beauty privilege. That's what I really think it was. But Lincoln, and there wasn't that much interaction between Douglass, not personal interaction, but I think they corresponded a bit. But Lincoln was not really that inclined to free the slaves. He was kind of on the fence about it. And there was a real evolution of Lincoln from the beginning of the Civil War to the end. And some of it had to do with interactions with Frederick Douglass and other leaders who were articulate, they were persuasive, they were accomplished, and very good at politics. And I want to think, and I think, other people, think this too, that seeing capable Black people changed Lincoln. He went from saying that white people and Black people can't live together, and he was definitely serious about colonizing, the majority of Black people out of the United States. He totally changed that. He went from colonizing Black Americans to the Freedmen's Bank.
Yeah,
and
no, I'm not
trying
I think Frederick Douglass was a great character in the game. He
right, but
served
what I'm saying, because I didn't say it, Frederick Douglass actually understood how white people worked, even if it was just as simple as, "Hey, let me show you that I'm human too."
No, I think you're you're looking at it from one perspective. I'm looking at it from a different perspective. I think Frederick Douglass, he wasn't the most photographed man of his time for nothing. He was used, to me, in my opinion, he was
Oh yeah,
used to codify not only the Black people, but the white people, to show the Black people that, hey, even though these people enslaved you and had their foot on your necks for centuries, we don't have to uprise. Don't be like that nigga
no,
Nat Turner.
that's you need to read
We need
more.
to be.
You need to
We need
read
to be.
more. He was not used, especially once he actually became Frederick Douglass. I think you're right at the very beginning, but you got to remember that these people couldn't travel down south. So the population below the Black population below the Mason-Dixon line largely didn't know who Frederick Douglass was. It was up north that he had most influence, where the fewest number of Blacks were. Okay, there was not a threat of slave uprising in Boston.
No. But I do think inherently, when you enslave a people and do those atrocities to a people, you have to have a fear of revenge.
Well, that's kind of separate from what Frederick Douglass's function was.
I don't think so. I really don't. I don't think that.
I think so, and it's easy enough to disprove you. Read a book.
What point?
You have to admit that the slave population existed like overwhelmingly in the South. These people These people couldn't read his speeches. They couldn't read the speeches, even if they were published. His speeches weren't published in Southern newspapers.
But
So,
you I don't think, the thing about it though is what I'm saying is he wasn't the most photographed man for no reason though.
okay, well, those photographs largely didn't occur south of the Mason-Dixon line.
I'm pretty sure they heard about him down south, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sure they heard about him, but not in great detail.
Yeah, they saw.
Abolitionists were killed in the South.
Yeah, but
they weren't, as a matter of fact, an abolitionist that ventured south was a brave person indeed.
But you really don't think those slaves down south?
I don't
think that they heard about the abolitionists. They heard about Nat Turner, Frederick Douglass.
I'm not saying they didn't know, but they did not know in large numbers. Your average slave did not know who Frederick Douglass was.
Yeah. I think we just disagree on.
I think I know I'm right. this is not something I'm theorizing about. I know that abolitionists and abolitionism was almost like the devil. Okay, and slave owners had like iron-fisted control of information that flowed into their plantations, and the slaves couldn't. They might have known word of mouth, but this wasn't. They didn't know enough about Frederick Douglass and his message to foment an uprising. And I would argue, as you flowed west into Louisiana, Mississippi, especially Louisiana and Mississippi, and Texas, hell, I wouldn't be surprised if they had I wouldn't be surprised if the plantation owners didn't know who Frederick Douglass was. Texas, Mississippi, Louisiana.
Yeah.
They were fairly remote.
Texas was its own country.
Well, no, not by the time slavery got for a time, yeah, but once Texas came, by the time of the Civil War, Texas was a state.
Yeah. What I just
1836 is when Texas came into the Union. Well, we have lost HB for a while.
What did he got disconnected?
Yeah, he got disconnected.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be right back.
So what do you think? I saw you wrote your nerves.
My bad. I just think when you have these black people that are pushed in our history, I think they all serve a role in the just like I like the video game analogy, because we obviously didn't create this system, but I think every black person that's propagated has a role to play.
And see, I don't think Frederick Douglass post I would say from the first time he went to England and came back, Frederick Douglass was actually very much in control of his image, because he had basically parted ways with William Lloyd Garrison and a lot. The abolitionists, there were like 2 or 3 different factions of abolitionists, and Frederick Douglass was probably in the more radical branch of it. He had his own newspaper. He controlled his image. I mean, he didn't have someone scheduling his speeches and all that stuff. He was very much in control of his image after, say into his late 30s and beyond. So he wasn't being willing to anybody.
I think he was in as much control as they allowed him to be in control.
He had a lot of autonomy over his image.
As much as
No, you would be shocked how much control he had. And I mean, there's a good biography that won a Pulitzer Prize by a guy named David Blight. He's a history professor at Yale. It's an excellent biography.
And I agree with you.
And then Frederick Douglass wrote 2 autobiographies himself, which are kind of propaganda. He plays himself up pretty good, but there's plenty of literature out there about Frederick Douglass to form an opinion.
Yeah, no, there rumors that he may have wrote a lot of the what was it, the what did he write? There's some I can't think of what it. Porsha, what is it? I don't know if Porsha's asleep.
No,
What's the
she's
theory? Porsha, what are the theories that Frederick Douglass wrote? Some of the papers that he wrote.
we wrote his speeches.
No. He played a much bigger role.
He did?
Yeah. I don't want to misquote though. It wasn't the Declaration of Independence. It was
Emancipation Proclamation.
Yeah, there we go. Emancipation Proclamation.
I don't.
There we go.
I've never seen anything that even remotely. He didn't have that much power. He wasn't in contact with Lincoln that much.
Now there's theories that he
Okay,
actually
well,
wrote that.
I'm. You would have to citation needed.
Yeah, but I mean, why would they give him the credit for it?
They didn't give him the credit for it.
Obviously.
Well, everything I've heard, Lincoln wrote pretty much all his stuff. That's why it was always so short.
Yeah.
I mean, Frederick Douglass was not a confidant of Lincoln. You know, they met a few times, and you know, I'm sure they corresponded, but I've never heard that Frederick Douglass wrote the Emancipation Proclamation.
Porsha, what do you think about it, Porsha?
I'm not really sure if it matters what I think. But Frederick Douglass played a very large role in the construction of the Emancipation Proclamation, and he worked wildly closely with Abraham Lincoln in preparation.
Where are you getting this from?
From books.
Oh.
You know, reading information. I'm actually on the board of a organization that has something to do with Frederick Douglass here in Texas, and everything that
Is it true that you're a relative?
No, I'm not a relative of Frederick Douglass. Not that I know of. However,
yeah, we're not supposed to talk about that online, Stanley.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, I had no one warned me.
I mean, I know Stanley, he's in Georgia, but I don't think it would be a bad idea.
Well, there's a surgeon in Savannah who had like a very large collection of Frederick Douglass memorabilia that he wound up donating to one of the museums at Yale. But I literally, and again, I read like the latest biography, and it mentioned nothing about Frederick Douglass being in on the Emancipation Proclamation.
Do you travel outside of Georgia sometimes?
Haven't in a while.
Okay. Well, what I'm thinking of
Wait, Porsha. Let's get back to this. Before we get to that, let's stick on the what makes you believe that he worked closely with Lincoln? Because
I've literally read his autobiographies. I've read several histories, and I've read the latest biography from, I don't know, it must be 4 or 5 years ago now. Nowhere has it ever been mentioned. So maybe I certainly haven't read everything, but I've like the last Pulitzer Prize winning biography makes no mention of it at all.
Mm-hmm.
Other than Lincoln wrote it and Frederick Douglass admired it.
Well, let Porsha get in here for a second, Stanley. Go ahead, Porsha. Go ahead. What makes you believe that Frederick Douglass?
Like I said, I believe it for the same reasons that Stanley says that he does. And so my suggestion is that's why I asked if he ever travels outside of the state, because we have our Lincoln Douglas reenactment next year. And I would be interested in inviting Stanley to that, as well as
Oh yeah, I did see that. I remember that.
yeah, but that's what I was that's what I was.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. I was more so getting at like some of the things that you may have read or that you know off the top. That,
But the thing is that Stanley's read books, I've read books, right? So we may have read different books, you know, and we may have different information, but the best thing that I could give to Stanley in this moment is the suggestion that I just made about the Lincoln Douglas reenactment.
Well, no, I've never been to a reenactment, so yeah. Once you have the details, let me know. I can travel out of the state.
Yeah. This will be our eighth annual Lincoln Douglas reenactment, but that is just such a wonderful display, and we do have a lot of, you know, artifacts, you know, directly from Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln for this particular event that's hosted by this organization. But I will shoot you out some information about the organization. I trust you with these things, so I know I can.
Don't worry, I'm trustworthy.
Share that with you, but my reasoning for believing that is just from my knowledge of the organization that I'm a part of, the books that I've read, and the things that I've read from, you know, people that are older than me that have presented me with things that I did not know prior to knowing them. And from what I know, from my understanding, and I mean, hell, all of us could be wrong right now, but I'm not saying that Lincoln and Frederick Douglass were like, you know, homeboys and they kicked it all the time, but Abraham Lincoln did consult Frederick Douglass, and he wanted his guidance when it came to the Emancipation Proclamation. So he helped him in constructing it. Now, Abraham, of course, he wrote it, but you have him reaching out to Frederick Douglass.
Well, that's believable. HB said he wrote it.
Yeah, so
maybe he didn't like handwrite it himself. You know, they were writing on papyrus paper back then, weren't they?
Yeah, so yeah, so in the reenactment, you'll see where they are together in the same room writing, you know, the Emancipation Proclamation. So Abraham is writing and Frederick is talking, but there was a draft that Abraham Lincoln had, and he specifically wanted Frederick Douglass to go over it and help him perfect it because he wanted.
Well, I mean, the other thing is if you have books you think I need to read, just send me the links or send me the titles. I'll read them.
Yeah, and I can do
It's
that.
good reading a book.
Yeah. I can definitely do that. I can actually shoot you over the president's list of books. So
yeah, do it. I'm not a historian. I just read a lot of history. So if there's stuff I don't know, I need to know it. So
yeah, I can do that. That's the one thing about you that I appreciate, because you always talk about Frederick Douglass, and that's one of the people that you admire. Even whenever I made that picture that one day and I put Frederick Douglass.
Don't worry, you aren't the only person to tease me like that.
But I know that you say you take it as a compliment, which
absolutely.
I can see why.
But no, if you have something you think I need to read, never be shy about that. I will read it. And, I have no my only desire is to be accurate and be right, when I talk about these things. And if I'm erring and you know better, just send me the book or, just talk to me about it. I can't be wrong.
Wait. Can you?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. I don't know.
Look, I know what I know, and I also know what I don't know. And, if I don't know it, I probably need to know it. As much shit as I talk, the more right I can be, the better.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna I'll send you some stuff.
Okay.
Yeah,
It
no,
will
Porsche.
it will be right.
I think that will be really good for Stanley. You sent that book list over to him.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And because history is very
Oh, it's Beak. Hey.
Yeah, Beak. Excuse me. Beak seems surprised. Dirty dude knows I can be wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that you even said that. I'm like,
I've said it before.
You can be wrong. What? What's going on here? Did hell freeze over? I don't. Stanley can be wrong. I don't know. Yeah, if you go to that reenactment, I'll make sure Portia brings you a nice Texas Walker. Walker, Texas. Walker, Texas Ranger.
It's that I would like to invite you to, Stanley. So that would be one of them, and then there's another. But I actually think that you would appreciate it and enjoy it. If I'm being honest, and HB has been before, so I think that HB could probably vouch.
Yeah. The only thing is that it is very, man. I feel like if Stanley, you'd have to talk to Stanley behind the scenes because he would, knowing Stanley how he is, I don't know, Portia. I don't know. Because it is a very, as you know, Stanley, Frederick Douglass was a Republican, so,
Yeah, well, the problem is y'all think a Republican in 1865 is the same thing as a Republican today. There have been probably 3 or 4 different pole changes. North Pole to South Pole and back again. And you, as a Trump voter, actually think MAGA is like contiguous with they much like the progressives in the Democrat Party. We should probably have 4 parties.
Well, I think that would
probably be a progressive. There should be a Democrat. There should be a Republican, and there should be a MAGA.
Well, I want to say, we can talk about this offline, because it goes a little bit too deep into my personal life. But I always call myself a Frederick Douglass Republican. So,
well, see, now I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Frederick Douglass had some what we would consider conservative positions. I mean, he didn't think blacks should be. I don't think Frederick Douglass would appreciate our welfare state.
Could you imagine Stanley at the reenactment? Motherfucker, he didn't say that. Literally.
Well, now hold on. Now I do know how to act around people.
Literally, Frederick Douglass did not say that.
I literally know how to. I know how to act in polite society. HB.
Hopefully, I don't know. You know, I don't. You know, those black Republicans might.
And the other thing you need to know is that, people that I feel comfortable with, I'll kind of, be a little bit, a little bit more myself, but I'm not going to act the fool around people I don't know. My mother did raise me right.
Well, yeah. I will hope so, Stanley. I will hope so. But I think just for a more of a intellectual, historical, gathering type thing, I think you would really enjoy it.
I bet I
In that,
would.
in that, from that perspective, maybe not the political aspect of it, but just the history and understanding it, because there's even with American history, there's a lot of antiquity involved in it.
Well, there's a lot of disagreement on some
Yeah.
things. So I mean, there are schools of thought in history just like any other field.
Yeah. Because me personally, I don't think history is necessarily exactly what they taught us it is, and it's that way for a reason. Even with Lincoln, I don't
Well,
know.
I agree with that, but probably for different reasons.
Yeah. Even Lincoln, I don't know about that guy, man. There's a lot of people that think Lincoln was actually black. Isn't that kind of crazy?
They think everybody's black.
And I'm on mute. What I was saying is that I believe that someone like yourself, Stanley, and I'm going to invite you to our next meeting, which is this month. So I'll make sure you have everything.
October?
Yeah, it's in a few weeks.
Okay, I'm not sure I can do this month.
No, it's online. It's
Oh, okay.
It's virtual. So I mean, like they're in person, but I mean, and I'm a hop, skip, and a jump away, but I always just hop on the Zoom. But just so you can come in, because it's not. It's just a different, like the whole MAGA thing and all of that. It's none of that. It's straight up. It's just it's totally different from what you may think. And I would be interested to have you, be a part and listening in and all of that. And I think that I think that you and Chap would actually have so many things to talk about, because you both are very avid readers and are very, sticklers for history and knowing your facts. And so I just think that you would really appreciate it. And it would be something different. And I firmly believe that, and I say that in full confidence, that it would be different from what you see even over here, or where you've probably seen in other spaces where you see Black Republicans, because it's our goal, our focus is, we are conservatives, so that is our premise more so than we are Republicans. But
gotcha.
Dyed in the wool, we're all Frederick Douglass, things like that. But I think that you would actually really appreciate it. And they are two Negroes. So a lot of the things that you talk about, or that we talk about, especially like whenever I'm in my political bag and I'm, feeling pretty good that day about what it is I'm talking about, you'll get to see who's influenced me and who my mentors are. Well, I guess they're like my second set of parents, but just the people that I surround myself with. And I think that you would be very, very interested. So I will do that. I will make that happen. So
yeah, you might learn something, Stanley.
I never know. I've been known to learn stuff.
Yeah, right. Motherfucker.
Well, you just taught me the other night about, the edge lords and that ilk
Oh
of
yeah. It was.
no, I took note, and you know what? I stood corrected.
It blew your mind, didn't it, man? This
Well, it
is
didn't blow
why
my mind as much as
but this is
enlighten
why
me.
this is why I can't with a lot of these internet white guys, it's really hard. Just white guys in general, it's hard for me to really put them on a pedestal like that. Like, I honestly, like, when they say stuff that's like racist or racial, I think less of it, because they're supposed to be standing on the shoulders of the people that constructed this game. It's like, you don't even know that you're a player in the game too.
Well, the thing, my thinking on it is, I don't want them to go away from an encounter with me with that kind of behavior and think that it's okay. They should know that, at least sometimes don't be free with your language. It's kind of like my son calling me dude once.
Oh, okay. No, I get.
We need to understand.
I get that too, and I think that's more of like a generational thing too. Like, because for me, it's like, I understand online, a lot of people, they will pretend and try to be something that they're not. Me online, I kind of have to dim who I actually am in real life. I can't. If you knew who I was in real life, it would be probably wouldn't even talk to me, Stanley. But no, it's. I know with a lot of these guys that get on here and talk all that nigger shit and black people this and black people that, they would never say it to a black person in person. Never.
That, like you said, and I think John said it too. That's just weird to me.
It is. It is. But that's how a lot of that to me is really how I look at a lot of white people specifically, where they've been so kind of crushed by this game that we're all playing in, that they can't even be honest about who they are and how they feel in real life. They got to get online and do it.
Well, that I'm not going to bore you with it, but as much as I find him kind of school marmish, somebody like Jonathan Haidt, that's kind of along the lines, his last book, which I haven't read and probably won't read, but who knows, I might. He is kind of on a tirade against, technology, kids having phones too early, being raised by iPad, kids being raised by iPad, that sort of stuff.
I just think all of that stuff is like a crutch it's like a Band-Aid to cover up the real problem. Like, to me, I don't look at technology as a bad thing. Like, I've been able to get wisdom from you. I've been able to, meet.
Well, yeah, but you're an adult.
Right. Yeah, you got a point. I do think that's another thing that, I feel like I grew up in that last generation where, like, my generation was literally the last generation that grew up without, like, technology being on the forefront of social,
well, at least at a very young age. You're not, you're maybe a couple years, you might be a year or two younger than my brother. And I know, because he probably started, tapping on a computer probably before he was in kindergarten.
Yeah, no, no, no. Man, I was on a computer probably like in the first grade, but
Yeah.
it was like, it wasn't, it was just a tool. It wasn't like social at all. It wasn't like I was, in chat rooms or anything. That didn't happen until,
Oh yeah, yeah.
that didn't happen until a little bit later. But even then, I still valued, you know, going outside and actually talking to people and, you know, playing sports and, just doing guy stuff more than being online. That was just kind of like a, wind down with my day type of thing. Oh, let me get online. Let me look at some forums or some stuff that I'm interested in. I'm already interested in real life. That's the thing too with a lot of these these kind of edge people that want to just argue and stuff. Like they're not even really interested in that stuff in real life. They just do it online. That's why, I don't know. I feel like you kind of gotta be careful with the people you even surround yourself with online, because a lot of them are just characters. They're not even
Well,
real people.
and it's interesting that you know um, I actually, as conservative or as MAGA as this space can be, occasionally I get, uh, a burr under my saddle, but by and large, this is definitely my favorite YouTube experience. Most everybody up here, I can talk to about something on a deeper than esoteric level, and
Yeah.
that's actually what I enjoy. And it's not like CTs can just be just a bunch of people yelling at each other. It
Yeah.
happens here, but it's almost not the norm, really. It'll
No,
happen.
no, no.
It'll happen a few times a day, I guess. There'll be flare-ups, but there are times like this where you're actually having productive conversations.
Yeah, no. I think this more reflects real life than just like some kind of character
Right.
that because like people kind of just become the character and they don't even know how to be real people. Everything's like a character to them. They don't even know people are being genuinely themselves. And I think sometimes people get that they get so deep in it they don't even realize it. Like, damn, I'm fucking, I don't even know who I am anymore. Like it gets kind of spooky. But yeah, it's that's why I do think technology will be the downfall of mankind. But I think we got to take advantage of it while we have it.
Right.
It's not all bad, but there are some people that are just gonna use it for nefarious reasons. It is what it is.
Hey, let me ask you a question to change the topic. Did Mr. Kim ever come on?
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
know
yeah, 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 yeah. He did. He did. I didn't get to see the whole thing, but he
because
did.
I didn't. I must have slept through it or something. Because I actually wanted to see what he had to say about he and his partner about the business.
Yeah, yeah. I think they were talking about that apartment John had where he had the guy living there for 6 months, and yeah, yeah, yeah. It's pretty brutal. But yeah, they were talking about a couple of things. I didn't get to watch the whole thing though. Yeah. Wait, did you see that story earlier? Portia did about the lady who ate her husband's ashes.
What?
Yeah, this lady, after her husband died, she went through his computer and found out he was paying for hookers and stuff. So she
So
went
he
into like,
ate his ashes?
yeah, she went into like a deep depression and like she like I guess she what did she eat his ashes and then burn the rest of them? What was that? Wasn't that
Well,
a?
why would she just not like throw them away or something?
She sprinkled them in her garden, on her vegetables. And then she took the rest of them and she ate them. Like literally ate them straight out of the urn or whatever.
Yeah.
It was pretty disgusting.
And then she
And
wrote
how
a
did
she
how
wrote
do we know about this? Did she write it? I mean,
yeah
did she
yeah
write a story? It certainly isn't a crime.
yeah she wrote a book about it. Yeah. I
Oh
think
wow.
I think it I think it's just some like feminist propaganda, take your your independence back. Men are bad and we're cheaters and stuff and
I just figured she'd eat him to defecate him or something. Something.
yeah, I think that's what Garion was wondering.
Yeah, she has a husband now too. So the fact that, like her new husband, like she ate the ashes as she's currently married to someone else and she wrote a book about it. And the way that she describes eating the ashes was so disgusting.
Yeah.
It was like a creepy, like fetish kind of disgusting, weird thing. The way that she described the way that it tasted, and it was very descriptive. It was actually too descriptive.
You know what? I would have more respect for her. She just chucked it in a trash can or something,
Yeah, I thought it was a
or,
little
or washed
much.
it down a sink.
Yeah, I was wondering if she was German.
She should have
Sounds
put
like
him in pot brownies or something.
yeah, yeah, or maybe in a weed plant and then smoke them afterwards. Put his ashes. I'm smoking on that. Smoking on my dead husband pack.
Well, to be honest, I think it's creepy to have urns anyway.
Yeah, me too. I always thought that too. It's too much like voodoo to me. Like to have somebody's ashes laying around and it's like
Well, you know, my wife was cremated, and we basically buried them, in a national cemetery. It's a veteran thing, and so I had them in my house, for a while, and my brother-in-law, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, he wanted them over, because he lives in their grandmother's old, like their grandparents' old cabin up in the woods, and he wanted to take them over there, and they pretty much stayed over there till the burial, because I just kind of like, it's just creepy to me. Why not just bury them? Like, I don't know, it's weird, but I just having them up on the mantle.
yeah,
Yeah,
creepy,
that's just a
man.
little too Adams Family for me.
Yeah, it's too Haitian for me, man. Uh, there's like
Actually, it is almost like that.
no, it is. That's why a lot of our. That's why when I say like Christianity has a lot of pagan like traditions.
Well,
A
it
lot of
does.
it does. It does. It has a lot of pagan traditions. A lot of that stuff you see it being with a lot of like tribes and stuff. There's certain tribes that they literally leave the bones of the people out. They'll just hang the
Right.
bones
Yep.
up. It's all like of this worship of the dead. It's like, man, what? Just let them rest, man. Like, what the hell?
Well,
Let
I
them.
kind of like the tradition. I think there's maybe it's Hindu, and then there's also a Native American tradition and I don't know any more than what I've seen like in a TV episode, but where you just make a funeral pyre, you light them on fire and push them out on an ice floe.
Yeah.
That's a send off I could go with. I actually wanted burial at sea. I've seen a couple burial at sea ceremonies, and it's kind of pretty good. But
Yeah. See, I want a burial in space. I want to get shot out into the vacuum of space, and
space.
yeah, send me to the Milky Way. Just, I wonder how much that would cost. You think that would cost that probably cost a lot. You think my life insurance would cover it? I don't know.
Well, I think maybe by the time it happens to you, it'll probably be affordable.
Yeah, hopefully. Let me get buried in space. Yeah, that would be really cool. Maybe in like 1,000 years, my body will end up on some planet where they can bring me back to life or something. Like, what
Well,
the hell?
supposedly, who's the baseball player? They're like some famous people where they basically took their heads and preserved them
Yeah. They froze them.
cryogenically, which
Yeah.
isn't going to work. Eventually those heads are going to shrink and get desiccated, I would think.
Yeah, but you never know with the future, technology. You might be able to put their body on a robot or something. You never know.
Oh, Budman says it's Disney.
What?
Ted Williams seems like he did the same thing too.
Yeah, the Budman. I've heard of that Tibetan air burial. I've heard of that. I actually saw a video of it. They in Tibet, they all live on a mountain, so they can't bury you. So they'll cut your body open and let the hawks or the vultures eat it. They call it an air burial. Yeah, I think you're just feeding the body to some birds, but all right. All right. Let me see.
Well, I kind of like
What is
the idea of a tree. Kind of get buried next to a tree and nourish the tree.
Yeah, Dewale. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dewale ate some of his
Oh
dead
man.
relatives. Yeah,
Yeah,
Dewale
that's just a little much for me.
Dewale probably turned him into jerky, ate him.
Well, Diwali's not Ugandan.
Hey, he's Somalian. It's the same thing.
No, I'm afraid you would be wrong.
Yeah, they're all tribal people.
Uganda's sub-Saharan.
It's all the same, man. They're a bunch of monkey brain eaters. It's all the same. Dewale's cool though. Dewale's cool. Dewale, where you at, man? Pull up. Hit the link, man. Hit the link.
Here,
Probably like morning. It's probably like morning time for you over there.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's mid-morning. So it's 5:34 Eastern time, so it's either 9 or 10.
He's at work.
Yeah.
He's pretending to be working right now.
Yeah, we all know he doesn't work there. He just sits there in his little pink spot.
Yeah. Yeah, Dewale, I can't believe they got you to wear pink scrubs.
What's German for Tinkerbell?
This guy Dewale got LGBT scrubs on, man. What the hell? Dewale. Oh man. Yeah. hate to bring it back to, well, no, it's not that I hate, but you know, Stanley, I do think there is something, I do think there is a lot more spiritual aspects to a lot of the things that happen in this world. I think the money is kind of like it's kind of like a smoke screen. I think a lot of things happen for spiritual reasons.
Well, if you're aware of what the prosperity gospel is, they don't have to be separate.
No, I don't. I think they go hand in hand.
And see, that is just a turnoff for me. I would much rather, the one thing that I actually have appreciated about, Catholics is, those orders who take vows of poverty. I know they're serious, when they're kind of renouncing, worldly things. I can respect that.
Yeah, but they don't have to pay for anything either. Everything's paid for by the church.
I don't know. I mean, monasteries, some monasteries grow their own stuff and sell it.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't have to pay taxes. They're
So
set,
what?
man. They're set.
If they don't make money, why should they pay taxes?
Yeah, but they're not starving either, though. They're not going on a hunger strike for God. They're just.
Yeah, well, see, this goes back to, it seems like what you're saying is if you don't make money, you have no purpose.
No.
The vow of poverty is to do good works for free.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that, in organized religion, it's not as altruistic as they come across. Like I think their role in the bigger kind of global economy or global, is to keep that organized religion ideology going, because even at the top of that, you got all these people working for free and in these monasteries doing the biddings, cleaning toilets and stuff. Like nobody does anything for free. Nobody's altruistic. They may appear that way, but I think everybody has an agenda to some extent.
Well, everybody has an agenda, but having an agenda doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be diabolical.
No. But I think sometimes the people that control that system might be diabolical. Like even if you look at the Catholic Church, you know how many people they've how many of those fathers have molested kids and then they moved them to different countries to protect them?
Well, do you know how many haven't?
Yeah, no, there's a lot that haven't.
I would guess, in who knows, but in the vast majority don't.
No, I'm sure the vast majority don't, but you can't just completely deny the
well, no, nobody's denying, but I think what people are denying is that there's a lot of good that's done. I would venture to say, well, my mother used to say the bad outweighs the good. You can do a whole shitload of good things and one bad thing will just, trash your reputation.
I agree.
think that is real life. However, in the Catholic Church, yeah, there are a lot of bad eggs, but there's so many more good eggs. I wish life were different sometimes. And I think of my 11th grade chemistry teacher was a nun. And years later, I think I was 32, so it would be 14 years after I graduated from high school, I had to have hip surgery, and I hadn't talked to her in 15 years. And somehow or another, because I was in a Catholic hospital, there's a Catholic hospital in Savannah, and just somehow or another, word got around. I think it was the nurse who prepared me for surgery. Turned out, I saw her name tag. She was the aunt of a classmate of mine, and I guess she got the word out. It was like teachers and people I hadn't talked to in over a decade were like, "Oh, hey, dropping by and all this stuff." But my chemistry teacher, who probably was my favorite teacher in high school, and she's why I majored in chemistry. But anyway, she had given up, teaching, and her next, mission, basically she cared for the elderly. For, and I know she probably wasn't making any money, but that's what she did. She went from teaching high school kids to serious, like caring, like hospice type care. So, I've seen a lot of grassroots Catholicism. And you know what? They made my hospital stay a lot more bearable.
Yeah, no, I would never take away.
So, I mean, there's a lot of good out there, just that people, don't see, obviously. But
yeah. That's why I try not to get too caught up in the conspiracies, because then you do kind of miss out on the good things too. And I try to keep a good balance. I used to be way more into it until I started to, I started to see the signs and everything. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. I'm at Target looking at it's the circle of Saturn at Target. I'm just losing my fucking mind. like everything's satanic when you really look at it. But there is a lot of good out there too. So
right.
You don't wanna get too caught into the conspiracies, because it'll you do become what you hate the most. I definitely believe that. It can, but you don't want to overlook it either, though.
Well, no, you can't, and you shouldn't. Oh my goodness, he's okay. He's damn, Diwali's 6 hours ahead. I thought Germany was maybe. How many time zones are in Germany, Diwali?
Isn't there like one time zone in Germany?
I thought it was all same time zone as England, but apparently England, at least the people I know the people I know in England are 5 hours ahead. So I'm thinking maybe there are two time zones in Germany.
Yeah.
Not that it really matters.
Yeah, it's Germany. They kind of fell off, man. They kind of. Who cares about Germany now? Nothing of a country. Jesus. It's better than Somalia, man.
What if someone's loved one was so fat they had like 6 urns across their mantle with Uncle Hank in all of them?
Oh, imagine how bad that must smell too.
Well,
Jesus.
the thing is that the body has so much water in it. I don't think it's possible to have someone's that fat. Most of that fat, just is water.
Yeah, that would be brutal.
And if you had Father Bertrand or Sister Johanna for biology and chemistry, you would know that.
Yeah, I think Mavitt he is a scientist, maybe like a social scientist or something. I don't know. I always do wonder about that though, about these like random people in the chat. I'm like, what do they do all day? What are these
I think
people?
he's a high school student.
Hey, everybody in the chat, put what you do. Put what you do for a living in the chat. You can make it up if you want to, but just put what you do for
Or
a
just
living in the
don't
chat.
answer.
If just make up something if you don't want to answer. But everybody in the chat, if you're listening right now, put what you do in the chat. I always wonder, what do these guys do outside of just listening to these lives? It's always so interesting to me. You know, I used to be a sideline watcher too, and I don't know. It just Mavic G says he's in high school. Electric said she retired. Dirty Dude's a crack cooker. Okay, so we got some pretty interesting people in the chat. Yeah, I figured Mavic was in high school. That makes sense. I wonder if Mavic went to school with Grace for that 1 year she went to 1 year she went to high school.
I think Mavid is just kidding. He's not in high school.
Yeah.
Either that, if he's in high school, it's like he's always in the chat. So
I wouldn't be surprised if he actually was a high schooler. I wouldn't be surprised.
Really?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, he must be skipping a lot of class.
He probably just has his earbud in while he's in class, not paying attention. The Budman says he helps take care of his disabled sister. Okay.
Now,
Well, God bless you.
Eclectic says she retired 12 years ago.
Yeah.
See, I was hoping she was age appropriate, except she's married, if I recall.
Yeah.
So Dirty Dude says he's a crack cooker, where he's also an amateur astronomer. He follows solar eclipses around the world.
Dirty Dude. Come on, man. Come on.
The National Obama's the GOAT headquarters.
Budman says Electric is his wife. Are you guys really married? Wow. Electric. I appreciate you telling your husband about this channel, man. That's really. I thought you both were guys. How long have you guys been married?
Oh, the Budman. Oh, okay. I didn't realize y'all are.
Oh, so she is a woman. Okay. Wow. She must be a handful.
Imagine the jokes I'm gonna make now. He says she's cray-cray. Well, you know what? If you're going to tell the jokes, I won't there, Budman. Oh, that's pretty funny.
Wow.
Well, then, Budman, that sounds like a match made in heaven. So, Dirty Dude, has it gotten particularly cold up there yet? I remember years ago, HB, I lived up in Northern Virginia, up in the Blue Ridge Mountains. We got like 7 inches of snow in October, which was extremely rare.
Jesus Christ, man.
Well, it melted fairly fast.
I hate the snow. I fucking hate it. Especially driving in it.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Not that one.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he's up in West Virginia, and this is about the time of the year that it starts getting, fairly chilly in the mornings.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I had the best like country food I had in West Virginia. Oh my God. I stopped at this truck stop in the middle of nowhere in West Virginia. I can't even remember what city it was, but it was like in the middle of nowhere. Like across the street, it was like a rundown house with a old car on the front lawn. I was like in hillbilly heaven, and it was I stopped at this truck stop. They had a bunch of Dale Earnhardt memorabilia all over the place. Just a bunch of, it's like one of those diners with a bunch of random race car drivers all over the place. And I had the best country food. Oh my God. It was like a Salisbury steak burger or something with greens and cornbread. And some guy that looked like a biker cooked it, but it was so fucking good. So
41 degrees.
You said what?
No, I'm saying Dirty Dude says it's 41 degrees outside his house right now.
Oh yeah. It's pretty nippy.
Yeah, by October it'll probably be, they'll probably have their first frost.
Yeah, Dirty Dudes, man, I'm telling you, the best places are those like places in the middle of nowhere, where it's just like I don't even know how they're still running. I guess it's just like the only restaurant in the town, so they like have to have truck parking because nobody else would stop. Those places are good, man. So I don't like when people try to say white people can't cook, man. Man, those country motherfuckers, they can cook.
You know what? Dirty Dude, are they're pizza rolls or they pepperoni rolls? I can't remember what they're called now. That West Virginia is famous for. It's just pepperoni and cheese, but man, those things are good.
Yeah, West Virginia. If it wasn't so hilly, I wouldn't mind living in West Virginia. I wouldn't mind living out there.
Pepperoni rolls, okay. As a matter of fact, you know what? I might make pepperoni rolls tonight. They won't be as good. And the other thing, weed just becoming legal in Ohio. So it's going to be. Hey, HB, Budman said that weed just became legal in Ohio.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Yeah, he says it's real expensive, but I'm thinking, all those Haitians are glad to get out of Haiti now. They can
smoke weed. Yeah. Usually when the state first gets legalized, the weed is really high priced, but over time it'll get real cheap. Like Michigan's been legalized for like damn near like 15 years now. Man, the weed is dirt cheap out there. Like
West Virginia has weed is legal in West Virginia?
Oh
kind
yeah.
of surprising.
Ah, come on, man. There's nothing out there.
I
Better be legal out there.
thought they
Plus,
all they all get high and pick ginseng.
yeah. No, you got to make states like that legalize weed to get people to stop doing the meth. Like, just smoke weed instead. Do something else. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be I feel like they're gonna make it legal. So what is that? 29 states now where it's legalized?
Yeah, Georgia and Mississippi will be the last two.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Apparently,
legalized everywhere.
so they legalized marijuana, and they've got is it constitutional carry? You can conceal without a license. Is that what constitutional carry is?
What, in Georgia?
No, in Ohio, he
Oh yeah,
said
yeah.
you can conceal carry without a license.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
It's going to do wonders for crime.
yeah. You'll definitely have a lot more shootouts, man. Yeah. I think that should be legalized everywhere, man. Everybody should be able to constitutional carry. I was actually kind of surprised in Texas. You gotta get a license to carry.
I didn't send this to Porsha because I was gonna do it online, but today, the Supreme Court heard it. Excuse me. Hold on one sec. Let me get some water. The Supreme Court heard a case involving ghost guns.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
They're saying, what do you think of ghost guns before I tell you what people think the Supreme Court or where the Supreme Court's leaning?
I mean, I just think you can't really stop ghost guns at all. And you know, it's one of those things where you got to be tougher on illegal people legally carrying. You know, there's really no incentive for people not to print up guns and stuff and have these ghost guns, and you know, it's yeah. Now, ghost guns been around for a while, pretty much since those 3D printers came out.
Right.
People have been making ghost guns, so you know, in the
I actually went to this to the SCOTUS website, and I didn't get a chance to, but I'm going to listen to the audio later today. It's a 2-hour session. I actually like listening to Supreme Court cases, but I actually think that being tougher on crime makes no difference at all. You know, if you're a criminal and you want to do a crime, the law's not going to stop you. People who obey laws.
Yeah, but I think the other side of that is that if you are tougher on crime, it protects you from doing more crime and affecting other people.
I don't think crime deters criminals.
No. What I'm saying is, like, a lot of times what happens is a criminal will get out and then do another crime and harm somebody else.
So it stops recidivism.
Right. That's my whole issue.
Okay, well, that's nice, but you know what? It doesn't deter first-time criminals.
No. If you're gonna be a criminal,
I don't think
you're gonna
it's
be
the
a
law.
criminal.
It's not the law that's well, I'm saying jail prevents recidivism because nobody wants to go back. And I guess icing on the cake is, hey, if you do it a second time, it's even more severe. But I don't think, recidivism. I think the purpose of the law or the goal of the law is to prevent crime in the first place, to deter crime. And I don't think it does.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I think crime is still, it's a commodity. You got to have a certain level of crime, or you wouldn't need cops. You wouldn't need judges. You wouldn't need lawyers.
I mean, I don't know that cops. I don't think their main purpose is to deter crime. It's really
No.
Really to protect property, which I guess is deterring crime.
No, I think really they're to enforce policy. I don't think cops are just kind of like the
look at this comment.
The slave catchers.
Oh my OMG, are you a reasonable leftist? Did I die?
Yeah.
Not really a leftist, at least if you mean progressive.
Yeah, nah. I think we gotta be. Honestly, I think we gotta bring back the death penalty.
Did it go away?
Yeah, in a lot of states it did. Yeah.
Okay, what do I think all the death penalty does is, make a few fewer people in jail. It doesn't deter crime.
No, I don't think you could really deter crime, especially not in America. It's just it's too much too much opportunity to do crime.
Okay, it doesn't the death penalty doesn't deter crime.
Yeah, but at least it
makes it satisfies the public's those in the public who are who are into revenge. It slakes their thirst for revenge. It doesn't really deter crime.
What you call revenge, I call justice. Justice. I think people should pay for their crimes with their life.
Hey, Budman, I do lean left, just not into the progressive zone. There's some progressive things that I might support, but by and large, I'm not.
Yeah. Hopefully you'll get out of that phase one of these days.
As a matter of, to be honest, I'm probably a little bit more conservative than I was in my 20s.
Well, yeah, you're an adult. I think most people.
Well, I actually think it was the Navy. I don't think you can be a Let me tell you something. I had a buddy of mine in the Navy, and this is probably what shocked me out of even. I don't know that I was ever so progressive, but I had a buddy of mine. He's a Naval Academy graduate, and by all accounts, this dude was a Reagan youth. Which is kind of a pejorative. It's almost like saying someone's a Hitler youth. But dude was a Reagan youth, F-14 pilot. And you got to be pretty, physically and mentally competent to be an F-14 pilot. He met this woman who was a lawyer, and she was an undergrad mathematician. She went to law school. This woman was as left as they can come. she wasn't like super. She wasn't a model, like a supermodel pretty, but she was, she was cute and smart. She basically told this guy, you know what? I'm not gonna marry. What did you? I forget the term she used, but basically, I'm not gonna marry a baby killer or something like that. So, dude, basically changed his designator. He went from F-14 pilot to supply officer on a hospital ship. Dude,
Wow.
dude was a warrior and went changed to a non-line officer and handed in his resignation. I'm like, dude went from Reagan youth to Birkenstock left. and some of the shit he used to say.
Isn't it ironic though? A leftist telling somebody they don't want to date a baby killer? Like what?
Yeah, you know what? They were in love, and she basically said, "You know what? I'm not gonna. I don't want you to be a F-14 pilot. There's a chance you'll go to war and kill some people." And he was so in love with her, he basically changed.
Man.
And I think it took. He was as gentle as a lamb on that ship. And oh man, I used to tease him mercilessly. Oh man, it was so bad when I left the ship. They'll give you a party and they'll give you a picture of the ship and everybody signs it. And everybody used to call me Stan. Well, he said Satan. He called me Satan on my going away picture. Oh, I just used to I used to fuck with him so bad.
I guess some things haven't changed, huh?
Oh
Satan.
man. Oh, it used to. Yeah, but the thing is I've got a buddy who's a 3-star admiral, and that buddy, he and this guy were classmates. And he's a Republican, but he's like a reasonable Republican. And we, you know what? I used to just do it to see this dude crack up. I would just shit on this guy and his boss for that matter. I miss those days when I could just, and they knew not to fuck with me because I'd only fuck with them worse.
What's a reasonable Republican?
Center right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think never Trumpers are the reasonable right.
Yeah, I think they're going a little too far. You heard JD Vance is trying to get rid of porn? I'm like, bro.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what? That and who knows? You know what? I honestly think that if it were left up to him, he would probably do like a what's the name of the fucking book and TV show? It'll come to me in a minute. He would probably do the Handmaid's Tale type stuff.
You think he's that sadistic?
I don't think that's sadistic. Catholics at their very fundamental, and there are Orthodox Catholics who are to the right of like mainstream Catholicism. They are the. I had a boss who was Catholic. This dude got married at 45. He wound up having like 10 children.
Damn.
He started at 45. His last child was born like maybe he was close to 60. Now he married a woman who was quite a bit younger than he was. I think she was either 10 years younger or maybe 15 years younger. But yeah, dude went from 0 children at 45 to 10 children by the time he was between 55 and 60. Can you believe that?
Hey, I'm not mad at him.
Well, I'm not mad at him either. You know, if you can stand all that noise, but there's a good chance there's some grandchildren he'll never meet. Unless he lives to 100.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's not a bad thing, but you know, you kind of want to meet your grandkids.
Yeah. I knew my great grandma, so it's
I my my father's grandmother, but I was too young to remember.
yeah, I think those days of great grands are over now.
Oh, dirty. A revelation came out today in Bob Woodward's new book. Apparently, Trump sent Putin a bunch of COVID test kits when they were like really rare. He sent like 200 or some ungodly number, and supposedly Putin said, "Hey, make sure you don't tell anybody. You know, it'll hurt you politically." Trump is just like Putin's kitten.
Oh no, I don't think so. I think they just respect each other. You heard what Kamala said. She said she
Dirty
wouldn't
dude
even
said he sent him like a test machine. I thought they were kids.
You heard what Kamala said. She said she wouldn't even talk to him unless Zelensky was there.
To Putin?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. What's wrong with that?
I just think when you it's hard to bring people to the table when they're at war. I think it's better to be like an intermediary.
Well, we already have people doing that.
Yeah, but if you're gonna be the commander in chief, you should kind of take the lead in that situation.
No, you shouldn't.
I mean, unless you don't,
Why would a commander in chief be an intermediary? He has a whole State Department for that.
Yeah, but I think it's good for
Okay,
aesthetics.
U.S. presidents don't get paid to negotiate wars between Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah,
We have better things to do.
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of funding Ukraine, though.
See, the president is supposed to be president, not negotiate wars between foreign powers.
Yeah.
You know, Biden may have some things to say every now and again, and he did actually go over and meet with Netanyahu, but the day-to-day stuff, hopefully he's not doing it.
Yeah, nah, he's probably asleep right now.
Well, I hope he is asleep right now. I want him well rested, but he's got a State Department to deal with the nuts and bolts.
Yeah, Biden's probably just pooped his pants right now.
Well, that's okay. We got Kamala on the way.
Even though nobody voted for her, but who cares?
Well, they get their chance to vote for her come November 5th. A whole bunch of people are going to vote for her on November 5th.
I don't know. The cookies say Trump is winning.
People are going to get to vote. They missed their opportunity, and they're gonna take full advantage.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. I hope if she does become president, she's a good president, though.
I think she'll be perfectly fine.
I hope so. I don't know. It will be historic. I don't know if America's ready for a woman president yet. Still,
Mexico just inaugurated their first woman president.
Yeah, it's in Mexico, though. I mean,
well, I would argue that Latino culture, Mexican culture, is fairly misogynistic.
I would disagree with that. I would
Women
disagree with that.
are in Latino culture, in Hispanic culture. Women are,
They worship women in Latino culture.
at least traditionally, women make the tortillas.
Yeah, but they worship them over there. They worship women and even their like Mother Mary. They put Mother Mary over, or no, the Virgin Mary. They put the Virgin Mary over Jesus in Mexico.
They do.
Yeah, like they worship the Virgin Mary over Jesus.
They don't worship her. They pray for her to intercede.
Yeah, I mean,
So that's not the same thing as worshiping.
yeah, I mean they use her as a.
She intercedes. I mean, literally, the word is intercede. It's intercession. That's a whole Catholic thing.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is that
don't worship her. You just you kind of lean on her.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that the Latin culture, they have like a very, they're not as, to me, misogynistic is like something that's negative. I think they have a very high respect for women in their culture. I think American culture is misogynistic. Like we don't really, I don't think we really.
Calling your husband Poppy, that seems, they're not calling him daddy for nothing.
Yeah. But I think they appreciate women for being women in Latino culture. At all phases. They celebrate when the girl becomes a woman. They, you know, appreciate moms. They appreciate elders, women. In America, we don't. I don't know. I kind of feel like we have a. It's more like we just kind of tolerate women in America.
Well, not when Kamala wins. She's going to turn this into a matriarchy.
Nah, I think Kamala's gonna make it. Kamala's gonna make it that much worse for women. Guys are gonna really check out.
She's gonna have Fonnie Willis is national security advisor.
Yeah, nah. I think if Kamala wins, guys are really gonna check out of society. They're gonna be like, nah. I feel like a lot of guys have already checked out.
Guys who checked out?
Yeah, a lot of guys in this generation have kind of checked out of
Cool. They need to go. If they can't deal with it, then they indeed need to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think to a certain extent I agree, but it's kind of unfortunate, You
Why?
make your nation weak when you kind of put men in a situation where they want to check out.
Well, you know what? If the men vote for her, and there will be some men who vote her in, the ones who check out are the pussies. Men don't just check out because, some woman's, their boss. They're the pussies that Trump likes to grab.
Having a woman boss. She was. Women are.
I think that like I said, I was telling somebody the other day. You know what? Oh, that's right. It's that New Zealand ship that hit ran aground and sank.
Oh, I'm breaking up. My bad, dirty dude. I was saying women aren't good leaders.
Oh, sure they are.
Oh, yeah, right.
The Navy proves it. You know, there's some female ship captains that are pretty all right.
Yeah, but I don't know. That the military's different.
Other leaders.
The military's different.
Different than what, HB?
And leading a nation, it's different.
So leadership, I'll argue that good leadership is good leadership. Whether it's at the presidential level, whether it's at the ship captain level, or whether it's at the single mother level.
Yeah, no. I agree.
Skills are scalable.
I agree.
And I've known, I haven't actually known any ship captains because there were no, women weren't. Well, actually, I'm going to take that back. I've known female ship captains who were on non-combatants, and they were fine. Now, this is the surface Navy. Being captain of a surface vessel, women can do it just fine.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I actually do know.
So the woman was just barking in guys' faces, and they just took it.
No. Captains don't be barking orders. They have people for that.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean,
They have an expo for that. They have department heads and division officers. They have chiefs for that. There's a whole layer, like several layers between, Seaman Snuffy and the captain of a ship. There's there's probably like 10 or 15 levels.
Yeah,
Like a captain. I have been yelled at by my captain once, but I was an officer. He would never. Captains don't. Captains very rarely have a reason or an opportunity to yell at some young enlisted guy. It's just not. It's bad form. Shit, it was bad form for the captain to yell at me. But, at the time I was officer of the deck, and you know what? He was pissed off.
Ah, dirty dude, man. Hillary's a witch, man. She's a practicing witch.
Yeah, I don't know where you're getting all that from.
She says it.
Yeah, I'm sure you pulled that out of your rabbit hole.
Ah, come on, man.
It was probably smeared with feces, so you misread it.
Would that even change your opinion on her if you found out she was a practicing witch?
At her age, I mean, it would make her a laughing stock.
But would it
I'd
change your?
I'd probably be okay with we dodged a bullet in not electing her. That would probably be my attitude. We don't need a witch in the White House. Because that witchcraft. I'm sorry. You know what? That is kind of out there.
Yeah, there's a lot more than you think that are out there, though.
You know what? And that's one of those things. Don't ask, don't tell. I'm generally not going to ask you if you're a witch, and don't tell me.
So if you met a girl and she told you she's a practicing witch, you wouldn't date her anymore, even if she was like super hot?
I would definitely have concerns.
Yeah.
I actually don't think, I would probably go, hey, we'll date until it's time not to date. I'm really finicky. I have a problem with tattoos. Like women that are all padded up, like with sleeves and stuff like that. I don't find that attractive at all. Now, there's one exception. I knew this girl, and we never dated because she was quite a bit younger than I was. She had just gotten a tattoo, and we were talking over at a friend's house. She got a tramp stamp, and she asked me what I thought of it, and I just kind of lied and said, "Yeah, it's nice." So she asked me what I thought about tattoos, which was a mistake.
Wait, she asked you if you would what?
No, she asked me what she asked me what I thought about tattoos.
Oh.
And I hedged. I just said, yeah, if you want one, that's cool. She kind of caught me off guard because she and my neighbor's wife were talking about tattoos. And, they were talking about them. Then she turns to me and goes, well, what do you think? What I wanted to tell her is they don't call them tramp stamps for nothing.
What, was she a tramp?
No, as a matter of fact, she was a divorcee. And she was actually really good looking.
Yeah. Sometimes the tattoos aren't the worst thing, but I like piercings. I like girls with like piercings and stuff. I like the nipple rings.
I'm real conservative when it comes to that. A tattoo that can be covered, I'm not gonna get wrapped around the axle, but I think like there's this one French woman, and she's got African heritage, but she's literally from France with the accent and everything. Melly Monaco.
Oh yeah.
She is gorgeous.
Yeah, but it's something about her that's not like sexy to me. I don't know what's up with her.
It's that sleeve, that sleeve tattoo.
Yeah. There's something really like masculine about her. She's beautiful, but there's just something off about her to me. Like she just doesn't.
I find really attractive. She's gorgeous.
Yeah, no, she's beautiful. It's just I don't know. She just doesn't do it for me. I don't know what it is with her. I don't know. She's really pretty though, like all the right features, but I don't know. She just not really my cup of tea. I don't know.
I wouldn't say she's submissive. That's for sure.
Yeah, no. She doesn't have a. She just, I guess, I don't know what it is about her. She just kind of seems like a gold digger a little bit to me.
Oh,
not in a.
She's rich as shit.
Oh, is she?
Hell yeah. I mean, now she's had like some like video. She's had a couple music videos. She makes a lot of money from just her YouTube show. She's not, as a matter of fact, I think she's almost the opposite of a gold digger. She treats guys like shit.
Yeah. I think that's the thing too. I think that's what I don't like about her.
She's rich enough to drive a Porsche. I mean, she did an episode where she like went to the car what do they call? I want to say car studio. The car
dealership.
She bought a. I think she bought it for cash.
Yeah.
And she's back and forth from Atlanta. So anyway, she's got some sort of, music thing going, but no, she's not. She doesn't need money.
Yeah. And she's dirty dude. If you want to know my cup of tea, hold on, I'll show a picture of her. Hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, dirty.
Domino from Deadpool. This chick.
Yeah, she's good looking, but you know what? She's too racy for me.
I forgot her name.
I wouldn't, as they say, kick her out of bed, but she needs a different kind of hoe. You know what? When I was 18 or 19, I had a girl. I worked at an athletic shoe store. I ran cross country in college, and kind of as a part-time job, I worked in an athletic shoe store selling running shoes, basically, and that and tennis gear. And there was a girl that worked there who reminds me of Grace, except she actually had like a personality. She was trailer trash.
Yeah.
But you know what? She and I got along, and finally we've been flirting back and forth. So, finally I asked her out to lunch one day, and I had a chemistry lab that ran long. And one day she called for me at home, and I wasn't home. When I got there, my mother was like, "Who is that white girl who called here looking for you?" And I was like, "Oh shit, I should not have given her my home phone number."
Jeez.
But she was, and you know what? It was my mother. I could tell this was not going to be worth it, to sneak around or whatever it took. And so it just never happened. But yeah, I was gonna hit that, and my mother cock blocked me.
Well, you still got Grace is still around if you want to relive it.
You know what? Oh, you know what? Number one, I'm not 18 anymore.